Wasn't an easy choice. He felt it was time to move on to the next chapter. NASA became a free agent last year and had not signed on to a team. Throughout his career, the linebacker played for the Cleveland Browns and also the Las Vegas Raiders. He was also a captain of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The 2023 Labor Day holiday weekend, for the most part, proved to be busier and more dangerous than 2022. Captain John Hotz of the Highway Patrol says final numbers this year show 306 traffic crashes with 146 injuries and 9 fatalities, compared to 286 crashes involving 119 injuries and 7 fatalities last year. 119 people were arrested this year for DWI compared to 121 last year. And on the water this year, the patrol reported 11 crashes with 2 injuries and 2 people arrested for BWI, compared to 8 crashes, 1 fatality, 5 injuries, and 5 people busted for BWI in 2022. A Camdenton man is facing several felony counts after what's being described as a rolling domestic assault in Camden County. Sergeant Scott Hines says deputies responded Sunday afternoon to the area of Highway 7 South and spoke with several witnesses who claimed to see a pickup truck colliding with a car, causing the car to leave the roadway and crashing into a ditch. The driver of the car reportedly identified the driver of the pickup, who left the scene, as a family member, 26-year-old Justin Marshall, who also allegedly assaulted her at their home before chasing them on the roadway. Marshall later that afternoon turned himself in. He's being held without bond on 2 felony counts, each of first-degree domestic assault and first-degree endangering the welfare of a child. And a 25-year-old from Edwards was injured when the pickup truck she was driving hits a tree laying in the roadway. Highway Patrol says it happened around 9:45 Tuesday night on Poor Boy Road, west of Route M in Benton County. Misty Barnett suffered minor injuries and was taken to a nearby hospital. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is a service of Jennings Insurance Group.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we provide a holistic approach to retirement. We'll guide you through the 5 risks to your retirement, including healthcare costs, inflation, market risk, and more. At Jennings, we contract with many companies, but we work for our clients. Consultations are always free. At Jennings, we use insurance as a tool to positively impact the lives of the people we serve. Whether you need to visit about your financial future or your healthcare costs, we can help. Check out our Facebook page, Jennings Insurance Group, or call us today, 573-693-9443.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear throughout the early morning hours. Temperatures hold steady in the region. Winds will be fairly light. Thursday sunny. Highs make it into the middle 80s. Winds north 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night mostly clear. Lows drop to 62. And highs get back into the 80s on Friday. The current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 81 degrees. And the temperature at the studios, right now it's 61.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-330-1991. That's 1-800-330-1991. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-330-1991. Select Quote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Can the county outlaw puppies and then turn around and fine you if Fido actually has a few? What if they single out your particular breed of dog or cat for special restrictions? Can you stop them? I'm Curtis Howard. Together we'll explore these and other actual court cases and the decisions handed down by the judges. See if you agree.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
Post AM with George Norrie.
And of course, we're talking with Dr. Christopher Macklin about demons, negative energy as well. When you make a call, if you want a reading, let Donna know that. If you simply want a question, you want to ask a non-reading question, let her know that as well so she knows how to post you on the board. Well, remember the fun in comic books, the good guys and the bad guys battling it out for the future of the universe? Well, fun and adventure has returned again to comics and graphic novels thanks to our friends at Marvelous Entertainment. They're doing a great job. Based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces of author Marvin Sunderland, he's written a number of science fiction type novels. The acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish put his team together and said, let's turn these novels by Marvin into comic books. And he's been able to do that run the gamut from space adventures to downright scary things as well. And they now offer a free bronze membership option that gives you access to behind-the-scenes content, free comics, and other memberships that include access to promotional and bonus items like secret decoder rings, puzzles, and even more. The fun is back, and we have it for you. Join the excitement with titles like I Wag It, Haunted Planet, Space Rangers, Codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Wag It Jr. Join us at iWagit.com. That's IWAGGIT, iWagit.com, where you can blast off for your free adventure.
Hi everyone, it's MZ from KSCO in Santa Cruz. We produce and maintain the criticalhealthnews.com website that so many of you coast-to-coast listeners have come to respect and rely on for valuable health information that is not available in many other places that it should be. We help sick people get well without replacing one disease with half a dozen others in the process. At criticalhealthnews.com, we use education, logic, and common sense to help people understand that good health and long life are rooted in proper nutrition, not in toxic prescription drugs that cause side effects that are often worse than the original disease or condition. Check out the cool articles, videos, Doc Wallach and Pharmacist Ben recordings at criticalhealthnews.com, where you can also order our premium quality products. Or you can call 855-949-7234 to talk to a real, live, competent criticalhealthnews.com human. 855-949-7234.
I always have my radio on at work. News, talk, sports, entertainment. Total Radio. News Talk KRMS.
And welcome back, George Norrie with Dr. Christopher Macklin, and we'll take your calls as well. Christopher, you do a great job for people, my friend. Thank you.
Well, I'm just doing my best. I love it, though. I love to see the difference in people when they really wake up and take their power back, and you can see the joy in their face,
What was for you that aha moment that hit you and said, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life?
It's interesting. I think I probably told you about the reading I had 20 years ago. And this lady, I went to her, and she was about 80-odd, and I said, well, yeah, you're going to get remarried. Okay. You're going to move to America. Okay. And you're going to work for God on donate and live off donations. And, I was thinking to myself, what on earth is she on about? I was doing avionics software.
Yeah.
Wow, was she right? It just arrived, I think that was, but the aha moment was really when I went to Belize. And I went to San Ignacio, and I meditated on, San Ignacio is a Mayan temple. Now, of course, the Mayans got it wrong. They used to sacrifice, not about sacrifice with God or anything else, but okay, but anyway. But the temples were built on very powerful ley lines. Now, they weren't as powerful as they used to be because ley lines move. But I went on that temple, and it really powered me up. And I was watching visions. They showed me, and I even went back to the hotel thing that someone sponsored me to go to because I had no money then. And they showed me visions. It was almost like a 3D thing of past life, what we're doing, And I realized, I'm meant to be doing the same thing. And, I started to really discover my gifts. But it took about 3 or 4 years. With gifts, you can't just run out and, okay, let's give you a bit of energy. That doesn't work like that. To me, you've got to really understand from the off-planet beings how they work with you, what's the cause and effect. And, once I'd done a lot of that, then the gifts really kicked off. And I realized, wow, helping people and healing them is just incredible.
Good for you. We're going to start by going east of the Rockies with Lael in North Carolina, who wants a reading. Lael, welcome to the program.
Hello. Thank you very much for taking my call. I knew you were going to get me right when I was walking up the stairs of my house. All right.
Perfect.
Great. I've called 3 times. Great to talk to you, George, and all that good stuff. And
thank you.
Christopher Macklin, it's my first time hearing about you, and I'm really impressed. I want to try to get all the things I'm expressing, but I agree with you so much, and I've lived this, and I've shared some of your experiences. Now, what I would like to contend with is to say, okay, we're taught these truths through our Christ Jesus, and they mainly speak about the fruits of the Spirit, which is love, joy, happiness, and you know all this, but one of the great things that you're touching on is joy. And joy is something I've read before from Paramahamsa Yogananda about a happiness that is delightfully varied in everything with God and everything without God. And it's one of the things that are really difficult to understand for people through the traumas that happen in our physical existence. Now, with that being said, when you operate that way, you can begin to see things, and it might take some culture shock of our physical existence to see that, but you might move that, and then you might get lucky and learn about your chakras and aligning them. Or you might learn about the health codes that do assist you in aligning them, whether it be real good minerals and vitamins, a real good diet, anything that unclogs your digestional tract so that you can raise your chakra energy to your crown, which I do believe that is the saving grace, and I believe that's the instructions of Jesus Christ to bring us to that truth. So we are saved, so we can operate in this realm with power on high, quote unquote, the Holy Spirit. So I'm in agreement with that acknowledgement, and I really am feeling your vibrations about that. And I know that there's so many different scriptures in the Bible that support this truth, but I think that is only the beginning. And you're only getting the initial software until you get that hardware drive when you delve further and deeper into it. And I'm really encompassed with you. I really like to talk with you more. I know I got to get your book, but if you could save my number, I'd love speaking with you because I have a world of information, of confirmations, and I think you'd find a lot of information really validating and may pursue something into a growth. But
he takes emails through your website, right?
Yeah. If you email the website and just email the girls, because we have about 10 staff, and I love what you're saying. Jesus' teaching things is amazing, but you've got to remember, Jesus wasn't a Christian, but what he taught was incredible, And one of the things he taught is really no judgment, look after people, service to others. I love his teachings, it was all about, one thing he said was really interesting. When you believe in me, and I think it was my teachings, and when you believe in my teachings, you'll have everlasting life. That means when you get it down here, you don't have to keep coming down here again to learn again. So he's got some beautiful teachings. So, but I'm not a Christian, but I love his teachings.
And Lael, did you want a quick reading?
Sure, but I do believe that, may I please say this? I believe that he taught us the right way to get to that, and I do believe also what you said before, there's people there trying to control this, because somehow if they mastermind the reincarnate spirits, then they overcome it. And
yeah, that's true. That's true. What would your question be for your reading? What do you want to know?
well, I always tie in with spirits that I believe need some help, and every girlfriend I end up getting around this country as I've been in my travels. I'm in aviation as well, Marine Corps veteran.
Thank
all
you.
That stuff. Thanks. You're welcome. It was my pleasure. They just always seem to try to drag me down when it gets too much, and I'm always like, look, the whole key of this life is to find the joy. When you get the joy, you get the power.
All right, negative relations. What do you think there, Christopher?
Well, I think the problem is that, you're obviously getting a lot more involved, and so it's very difficult to find the right partner because there's a very small percentage that, people say, oh, people are awakening. Well, that's great. So they're starting to get, oh, government's not interested in you. Probably the city's not interested in you. Everything's manipulated. I mean, often people say, well, there's got to be something that's not manipulated. I'm going, hang on a sec, let's have a think. Oh, that'd be everything. Everything's manipulated at the moment. So I think, it's very difficult to find someone on the same level. And, my advice is, I know this because I've been through different things. I would really wait until someone really wows you. Oh, wow, you're on the same page. You understand the same things. Because when you evolve, you don't want to be treading eggshells where, then when you start saying some things to them, and you're in a relationship, of course, what happens is that God, this guy's nuts, I mean, I've been out for dinners, with very strong Baptist people. That's what do you do for a living? Can you imagine? Healing. What sort of healing? Wow, And, you start talking about it, the eyes glaze over, they get the fluoride stare, and they're gone. They never invite you again.
That's it.
But I think, it's getting around people who really honor you. I think you've got to set boundaries. We've done it ourselves in our personal life. We only hang around with people who honor us, and, they're not there to suck the life out of you and learn. They're there to actually just enjoy themselves and have a laugh because, I do this work every day. It's exhausting, especially now. It was a piece of cake 4 or 5 years ago because we didn't have all this emotion and things going on in the world. But now the world's falling fast.
Topsy-turvy.
You're kind of holding people up, basically.
First-time caller Darlene's with us in Albany, New York. Hello, Darlene.
Hello. I feel grateful, thankful, and blessed that I got through on this call.
Perfect. How can we help you?
Well, I lost my soulmate, and I am dealing with it. I try to be positive, but then I have to deal with the negativity. You sort of touched on that with your last caller. But right now, my heart feels so empty, and I do what I can to feel better. I joined a group with the seniors, and I got into singing, and I wrote a song, and that helped empty a lot of the pain. But I just, dealing with negative people that try to steal your joy. But I just want to know if I had two great people in my life. My first husband had Alzheimer's. I took care of him for 9 years with the Alzheimer's. That we had 28 wonderful years. My second partner was 24 years, and he was a retired firefighter with lots of injuries, and the last 6 years he was slowly being paralyzed. But I feel as though I still have a lot of love to give, and I would like to not spend the rest of my life alone. So I guess what I want to know is if there's going to be anything for me in the future as far as finding a partner.
Okay, Christopher.
Well, darling, you're a very beautiful person, let me tell you that. I can feel your energy. I think the thing is about losing a soulmate is that, I think you never get over it. I mean, I lost my father-in-law. He was so dear to me, probably, dare I say it, the only, I don't know should say it on the thing, but the only dear person that I've really connected with. And it's funny because we had an interesting relationship, because he's Mandy's father. He was 3 years older than me. I used to see him like a dad. He used to see me like his big brother, spiritual brother. It was a strange relationship. But we got on so well. He was just when he passed away 2 years ago, I was heartbroken,
Oh,
because
I
he's the only
bet.
person
Jeez.
even my mother, my father was like, there's a lot of things involved, but I was heartbroken. And you never get over it, but what you need to do is just honor them. It takes time to be able to just, you'll never get over it, but you learn to manage it. And then moving forward, will you get a new person? Absolutely. I think you're a beautiful person with what you've been doing. Darlene, you're amazing, bless you. You'll be fine. But I would probably wait. Don't transition too quickly to someone new until you've learned to manage, what's happening. And the other thing about negative people is set some boundaries. If the people are being negative to you and sucking the life out of you, chop them out of your life. It's okay. You can love them at a distance. You know what I mean? Unconditional love to me is love, but also with boundaries. You can still love people unconditionally. I love that person, but wow, they've got their stuff going on, but I don't need that in my life. You know what I mean? But I love them at a distance.
Darlene, we're not going to let you go without you singing a few bars of the song you said you wrote. You have it? Can you do that for us?
We were soulmates right from the start. Your memory will always fill my empty heart. It's so hard to start the day without you. It's even harder when the day is through. Although you're no longer here by my side, there is something I can't deny or hide.
That's perfect, Darlene. Well done. Well done.
Beautiful. Yay.
Should do America's Got Talent on this show once in a while, Christopher.
I think we should press the golden button, George.
Have you as one of our judges. That's right.
Bless you all.
Next up, let's go to Brian in Missoula, Montana. Has just a statement. Hey, go ahead, Brian.
Good evening.
Hi there.
I wanted to ask your guest, I have a two-part question, actually. I wanted to ask your guest if he has an opinion on the so-called machine elves, which I presume he's familiar with, psychic or otherwise spiritual or extra-dimensional entities frequently encountered by many people from all walks of life, most often under the influence of DMT, but also through certain spiritual practice. I wanted to ask if he has an opinion on their place in his taxonomy of extra-dimensional creatures. Most of them he's spoken about Archons and Anunnaki as negative and parasitic, and I wonder if he has an opinion on the machine elves. Secondly,
let's do that one first, and I'll come right back to you, Brian. Go ahead, Christopher. Any opinions on those?
Yeah, I don't believe they're great. They're not very dark, but they're not great. They're kind of manipulative. I think they're coming through because the CERN, the particle accelerator, they say it's a big particle, whatever. To me, it's actually a portal opener. What it does, when it accelerates particles, it changes the time-space within that dome. And so, if you look in the sky, you can see a portal opening. It's allowing a lot more beings than there used to be. That's why people are getting overrun with entities. So, yeah, not great beings. I know the ones who are, but, yeah, that's my opinion.
Are they dangerous, Christopher?
Well, they're manipulative. It's like Luciferians, they're dangerous. Well, they can affect your body over a period
of course. They can wear you down.
Well, yeah, wear you down. Draconians, to me, are dangerous because they really shut you down so quickly. You can end up with cancer in weeks, and you can end up doing crazy stuff in weeks because they're dark. And, you can always tell with the Draconian with someone. If you say something wrong to the person, their eyes go black. Oh, okay, you've got a Draconian. I've seen that a couple of times, because when you're talking to the entity, the entity's attached to the person, their eyes go black. It's incredible.
Let's go back to Brian for part two. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, due to the answer to your first question, I'm very interested in your assessment of me if you were to give me a reading, as I have encountered these creatures multiple times, have particular attachment to specific individuals of that type, of machine elves. So I'm very interested what your assessment is of me and my spiritual makeup, my spiritual health as a result of a reading.
All right, give it a try, Christopher.
Well, first of all, you don't fit on this planet. So you probably, I mean, I hear this a lot, but, you're a Starseed person. Is your vibration really high? Not yet. But what I would do is use the map of intent we've got in the book or get it on the website, because one of the things about getting your vibration up is this, and people miss this, If I gave you, for example, energy now, which I'm not going to do because we don't have time, of course, but you can get on the general groups. The next general group is by donation. It's tomorrow night, 5 p.m. Central Time. When you're getting your vibration up, it's not there yet. And so it's really important to keep yourself protected from these entities. And like I said, the 27 Eastern Merkabah field prayer will keep them out whilst you're releasing the emotion, whilst you're getting your vibration up, you're getting the adrenals, thyroid, pituitary, everything balanced. When you really get there where you think, oh, my God, I feel incredible. And, Brian, you're not doing bad, but the vibration's got to be way higher than them. So your field's really big. They can't even get it within your field. You see what I mean?
All right. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate your service and everything else. I got to tell you, 20 years ago, Christopher, I started what we call a Friday prayers group. And it was for people to write in about those people or themselves who had problems, afflictions, and we would all pray for them on Friday. And I got to tell you, we have uncanny results. They've even, people have written me back saying, my mother Betty is doing 100% better since you put her on this prayer list, or my pet dog Fido is healed. It's amazing. But we're going to come back in a moment with more calls with Dr. Christopher Macklin, whose website is globalenlightenmentproject.com, linked up at coasttocoastam.com.
The free Coast Zone email newsletter is sent out 6 days a week and is a great way to keep up on all things Coast. With detailed program recaps, the fascinating Today in Strangeness listing, upcoming guest info, and weekly free audio clips, it's a must-have for Coast fans. Look for the free sign-up on the coasttocoastam.com homepage.
Around the house, at work, in the car, news, weather, traffic, and sometimes they make me laugh.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Hi, I'm Ty Pennington, and this is another one of Ty's tips. To prime or not to prime? That is the question so many weekend warriors ask. Listen to me, please. It's always worth it to prime. Priming makes any job easier and can even make hard-to-paint surfaces like metal or laminate less of a challenge. There are several different kinds of primers on the market. Some are designed to cover and block stains, others are good for hiding existing colors and patterns, and some just do it all. Your local paint store or home center can tint primers, and I recommend this when using darker paint. Most jobs only need one coat of primer, but consider applying 2 over very dark colors or bold prints. Now, once the primer is dry and you begin applying your chosen color, you're going to notice that you can spread the paint smoothly and evenly. Smooth and even are good things when it comes to painting. And that's a prime example why you should always prime.
At Coast to Coast AM, we keep our friends close with this.
How will rising temperatures affect our lives? I'm George Norrie, and climate change expert Jeff Goodell joins us. And later on, What the Dead Teach Us with Suzanne Wilson, right here on Coast to Coast AM. Looking forward to the program.
And we keep our enemies closer at Coast to Coast AM. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes, more and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to strawberry fields. Nothing is real, and nothing to get hung about. Strawberry fields forever. Living is easy with eyes closed. Misunderstanding all you see. It's getting hard to be someone, but it all works out. It doesn't matter much to me. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to strawberry fields. Nothing is real, and nothing to get hung about. Strawberry fields forever.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And we'll be back in a moment with Dr. Christopher Macklin and take final calls, readings, and questions about demonic possessions and psychic vampires, and you name it, we'll have it for you. Next hour, we're going to talk about having an ear for music. I'm looking forward to that, and should be a fun couple hours coming up on that as well. Well, this is Wednesday, and for you Coast Insiders, 2 more programs from the Art Bell Vault. This week's offerings are a pair of classic programs, beginning with a memorable episode from 2007 in which Art was joined by our George Knapp and Colm Kelleher for a conversation about the Skinwalker Ranch and also discussing Area 51 and Bob Lazar. And then later on, Art spoke to Richard Tarnas about consciousness and astrology. Great Art Bell programs for you Coast Insiders. And how do you become a Coast Insider? Well, you sign up for it. Simple as that. You go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top, clicks Insider, and you can fill out that information, or download our free app from the App Store right to your phone and click Profiles and Subscriptions. And the people who sign up for it just simply love it.
Hi, this is Jerry from Pearland, Texas. Loyal listener since 1996. I love being a Coast to Coast Insider because I can download shows to my phone and listen anywhere in Texas, from our Gulf Coast beaches to the mountains of Big Bend.
Hi, I'm Pam from Denver. I've been a Coast to Coast Insider for many, many years and love it. I get to listen whenever I want and get to tap into Art Bell's show vault. You too can get these goodies. Become a Coast to Coast Insider today.
This is Jack. I'm a Coast Insider and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before or anytime with the show archives. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did.
You sure will, and it's only 15 cents a day. Now, here's something for you to lose some weight.
HealthyLooking.com has a new weight product that we're very excited about. No counting points, eating bland food, or even injections, and at a much better price. It's called Weight Magic. Caps and drops, and it's simple. Take one Weight Magic capsule daily. Plus, before meals, place Weight Magic drops under your tongue. Suppress appetite and cravings with proven fat-fighting properties, while you choose what you eat with our free diet guide.
My name is Jen. My first few days I had lost 5 pounds, and I honestly could not believe the scale when I looked at it. Usually when you go onto a diet, you feel deprived of something. I have no craving.
Hello, my name is Scott. I started this product within 50 days. I was down 23 pounds without exercising, taking the Weight Magic capsules and drops. I don't have the cravings that you traditionally would have. This product is spectacular.
Hi, my name is Susie. I have been taking Weight Magic drop and the capsules. It has definitely controlled my appetite. I've actually lost about 15 pounds, steady, healthy decline in my weight. I just feel better. It's not just curbed my appetite, but it's actually changed the way I want to eat and how I do eat. I cannot say enough great things about the Weight Magic.
Excess weight is closely tied to diabetes, heart disease, stroke, high blood pressure, and more. If it's time to lose weight for better health and to look and feel fantastic, for a few bucks a day, it's George's Weight Magic caps and drops at healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490. Use George for free shipping. Live healthier, burn body fat, suppress appetite and cravings. Diet with Weight Magic. Caps and drops at healthylooking.com.
Have you ever gotten a text message from an unknown number that feels just too good to be true? Sometimes it's very annoying. Probably you have. Scammers often send messages posing as someone in need of help, and typically their request involves you to front some money to them. Don't do it. No matter what they promise in return, you're better off deleting these fishy messages and blocking them. It's so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. So join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code GEORGE. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com. Use promo code GEORGE when you get there for 25% off.
The NFL is here, and it's all about the sweet offers from DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers can pocket $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5 on any NFL game. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code SNAP to sign up. New customers can take home $200 in bonus bets instantly just for betting $5. That's code SNAP only on DraftKings Sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, Kansas. 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. See dkng.co/football for eligibility, terms, and responsible gaming resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply.
I listen on my smart speaker.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat.
It's always on. I'm always connected.
At your service since 1951. We're News Talk KRMS.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie back with Dr. Christopher Macklin. Christopher, the person who's been attached, do they invite the entity in, or does this happen and they don't even know it?
Well, it's a really good question. I mean, did they invite them in? Absolutely not. If they knew they were there, But these entities do manipulate, and it's one of these things that, if your vibration's precarious, they can attach to you without you knowing. And you might think, well, that's unfair, because think about this. What's the difference between violation and education? Now, violation to me is when the Greys come down, they paralyze you, take you on a ship, steal your eggs and sperm or whatever, and then put you back. That's a violation to
That's
human
right.
rights.
Without your approval.
Yeah. Full stop. But if you know that, before you come down here, you're plugged in, they show you things like, oh, this can happen, that can happen. You've got these beings, you've got to learn. And so you come into really a classroom planet where it's pretty extreme, to say the least. And so it's not really a violation, it's an education. You might think, well, hang on, an entity attached to me, they're not allowed. Well, you knew about it before you came here, and it's up to us to actually learn how to manage them. I remember the first time I saw an entity was the age of 4, and it was a great old, now I realise, Anunnaki, but I thought, oh, it's a dragon thing, Dad, and he comes running in, and he couldn't see it. I thought, well, it's dark, I could feel that dark, that dark feeling you get in your chest when something's, like, not good.
Not right,
and,
yeah.
And I managed to remove it, but these things, if you know about them before you get here, it's part of the education. But, I was on the Galactic Federation, there's 3 Melchizedek beings, including myself, and we had a meeting. It was, I can't tell you the year, to be honest, but it was June. I think it was probably 2007, maybe 2018. The years have just gone by since all this nonsense going on.
Yep, they sure have.
We talked about violation education, and it was agreed to take the Greys off the planet. So they swept them off. The Actorians swept them off. So what happens now? Okay, so maybe we didn't make it clear enough. So what they're doing is they're opening portals in people's houses. So they're in a different time space, but they're still messing about with people. I thought, that's crazy. So it's really interesting.
Back to the phones we go. Let's go to Elisa in Portland, Oregon. Welcome to the show. Hi, Elisa.
Hello, George.
Good to have you with us. What's your question?
I wanted a reading, and I have a couple of questions. Should I do the questions first?
Let's do one first. Go ahead.
If a person has multiple spiritual attachments, are they generally of the same type, like the archons or the snakes or the Arcadians or whatever, or can they be mixed?
All right. If you have a couple attachments, what can they be, Christopher?
Well, normally, Luciferians, I worked with a lady who had 50, it's the most I've ever seen, 57 Luciferians. And actually...
57? Wow.
Yeah, I was a conscious life expert. I was taking these things out, and the next one would come out, and she was getting all snarly and contorted. And people go, oh, my goodness, what's happening over there? 57. So, but they were the same type. Now, you can find that with Anunnaki and, even... Draconians not so much, but with Anunnaki, you can have an Anunnaki sit in your abdomen, hang on your shoulders, but you can also get a snake being somewhere in your shoulder or whatever. So, yeah, you can have multiple entities of different types, for sure.
Let's go back for your second question. Elisa, go ahead.
Okay. Have you ever heard of what is your experience about them attacking pets?
Have they attacked pets, these attachments?
Oh, big time, yeah. And I'll tell you why, because the thing is about pets is they love you without condition. There's no conditions. They love you. So if they can see these entities, so what happens is that And I work a lot with, pets and, I talk to animals, whatever. But, they tend to, if they see an entity trying to attach you, they'll just jump in and take it on. And so, yeah, I see a lot, I work with a lot of pets and, have attachments. It causes all sorts of problems, itchy skin, liver issues. They can become anxiety-ridden, so for sure.
How does a pet get rid of an attachment, or does it need help?
People tend to, we do a special pet thing where they, get an offline thing. We do a healing on them, remove the entities, work on whatever's going, and then we give a feedback to the client, about, they need a few more sessions or whatever. So, yeah, we do. I work a lot with animals. When I first came to Missouri, Joe, I've got to share this with you. So I came to Missouri, I was in Hollister, which is just outside Branson.
Yeah.
And this lady, I stayed with this lady. She said, come stay with me, because I released her from the Illuminati. It was basically a faction of the Knights Templar, which was Illuminati, and they were hounding her. And I met her in Belize. Anyway, she said, come stay with me. So anyway, she said, this lady's got a problem with a horse. And okay. So we drove to a ranch, and I looked at the horse. It had a cancer tumor by its penis. Huge, terrible. It was bad, And I said to the horse, I asked permission, can I heal her? No. Oh, why not? The owner doesn't want to live. And I was looking at this lady, well, how do you mean? She's smiling, and I said, I can't work on him. She said, well, why not? I said, because you don't want to live. She burst into tears. Oh, here we go. I've got to the root of the problem. They're killing each other. So I said to the horse, right, let me come back to you. Let me work on your owner first. So I went in, worked on her for about an hour and a half. She was laughing, joking, removed the empty. And I said, do you want to live? Yeah. Okay, so I want you to come outside and show him, by your energy. So she walked in front of him, and I said, do I get permission to work on you? Absolutely. That cancer went in 4 weeks.
Unbelievable. Let's go to James. That's tremendous. And Newport News, Virginia. Hey, James, go ahead, sir.
Hey, George and Christopher, how are you?
Good, Jim. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jim.
Hi, Christopher. Hey, you always let me say my name in my book. You never disappointed me, George. And I say it's my book, but it's the Holy Spirit helped me write it. I'm convinced of that because I asked that, and it's a better book than I could have ever done. Would it be okay if I said the name of the book, George?
Well, I'll let you do it right after your question.
Okay, my question is, do you think, I know that Revelation 12 happened just before the last election, and that was September 23rd, 2017, and that's when apparently it could be when one-third of the angels were cast down from heaven that tried to overtake heaven with Satan. They were all cast down. Apparently they were numbered in Revelation 5 as being 10,000, 10,000, 1,000, which is over 100 million angels in Revelation 5. But we don't know how many were cast down in Revelation 12. But if it's anything like the same, that's like 33 million, anywhere, somewhere, maybe not, but 33 million demons that follow Satan were cast down just for the last election. And also, so the question is, do you think the four horses of the apocalypse are running right now and have been running because they're talking about wheat shortages and all that in this other country coming from that war going on there. That's the third horse that even mentions a quart of wheat for a denarius and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius, is talking about scarcity of food there. Second horse is the red horse and the rider that has conflict on the earth. Well, we've had plenty of conflict in the earth, if anybody hasn't noticed. And the first one is the conqueror, and that's the white horse, and that's the one that Jesus said you conquer by dividing any kingdom divided cannot stand. And the fourth one is widespread death on the earth, and that has to do with death, it says, and that going back to the older books, they're talking about plague stuff like that. So that we've had plenty of that. So that's even more maybe coming. So we got all this one. Now, do you think that those four horses are running? Because I'm not hearing anything, hardly too many churches. There are maybe a few churches, but it seems like the ministers and the churches and the pastors are being very quiet about all these things, and it's not helping the people follow what's going on. There's a big gap there in people's knowledge that's not coming out of the church to tell them what's going on. So now they have to rely on conservative talk show hosts to fill them in, and they don't know the Bible. So usually they don't know much of the revelation in the Bible. So do you think, Christopher, that those fallen angels from Revelation 12 happened before the last election and combined
All
with
right,
the
well,
four
let's get it.
horsemen?
Let's get his answer in. Go ahead, Christopher.
Well, there are fallen angels. There's a lot. There's fallen angels and everything. Even Anunnaki, there's some good Anunnaki. They're not all bad. There are fallen angels as well. There's even a fallen Melchizedek being, which is called the Antichrist. I was born as a Melchizedek being. But what's interesting, have a listen to this. So, the Hebrew origin of the word Satan means accuser. Now, you've got to think about this really carefully. So, if you look at it, the essence of evil is whenever we blame and accuse people of circumstances. In other words, you play the victim is the root of all evil, because what you're doing is, by victim, what you're doing is you're looking at someone's journey and you're blaming them when you shouldn't be. You should be honoring them and loving them for their journey. Do you want them in your life? Maybe, maybe not. But if you start accusing them or judging, Jesus talked about judging, and again, I'm not Christian, but Jesus talked about judgment. Don't judge anybody. Forgive everybody. And I think part of the problem is that people, because the separation of happening, vax versus no vax, mask versus, now we've got Antifa, BLM, we've got, Biden versus Trump. We've got all this separation. It's so huge. And, I think we've got to start coming together and stop this accusation, stop this judgment, and come back as a whole. Because, again, to me, that fuels these negative energies by the emotion. So, that's the answer I've got.
All right, as promised, James, get the name of your book out real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, and just let me bless with an angel and a rainbow, but let me respond just to say that all sounds fine, but when the devil's captured, he's called, when he's put in chains and that, he says to deceive the whole world. So he's not only the accuser, he's the deceiver too. So if we go by, we're the ones that are the accusers and the deceivers, and it's not the devil doing it all. A lot of it anyway, controlling that, then we're deceiving ourselves, I think. But I appreciate it, George. Bless with an angel and a rainbow, and you got a great show. Thanks.
All right, I'm not sure you can chain up the devil. What do you think about that, Christopher?
I think the problem is, what do you call the devil? I mean, Anunnaki, Draconians, Luciferians, the devil is not one thing. It's a plethora of beings going against us. So you can't just chain up one, So this is, it's interesting because people say, Trump's the savior, or, this is the savior, that's the savior. Nobody's a savior. The only person who's going to save us is us, ourselves, in my opinion. Taking your power back, saying enough's enough, we've got to change things. And I think it's bled into the people. And, like I say, separation, the accuser and all this sort of thing. But how can you chain up the devil? I mean, what is the devil? Dark versus light. So the dark is the devil, but darkness is made up of a plethora of different things, in my opinion.
2 minutes left, Christopher. Bonnie in Phoenix. Go ahead, Bonnie.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I had a heart surgery about 4 years ago, and it gave me PTSD. And then after that, they had this, quote, pandemic or whatever it was. So I've been stuck in the house for years. And now I'm just constantly in fight or flight. I'm in constant fear, and I'm just, I really don't enjoy anything anymore. I'm afraid to do anything because I'm so afraid. I can be sitting on the couch, and I'm just like, I can feel my heart pounding and my stomach tightening, and I really don't know what to do with it. I've tried everything, and nothing seems to be working.
What do you think, Christopher? And Bonnie, just keep listening to our show and call in and become part of it. Go ahead, Christopher.
Well, Bonnie, yeah, I think the biggest thing is this. PTSD, and let me give an example of my wife.
Minute left.
My wife had a daughter. I'll be very quick. She's got autism. She attacked her, bit the crap out of her, bit her all the time, attacked her. And anyway, when I met her, I used to laugh with her and say, wow, you've got to watch the bite here. And she'd take chunks out my arm. And, my wife had severe PTSD from that for 5 years. Thing is about PTSD is this, the trauma and everything else of the heart surgery, and then, of course, what's going on with the pandemic, I think the biggest thing, I would come for some healings. We do Thursday night. If you want to do a one-to-one, that's great. But what we need to do is release that emotion real quick. We need to also rebalance in neurochemical balance, which is completely off. That's the serotonin comes from the adrenals, GABA, dopamine, melatonin, the rest of it comes from glands of the brain. Your adrenals are pretty shot. I bet you feel completely exhausted probably all the time, and just, and you also have an attachment. So what I do, Bonnie, I would encourage you, go and sign up for tomorrow night. It doesn't cost you anything. If you want to pay a donation, great. If you don't, that's okay. We do it for people. So tomorrow night, 5 p.m. Central Time, I want to encourage you to come on the general healing. Bless your heart.
Christopher, my friend, stay in touch with us. Love what you do. Dr. Christopher Macklin, website linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Up next, we're going to talk about music, and you're included.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
If you're struggling to keep up with conversations, avoiding restaurants because you can't understand the waiter, if you've got the TV volume way up, then you really need these. These tiny but powerful little hearing aids are the Nano CIC Rechargeable, priced at only $297 for a full pair. And no, these are not simply amplifiers. These are ultra high quality, ultra reliable hearing aids, priced thousands less than other hearing aids. They fit right in your ear, nothing shows on the back of your ear, and at only $297 for a full pair. When you order today, Nano will give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and Nano will give you a free portable charging case and even ship them to you for free. Here's the number. Call now.
800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. That's 800-984-7197.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-466-8813. 800-466-8813. That's 800-466-8813.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Stacey Lynn in Washington. Danilo Cavalcante is still on the run, and now we're learning how he got out.
Acting prison warden Howard Holland explains how Danilo Cavalcante was able to escape the facility last Thursday.
Cavalcante escapes from the prison, having crab walked up a wall, pushed his way through a razor wire, run across a roof, scale another fence, and push his way through more razor wire.
What's more, another inmate escaped the same way in May.
Cavalcante escaped at the same location as Igor Bolt, but for Cavalcante, there was razor wire to contend with before reaching the roof.
But it did not stop him, nor did a tower officer who never saw or reported the escape, who's now on administrative leave. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Well, it's been sweltering in over half the country lately, and some kids are sweating it out in schools with no air conditioning. Hugh Barrett's son's in kindergarten at the AC-less Horace Mann Elementary School in Washington, D.C.
This is a known issue across the district where there are so many gaps for just basic services like air conditioning not being functional in places like schools where kids need to learn, teachers need to teach.
The special counsel overseeing the Hunter Biden investigation intends to formally charge him by the end of the month. CBS's Catherine Herridge on what this indictment could mean.
During the plea hearing in July, one of the things the special counsel agreed to at that time is that if the deal collapsed, they would have to bring charges outside in either Washington, D.C. or California.
Two of the defendants charged in the Georgia election interference case wanted to be tried separately and not with the 17 others. But a judge says no. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
They certainly do not want to be associated with the broad group who's charged in the racketeering case, because the more of them that are tried together, the stronger there is the implication that they were working together.
Meanwhile, another inmate has died at the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta. 24-year-old Chandre Delmore was found unresponsive in his cell August 31st. He died a few days later. 6 inmates have died in the jail since the end of July, 10 since the beginning of the year. The jail is currently under federal investigation. A kiss on the lips allegedly without consent has turned into sexual assault charges for the suspended president of the Spanish Soccer Federation.
Soccer star Jenny Hermoso has lodged a criminal complaint over what she says was an unsolicited kiss by the president of Spain's Football Federation. The public prosecutor said the complaint of sexual assault will be treated as soon as possible.
That's CBS News correspondent Elaine Cobb in Paris. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late news now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. Power has been restored to all of the roughly 5,000 people that were knocked out sometime or another during storms that blew through the lake area on Tuesday night. Officials say most of the power issues were caused directly by toppling trees and flying debris. The storm packed a 50-mile-an-hour or higher wind gusts. However, the National Weather Service never did issue any severe thunderstorm warnings for that system. A full check of what the weather looks like coming up in just a bit. As expected, the week of Labor Day weekend was busy for law enforcement around the lake area. In Osage Beach, according to Lieutenant Michael O'Day, officers conducted 97 traffic stops and assisted at 30 different calls for fire department responses. The week also saw Osage Beach officers arrest 4 people, including a 36-year-old from Augusta, Kansas, on domestic assault and kidnapping charges. 3 others, a 46-year-old woman from Iberia, a 47-year-old man from Osage Beach, and a 46-year-old man from Tuscumbia, were arrested for traffic-related offenses. And Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey has joined a multi-state and territorial coalition urging Congress to look at how artificial intelligence can be used to exploit children through sexual abuse materials. Bailey says the dangers of AI as it relates to child sexual abuse materials is clear in 3 main categories, including digitally altering, recreating, or creating different depictions of real child's likenesses to feed the market with child sexual abuse materials. The coalition is asking Congress to form a commission and to ultimately expand existing restrictions to also cover AI-generated child sexual abuse materials. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job, like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jenska with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear throughout the early morning hours. Temperatures hold steady in the region. Winds will be fairly light. Thursday sunny. Highs make it into the middle 80s. Winds north 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night mostly clear. Lows drop to 62. And highs get back into the 80s on Friday. The current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 81 degrees, and the temperature at the studios right now it's 60.
Attention taxpayers, ready for some bad news? With $80 billion in new funding from Congress, the IRS has launched their most aggressive hiring campaign ever to ramp up enforcement. If you're ignoring your taxes, don't delay another minute because your paycheck, your bank account, even your home or business could already be at risk. Now, here's the good news. Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm, can get to work immediately, helping to protect you from the IRS. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their tax attorneys and licensed professionals are experts at resolving tax problems. Let them help determine if you qualify for the Fresh Start Initiative or other powerful IRS tax assistance programs. Take control. Call Optima Tax Relief now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Let's.
God only knows what I'd be without you.
From somewhere out there, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
One of the great songs by the Beach Boys. Boy, they had a tune to them, didn't they? We're going to talk music in just a moment. Harvey Kubernick back with us. His books are all out there. I'll tell you some of them when we come back, and we'll dive right into it, and you'll be part of the program in the last hour as we'll take your calls. Let's talk about Marvelous Entertainment again, because they have developed these incredible comic books based on the masterpieces of novelist Marvin Sunderland. And what they did is they went out and got comic creator Andy Fish and said, look, Marvin's done 7 incredible novels of science fiction. They're amazing, but let's turn them into comic books. And Andy said, well, let's take a look at this and let me get my team together and see what we can do. And they did it. And they're coming out with great comic books to have some fun with about space adventures and scary things as well. They've got it all. And they're offering a free bronze membership option that gives you access to behind-the-scenes content, free comics, and other memberships, providing access to promotional and bonus items like secret decoder rings, puzzles, and even more. They've got great fun, and it's back. Join the excitement with incredible titles like Haunted Planet, Space Rangers, Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Waggit Jr. Just join them all at iWaggit.com. That's IWAGGIT, iWaggit.com, where you blast off on your free adventure.
Attention taxpayers. If you're facing IRS debt you can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of the new Taxpayer Relief Initiative to free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing, the IRS has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. You may qualify for significant tax savings. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number, store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-508-0328. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or you even have years of unfiled tax returns, you may now find the relief that you need. Call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-508-0328. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-508-0328 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-508-0328.
My station. We love it. It's #1.
When I listen to you, life feels normal.
Listen live on our smartphone app, Alexa, Google Play, and KRMSradio.com.
And welcome back to Coast. We are back with Harvey Kubernick, author of many books, including Turn Up the Radio, Canyon of Dreams, Docs That Rock, Jimi Hendrix, Voodoo Child, and a number of others. He is an expert on the music world and is back with us on Coast to Coast. Hey, Harvey, how you been?
Doing great. Just always delighted to be invited to your program, and I know your listeners occasionally like to take a little departure from Area 51 to Harvey 51.
Exactly, and we're going to do that. You still out there on the West Coast?
I sure am.
I'm in St. Louis, but had I been back in Los Angeles, we would have had you physically in the studio.
Well, you know, I spent a lot of time going by your studio and Sherman Oaks, California. We'll do it in the future.
We will do that indeed. How did you get so involved in music, Harvey?
You know, it's a question I'm asked a lot. Part of it is geographically. You know, I'm a native of Los Angeles. I'm born literally in East Hollywood on the corner of like Sunset and Alvarado, overlooking the Hollywood 101 freeway at the Queen of Angels Hospital. And I start the journey there. And at the time, Los Angeles, and I don't think people really realize that, although I certainly detail it in my book, Turn Up the Radio. You know, there were many R&B radio stations in L.A. in the 50s, way into the 60s.
Sure.
There were jazz radio stations. There was so much music. It was a thriving, vibrant community. You know, sorry, folks, it all wasn't New York City and Chicago. And you're just inundated with, even before the transistor radio arrived, it's just blaring in front of you. And then, you know, with my parents and my brother Kenneth, I end up, you know, leaving like downtown Los Angeles and Coliseum Street Elementary School and Crenshaw Village and Leimert Park, and I end up in Culver City right near MGM Studios, and somehow end up in West Hollywood going to high school all through the late 60s. So it's so in front of me, and, you know, maybe I've become this messenger and I mirror it out to other people as well. It's just been part of my DNA.
Good for you. Did you ever know our old friend who's passed away, R. Gary Patterson?
No. I know we have a mutual friend in the late Russ Regan, but I didn't know the other guy.
Yeah, he was good. He did a great job. He reminded me of you and just so excitable about the music scene and the world and stuff like that.
Well, it's been my salvation, you know. You know, we turn to music, you know, in happiness and in decision-making situations, just following, you know, the Beach Boys' God Only Knows. You know, I've been privileged to know Brian Wilson for half a century. I must have done 12 interviews with him. And I've been fortunate. I was able to say, Brian, what is it about God Only Knows? What is it? Why does it still impact 57 years after you did it? And he'd say something like, when I first did it, I was wondering, would radio ever play a song that had God in the title? and then here I am being greeted or following the Declaration as you're using it as interstitial music. But think about him, you know, having concerns almost two-thirds of a century ago about a song title, as well as concerns about would the record label actually let the word God be, you know, in the package artwork and everything. We've come a long way, I think.
Yeah, we sure have. Well, let's have some fun talking about music. We'll take calls next hour as well, Harvey. And, you know, I'm a product of Detroit. I'm a Motown guy. I've seen it all in Motown, and they continue to do a great job. Berry Gordy still kicking.
Oh, I was just at a Motown event a week ago when they honored Marvin Gaye in the 53rd anniversary of his album Let's Get It On.
That's
Smokey Robinson was on the panel at the Grammy Museum in L.A., and I spent some time with Smokey. I was just filmed for a documentary with Smokey, but I spent some time with him, and it became even more clear to me what the city of Detroit gave to all of us. Sure, we know about General Motors, and sure, I mean, people like you know about the Detroit Tigers or Al Kaline, or you know what I'm...
Sure,
absolutely. And all that world.
But the music scene, look out.
Well, even Smokey said on the panel about Detroit, and especially Motown, it could never happen again. And sure, it's a brand now, and Berry Gordy, who's 92 or 93, he's still involved. He's still involved emotionally and fiscally, but the music still continues, whether it be TV shows or soundtracks. And I mean, for somebody like you who was there with Casey Kasem, or hearing it, like what the DJ's name was, like Robin Seymour back there, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, you were ground floor watching something that's really informed the world and brought us all closer together. And the music, it just, even in streaming platforms, or even, when you hear it, even in elevators or something, every time you hear a Motown recording, you discover something different about it. And it was our friend Russ Regan, who worked for Motown and Joe Batten, and was involved with, bringing Motown to the West Coast. He was a promo man and worked with Berry Gordy 60 to 63. He introduced the world to, like, Please Mr. Postman by the Marvelettes. Russ said he learned one thing from Berry: you can always smell the opening of a Motown record by the hooks you get brought into. It still connects.
It really does. We had Smokey Robinson on the show, the Coast to Coast program, several months ago, Harvey, and he was just wonderful.
Well, what was that like for you? That was
amazing.
That's your soul brother.
I try not to get so excitable like a kid, but deep down inside, it's there. I mean,
listen, I've done interviews with him. I just did a documentary I filmed with him. I've seen him in markets. And then I said, Smoke, I need about 30 seconds with you. I've got to ask you a question. He said, no. What do you need, man? What do you need? And I just said, that song, Tears of a Clown.
Yep.
And I just said, when I heard that when I was, 17 or 18, I never heard somebody reference and use the term Pagliacci in the song lyric, clown. And he just laughed and he said, well, why didn't you get a thesaurus and look it up?
He was classic. He really, beautiful. And he's touring now.
He's playing. He had COVID a while ago, but he's rebooked a bunch of dates and he's working into next year. And he's featured in a wonderful documentary that's currently broadcast on Showtime TV called Hitsville, The Making of Motown. And it's just so fantastic to hear him discuss songs and songwritings. And, I know, Barry always said Smokey is the guy because Barry started as a songwriter. But Smokey, the wisdom of the songs, the direction you take from the lyrics, and he had a lot of co-writers and people who worked with him. But, you were there ground floor hearing Shop Around and hearing these seminal audio sonic gems that changed the world. But you in Detroit, who sings and understands music, it must be amazing for you as you see how Motown expanded globally. Because to somebody like you, it's something on WKLCW or whatever that station was over there. Look how it spread.
WKNR.
Yes.
Bob Green was the one who played the Beatles' first song.
Right. And was Georgie Woods a disc jockey over there? I think he was more Philadelphia. But what a network of disc jockeys that ushered the music to us.
Oh, my God. Absolutely. We've got a couple great artists who listen to Coast as often as they can. Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top and John Fogerty. And great guys.
Yeah, and they're very roots, driven, artists and performers. And their lives began, on the AM radio dial as kids and as fans, and look how they were ushered into the world too.
Absolutely. Let's talk about some artists that are not with us right now. Johnny Cash, what's happening there?
Well, it's September 3rd marked the 20th anniversary of Johnny Cash's physical passing. It's been 20 years.
That long already?
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. I have a bond with Johnny partially because we share a February 26th, date of birth. And maybe I saw him in June 25, 30 times over, 40 or 50 years. But Johnny Cash, there's a book coming out in November, A Life in Lyrics. And starting very soon and going into next year, there's an estate authorized touring exhibition of Johnny Cash, like the Johnny Cash Concert Experience, which his son John Carter Cash is very involved in. That's touring all over the United States, where you hear Johnny's music. There are excerpts from his television program, And so it's not an oldies but goodies kind of show. It's more of an event and a tribute and a salute to Johnny. But he's actually involved as far as products and recordings and videotapes. So Johnny continues. The records keep going. His impact is still there, and it's to me he was always like a voice of America. It still resonates to me.
I will always remember when he was at Folsom Prison. What an event!
I have 3 different configurations of the Live from Folsom Prison album, and you start seeing people like Johnny Cash. Initially they're on TV or you see them touring, and then there's documentaries, or in the case of Johnny Cash, there's Walk the Line theatrical movies, just like Elvis. All of a sudden there's biopics on Elvis. You're seeing the growth of this Southern music, much like Detroit, that reached global ears.
Oh, that is so true. It is so true. And I'll always remember Johnny Cash coming out going, "Hello, everybody, I'm Johnny Cash."
That's how it all started.
What a talent. I mean,
beautiful.
What caught him on? Because initially when you first hear him, he's kind of laid back. He's not like an Elvis, but he caught on. What sparked his career?
He had such drive and determination to get his music out there. And he was also guided by maybe some of the right people initially, Sam Phillips at Sun Records, and then ending up at Columbia Records and working with the producer Don Law. And he, what I always find interesting about Johnny Cash, and I've written a lot about him, there's a big article I've just posted on him on cavehollywood.com. I don't think people realize from late 1959 or 60 to 1966, Johnny Cash was based in Southern California, kind of living in the Ventura area, even had an office on Hollywood Boulevard. You don't really realize he did 6 years in Southern California. It wasn't always, Memphis or Nashville. And so he's coming in the heart of Hollywood or making records when he's living out here. And he was always like fighting for the underdog and having concerns about Native American rights. I mean, he's just part of the fabric of our world.
That is truly remarkable. I do the first Sunday of every month on Coast to Coast, Harvey, and I end the program with Disturbed with David the Diamond, the singer.
Yes.
Of singing Sounds of Silence. And that is so haunting. It gives me goosebumps every time I hear it.
And when we hear Johnny Cash, it might be I Walk the Line, or it might be A Boy Named Sue, or some of the other things. You actually stop for a minute when you are confronted hearing the voice, because there's this he's sort of like this guide. I don't know. I guess for me, when I'm 6, 7, or 8, and Johnny Cash is in the newspaper, and I realize, they used to list people's date of birth or where they lived, or sometimes their street addresses in the old newspapers. And when I realized that he had the same birthday as me and
cool.
Fats Domino, I said, wow, who's Fats Domino? I got to invest in Johnny Cash. We're like February people. I even said that to Smokey Robinson. He said, hey, man, I said, both born in February, and he'd go 19th, and I'll go 26th. I know it's sort of a comical bond we have, but it brings people together. And so Johnny, this 20 years since he left us, it kind of shows you how quick life goes as well.
Absolutely. It's truly remarkable. One of my favorite Johnny Cash songs is It Ain't Me, Babe. That's one of his classics.
Well, he did that at the Newport Folk Festival. It was a cover of a Bob Dylan song.
He's singing that with June, right?
Yes, and I saw him do it at the Troubadour one time in West Hollywood, and he brought a lot of people's songs forward. He kind of exposed people like Chris Christopherson and popularized Bob Dylan. Plus, he was a very early supporter of Bob Dylan at Columbia Records when Bob Dylan was first on the label and his debut album didn't do very well. And Johnny really lobbied for the executives and the promotional people to really stick with this guy. And when Cash had his, Johnny Cash TV show on ABC between 69 and 71, Bob Dylan was the first guest on his TV series, and that stuff's all available like on a double DVD. I encourage people to check out the Johnny Cash Show DVD. It's just wonderful to see the kind of people that Johnny put on the show, from the Monkees to Ray Charles. I mean, just think about him and Buffy St. Marie. I mean, just giving forum to these kind of people. This is in 1969, and this is a pre-cable TV world. There's only 3 networks happening.
That's right.
Johnny brought people to our attention.
You're going to get a kick out of this. I met a couple months ago Paul Anka.
Well, where do you want to start? From Diana on down.
I mean, plus My Way. He wrote that for Frank Sinatra.
He sure did.
Just classic.
He is beyond a survivor. I think he's also overlooked in history. I've had some conversations years ago with him because people forget what a businessman he has been, whether it be artist management or starting as a teenager from Canada.
Yep.
And I also think I wasn't present, but when you're coming from Canada and you're Lebanese, right? Was he Lebanese, I think?
Yes, he sure was.
I'm not going to say there were inherent, odds against him, but he comes to Culver City or his first record label as a teenager, and he ends up being this songwriter. He's a teen idol initially with these wonderful "Put Your Head on My Shoulder," and then he becomes this Vegas icon, and he's still out there touring. And you realize, you know what, the guy has had a 65-year-old career. When he started in the 50s, people always sort of looked at rock and roll and said, oh, it's a 2 or 3 year career maybe, go back to college, get a day job. And look at him 2/3 of a century later, just out there and doing it. And he has a very devoted fan base.
Oh, absolutely. And he's a class guy and a nice guy too, Harvey.
Yes.
When we come back after the break, let's talk a little bit about Wayne Newton. And how old is Mick Jagger?
80.
80 years old, and he's still singing. They're coming out with a new album in another month or two, aren't they?
In late October, and today they issued a single from this album. Rock and roll isn't just for kids anymore. There are grandfathers on stage performing it.
Doing their thing. We'll talk about some of that. Harvey Kubernick with us. We'll be back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Me through my workday. I always have my radio on at work.
Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Tantillo, your fresh grocer, and today we're going to do a tip on cluster tomatoes. Okay, backyard tomatoes are all about done, but cluster tomatoes are fantastic. Now, we've talked about these tomatoes before. These are the tomatoes that are attached to the stem. They're also called stem tomatoes. 4, 5, 6 tomatoes, all attached together. What makes these so great, besides growing in hothouses so they control the environment, they're still pulling nutrients from the stem. So the greener that stem is and the redder those tomatoes are, the better it's going to taste. Don't buy them green anyway, and don't buy them with the brown stem. Forget about it. Now what you want to do when you buy your tomatoes like that, oh, one more thing, make sure they have that wonderful aroma. Simply bring them home and store them on the counter, and that's what you want to do. You do not want to store any tomatoes in the refrigerator at any time. Cluster tomatoes, if you want a great recipe of cluster tomato sauce, log on to TonyTantillo.com.
At Coast to Coast AM, we keep our friends close with this.
How will rising temperatures affect our lives? I'm George Norrie, and climate change expert Jeff Goodell joins us. And later on, What the Dead Teach Us with Suzanne Wilson, right here on Coast to Coast AM. Looking forward to the program.
And we keep our enemies closer at Coast to Coast AM. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Every time it rains, a penny's from heaven. Don't you know each cloud contains pennies from heaven? You'll find your fortunes falling all over the town. Be sure that your umbrella is upside down. Trade them for a package of sunshine and flowers. If you want the things you love, you must have showers. So when you hear it thunder, don't run under a tree. There'll be pennies from heaven for you and me.
From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll take your calls next hour with Harvey Kubernik, so get ready to make a call or two about this incredible world of music. And paranormaldate.com keeps cruising along as well. It is marvelous, and 122 people shy of 172,000 signed-up members. It's incredible at paranormaldate.com. And now here's something for your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better, faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code GEORGE for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa have formally agreed to use local currencies instead of using the U.S. dollar, and that's the first shoe to fall, and it's not a good fall. As demand for the dollar weakens, the buying power of the dollar will weaken, and that is why Birch Gold is busier than ever right now, with investors and savers looking to harness the power of physical gold held in a tax-sheltered IRA, and you can too. Simply text COAST to 989898 for your free info kit on gold. With thousands of happy customers, an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, and countless 5-star reviews, you can count on Birch Gold to help you navigate transitioning an existing IRA or 401k and shifting it into an IRA in gold. And as the U.S. dollar continues to receive pressure from these foreign countries, digital currency and central banks, arm yourself with information on how to protect yourself and your savings. Text COAST to 989898 to claim your free info kit right now.
Real people, real stories.
I coughed, and I coughed until I choked 24 hours a day. I couldn't even walk across my floor without literally coughing until I would gasp. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing had stopped since I've taken the Carnivora. Everyone that would come into our store would say, "What happened? Why are you not coughing?" I told them what I'm doing, and they said, "Well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing?" I said, "I can't answer that. It just stopped it."
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
More connected than ever before. Couldn't live without it.
Everyone's listening. KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie along with Harvey Kubernick. Harvey, we've lost Tony Bennett, Jimmy Buffett, Robbie Robertson of the band. We've lost some great talent lately.
You know, as we grow older, it's just a fact of life, and especially when we're dealing with public personalities. You know, if you were to go back 40, 50, or 60 years ago, and I know you were old enough to maybe know when Richie Valens and Buddy Holly died in that plane crash in 1959, or, of course, these reference points like John F. Kennedy, November 22nd, 1963. These are our first memories of maybe, we'll call it celebrity deaths, and it's either through newspaper or maybe you saw it on the news or heard it on the radio. But in the case of people like Robbie Robertson and the people you mentioned, we now have like 50 and 60 years of cumulative media about these people. We kind of feel they're not part of the family, but we feel we know them because we've seen them in concerts, we've seen them in documentaries, we have bought their recordings in so many different configurations, and with the internet and websites and things like that, there's such shared information about these people that they're at your fingertips or in your earbuds or something. And in the case of Robbie Robertson, my brother and I, Kenneth, wrote a book on the band. I first interviewed Robbie in 1976, and then in 2000, and then 2017. Now, I may have only met him 12 times, and did maybe 6 hours of tapings in a 45-year period. And I'd see him at restaurants or out with Jane Fonda at an art opening or something, and maybe I was an acquaintance at the most. But still, when I get the news of these people, and because my work is on the internet, Google, and there's just not one casual mention, there's 10 or 15 articles over 5 decades on this person, and I am not confronted, that's too harsh of a word, but I get the phone calls and the emails or in the market, and people say, I'm sorry to hear about your friend Robbie's death. I don't really call him a friend, but they heard about Robbie Robertson partially through work I've done, or there's this association. And to me, it's really deep. I mean, it's a guy that wrote a song called King Harvest Has Surely Come, and I always thought that was kind of cool, Harvey Harvest. But, these people are they're not just our record collection people, they're our travel companions. And, but they'd all would tell us to keep going and not have a pity party and acknowledge them, when possible. But it's happening not at an alarming rate. Rock and roll people, like jazz people or some of the country artists before, and classical, people are cutting records at 60, 70, and into their 80s now.
That's great.
We didn't really plan on this kind of world where these people are going toward 90-year birthdays and still around to either, run catalogs or still occasionally tour. And stuff. Like Johnny Mathis is doing some live dates, and I think he's 83 or 84.
Tom Jones, he's still out there.
And you know what? Let's get rid of this age thing. As far as thinking, oh, it's incredible he's out there at age 74. Well, some people make their best work artistically. Maybe this goes into the painting world. They do their best work toward the end of their lives, or the last fourth quarter, shall we say. And we should not lament that what's these people going out there? They're senior citizens touring. They're doing it for all of us.
Were you in shock when Elvis Presley died in 1977?
No, I wasn't. In fact, it's funny you say this. I saw Elvis Presley 5 or 6 times in concert, and most of the time I was writing for a UK music weekly called Melody Maker, which really had a readership of over 1 million people a week.
That's a lot then.
Yes, and I saw a couple of Elvis Presley concerts in 76 and 77, and I actually headlined an article, "The King Has Lost His Crown."
Oh, boy.
And it's out there on the internet, and I actually said, he was dropping the mic and slurring some words. It was adequate, but I actually said, somebody needs to put this guy in a hospital.
Mm-hmm.
I just... Not because I have a health and sociology degree. It was quite evident. And this has nothing to do with weight gain and the sloppiness of the show and the repetition. He just did not look healthy. It's like if somebody in your family, if they're really sick, go see a doctor. And so when it happened, I was unhappy and in shock because I was a huge Elvis fan. I mean, I just talked to Priscilla last month. I wrote the liner notes for the 68 Elvis Presley Comeback Special box set. But I knew that was somebody not doing well on stage. After I'd seen him so vibrant, like in 1970, I took 3 buses to see him at the Forum. I had to see Elvis Presley. And I wasn't in shock. I didn't expect it to happen. But you also say to yourself, where are the people around these people protecting these people?
Mm-hmm.
In the last year of his life, Elvis Presley, I think, did 118 shows, the most amount of shows in the last year of his life than before. So he was overworked, overtaxed, and to me it's, and I'm reminded of him every day because once again, of all the work I've done, I mean, next year is my 50th year as a professional journalist.
That's amazing.
And I don't deserve any awards or kudos. This is my calling. But, if you would have told me I'd put in a half a century and become a writer, I mean, you're just talking to a guy that could never get on the yearbook staff or write for the school newspapers or was just thwarted at every attempt to be heard. And through not perseverance or determination, I let the music guide me, and now I think all of us are benefiting from the work and myself and so many other people do. But my goal was to maybe write a book. I never thought there'd be 20, or maybe I remember I always wanted to see my name on the screen on Hollywood Boulevard at a big movie theater. It was never a dream. I wanted to see my name on the screen because I would go to the movies a lot in Hollywood. And now I'm in all these documentaries and meeting studio heads and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just sort of taking it in, and I just say, it's like Al Kaline, your baseball player in Detroit, who I know you liked, keep your eye on the ball.
Exactly. I remember this YouTube clip of Elvis singing Are You Lonesome Tonight? And he forgot the words. And it was just horribly sad and embarrassing.
So when I saw that happen in front of me at the Long Beach Arena, I said...
Was that where it happened? You were there?
Yeah. And listen, he wasn't stumbling around drunk. It was nothing like that. But I saw... Let's just say I saw him he was making some errors on stage, whether it be a teleprompter wasn't working or it just wasn't on. And I just said, wow, I could still shut my eyes, and there were moments where you heard his voice, because his voice was sort of there, but I just knew that was an unhealthy person on stage. In fact, I will always remember my parents went to see Elvis in Vegas, and my dad, Marshall, said, your guy Elvis is in the hospital. He canceled some shows. I said, what does the word cancel mean? I didn't know what that meant. And he said, yeah, we went to see him in Vegas, and we caught a show, and then he canceled his engagement for a few days. He's in the hospital. He's not doing well. And, this is... My parents were Vegas people, the Sands in the 50s and all that kind of stuff. But when your dad says to you, he's not doing well, that resonated. And then when I saw him, I go, whoa. And so I was shocked, but I wasn't surprised. But, he had it going on for so long, and I encourage people to, my favorite Elvis song happens to be If I Can Dream. Just an incredible tune, and vocally, when I would go to see him, there were times, I could never get a date to go see Elvis Presley with me. Girls, if it was Deep Purple, there'd be 5 girls calling me. He didn't, we're talking 70 to 75. He was kind of out of fashion with disco music being popular and the emergence of kind of punk and new wave music sort of coming around in 76 and 77. So I would take my friends or the record label would give me tickets, and you'd be calling people at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you want to schlep out to Anaheim and see Elvis tonight? And like 3 or 4 people would go, no. Now these same people, because I'm fortunate to still talk to people from elementary school, they all miss seeing Elvis Presley. They every year or two, they'll always say, you called me to go to see an Elvis concert, and I thought, he's a has-been.
Oh,
it's just
wow.
interesting how it all kind of works,
Absolutely. But I'll remember that clip. Are you lonesome tonight? Do you miss me tonight? Then he forgot the words. And then he'd go, woof, 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 woof. But the audience never put him down.
No. He I know it sounds cliche. He had them in the palm of his hands, but Elvis was an extension of their collective soul. He also...
It was their past as well.
Yeah, and it reminds me of a conversation. No, it was an email or something with the author Norman Mailer, and I was requesting permission on some usages, some words or something, and he said something like, "When you see a performer or a movie star, always remember you bring your own history to the concert hall or to the screen." When you see them, you bring your own history to that person or that band with you. It's a cemented glue of some sort.
Yep. Harvey, what about Wayne Newton?
It is so, there are no accidents, as Andrew Lou Goldham told me. 6 hours ago, I was in a recording studio with a wonderful guitarist arranger named Don Peake. He was the Everly Brothers' lead guitarist, 61 to 63. He's the rhythm guitarist on a lot of the Motown Jackson 5 stuff. He's actually the guitarist on Marvin Gaye's opening riff on Let's Get It On. And I'm doing an audio memoir history with Don, his life story. Like, he's had 60 years in the business. And at the session, he said, make sure to ask me about Wayne Newton and Donkashane. And I said, well, were you on the session? He said, that session was very important in my life and your life. Well, I said, well, tell me about it. And he said, I'm on the session. He was a hired guitarist. And Bobby Darin was overseeing the session sort of as an executive producer because it was on Capitol Records. And at the session, Bobby Darin comes up to Don and says, I want to do some more work with you. Come to my office. And he says to Don, I'm working with...
a kid.
Yeah. He said, I've got a tune by a guy named Tim Hardin, and I want to record it, and I want you to arrange it for me. And Don went into Gold Star Recording Studios, legendary facility in Hollywood, and Don arranged Bobby Darin's If I Was a Carpenter. And that comes out of a Wayne Newton session that Bobby Darin oversaw.
How cool.
So, these are the connective tissue that I like to explore and bring to my readers and listeners. But when you mention, and Wayne Newton, again, people forget there must have been a 5 or 10 year period, and we're going back.
And he's still singing in Vegas.
And he was for 5 or 6 or 7 years maybe the top attraction in Vegas as far as revenue and income streams.
They call him Mr. Las Vegas.
Yes, and beautiful voice. Again, he's an entertainer. These people were entertainers. They were recording artists, but they were there to entertain you and take you away from your pain or add to the pleasure of life.
How old was Wayne Newton when he came out with Donkashane, his first song?
I think he was 16. He was a chubby teenager, as he used to say, and his voice had finally changed. But, he'd do that song on the Ed Sullivan Show, and it became a signature, tune for him. But, he had a wonderful tune called Dreams of the Everyday Housewife. Really nice song.
That was a classic. That's right.
Beautiful song. There's more to Wayne Newton than Donkashane, and he was also quite a successful businessman, too. Again, like Paul Anka, these people like them, they show up in the late 50s and early 60s, And here they are in 2023 still being booked.
Truly remarkable. I mean, Ed Sullivan did a great job introducing these emerging artists, didn't he?
Oh, we could do 2 hours on Ed Sullivan. I've written extensively about Ed Sullivan. There's a chapter in him in my book, Docs That Rock, Music That Matters. He gave platform to all kinds of music, and again, to some people, they seem to forget Ed Sullivan started in the TV show went from 1948 to 1971. There were a lot of artists and R&B figures and Little Anthony and Dr. Jive. There were many jazz and rhythm and blues artists on the Ed Sullivan Show years before the Beatles appeared on Ed Sullivan. In fact, February of next year marks the 60th anniversary of the Beatles' debut on the Ed Sullivan Show. Ed Sullivan is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That's a shanda.
He should be. I mean, he was stiff as a board on television, but that #1 rated Sunday night show, everybody watched it all the time, Harvey.
And again, context is king. There are 3 television channels then.
At that time.
NBC, CBS, or ABC. He's got a Sunday night 8 o'clock slot. And, sure, the caricature of him being an uncomfortable host has sort of shadowed his persona. That guy was a newspaper columnist.
And was well read. Harv, we'll talk more, and we'll take calls when we come right back. This is a really big show.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Christian Faith Publishing is looking for Christian authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Christian Faith Publishing reviews each and every book submitted to them, and they give you their feedback. And if they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So whether you've written an inspirational work, a novel, a children's book, poetry, or a biography, and want to get it published, you need to call Christian Faith Publishing and do it immediately.
Call 800-615-7736 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-615-7736. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-615-7736. That's 800-615-7736. Work with a publisher who shares your core Christian values of integrity and honesty. Call Christian Faith Publishing at 800-615-7736 for your free author submission kit.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? How do you get in front of companies or get a patent? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors just like you for 35 years.
And thousands of people contact them every month.
With 65 offices, you can meet with an InventHelp representative near you who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. And they offer 3D animations and prototyping services.
Service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Stacey Lynn in Washington. New information regarding lies told by Congressman George Santos. CBS's Scott McFarlane tells us they were documented in a report commissioned by his own campaign a year before his election.
These types of reports are not only done by the candidate, but they are often shared so that people are aware of what's happening with candidates that may be on the ballot. Our CBS News reporting indicates that this was circulated among some House Republican campaign leaders in Washington. At least the conclusions of this report were shared with those leaders.
Texas must remove its floating border barriers from the Rio Grande. The judge's decision came after the Biden administration sued in July. Immigration reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez on what this means.
This ruling is prohibiting the state from setting up similar structures in the future. Texas has filed a notice to appeal this ruling, but for now, the state has to comply with it and start the process of repositioning at the very least.
The sweltering heat is impacting back to school in a big way. CBS's Christina Ruffini with details.
Already, schools in 9 states have been dismissed or released early this week. In Baltimore, no central air in some schools forced kids back to remote learning.
Everybody should have air. I mean, you got air in your car, you got air at your job. Why not in our schools?
And in Philadelphia, where more than half of schools don't have adequate cooling, 86 of them will be released early for the rest of the week.
Some troubling cancer news. Here's correspondent Jim Krasula.
The number of people younger than 50 being diagnosed with cancer has risen 80% worldwide in 3 decades. Cancer deaths of people under 50 increased by nearly 30%, according to the largest study of its kind ever. More than 1 million people under 50 are now dying of cancer worldwide annually.
CBS's Jennifer Kuiper reports on a high school football coach in Washington State who's resigned.
Assistant Bremerton High School coach Joe Kennedy is only 1 game into the football season, but as he hinted last week, he has resigned. On his website, he cites several reasons, including having to care for a sick relative.
He was the coach who made headlines after getting his job back after the Supreme Court ruled he could pray on the field. Bruce Springsteen is postponing 8 shows this month because he's being treated for peptic ulcer disease. On his website, he posted a thank you to fans. He said, "Thanks for understanding and your support. We'll be back soon." Springsteen had also postponed 2 concerts last month in Philadelphia because of an unspecified illness. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late news now.
I'm John Roker, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The investigation into a former Camden County Sheriff's deputy accused of child pornography activities continues with no new information being released at this time. Sheriff Tony Helms says information received in June from a cyber tip line report indicated that suspected pornography images were found being uploaded in the county. An investigation determined the source location and the probable destination of the images, and the suspect being identified as a deputy. A subsequent investigation was conducted by the Digital Forensic Unit under the Highway Patrol, leading to the unnamed deputy being terminated from his position. Courthouse records do not show any formal charges as being filed as of this time, and the suspect does not appear to be in custody. The Camden County Sheriff's Office also does say, however, there is no reason to believe the general public is at any danger. A public comment period on proposed changes to stormwater and drainage city codes in Osage Beach remains open for another few weeks. City Attorney Cole Bradbury says the proposed changes to the design guidelines and standards, along with any public comments, will be presented to the city's Planning Commission ahead of the Board of Aldermen for its consideration. The proposed changes are available on the city's website, and comments will be taken via email, regular mail, or in person through the end of business on Friday, September 29th. And it was a big day for the Central Ozarks Medical Center, celebrating their planned multi-million-dollar expansion into Camdenton. Officials with the COMC, including their board of directors and staff, getting together Wednesday afternoon for a groundbreaking ceremony to mark the beginning of the expansion. After the first shovels of dirt were turned, a reception with food and refreshments did follow. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is a service of Jennings Insurance Group.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we provide a holistic approach to retirement. We'll guide you through the 5 risks to your retirement, including healthcare costs, inflation, market risk, and more. At Jennings, we contract with many companies, but we work for our clients. Consultations are always free. At Jennings, we use insurance as a tool to positively impact the lives of the people we serve. Whether you need to visit about your financial future or your healthcare costs, we can help. Check out our Facebook page, Jennings Insurance Group, or call us today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear throughout the early morning hours. Temperatures hold steady in the region. Winds will be fairly light. Thursday sunny. Highs make it into the middle 80s. Winds north 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night mostly clear. Lows drop to 62. And highs get back into the 80s on Friday. The current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 81 degrees, and the temperature at the studios, right now it's 59.
Guys, stop putting your love life on hold. U.S. Pharmacy has some exciting news. If you've been wanting to try Viagra or Cialis, now is the perfect time. Call today and receive 50 little blue or yellow pills for only $120 with free shipping. Why order some low-dose sildenafil from one of those subscription services when we can give you what you want now? Call 1-800-990-6271 and we'll rush your order, discreetly packaged, to your door. Been thinking about trying Viagra or Cialis? Call U.S. Pharmacy at 1-800-990-6271 for as little as $120 for 50 pills. Need your package in a hurry? Call 1-800-990-6271 and ask about our express shipping option, and we will rush your order to you as soon as possible. Save money on the little blue or yellow pill you've been wanting to try. Again, 1-800-990-6271 now. That's 1-800-990-6271.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents A Moment of Hope. Hope Lutheran Chapel is located 2 miles west of the Grand Glazed Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
KRMS TV joins 93.5 Rocks the Lake as your official homes for Camdenton Laker football.
And then the ball pops out and the Lakers are going to have it.
Watch every exciting play, home and road, in crystal clear, high definition on KRMS TV 32.11.
Jabari Stewart ripping that ball out.
You can watch the Lakers on our KRMS TV YouTube channel.
Connects with Borbet to the pylon.
Find the KRMS TV app on your Roku device.
Touchdown Lakers! 19 yards!
Or watch in the palm of your hand on the LOZ app. Just tap the KRMS icon.
Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers!
Live radio coverage begins at 6 o'clock with the Summit Natural Gas pregame show on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
And it's Durnin to Durnin for the first time this year.
This Friday night, a rivalry is renewed as the Lakers take on the Waynesville Tigers. It's all live on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
Nori.
And of course, that's the very talented Cher singing that song. Wonderful job she does. We're going to come back in a moment with Harvey Kubernick and take your phone calls about the music scene on Coast to Coast AM. We're going to talk about comic books one more time tonight. The good guys and bad guys battling it out for the future of the universe. And all this fun and adventure brought to you by, drumroll please, Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by the author Marvin Sunderland. He got together with acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team, and they brought this sense of wonderment and brand new comics. They basically took the novels, turned them into comic books, and they're available to you. They run the gamut from space adventure to scary things. And they offer a free bronze membership option that gives you access to behind-the-scenes content, some free comics, and other memberships that will provide you access to promotional and bonus items like secret decoder rings, puzzles, and even more. Get the kids involved with you on this. You'll have some fun. Join the excitement with titles like I Waggit, Haunted Planet, Space Rangers, Codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity. Join us at iWaggit.com. That's IWAGGIT, iWaggit.com, where you blast off on this free adventure.
The NFL is here, and it's all about the sweet offers from DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers can pocket $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5 on any NFL game. DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code SNAP to sign up. New customers can take home $200 in bonus bets instantly just for betting $5. That's code SNAP only on DraftKings Sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777. or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, Kansas. 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. See dkng.co/football for eligibility, terms, and responsible gaming resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply.
Makes me forget about work for a second.
Couldn't live without it.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
And welcome back. Harvey Kubernick with us. His website linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Harvey, Taylor Swift is a very talented individual, but why are people spending thousands of dollars on tickets to go see her?
I'm still trying to figure that out.
It's incredible.
Well, I have to say she's been at her craft since like age 15, and I think she's 33 now, and she's under it all. And I don't think, well, I think people are now learning this. She's a very savvy and creative business woman.
Yes.
She knows her demographic. She knows branding. She knows, now she's knowing about ownership of assets and properties. And, you know, she gives people a 3.5-hour show. I know there's 15 costume changes, but I think there's an audience that needs identification. It's also a very safe concert to go to as far as, I don't know if safe is the word, but I mean safe as far as there's no profanity on stage. There's no politics on stage, and I'm not saying that's good or bad. It's entertainment, but, you know, I'm meeting some Taylor Swift fans. They treat her lyrics like she's Bob Dylan. And to me, it's a phenomena, and she will have a 30 or 40-year, 50-year career. There's just no doubt about it. She's going to be around for a very long time.
Just truly remarkable. You were mentioning Dreams of the Everyday Housewife that Newton had, and that eventually became a hit for Glenn Campbell, didn't it?
Yes, and it was so, by the way, it was so nice to hear interstitial music by Cher, because I had mentioned her early recordings were done at the Gold Star Recording Studio, just like, and Brian Wilson used the facility as well. And Cher is another person like Taylor Swift. When it's all said and done, they're going to be in the spotlight for 2/3 of a century. And I'm sure when they started, they were dismissed as novelty or, you know, budding talents maybe. But underneath it all, and believe me, like you, I've done 3,000 interviews in 50 years. You meet people that have determination and drive. They both have it. I've never met Taylor, but I've had some encounters with Cher over the decades. And she was one of the most polite, accessible people that I've ever met. And this is when she had her own TV show. I'd go to some of the tapings of the Cher show. She would introduce herself to you. If I was at a party or a record company event, she would walk across the room and say hello to a disc jockey friend of mine or reintroduce herself. And, you know, I always made note of that she's from Rosemead and grew up in Southern California. And I always sort of applaud the successes she's had, and she's battled some health problems. And, you know, there's some people you cheer for, and she's one of those people for me. And I'm slowly checking out Taylor Swift because I'm just so inundated by it, not just on the web or anything. I don't go check it out. It's just so omnipresent that I could go to a market or a dental office and the hygienist is talking about the 2 shows she shelled out $1,200 for.
It's crazy. And one of my faves, of course, with a voice like an angel, Barbara Streisand. What has happened to her?
Well, I think she recently had a collection coming out. Came out like last year. That's somebody else with an over 60-year career. I was around Barbara Streisand when I was a teenager. My mother worked for Columbia Pictures, Raybert Productions, between 62 and 72, she helped type some of the scripts of the Monkees. She was in the stenography pool.
Oh, cool.
And Barbra Streisand, she had a manager who I'm sure she's still, a guy named Marty Ehrlichman, and she was a budding star on the label on Columbia, 62, 63. And my mother and I went to a Judy Garland show taping in 1963 where Judy Garland and Barbra Streisand, I think they sang Happy Days Are Here Again. They did a duet together.
Great song, too.
It was electrifying. And I made it a point to see Barbra Streisand a few times. My friend Justin Pierce helped get my parents tickets for Streisand 15 or 20 years ago when she went back on tour. A guy that I'm working on a music documentary with, a director, Christopher Allport, he sang backup vocals for her on her last tour. And the records sound really, really good. And, I like some of the stuff people don't talk about, like Stoney Ann, a version of a Laura Nyro song that Richard Perry produced. Really a multi-directional star. And a fine actress, too.
Did you ever meet Sinatra or Dean Martin or any of those Sammy Davis Jr.'s?
I was around Sinatra a few times at Dodger games. He'd sit a couple... when you're from Hollywood and L.A., you're used to seeing celebrities.
You're going to run into them. That's right.
I was never really an autograph seeker, but it was a big thing when you see Sinatra sing the national anthem like in 1978, and he's 2 rows in front of you. There's no bodyguards or anything. My mother, when my mother was 18 in 1941 or 42, really, as a graduation present, her and her girlfriends went to see Sinatra at the Paramount Theater in New York. Sinatra was always her guy. So I would see Frank Sinatra tapings like A Man and His Music. Again, I didn't seek this stuff out, nor were my parents in the industry. If they needed seat fillers to go to TV shows, kids in high school or junior high would get tickets, and we'd go. There was no agenda to get in the business and work the room. Sammy was around. I saw him, and he drove by me once, and I waved at him. He was in a blue Lamborghini. I went to see him at the Hollywood Bowl with Buddy Rich one time. And Dean Martin, you'd see at Hamburger Hamlet on Sunset Boulevard, at Valet or something. He didn't really say hello, but
right.
he was there.
He had a Rolls Royce.
Yeah, these people lived in your neighborhood. You'd see them at church or a synagogue. You'd see them at sports events. You'd actually see them, at drugstores and all that. You may say hello, but, this is in front of you. You don't make a big deal about it, but they are in my memory bank because I may be this rock and roll savant, but I have a fondness for Dean and Sammy and Sinatra, and I made sure to see them perform, not just in Vegas, but I saw Sinatra's last show in Long Beach, and I sat next to Angie Dickinson.
How cool is that?
I mean, come on now.
I sit in Dean Martin's chair at a place he used to go to dinner to.
When you come out here again, we do Greek food. I've got to hear all about that.
Yeah, I'll tell you that story to be sure, but that's fantastic. It's exciting. It really is.
Well, they're still with us, even though they're physically not here, but because of streaming and the new platforms, and also there's an emergence of, this is the first time, last year, vinyl albums outsold CDs. There are, and when you have people like Frank Sinatra a couple of years ago, they kind of celebrated his 100th birthday. You have these milestone events, these ceremonial situations where, sure, there's always product and a retail aspect to the situation, but we are reminded what great singers these people are and what great tunesmiths they are. I did an interview with Nancy Sinatra a couple years ago, and I said, listen, I need to tell you something about your dad, as an educator. And she said, what was the education? And I said, he had an influence on me as a writer, because if you went to a Sinatra show, he would say, here's a song by Harold Arlen, arranged by...
Why, he'd do that for every song.
But here's the deal. It didn't slow the pace of the show. He reminded you somebody wrote the tune, somebody arranged it, or it was cut originally by. And I make it a point in my work to mention the engineers, the arrangers, the composers, and that's something that Frank Sinatra installed in me when you'd see him live. It was part of his repertoire. And Nancy and I discussed this, and she said, that's not really done too much anymore, largely because most of the performers today write their own material. But I'm sure there's some people that, bring out a guest star or they talk about covering somebody. But Frank Sinatra was an ambassador of the composers.
Let's go to phones for the rest of the hour. Let's go to John in Wisconsin on the wild card line to start. Hey, John, how are ya?
Hello, George. Hello, Harvey.
How are you?
Comments. Oh, just great, Harvey. Bless you. I have several comments that will segue to Harvey's books. Music is the ultimate healer. It brings peace, joy, and harmony to all of us, especially during these polarized times. In my opinion, from the early days of Pat Boone and the Rat Pack through about the early 1990s was the best time for music ever. Things changed in the 1990s with computerization and voiceover. Now, George, Harvey, and myself are all in the same age group, and we're in a huge transition time for music. I yesterday purchased my tickets to the November 18th Eagles concert in St. Paul. Steely Dan will be opening up. I'm really looking forward to that. Those days are very few ahead of us of those great bands going to be available. So here's my point and my segue to Harvey's books. I encourage all of the parents and grandparents to get your children plugged in to the music culture that Harvey so eloquently has available to you to learn from. Harvey mentioned earlier about Brian Wilson and the song With God in It. Perfect example of how those years were formative in the lives of people like George, myself, and Harvey. Now, please, people, pass that wisdom on to your children and grandchildren. Harvey, you are an amazing man. I'm very thankful for you. I'm very thankful for everything I learned from you, and I just want to encourage everybody else to take advantage of your resources. And thank you, gentlemen.
I'm deeply touched by your comments. You're talking to a guy that saw the Eagles debut in 1972 when they opened for Procol Harum at the Santa Monica Civic Auditorium. Very recently, an interview I did with Randy Meisner of the Eagles, who died a month ago. That's all over the internet. I interviewed the group Steely Dan 3 times. Saw their last concert in 1974 before they reformed. And although the Eagles, some of the principal members are not there or in Steely Dan, Walter Becker is not in the touring, version. He's deceased. The songs hold up. The songs still work. And they came from a world that it wasn't all about technology and computers, although Steely Dan really veered into that world. And it is interesting to see the hunger and the anticipation of what we call these legacy acts or this classic rock genre. Nobody wants to buy the new music that these people make, but they will all support and lay out big bucks to go see them. And it's sort of like the farewell tours of a great athlete or something. Go check it out, because once they exit, you won't see them again.
One of the highlights of my career, Harvey, my mother loves Pat Boone, and Pat's a regular guest on the program, and I said, Pat, do me a favor, would you just say hi to my mom? So he picked up the phone and called her. And
didn't Pat just turn 89?
Yes, and to have a woman in her 90s act like she's 16 was the highlight of my life.
The only thing I can compare that to, and we are both blessed to have mothers deep in their 90s.
Yep.
That's not lost on you, I know that. I introduced my parents to Nancy Sinatra and her mother, Nancy Sr. And, you know, we were at an event, we were at a Nancy Sinatra, event, and it just organically was there. And, it was the first time afterwards where my mother didn't say, "When are you going to get a haircut?" She was so happy. It's the only time I remember. I
love it.
And I would say to my mother, "I still have hair."
Let's go to Super in Los Angeles. Hi, Super.
Oh, hi, George. Hi, Mr. Harvey. This is so amazing. I also want to do like John and reminisce down Gen X Lane here. Well, I had a quick comment about Paul McCartney. I did hear a podcast. They just need to do a DNA test when he's gone to see if that's really him or Billy Mack something or whatever. The podcast seemed to claim that Paul McCartney died in 1966. But I wanted to talk about, somehow, Harvey, there's like a loss of the key change, a loss of the power ballads, of David Foster and Diane Warren with Whitney. Of course, Mariah's still there, and even the Gentleman, the guy that sang the Nothing at All from Jim Steinman, and of course, Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now. I mean, climbing up those high notes and those really noticeable key changes, and I don't know. I hope somehow I hope it comes back. I know those are the songs that
you're making
way into the.
We live in a very impatient society. And it takes, you invest in a ballad a tad more than in a rock song because it's slower and you have to go on the trip with it. And we don't really, everything is so frantic now and our world's so divided that the power ballad or the balladeer has sort of been shuffled to the side of the stage. But when you hear these songs, I knew Jim Steinman a little bit. I wrote the first record company bio for Meatloaf before his first record was ever released. And I heard this operatic voice with the songs penned by Jim Steinman coming out of this big guy who had actually been in a production of Hair in Hollywood. And it just startled me. And I wasn't surprised when it sold many millions of records, but when we hear a ballad, like You Lost That Lovin' Feeling, if you're in a market or something, you actually stand still and you listen to that recording. Not that you are flippant if there's a rock song or something by Del Shannon that plays, but you actually, the world slows down because the song slows down, and you go along with it, and then it's still in your head when you go back to your car.
Harvey, we're going to take a short break and come back and take final calls in just a moment. Those of you on hold, just hang there. We will buzz through you when we come right back on Coast to Coast AM with Harvey Kuberneck as we're talking about music.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I always have my radio on at work. News, talk, sports, entertainment. Total Radio. News Talk KRMS.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Tantillo, your fresh grocer, and today's tip of the day, sugar pie pumpkins. If you want to make a wonderful pumpkin pie or a wonderful pumpkin soup, the sugar pie pumpkin is the kind to use. These pumpkins here are very edible and very delicious, although all pumpkins are, but these are a little bit sweeter. When you select these little pumpkins, what you want to do is make sure they're bright orange. If they're not orange, if they have any greening to them, don't buy them, and make sure they're not soft. Now, one thing about pumpkins that everyone should know, that pumpkins is a soft squash, not a hard squash. So don't hold them for too long, otherwise they'll become super soft and there's nothing you can do with them because they'll be full of decay. So there you go, the sugar pie pumpkins. Make that wonderful pumpkin pie and invite me over with some ice cream and coffee, and we'll have dessert. And I'm Tony Tantillo, your fresh grocer. For more recipes on pumpkins and other produce items, just go to TonyTantillo.com.
At Coast to Coast AM, we keep our friends close with this.
How will rising temperatures affect our lives? I'm George Norrie, and climate change expert Jeff Goodell joins us. And later on, What the Dead Teach Us with Suzanne Wilson, right here on Coast to Coast AM. Looking forward to the program.
And we keep our enemies closer at Coast to Coast AM. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials. It's to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Like a swan, grace on the water, lips like sugar, lips like sugar. Just when you think you've caught her, she glides across the water. She calls for you tonight to share this moonlight. You float down. Can you give her lips like sugar, sugar kisses?
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're going to come back in a moment and take final calls with Harvey Kubernick, so make sure you're a part of the program. On our next Coast to Coast show, for the first half, Jeff Goodell joins us with his new work, The Heat Will Kill You First. He wrote that book way before the Maui fires, by the way. And then psychic medium Suzanne Wilson joins us to talk about the other side. Beyond Belief, that is our television show, and we invite you to sign up to watch the episodes. You can watch a few free ones at beyondbelief.com, but definitely consider signing up to watch them all the time. Beyondbelief.com. And our YouTube channel, 564,000 members, free to sign up. Just go to YouTube, type in Coast to Coast AM Official, or if you're already on our website, coasttocoastam.com, click the YouTube icon, which is the one up there at the top right-hand corner, and then you can sign up that way and take advantage of our YouTube channel. It's really fun. And here's something for you to calm your nerves.
HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday stress, fatigue, and moodiness, while increasing energy and stamina, plus help to fall asleep easier and more soundly while losing weight. Take Elevate in the morning for energy and focus, then Accelerate weight management and sleep combo before bed for a great full night's sleep.
I've maybe gotten 4 to 5 hours of sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7. I wake up to use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep, which has never happened before, which is pretty awesome.
I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking naps. I had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. Like, we were laughing more. We were more excited. Every single person needs to feel this.
I lost 10 pounds and 5.5 inches off my waist, and I'm so proud of myself. It gives you energy. It helps you sleep better. It just works. I stand by it 100%.
I was on a handful of medications to help me sleep, to help me be happy, tons of therapy. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. I've lost some pounds, inches mainly. My family has me back.
George's Power Pack. Elevate, naturally boosting mental and physical performance while naturally cleansing and detoxifying. And Accelerate for winding down. Improve sleep and weight loss. Plus free gift, Hydrate. Easy to use pH water enhancer and free shipping at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. 800-394-9930. More energy, better focus, a better mood, plus a great night's sleep. George's Power Pack at healthylooking.com.
Have you gotten a text from an unknown number that feels too good to be true? Probably was. Scammers often send messages posing as someone in need of help. Be careful. They're out to get some money from you. It's so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. So join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code George for 25% off.
A
Attention taxpayers. If you're facing IRS debt you can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of the new Taxpayer Relief Initiative to free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing, the IRS has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. You may qualify for significant tax savings. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number, store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-508-0328. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or you even have years of unfiled tax returns, you may now find the relief that you need. Call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-508-0328. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-508-0328 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-508-0328.
Around the house, at work, in the car, news, weather, traffic, and sometimes they make me laugh.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with Harvey Kubernick, and Harvey's website's linked up at coasttocoastam.com. His books are still available. Where do you get them, Harvey?
Check out Amazon and whatever bookstores are open. Still stock a lot of them. There's 20 titles out there. I'm quite fond of all of them. I put a lot of work into these books, and they're, if you like the Beatles and the Doors, and if you like Leonard Cohen and Neil Young, or if you like era music from 56 to 72, it's there to check out. It's just an option for you to explore the Harvey world. It's in the pages.
You got it. Let's go east of the Rockies. Joe's with us in Long Island, New York. Hey, Joe.
Harvey, I want to ask you two things. Basically, first on the woman singers. If you look at Grace Slick was with Jefferson Starship, so she had herself in the middle of a band. But it seems like a lot of these other prominent woman singers were flying solo, like a Carly Simon, Joni Mitchell, Roberta Flack, that woman in the band, Thorne, Everything But the Girl.
Tracy, yeah.
Yeah, I really like her voice. And even Stevie Nicks really went solo and wrote most of her stuff. So I'd ask you about that, the tendency of some of these prominent singers in that time frame that were female, that were, Carly Simon even. I think she had stage fright issues, but beautiful singer. Tended to be solo. And my second question is about, if you look at internationally, ABBA seems really interesting. I'm not that familiar with them, but I was just listening to their music now. Sounds like pre-techno and very interesting. And then you've got in Australia, you've got AC/DC, and they've got Air Supply. And I'm going to search for a song from Air Supply that isn't sad. It seems like one of their songs is sad.
Thoughts, Harvey? Go ahead.
Well, I will say it's funny. I'm working on a manuscript right now called Sisters in Song, and I interviewed Grace Slick and Tina Turner and Carole Kingsley, in the manuscript. There was a time, and we're going back 30 years, 40 years. There was almost an unwritten rule in radio, and this is going back to the 50s and the 60s and well into the 70s, maybe in the early 80s. Radio programmers and DJs, it was suggested to them not to play female singers back-to-back on their radio shows. There was some restrictions out there for the female root work to be disseminated. What has happened, it's analogous to Title IX in sports. In the last 30 or 40 years, I don't know if the word is empowerment, but women who are your lead singers, we're starting to find out, or all along it was there, that they wrote the bulk of the hit songs, like Christine McVie and Fleetwood Mac or Stevie Nicks or Grace Slick, brought things, some of her tunes into the Jefferson Airplane, and now due to evolution maybe, or a sea change in the last 20 or 30 years, we're not even you don't hear words like, here's a song by a female singer. They'll just play the record. In the case of Carly Simon, she did have some stage fright, or performances were limited to her. Now women are doing tremendous box office as headliners. Yeah. They're no longer, apparatus on the side of the stage or partners on stage. There are times where they're leading the brigade, like I think Tina Turner, when she went solo, she broke open some doors. This is stuff that I explore in my interviews when I'm, granted access to, female recording artists. And in the rap and hip hop community, it's where black excellence is really on display. That is, these people own their masters. These artists are leading the brigade, and they're in control a lot of times of their own retail destiny.
Losing Whitney Houston was a tragedy, wasn't it? Beyond words.
I followed her career early because I had interviewed Clive Davis, who
discovered her.
Yeah, he helped bring her forward. A&R guy who worked for her brought her to her attention, and I certainly knew who her mother and aunt were. And and the songs she did, like by Diane Warren or Narada Walden, worked with her. When these people leave, and again, she left the planet on Wilshire Boulevard in Los Angeles. These are deaths that are a few miles, for where people like myself live. These are neighborhood losses. I don't know if they affect us a tad more, but when you were growing up, if somebody checked out at school, you knew all about it because there was an immediacy to it.
Absolutely. Joe in the Bronx. Take it away, Joseph.
George, how are you?
Great.
Good.
Thank you.
Harvey, I wanted to ask you about Jimi Hendrix, who went under the name Jimmy James with Joey D and the Starlighters. I know David Brigatti and Eddie Brigatti, and they were both in that band. Mm-hmm. And what's your fondest memory of Jimi Hendrix?
My brother and I wrote a book on Jimi Hendrix a couple of years ago called Voodoo Child. Again, I'm not a tireless self-promoter, but that book has such a unique collection of voices that you'll learn so much about Jimmy when you think you already know a lot about him. I saw him perform once. I've told this story before. Instead of the weekend I graduated high school, I didn't go to the prom. I didn't even know what the prom was. What is that? I don't know what a corsage was or a tuxedo. I went to a rock festival in Northridge, California, Newport 69, where Jimi Hendrix played June 18th, 19th of 1969. I had just turned 18. I was starting summer school at West LA College on July 5th. So there was a 3-week window where I finished high school. I somehow got into college. Of course, you had to be 18 then. You didn't even have to have a GPA, good average. And I saw kind of a mediocre set by the Jimi Hendrix Experience. It was like only 37 minutes long. However, he did a version of Red House that still ping-pongs in my brain, and it's been released. Something happens when Jimmy plays the blues. And there were 30,000 people there, and it was a chaotic, outdoor scene. But it was still Jimi Hendrix and the Experience on stage. And it was a 2-week period where I was maybe about to become an adult, not just being 18, but like getting a job working in the library at West LA College and starting college. It was the last week or two where I had real teenage freedom before I went into the real world a little bit. so I sort of cling to that weekend with Jimmy and the other artists who played, because that weekend has played a part in determining who I am or what I have become or what I'm still becoming. And for me to go watch Jimi Hendrix, I think it was only $7.50.
That's it?
And of course I went by myself, and I was discovering the San Fernando Valley, and of course I didn't even have a jacket, and I remember it was 31 degrees at night, and I was freezing, but my teeth were chattering. I remember it was so cold, but it was still Jimmy. And if you would have told me that kid in the audience would meet Mitch Mitchell, Jimmy's drummer, would help usher Jimmy's work, just Google my name next to Jimi Hendrix. There's been decades of reporting on Jimi Hendrix. Just a seminal guide to my existence. I'm not obsessed with him. I mean, I have a poster of him in my pad, but really just he paid a lot of dues. He worked with a lot of people before we knew him as Jimi Hendrix. And, you know, I know it was only like a 4-year creative period, 66 to 70 maybe, that we had him in the physical, but we have a digital calling with Jimmy, I think. And people come up to me a lot to sign the Jimi Hendrix book. It's a very rewarding moment for me when somebody says, you know, I really like Jimi Hendrix. I don't know too much about him. I've heard a couple things on the radio. I have one of his records. After they read my book, they go out and buy a lot of his music.
Absolutely.
That means a lot to me.
Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top says that Jimi Hendrix was the best guitar player he ever saw.
And he, you know, with Moving Sidewalks, Billy Gibbons, you know, open shows, and actually in the Jimi Hendrix book, I have some quotes from Billy Gibbons on his encounters with Jimmy, and his impact is, you can't even tabulate it.
Catherine in Canada, welcome to the show. Hi, Catherine.
Hi, George. I want to thank you for asking about Barbara Streisand.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
And Harvey. Yes. I have two people that are really interested in Stevie Ray Vaughan, and for theater, I really like Liza Minnelli and the Can-Cans. So I want to know if you have any cute little stories about them.
Okay, so it was Liza Minnelli and
Stevie Ray.
Stevie Ray. Here's a mistake. Some of us regrets I've had a few, as the song goes. 2 or 3 times I passed on seeing Stevie Ray Vaughan play live in L.A. I just passed on tickets. He really had something. I met Jimmy Vaughn, his brother. I went to some Fabulous T-Birds recording sessions, and they were always touting young Stevie Ray Vaughan to me before he ever really recorded. And we lost a really brilliant talent there. It's interesting you brought up Liza Minnelli. When I was a West Coast director of A&R at MCA Records for a year in 1979, now Universal Music, I went and scouted Lou Wasserman, actually, and Sid Sheinberg, execs at the label, asked me to see Liza Minnelli at the Universal Amphitheater. And, of course, nobody would go with me, but, of course, I took my mother. You know, she was always the backup person. And I went to see Liza Minnelli because she was looking to do a live recording. And it was just spectacular. And then I think what happened, the label heads kind of voted against putting it out. But I sat next to Liza at a 1975 Rolling Stones concert at the Forum. So in 1975, I interviewed Freddie Mercury of Queen.
What a classic guy he was.
No. We got on like a house on fire, although I don't paint my fingernails. And we talked, and he said to me, "Have you ever seen Liza Minnelli?" And I said, yes. And he said, I saw her at the London Palladium. And I said, oh, I've seen her live, and, she grew up in Beverly Hills. And he said, here's my phone number. When you come to London, let's do another interview.
I love it.
It just, Liza sparked, I love the movies of her, and again, she, like Nancy Sinatra, when you are a daughter of or a son of, very rarely do those people meet the expectations of the original mother or father, Sinatra or
Good
Judy
point.
Garland.
But they did.
They certainly did, and Liza blew my mind at the amphitheater, and the kinetic energy, but also I got to hang out with Freddie Mercury, and he just never met a rock journalist who would talk about Liza Minnelli, and that's the fond memory I have of
That's amazing. Harvey, we're out of time. I got an email in from 3 women who are in Hawaii right now. They're saying, please say hello to us. So I'm going to say hi to Charlotte, Monica, and Marie. They said you are the best they have ever heard.
Well, thank you for Hawaii. I'm a Pisces. It's a water world out there for me. So, and as you know, I just really enjoy being on your show, George. The hours fly by. The emails I receive. Let's do it again and try to do it in person.
Absolutely. I'll be back in January in L.A. Let's get together, okay? Harvey Kubernick. What a great guy. For Dan Galante, Tom Danheiser, Donna Walker, Lisa Lyon, Lex Lonehood, Sean Ladouceur, Stephanie Smith, Chris Burrows, Tim Banal, George Knapp, and Ian Punnett, I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, everyone.
Has your heater or air conditioner busted? Appliance broken? Computer crashed? Then you need an ARW home warranty. Home system and appliance repairs and replacements can cause stress and cost you thousands of dollars per year. With an A-plus BBB rating and a top-rated home warranty company on Consumer Affairs and Trustpilot, ARW Home provides superior service, featuring the industry's lowest service call fee. ARW Home has warranty plans that cover your kitchen and laundry appliances, heating and air conditioning systems, electrical and plumbing systems, and much more. Call 800-941-4085 to customize your plan. Plus, ARW has partnered with Azurion to protect your new and used tablets, laptops, TVs, and other home tech from accidental damage and wear and tear. All plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-941-4085 for your free quote. That's 800-941-4085. Hey, airline travelers, let's say you have a problem and you need to change or cancel an existing airline reservation. What do? Well, Skywatch is a free service that can help anyone with any airline reservation fix it. Whether you want to cancel it, change your dates, or add passengers, we can help fix your airline reservations so you get exactly what you need. We've updated our computer database and now have access to every airline around the globe. So now you can make one phone call regardless of who booked your airline tickets, and we'll change it, cancel it, and fix it for you. We know the insider secrets to fixing reservations that the airlines don't want you to know about. So if you need to cancel, change, or modify an existing airline reservation, call Skywatch right now. It's a free call, so let us fix it for you. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. That's 800-930-9129.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The unusual September heat has triggered alerts and advisories now from Southern California to Maine. Unair-conditioned schools in at least 9 states have closed, or they're letting students out early. In Lowell, Massachusetts, Mom Erin McDonald says her children are home for the rest of the week.
It's good for the kids. The circumstances, it's hard to concentrate, and they're hot, they're getting sick.
The good news, there's relief in sight. Meteorologist Chris Warren at the Weather Channel.
Significant cooling for the Great Lakes by Friday. Even the Northeast will be back down into the 80s. Still warm, but not as hot as the past couple of days.
CBS News has gotten a hold of an internal report that shows embattled Congressman George Santos lived a life of lies, and his staff knew it a year before he was elected. CBS's Scott McFarland.
The warning signs in this report were noted inside the Santos campaign. CBS News has learned that multiple campaign aides asked Santos to drop out of the race. When he refused to, those aides quit the job. They recognized what they were holding in that internal report.
A federal judge has hinted plea negotiations are underway in Santos' criminal fraud case. The special counsel hopes to indict Hunter Biden on a gun charge by the end of the month. CBS's Catherine Herridge.
Based on the analysis of legal experts we spoke to, he's seeking to bring a lot of pressure on the president's son, and we could be looking at a very unusual scenario, one where an indictment is sought and brought in Delaware on this felony gun offense, but then separate tax charges are brought in other jurisdictions.
A judge in Georgia has denied requests by 2 defendants in former President Trump's election case to be tried separately. Attorney Scott Grubman represents Kenneth Chesbrough.
It's pretty clear that the state is trying to use RICO in order to connect 3 or 4 different alleged conspiracies into one.
Trial for Chesbrough and fellow lawyer Sidney Powell set for October 23rd. Prison officials in Pennsylvania say a convicted killer took his cues from Spider-Man when he escaped from prison in suburban Philadelphia a week ago. Acting Chester County Warden Howard Holland.
Cavalcante escapes from the prison, having crab walked up a wall, pushed his way through a razor wire, run across a roof, scale another fence, and push his way through more razor wire.
Manhunt for Danilo Cavalcante continues. In Mexico City, 11,000 runners have been disqualified from last month's marathon. Tracking data showed they cheated by skipping entire sections of the 26.2-mile course. S&P futures down 12. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The 2023 Labor Day holiday weekend, for the most part, proved to be busier and more dangerous than 2022. Captain John Hotz of the Highway Patrol says final numbers this year show 306 traffic crashes with 146 injuries and 9 fatalities, compared to 286 crashes involving 119 injuries and 7 fatalities last year. 119 people were arrested this year for DWI compared to 121 last year. And on the water this year, the patrol reported 11 crashes with 2 injuries and 2 people arrested for BWI, compared to 8 crashes, 1 fatality, 5 injuries, and 5 people busted for BWI in 2022. A Camdenton man is facing several felony counts after what's being described as a rolling domestic assault in Camden County. Sergeant Scott Hines says deputies responded Sunday afternoon to the area of Highway 7 South and spoke with several witnesses who claimed to see a pickup truck colliding with a car, causing the car to leave the roadway and crashing into a ditch. The driver of the car reportedly identified the driver of the pickup, who left the scene, as a family member, 26-year-old Justin Marshall, who also allegedly assaulted her at their home before chasing them on the roadway. Marshall later that afternoon turned himself in. He's being held without bond on 2 felony counts, each of first-degree domestic assault and first-degree endangering the welfare of a child. And a 25-year-old from Edwards was injured when the pickup truck she was driving hits a tree laying in the roadway. Iowa Patrol says it happened around 9:45 Tuesday night on Poor Boy Road west of Route M in Benton County. Misty Barnett suffered minor injuries and was taken to a nearby hospital. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for a massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jenska with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear throughout the early morning hours. Temperatures hold steady in the region. Winds will be fairly light. Thursday sunny. Highs make it into the middle 80s. Winds north 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night mostly clear. Lows drop to 62. And highs get back into the 80s on Friday. The current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 81 degrees. And the temperature at the studios right now it's 60.
Media Networks. This is America's First News. This morning with your host, Gordon Deal.
Indictment for Biden. Good morning, I'm Gordon Deal, along with Jennifer Kashenka on this Thursday, September 7th. Glad you could be with us. Here's what we have for you this hour.
Special Counsel David Weiss expects to indict Hunter Biden on tax and gun charges by the end of this month after a plea deal was rejected.
Texas is ordered to remove a floating barrier deterring illegal crossings. Meanwhile, hear how the migrant crisis is a political disaster for the White House.
Forecasters say Hurricane Lee in the Atlantic Ocean is set to become a major storm, but it's not clear what path it will take at this point.
And the cities telling cruise ships that they're unloading too many tourists.
Coming out of the pandemic, cruise ships are very full. So you're seeing a lot of people who are traveling to these destinations. And oftentimes these are smaller areas like Bar Harbor, Maine, for example, where some locals say there are just too many of them in a small amount of space.
Allison Poley at the Wall Street Journal on cities overrun by cruise passengers who disembark for selfies, but not to eat or shop. A judge in Georgia says two defendants in the racketeering case against former President Trump will be tried together next month. Fulton County Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee rejected arguments yesterday by former Trump lawyers Sidney Powell and Kenneth Chesebro that it would be unfair for them to be tried in a single proceeding.
So based on what's been presented today, I'm not finding the severance from Mr. Chesebro or Powell is necessary to achieve a fair determination of the guilt or innocence for either defendant in this case.
Judge McAfee also said he was very skeptical that Mr. Trump and 18 co-defendants could stand trial together starting October 23rd in the criminal case charging them of conspiring to reverse Trump's 2020 election loss. Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis has argued that all 19 can be tried together. Separately, a different judge has ruled that Mr. Trump was liable a second time for defaming writer E. Jean Carroll, this time over disparaging comments he made after she accused him of sexual assault. Another trial will now determine how much he must pay her in damages. The special counsel investigating Hunter Biden says he plans to indict the president's son on tax and gun charges before the end of this month. In July, you might recall, a judge rejected a proposed plea deal that would have resolved the charges. She raised concern over its legality and the scope of immunity that it offered Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden's lawyers claim prosecutors reneged on that plea deal, raising the possibility of a criminal trial as the 2024 presidential election approaches. Reaction to the news of the likely indictment from Wisconsin Republican Senator Ron Johnson.
What else is he going to do? Now he's just going to get slap on the wrist from the judge. We'll see where it goes.
Meanwhile, Republicans in Congress have raised the possibility of impeaching President Biden over his son's business dealings and accused the Department of Justice of giving him a sweetheart deal. The update from special counsel David Weiss makes no mention of the status of likely separate charges stemming from the 5-year investigation of Mr. Biden's business dealings. Will it make landfall or blow out to sea? Forecasters are watching what is now Hurricane Lee, which formed yesterday far out in the Atlantic Ocean. The National Hurricane Center says it's likely to intensify into an extremely dangerous and major hurricane by early Saturday. Here's this morning's Mike Gavin.
Lee is the fourth hurricane of the season. With a wind speed of 75 miles per hour, the storm is now a Category 1, and it's expected to become a Category 4 by the weekend, with winds approaching 150 miles per hour. AccuWeather says the storm could be the most intense hurricane so far this year, as it travels from the northern Caribbean to a spot next week several hundred miles off the Carolinas. Long-range forecasts indicate that Lee will likely curve north before hitting Florida next week. Potential impacts along the East Coast remain uncertain. Gordon.
Thank you, Mike. The storm's core is currently expected to sweep north of the Leeward Islands, which include the Virgin Islands, Antigua, St. Martin, and St. Kitts and Nevis. Forecasters said it was too soon to predict exactly where the storm could affect that island chain. 11 minutes after the hour on This Morning, America's First News. Coming up next, how the migrant crisis has become a disaster for the Biden administration. If you own or operate a business, whether it's a local operation or a global corporation, partnering with Bank of America could be your smartest move. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll enjoy exclusive digital tools, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful you'll make every move matter. Position your business to capitalize on opportunity in a moment's notice. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, N.A., copyright 2023. If you need to hire fast and hire right, you need Indeed, the #1 source for hires in the U.S., according to Talent Nest. Sponsor a job, and Indeed will help you attract, interview, and hire candidates fast. With Instant Match, you'll instantly receive a short list of candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. You can easily schedule and conduct virtual interviews, all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit to get $75 toward your first sponsored job. Get started at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's. So thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code HANDSOME at checkout. That's harrys.com, code HANDSOME.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You wash your hands, you brush your teeth, but how do you clean your nose? With Navage. Navage uses powered suction to pull saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, flushing out allergens, mucus, and germs. And it's why cleaning your nose, the body's air filter, is the next evolution in daily personal hygiene. Navage helps you breathe better, sleep deeper, and snore less, but the biggest payoff is improved health. At Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
News Talk, KRMS.
Expert insight, world-class reporting. You're listening to America's First News. This morning with Gordon Deal.
Thanks for spending time with us. A federal judge has ordered Texas to remove a floating barrier placed in the Rio Grande River to deter illegal migrant crossings while the case is litigated. He also prohibited the state from building new barriers. Meanwhile, tensions between the Biden administration and local Democrats are coming to a head as shelters around the country overflow and thousands of immigrants arrive in major cities. In cities like New York, Boston, and Chicago, a humanitarian crisis for people hoping for new lives in the U.S. has become desperate. Here's Steph Kite, political reporter at Axios. Steph, explain.
Well, immigration and the border has always been a really difficult issue since Biden took office, really. We saw numbers at the border start to rise early on in his administration, and especially we've seen Republicans pounce on this issue. Just look at the House, where Republicans have made the border a focus of their investigations. But now, as we've seen state Republicans, states along the border, start busing migrants to major cities, we're also seeing now state and local Democrats also kind of jumping on this issue and accusing Biden of not doing enough to kind of slow the number of people that they're seeing arrive in their cities. They've accused Biden of not doing enough to make sure migrants are able to get their work permits and get working quickly. So this is becoming an even bigger issue, not just from the right for Biden, but also from the left.
Boy, tackle what has happened in a couple of states. In your piece, you referenced New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, the issues in Chicago. Kind of thumbnail those for us.
Yeah, we're looking at very similar situations in New York and Boston and Chicago, in Denver, in Los Angeles, many of the major cities across the U.S. where migrants are being bused or choosing to go after they cross the border. And we're seeing especially homeless shelters and migrant shelters reaching capacity rather quickly, and we're seeing city officials having to quickly adjust and find places to hold people when they first arrive and maybe don't have a long-term place to stay right away, especially as they're waiting to kind of go through the paperwork that will enable them to get their work permits, etc. So we're really seeing concern on the streets. It's becoming something where, people are looking around and seeing people, without some place to sleep, without somewhere to eat. And these are often recently arrived migrants who really just don't have any immediate options. And that's something that, is going to strain local resources in all of these cities.
We're speaking with Steph Kite, political reporter at Axios. Her piece is called Blue State Migrant Crisis Sparks Political Disaster for Biden. And in some cases here, the Democrats are turning on each other, aren't they?
Exactly. I mean, just last week we saw, New York City Mayor Eric Adams and the New York Governor Kathy Hochul kind of go head to head over this issue. The governor has in the past kind of blamed Biden for this issue, kind of saying that the administration hasn't provided enough support for local governments to handle the number of people who are coming across the border and heading straight to these major cities. We've also seen the mayor blame the governor, and the mayor ask the administration to declare a federal emergency to unlock additional resources. And then we have, the administration kind of pushing back and saying, look, we've already given you hundreds of millions of dollars. We are doing everything we can. So it very quickly becomes this finger-pointing situation with no real solution in sight.
And what about the app in which migrants are supposed to use it to book appointments?
And that's something actually that the Biden administration will point to as them already having done something to enable people to get their work permits quicker after they cross the border. When people are applying for an appointment through the app, applying for an appointment at the border through the app, or if migrants are using these new parole processes that the administration has rolled out starting early this year, when they use those new processes, they're actually able to get their work permit quicker than they would have otherwise if they were going through the usual asylum process. The administration points to that and says, look, we've already done what we can to make sure people can get here and start working as quickly as possible while they're going through the immigration court system. But the reality is, even something that's relatively quick, when you're talking about the immigration system, it's still, a month and a half on average before people are able to actually legally work while they're waiting for their, immigration court proceedings.
Thanks, Steph. Steph Kite, political reporter at Axios. This portion of the program is brought to you by Innovation Refunds. Innovation Refunds has been asking small business owners to see if they might be eligible for a payroll tax refund through the Employee Retention Credit. The ERC is a tax refund for businesses that kept 5 or more full-time W-2 employees on payroll during 2020 and 2021. Small business owners can check ERC eligibility at innovationrefunds.com. Thanks to Innovation Refunds, CPA Bill Goodman of Ford & Goodman accounting firm in Richardson, Texas, referred over 12 of his clients once he discovered his company qualified for the ERC. Go to innovationrefunds.com to determine your eligibility. If you qualify, you could be on your way to receiving money for your business. There's no upfront charge, and they don't get paid unless you get paid. Go to innovationrefunds.com. Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. They work with an independent network of tax professionals and will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply. Innovationrefunds.com. That's innovationrefunds.com. 20 minutes after the hour on This Morning, here's Jennifer Kashenka.
And now, the 3 big things you need to know. Number 1.
The world just experienced its hottest 3 months on record by a substantial margin, according to the UN Weather Agency, prompting the UN chief to call on world leaders to take urgent climate action. August was the hottest on record by a large margin and the second hottest month after July of 2023. The report was released as some 160 million Americans sweltered in temperatures above 90 yesterday, prompting schools in at least 9 states to close or dismiss students early. EMS Dr. Barbara Schreibman of Englewood Health in New Jersey says children are among the most at risk in heat.
Children have a different physiology than adults, and the very young and the very old don't tolerate heat as well, especially when the humidity is higher.
In Texas, the state's power grid operator triggered its emergency operations last evening, bringing it a step closer to a worst-case scenario of ordering rotating power outages.
Number 2.
A federal judge has ruled Texas must remove the 1,000-foot floating border barrier it installed in the middle of the Rio Grande. The judge forbade Texas from lengthening the barrier, made up of giant orange buoys anchored by concrete blocks, and ordered the state to remove the existing barrier by September 15th. The barrier immediately touched off a diplomatic episode with Mexico, which said it violated an international treaty governing the Rio Grande. The Justice Department sued Texas in July, asserting it has sole jurisdiction over the river.
Number 3.
Special counsel David Weiss says he'll seek an indictment of Hunter Biden by September 29th. The statement provides confirmation that prosecutors are moving ahead with a criminal case against the younger Biden after his legal team and the government have traded blame in recent weeks over the implosion of 2 previously negotiated agreements that would have resolved a long-running investigation into Hunter Biden's tax and business dealings. Well, if you believe the Wall Street Journal, Princeton University is the best university in the nation. The journal cites the Ivy League school for its faculties, facilities, coursework, and ability to prepare students for their lives and careers. Number 2 is MIT, followed by Yale, Stanford, and Columbia. The University of Florida and the New Jersey Institute of Technology are the highest-ranking public schools, both cracking the top 20.
All right, thank you, Jen. 23 minutes after the hour. Coming up next, the city's frustrated with cruise passengers. Innovation Refunds has been helping small businesses that qualify to get a business payroll tax refund through the Employee Retention Credit, or ERC. Hey, business owners, retained employees in 2020 and 2021, the ERC tax refund beckons. Simplify the process with Innovation Refunds' seasoned tax lawyers. Pandemic hurdles affecting growth? Significant refunds could be in store. 0 initial costs, you pay upon success. Secure yours now. Go to innovationrefunds.com to determine eligibility. There's no upfront charge. They don't get paid unless you get paid. Go to innovationrefunds.com or call 1-843-REFUNDS. Again, innovationrefunds.com. Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. They work with an independent network of tax professionals and will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply. Visit innovationrefunds.com.
Can the county outlaw puppies and then turn around and fine you if Fido actually has a few? What if they single out your particular breed of dog or cat for special restrictions? Can you stop them? I'm Curtis Howard. Together, we'll explore these and other actual court cases and the decisions handed down by the judges. See if you agree.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
Do you have a car sitting around you want to get rid of? Then here's a great idea. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Yes, one fast call to the Veteran Car Donation Program and we'll come and remove your car for free. Fast, free towing, and 24-hour response. You can donate most cars, trucks, or SUVs in most conditions. The proceeds raised goes to help active military, veterans, and their families, and you get a tax deduction. All you need to do is make this free call. Get rid of that old car and help the vets. We make it easy. Make this free call now and book your fast and easy pickup. Call the Veteran Donation Program now. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Operators are standing by. Here's the number.
800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. That's 800-540-8816.
News Talk, KRMS.
Glad you're with us. Cruise passengers can be an area's top economic driver and its top source of aggravation. In U.S. port cities, local governments are focusing on how to manage these travelers. Here's Allison Pulley, travel reporter at the Wall Street Journal. Allison, what's going on?
If cruise passengers are arriving at a destination, they might arrive early in the morning and leave in the evening. And sometimes they do not spend money in these destinations where they are walking around. And oftentimes, if it's a big ship, there can be thousands of people walking around a city. And so different destinations have said, this is getting a bit out of hand. There are too many people here. We need to have limits on the number of passengers or on the number of ships coming in.
Unless they were all spending money?
Pretty much. They do spend money and they do contribute to the economy, but cruise ships are getting bigger, and coming out of the pandemic, cruise ships are very full. So you're seeing a lot of people who are traveling to these destinations, and oftentimes these are smaller areas like Bar Harbor, Maine, for example, where some locals say they are just there are just too many of them in a small amount of space.
Wow. All right. So focus on Bar Harbor, Maine, then. What can be done? What do you say? Okay, the first 75 to come off who want to spend money, you're welcome. What do you do?
Bar Harbor's current proposal is not too dissimilar from that, actually. So in November, residents there passed a citizens initiative that would limit the number of passengers to 1,000. And under this proposal, it would be the first 1,000 who get off the ships. Oh, wow. It doesn't limit the number of ships who come in, which is pretty complicated. So that move is being challenged in court, and a ruling is expected later this year. A group of business owners are challenging that in particular. So cruise passengers are about 10% of the total visitors to Bar Harbor. Acadia National Park is near there, so it's a really popular area. But locals have singled them out because they said they're there for a short period of time. They stay in a limited area rather than going to the broader Bar Harbor region, and so they'd like there to be fewer of them in town.
Wow. We're speaking with Allison Pulley, travel reporter at the Wall Street Journal. Her piece is called Cities to Cruise Ships, You're Bringing Too Many Tourists Here. Is there pushback from shops and restaurants here, or do they sort of feel the same way, like there's too many people not spending enough money, just taking selfies?
It really depends on where the shop and restaurant is. If it's close to where the cruise ship is docking, then they don't typically have a problem with it. Probably most of their customers are cruise passengers. But if they're farther out and don't see as many of them, it can be tough for them. In general, a lot of business owners are hoping to find some type of sustainable model. So if you look at Juneau, Alaska, for example, they are heavily dependent on cruise passengers, but they do know that having 6 ships come in per day is just not sustainable for the area.
Thanks, Allison. Allison Poley, travel reporter at the Wall Street Journal. 30 minutes now after the hour. On This Morning, America's First News.
Picture this. You're lounging on a pristine beach in Mexico. The soft sand beneath your feet, the sun kissing your skin, and the gentle sound of waves lulling you into a state of pure relaxation. No more icy winds, no more snow shoveling, just endless sunshine and serenity. Say goodbye to the winter blues and hello to the ultimate getaway. You're on the KRMS Beat the Winter Blues trip, Part 2 to Costa Mujeres, one of the most exclusive areas of the Mexican Caribbean side, just a few minutes north of Cancun. We'll stay at the Riu Latino. It's an all-adult, all-inclusive 5-star luxury resort. We'll fly nonstop out of St. Louis to Cancun January 13th and return the 20th. It's a short bus ride from the airport to the resort, where you'll enjoy 5 incredible outdoor pools, 4 gourmet restaurants, endless white sand beaches, and turquoise water, all for just $17.99 per person. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall. 309-205-5749. That's 309-205-5749. You can get more information and sign up for this trip by going to one of our radio station websites and clicking on Beat the Winter Blues. This winter, trade in your snow boots for flip-flops and your scarves for swimsuits. It's time to experience the magic of Mexico with KRMS Radio and TV.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-912-9624. That's 800-912-9624. 800-912-9624.
Attention business owners, listen carefully to this important message. Are you tired of struggling with monthly bookkeeping or always being behind? Maybe you're fed up with paying your CPA ridiculously high hourly rates for subpar services. At Finance Pal, we know your pain. We're small business owners who understand your tax and accounting needs. At Finance Pal, we take over your books and design a program custom tailored to fit your needs. Whether it's bookkeeping, payroll, bill pay, inventory tracking, or taxes, we have you covered. We handle some or all of these services for one flat, affordable, low monthly fee. Stop worrying about your books and drowning in paperwork. Let us worry while you focus on growing your business. The setup is easy, and we give you the tools and technology to make your monthly finances streamlined and organized.
Call now at 800-509-1764 for a free business assessment. That's 800-509-1764. 800-509-1764.
Finance Pal, the only friend your business needs.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
News Talk, KRMS.
We are America's First News. This morning with Gordon Deal.
Thanks for spending time with us. Welcome into Thursday, September 7. Gordon Deal, Jennifer Kashenka. Some of our top stories and headlines. Hunter Biden expected to be indicted by the end of the month. 2 Trump co-defendants in the Georgia racketeering case will be tried together. Hurricane Lee forms in the Atlantic. A judge orders Texas to remove a floating barrier blocking migrants in the Rio Grande. 11,000 of 30,000 runners in the Mexico City Marathon last month have been disqualified for cheating by doing things like cutting the course or hopping on a bus or a bike. And the surfing instructor who got a lot more video than he expected. That story in about 20 minutes. Back in the spring, as lawmakers in D.C. grilled the CEO of TikTok over his company's ties to China, it seemed like Congress might actually try to ban the social media giant. But since then, Capitol Hill's effort to delete the app from our phones has faded from public view. Here's why from Morgan Chalfant, politics reporter at Semaphore. Morgan, what happened?
So, as things happen in Washington, these big policy ideas come out, and obviously there was this big hearing with the TikTok CEO, and it just kind of faded. And I think really the problem here is there's several parts to this issue, right? There's a lot of criticism of TikTok on both sides of the aisle, and calls for some kind of ban or forced sale or some kind of regulation of TikTok. But I think that there's not a clean idea of how to do it. Republicans tend to be more hawkish on the issue, wanting to ban it. Democrats, there are some concerns about political blowback given young people are so on the app. There's also legal concerns about just how it would happen. Some people raising First Amendment concerns about shutting down an app like this. And so it's just this really complicated, lofty policy issue that has taken a backseat to some of the other must-do items on Capitol Hill, whether it's the debt ceiling or, the looming shutdown government funding fight that, could end up in a shutdown if the two parties don't agree to something. Right. So it's really just faded in large part because of those issues. But we could see it come back again in the fall. The
Senate got closest, right, to pushing something out of a committee or to a vote?
Yeah, so there was a bill in the Senate from Mark Warner called the Restrict Act, and it got a lot of support. So support from Republicans and Democrats. It's also co-sponsored by John Thune, but it ran into a lot of opposition from libertarian-minded lawmakers, including Rand Paul, and also Fox News commenters. Tucker Carlson, when he was still on Fox, railed against it during one of his shows. So did Jesse Waters, and it's a very broad bill that would give the administration powers to basically regulate any, foreign tech apparatus that has a certain number of has a certain amount of American data, and that is within a country that the administration qualifies as a foreign adversary. So it ran into a lot of criticism, particularly just because of the breadth of the bill.
We're speaking with Morgan Chalfant, politics reporter at Semaphore. Her story is called What Happened to the TikTok Ban? So is there a belief that something actually could materialize regarding a law that contains restrictions, say, if not an outright ban?
Right. So there are lawmakers in the House that are still working on legislation. There have been a few bills that have been introduced that haven't really moved very far. They want it to be bipartisan because obviously if they're going to accomplish anything, it really needs to have support from both parties. I think that's challenging. And then there's on the Senate side there, Senator Maria Cantwell, who is the leader of the Commerce Committee is working on some type of legislation that would regulate, foreign platforms. That it's not really exactly clear what her bill would do right now. So I do think that we'll see some bills come out later in the year, but sort of unclear what they would accomplish and how they would accomplish it, and kind of how narrowly focused they are on TikTok.
Yeah, I guess they have an eye on their jobs, lawmakers, too, to a certain extent, right? I mean, this could anger young people who might tend to lean Democratic, could cost them at the ballot box, potentially?
Yeah, certainly there's concerns, particularly among Democrats, about, blowback among young people. I also think TikTok is a platform that can be used, I wouldn't say a ton of lawmakers use it, but it's certainly a way that they can communicate with potential voters, get their message out. So that's the other consideration as well, I imagine.
Yeah. What does China say for its part on this at this point, since it's obviously its parent company is based there?
So it's been interesting. So TikTok has really just been trying to emphasize that TikTok's an American company, and that they are, a lot of the concern is about these Chinese laws and the fact that the company, because its headquarters are based in Beijing, ByteDance, that because of China's laws, they could be compelled to share data with China. TikTok has pushed back against those concerns. But it was interesting that China released some angry statement around the time of the hearing that actually sort of backfired for TikTok, because it made it seem like they had a dog in the fight in terms of the TikTok debate.
Thanks, Morgan. Morgan Chalfant, politics reporter at Semaphore. 20 minutes now in front of the hour. On This Morning, America's First News. Coming up next, the mic drop.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code HANDSOME at checkout. That's harrys.com, code HANDSOME. Enjoy!
If the weather is cooling off, but luckily your business is staying hot and you need to hire, then you need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. With tools like Instant Match, the moment you sponsor a post, you'll instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. And you can even schedule and conduct interviews all from the Indeed website. Visit Indeed.com/credit to get $75 towards your first. Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com/welcome to now. That's Dell.com/welcome to now.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
News Talk, KRMS.
Thanks for spending time with us. Welcome into Friday Eve. Time now for the Mic Drop with this morning's Mike Gavin.
Good morning. Well, we have a couple of stories about clever thieves today, one human and one most definitely not. We'll start with the two-legged thief, a woman in China who was caught on camera stealing an iPhone with only her teeth. The woman, shopping at an Apple store in southeast China, at first appears to just be browsing, taking a close look at the MacBooks, but then she walks over to a display of the newest iPhones and starts fiddling with one of them. Moments later, she picks up the phone, holds it up to her mouth, and begins chewing the anti-theft wire, which is made of tough metal fibers. After successfully biting through the wire, she's then seen coolly placing the phone in her bag before walking out of the store. Workers only realized what happened after she left, and then they called the police. The thief was eventually caught, claiming that she had originally planned to buy the iPhone, but after seeing the high price tag, decided to chew her way to a new phone instead.
Oh, wow. How about that?
So she wasn't hungry. This wasn't a hunger thing. She just needed to get a new iPhone, didn't have the money.
Wow. That just seems so risky to your mouth.
I can't imagine.
Do you do calculations beforehand about, okay, I'm going to chew through this wire. There's a chance I damage two teeth. The cost to repair or replace the two teeth would be $1,200.
Yeah.
The new cost of the iPhone, $1,100. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I'm thinking she didn't do that. But
someone who's had difficulty with my teeth in recent months, as you know, and can't even bite into most things at this point still. Please, people, enjoy your teeth. Don't take your teeth for granted, and don't do something stupid like this with your teeth, okay?
An anti-theft wire made of metal fibers.
Those things,
she chewed through it. She like part chipmunk.
Those things are tough.
Squirrel?
You can barely even cut those with scissors. Those things, like
exactly.
you need a big, strong knife with those.
How long was she there chewing it? Do we know?
Not very long, I don't believe. Yeah, like maybe like a minute or so. Like not too long. She made quick work of it. And has dentist bills now probably as a result. And we go closer to home now in Florida, where a bear, perhaps looking to cool off, broke into a family's fridge and popped a couple of cold ones. The black bear, known in the Lake Mary area as Tripod because he has only 3 legs, broke his way into the family's screened-in front porch while their 13-year-old son was home alone. He immediately started locking doors and then filmed the bear as it roamed around, ate some fish food, and apparently got thirsty, grabbing 3 White Claw hard seltzers from the outside fridge and enjoyed a drink, his preferred flavors being mango and strawberry. Of course, this isn't the first time that a bear has helped itself to some food or beverages in someone's home. According to Today.com, in August of last year, a Connecticut man came across a black bear inside of his kitchen. After enjoying a bag of marshmallows before being shooed away, the bear returned days later and knocked through a screen door, perhaps hoping for more.
Boy.
I vaguely remember that story about the marshmallows and the bear.
Right. I'm just thinking of this bear in Florida here. I don't know why he needs to go into a residential neighborhood other than perhaps previous experience. I'm just looking at the map here of that Lake Mary area.
Yes.
It's surrounded by lakes and forests. Like, you think there'd be plenty of berries, that he'd have access to.
Tons of berries, but how many White Claws?
That's fair. That's fair.
If you're craving the artificial flavors of mango and strawberry or whatever, that's the only place you're going to go. You're not going to find that in the next to the lake.
Even for a black bear, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Exactly.
Thank you, Mike. 13 minutes in front of the hour on This Morning, America's First News.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code HANDSOME at checkout. That's harrys.com, code HANDSOME. Enjoy.
KRMS TV joins 93.5 Rocks the Lake as your official homes for Camdenton Laker football.
And then the ball pops out and the Lakers are going to have it.
Watch every exciting play, home and road, in crystal clear high definition on KRMS TV 32.11.
Jabari Stewart ripping that ball out.
You can watch the Lakers on our KRMS TV YouTube channel.
Connects with Borbet to the pylon.
Find the KRMS TV app on your Roku device.
Touchdown Lakers! 19 yards!
Or watch in the palm of your hand on the LOZ app. Just tap the KRMS icon.
Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers!
Live radio coverage begins at 6 o'clock with the Summit Natural Gas pregame show on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
And it's Durnin to Durnin for the first time this year.
This Friday night, a rivalry is renewed as the Lakers take on the Waynesville Tigers. It's all live on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day. 10 an hour. 1 person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it. Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906, 800-338-6906, 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
News Talk, KRMS.
This is America's First News, preparing you for the day ahead with headlines and in-depth analysis. This morning with Gordon Deal.
Glad you're with us. Do your coworkers email you with timely requests even when you're on vacation? If so, you might be writing your out-of-office email wrong. Brandon Smith, career coach known as the workplace therapist, told CNBC Make It that generic messages like "I'll be out of the office until such and such date" with limited access to email can be easy to shrug off. He says coworkers might assume you just took a day to run some errands. Instead, he says, include a personal detail. This can set a stronger boundary and help you elicit more guilt from whoever dares to cross it. If you're going on a family trip, he says, try this. I'm going to be on a family vacation on such and such dates. If you need immediate assistance, please contact my colleague, and then identify the colleague and leave contact info for that person. Reading that, someone has to decide if their query is more important than your time with your family. Mr. Smith says, you're a jerk if you trample on that. 8 minutes now in front of the hour on This Morning. Once again, here's Jennifer Kashenka.
And now, the 3 big things you need to know. Number 1.
A record-breaking heat wave continues to stifle much of the nation, with forecasters imploring residents planning to spend time outdoors to hydrate and avoid strenuous activity. Scorching temperatures are expected to linger through Friday in the mid-Atlantic and Northeast and through the weekend in Texas and adjacent states. Boston School Superintendent Mary Skipper says they're preparing the best they can.
Getting through tomorrow, the schools that we've spoken to and the leaders feel comfortable that we'll be able to do that.
Temperatures are expected to hit 110 in Phoenix again this weekend. In San Antonio, Wednesday marked the 70th day of 100-degree temperatures or above since June, an all-time record for the area.
Number 2.
In Secretary of State Antony Blinken's 4th visit to Ukraine since Russia's invasion, he announced more than $1 billion yesterday in new U.S. aid to Kyiv.
In the ongoing counteroffensive, progress has accelerated in the past few weeks. This new assistance will help sustain it and build further momentum.
Meanwhile, 17 people were killed and 32 others injured when a Russian missile hit a market in the Donetsk region last night.
Number 3.
Senator Mitch McConnell says he plans to remain the Senate Republican leader and finish his term in a testy exchange with reporters yesterday, seeking more details about his recent health scares.
I have no announcements to make on that subject.
What do you say to those who are...
I'm going to finish my term as leader, and I'm going to finish my Senate term.
McConnell declined to offer new details on his health, pointing instead to the latest memo from Congress's top doctor, who said there was no sign the 81-year-old had experienced strokes or seizures. The scrutiny of the longtime party leader comes after 2 incidents recently in which he appeared to freeze up while speaking. Collectors went nuts for legendary Queen frontman Freddie Mercury as Sotheby's London began selling the singer's 1,500-piece estate, including the piano on which he composed Bohemian Rhapsody, which sold for $2.2 million. An anonymous online bidder helped Mercury's 1973 Yamaha Grand establish an auction record for a composer's piano. Mercury's handwritten manuscript for Bohemian Rhapsody sold for $1.7 million. The lyrics, written across several sheets of stationery, reveal that Mercury originally titled the song Mongolian Rhapsody, but scratched that out.
Wow. He was determined to do that rock opera bit, that's for sure. Thank you, Jen. 6 minutes in front of the hour on This Morning, America's First News. Innovation Refunds has been helping small businesses that qualify to get a business payroll tax refund through the Employee Retention Credit, or ERC. Attention businesses, kept staff during 2020 and 2021? The ERC tax refund awaits. Navigate its complexities with Innovation Refunds expert tax attorneys, ensuring IRS compliance and data security. If challenges slowed your growth, substantial refunds might be yours. No upfront fees with Innovation Refunds. You pay when you profit. Claim today. Go to innovationrefunds.com to determine eligibility. They don't get paid unless you get paid. innovationrefunds.com or call 1-843-REFUNDS. Again, innovationrefunds.com. Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. They work with an independent network of tax professionals and will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply. Visit innovationrefunds.com.
Can the county outlaw puppies and then turn around and fine you if Fido actually has a few? What if they single out your particular breed of dog or cat for special restrictions? Can you stop them? I'm Curtis Howard. Together we'll explore these and other actual court cases and the decisions handed down by the judges. See if you agree.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
If you or someone you love suffers from drug addiction, now is the time to utilize your private health insurance PPO plan. If eligible, receive up to $30,000 or more in substance abuse benefits with low or no out-of-pocket cost. We are the National Treatment Network, the premier drug and alcohol treatment referral service operating 24/7. We help connect you with facilities nationwide that accepts PPO private health insurance for substance abuse. If you have PPO substance abuse coverage and you need immediate admittance to a medical detox or residential rehab treatment center, call us now. Call our live referral helpline today. The call is free. This program is not available to Medicare or Medicaid customers.
Call 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. That's 800-296-1253.
Attention all authors. Page Publishing is looking for authors. Have you written a book and want to get it published? Page Publishing will get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, Apple iTunes, and other outlets. They handle all aspects of the publishing process for you. Printing, cover art, publicity, copyright, and editing. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit. Again, 800-506-3573.
News Talk, KRMS.
Thanks for joining us. A New Jersey man who went to the beach to film a promotional video for a surfboard wound up getting way more video than he bargained for. Steve Hauser, a U.S. Marine, was on Long Beach Island teaching his daughter how to surf when he spotted a handful of struggling swimmers. Mr. Hauser, who works as a special ed history teacher in high school, says he could see 5 to 7 people in distress. He told dailyvoice.com in Atlantic County that as a surfer, he can spot a rip current very easily, able to know the conditions of the water and how dangerous they can be. Mr. Hauser got his daughter to shore before he made his way out with his tandem bodyboard he was using with his daughter. It's an inflatable, oversized boogie board with handles. In other words, it was the perfect lifesaver. Video shows Mr. Hauser and other swimmers hoisting Gabe McCabe onto his board, then bringing him safely to shore. Mr. McCabe told ABC TV in Philadelphia that if not for Mr. Hauser, he may not have survived. That'll do it for this hour. For Jennifer Kashenka and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI Bath & Shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month, or no interest, no payments for 18 months. For a limited time, be one of the first 100 callers who schedule a free in-home consultation and receive $500 off. Call 800-721-9985 for a free no-obligation price quote. That's 800-721-9985. Factory-trained and certified installers made in the USA, and discounts for seniors and military. BCI Bath & Shower, the leader in affordable bathroom products. That's 800-721-9985.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin with the extreme heat that's getting in the way of back-to-school days in the East. Correspondent Jared Hill has our top story.
Hugh Barrett says his 5-year-old son Luke spent his first couple of days of kindergarten without air conditioning. Now the school in Washington, D.C. has fans and window units.
He says it's cooler, but still very noisy.
They say to bring water, but it doesn't really do much.
The heat headed Massachusetts 8th grader Liam McDonald a 4-day weekend. Schools there cancel classes for the rest of the week.
A recent study found almost 16,000 schools need to update HVAC systems to deal with climbing late summer temperatures. Police in Fresno, California say almost a dozen students were injured when a 16-year-old driver slammed his truck into a bus stop near a high school there. Mayor Jerry Dyer.
This could have been a much worse day for the city of Fresno. Fortunately, you won't be going to any funerals.
Police say a family member picked up the driver and his 14-year-old sister after they ran away from the scene. No word on whether drugs or alcohol were involved. CBS News has obtained an internal report showing embattled Congressman George Santos' campaign staff knew about the world of lies he'd created a year before he was elected. Correspondent Scott McFarland.
This 100-plus page report was commissioned back in 2021. The Santos campaign commissioned this research to get ahead of any potential negative stories.
Santos has pleaded not guilty to federal fraud charges for allegedly misleading Congress about his finances. A federal judge has ordered Texas to remove the floating barrier intended to make it more difficult for migrants to cross the Rio Grande. Reporter Chris Fox has details from Austin.
U.S. District Judge David Ezra ordering Texas to remove the buoys by Friday, September 15th. He also blocked the state from installing any similar structures without federal approval. Texas Governor Greg Abbott calls the ruling incorrect, saying it will be overturned on appeal.
Mexico's Supreme Court has decriminalized abortion nationwide. Giselle Carino heads an international feminist organization.
The feminist movement around the world is connected, and we hope that this serves as inspiration, as opportunity to exchange, to collaborate with those in the U.S.
At the U.S. Open, Carlos Alcaraz on ESPN headed to the semifinals to face Daniil Medvedev after defeating Alexander Zverev in straight sets. The Spaniard's trying to become the first man to win consecutive titles at Flushing Meadows since Roger Federer claimed 5 in a row. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Embarrassed by...
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. Power has been restored to all of the roughly 5,000 people that were knocked out sometime or another during storms that blew through the lake area on Tuesday night. Officials say most of the power issues were caused directly by toppling trees and flying debris. The storm packed a 50-mile-an-hour or higher wind gusts. However, the National Weather Service never did issue any severe thunderstorm warnings for that system. A full check of what the weather looks like coming up in just a bit. As expected, the week of Labor Day weekend was busy for law enforcement around the lake area. In Osage Beach, according to Lieutenant Michael O'Day, officers conducted 97 traffic stops and assisted at 30 different calls for fire department responses. The week also saw Osage Beach officers arrest 4 people, including a 36-year-old from Augusta, Kansas, on domestic assault and kidnapping charges. 3 others, a 46-year-old woman from Iberia, a 47-year-old man from Osage Beach, and a 46-year-old man from Tuscumbia, were arrested for traffic-related offenses. And Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey has joined a multi-state and territorial coalition urging Congress to look at how artificial intelligence can be used to exploit children through sexual abuse materials. Bailey says the dangers of AI as it relates to child sexual abuse materials is clear in 3 main categories, including digitally altering, recreating, or creating different depictions of real child's likenesses to feed the market with child sexual abuse materials. The coalition is asking Congress to form a commission and to ultimately expand existing restrictions to also cover AI-generated child sexual abuse materials. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is a service of Jennings Insurance Group.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we provide a holistic approach to retirement. We'll guide you through the 5 risks to your retirement, including healthcare costs, inflation, market risk, and more. At Jennings, we contract with many companies, but we work for our clients. Consultations are always free. At Jennings, we use insurance as a tool to positively impact the lives of the people we serve. Whether you need to visit about your financial future or your healthcare costs, we can help. Check out our Facebook page, Jennings Insurance Group, or call us today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Carol Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Staying hazy today, sunshine with our high nearing 83. Clear skies overnight with a low around 61. Sunny and 83 throughout Friday, and clear skies and 59 throughout Friday night. Sunny with a high of 82 by Saturday, and clear skies Saturday night with a low around 58 degrees. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 81 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is, currently it's 59 degrees.
This is America in the Morning from Westwood One. It's Thursday, September 7th, 2023. I'm Clayton Neville in for John Trout. Here's what's coming up on America in the Morning.
Prosecutors in Georgia say the case involving Donald Trump could take 4 months to complete. I'm John Stolness.
Senator McConnell says, let there be no doubt.
I'm going to finish my term as leader, and I'm going to finish my Senate term.
I'm Linda Kenyon in Washington.
Hunter Biden may be headed to a courtroom to stand trial. I'm Pamela Furr.
Texas has till the middle of the month to remove its buoy barriers from the Rio Grande River, but the state's appealing.
On Wall Street, investors are worried about interest rates going higher and stocks went lower. I'm Jessica Ettinger.
The Biden administration has canceled remaining oil and gas leases in Alaska's Arctic refuge. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Paying attention to Lee as that storm churns in the Atlantic. All ahead on America in the Morning. It's 7 after. Prosecutors in Georgia say the election case involving Donald Trump and the 18 other co-defendants could take 4 months to complete. Correspondent John Stolness has the details, as well as an important Wednesday ruling.
Let's go on the record with 23 SC 188.
And with that, the first televised hearing in any of Donald Trump's criminal cases got underway yesterday, as Fulton County Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee met with lawyers for 2 of the defendants in the election subversion case, as well as Fulton County Prosecutor Nathan Wade. Wade telling the court the trial could take months, and that's not including jury selection.
4 months is our time estimate. In terms of the number of witnesses, there are in excess of 150 witnesses that the state intends to call.
Wade wants to try two of Trump's former attorneys, Kenneth Chesebro and Sidney Powell, together as part of the state's RICO case against Trump and his associates, claiming the length of the trials would make it impossible to try them all separately. Chesebro's attorney, Scott Grubman, argued lumping defendants together doesn't make any sense.
To try to tie together charges and defendants that otherwise have nothing to do with each other, then, before we know it, millions of people, literally millions of people could have been charged in this conspiracy.
Judge McAfee ruled in favor of the prosecution, stating he didn't think keeping Chesebro and Powell together hindered their access to a fair trial.
So based on what's been presented today, I'm not finding the severance from Mr. Chesebro or Powell is necessary to achieve a fair determination of the guilt or innocence for either defendant in this case.
Donald Trump has asked the court to be tried separately from any defendant seeking a speedy trial. Chesebro and Powell are both seeking a speedy trial that would begin on October 23rd. Judge McAfee has given the state until Tuesday to tell the court whether it should be a trial of 2 defendants or all 19. Meanwhile, in the Trump classified documents case, the former director of information technology at Mar-a-Lago, Stanley Woodward, is striking a deal with prosecutors in their case against the former president. An indictment this summer alleged a different Mar-a-Lago employee told Woodward that the boss, meaning Trump, wanted surveillance footage deleted. I'm John Stolness.
It's 9 minutes after, and questions continue to swirl around the health of Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. Correspondent Linda Kenyon has the story from Washington.
I'm going to finish my term as leader, and I'm going to finish my Senate term.
Senator Mitch McConnell talking to reporters Wednesday as concerns continue to grow over his health and his ability to remain at the helm of the GOP caucus in the U.S. Senate. The senator froze for about 20 seconds at a press conference in the Capitol in July, and then again for about 30 seconds while answering reporters' questions in Kentucky last week. Those freeze-ups happened after McConnell suffered a bad fall in March and sustained a concussion and a broken rib. He also suffered a fall earlier in the year. The Capitol physician has cleared him for work, saying the recent freeze-ups were possibly lightheadedness due to dehydration. McConnell's fellow Kentucky senator isn't buying it.
Well, I've practiced medicine for 25 years, and it doesn't look like dehydration to me. It looks like a focal neurologic event.
On CNN, Senator Rand Paul, who is an ophthalmologist and an eye surgeon, also said, when you get dehydrated, you don't have moments where your eyes look in the distance with a vacant look. His statement goes on to say, you're sort of basically unconscious with your eyes open, and that is not a symptom of dehydration. North Carolina Republican Tom Tillis says, as far as he's concerned, Senator McConnell is more than okay.
I talked to him several times over the recess. He was on point.
South Carolina Republican Lindsey Graham is standing by McConnell.
He's my leader, and I will continue to support him.
But Missouri's Josh Hawley tells CNN he does not.
We should have taken back the Senate last year. We didn't. This is our shot to take it back, and I just hope we're going to be focused on that.
Are you worried that he's not the right person to bring you guys back to the majority?
Oh, absolutely.
During this campaign season, much has been made about President Biden's age. The president is 80. Senator McConnell is 81. On Fox, Senator Hawley said Republicans can't have it both ways.
I mean, if you're concerned about the president's ability to do his job, and I am, and a lot of Republicans say they are, then you've got to be concerned when it's somebody from your own party.
Linda Kenyon, Washington.
It's 11 minutes after, and a federal judge in Texas makes a ruling on the buoy barriers at the southern border. Can they stay? We'll tell you when America in the Morning returns after this.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code CORE at checkout. That's harrys.com, code CORE. Enjoy.
Embarrassed by ugly yellow toe fungus?
Living with toe fungus it's embarrassing. I was afraid to take my socks off. I hid my yellow and crumbly toes from everybody.
Introducing Crystal Flush. Crystal Flush is the only FDA-registered 2-in-1 home treatment that attacks your toe fungus from both the inside and out. Crystal Flush's new and different combination system knocks out toe fungus for good. Guaranteed.
Crystal Flush is different. After just a few weeks, my fungus was gone. I mean, 100% disappeared. Crystal Flush was the only thing that ever worked. So if you're skeptical because you tried a bunch of other stuff, Crystal Flush is different. This is a game changer.
Crystal Flush is now available without a prescription, but it is not available in stores. Get your risk-free supply today. Go to crystalflush.com. That's CRYSTAL flush.com. Stop being embarrassed by ugly yellow toenails. Go to crystalflush.com or call 800-204-4484.
It's 13 minutes after the top of the hour, and some Americans are waking up to storm damage this morning, others bracing for potential severe weather. Meteorologist Carl Babinski's got our forecast.
On Wednesday, a few storms in the Mississippi Valley produced damaging wind gusts, most of these in northern parts of Mississippi and central and southern Arkansas. Today, most thunderstorms that erupt over parts of the Midwest and the Ohio Valley will be capable of producing damaging winds and some heavy rainfall. In fact, the National Severe Storms Forecasting Laboratory has posted a slight risk for severe weather in parts of the eastern region not far from the Appalachians, and that's because late this afternoon and tonight, these storms will be slamming into some very hot, humid air and will be energizing some of the storms, which will be capable, of course, of producing not only downpours but damaging wind gusts in excess of 50 miles per hour in portions of Pennsylvania, upstate New York, and even in Maryland. Highs will be in the low and mid-90s again today across much of the Northeast and in the mid-Atlantic states where various heat advisories are in effect. Some of these heat advisories in New England run until 8 p.m. Friday, but for Pennsylvania and New York, they run until 8 p.m. on this Thursday. And in the southeast, there will be a few widely separated thunderstorms, some in Georgia, Alabama, and others along the Gulf Coast and in Florida. Excessive heat warnings are out for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex on this Thursday. Elsewhere, they are surrounded by heat advisories for much of the rest of eastern Texas. Temperatures soaring into the triple digits. It'll feel like it's 110 in Dallas and close to 105 in Houston. Still some problems involving poor air quality due to Canadian wildfire smoke in the northern plain states. The west, dry conditions will prevail. It'll be on the cool side in western parts of Washington and Oregon with highs mostly in the 60s and lower 70s. And that's the weather across America. Today in Chicago, cooler with a shower, high 70. Hot and humid in Norfolk, high 95. That's the nation's weather. I'm AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski.
It's 15 after. Hunter Biden had a plea deal to avoid prison, but now it appears the president's son could face charges and go to trial. Pamela Furr has the story for us.
Special counsel David Weiss filed documents on Wednesday saying he intends to indict Hunter Biden by the end of the month. The matter specifically involves the felony gun charge prosecutors were planning on setting aside in exchange for a guilty plea in 2 tax-related misdemeanors. That deal fell apart when a judge questioned some of the provisions. But now prosecutors say under the terms of the Speedy Trial Act, they are obliged to seek an indictment on the gun charge by the end of the month. Hunter's attorney, Abby Lowell, releasing a statement saying they believe their signed weapons diversion agreement is still valid and prevents any additional charges against the president's son. The attorney also says Hunter has been making regular visits to the probation office as part of the agreement, and they expect a resolution to this 5-year investigation in his tax and business dealings. Republican Senator Ron Johnson, who has been investigating Hunter for years, telling reporters on Capitol Hill,
"That's good. I wish you wouldn't have let the statute of limitations expire on the more serious tax charges."
I'm Pamela Furr.
A federal judge in Austin is giving the state of Texas until September 15th to remove its buoy barriers from the Rio Grande River. The DOJ suing Texas over the orange wrecking ball-sized buoys. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has said the barriers are used to deter migrants from crossing the border illegally.
If you look at the treaty between the United States and Mexico, that treaty specifically references buoys as a device that can be allowed in these waters between the United States and Mexico.
The U.S. argues Texas doesn't have the authority to deploy the barriers. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre has defended the federal response to immigration and criticized Governor Abbott's approach.
It's actually hurting the process. It's hurting the process of what we're trying to do. Instead of coming to the table and trying to figure out a way to work together, he continues to do this really cruel, unjust, inhumane ways of moving forward.
Texas argues it has a sovereign right to defend its borders, but the judge in the case ruled the buoys obstruct free navigation in the Rio Grande and said Texas needs permission from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to have the barriers in the river. Governor Abbott said he's confident the ruling will be overturned. Texas is appealing. It's 18 after, and China counters TikTok bans in the U.S. with a policy of its own. Find out what that country's banning when America in the Morning returns after these messages.
Reggie was a nurse for 16 years.
I had become very burnt out. I wasn't making good money.
Then it happened.
There was an ad for My Computer Career, and it just spoke to me.
My Computer Career was the best decision he ever made.
I could study anywhere from my laptop, and I was working in the first couple of weeks of me being in class.
Reggie hit a home run.
The field is teeming with jobs.
Become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
The school is amazing.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
It's 20 minutes after. The Biden administration banned the Chinese-owned app TikTok from government devices, and some local and state governments followed suit. So did branches of the American military. Well, now China announces it's banning the use of iPhones for central government officials. The Wall Street Journal reports some Chinese government workers were told weeks in advance to move away from Apple's iPhone, part of Beijing's campaign to cut reliance on foreign technology. Apple's a leader in the high-end smartphone market and counts China as one of its biggest markets. CNBC's Jessica Ettinger covers Thursday business for us.
Wall Street opens this morning after a down day yesterday for stocks. Investors are getting a little worried the Fed could raise interest rates again this month.
We have not yet sort of immediately taken up those early August losses. Definitely some case to be made that there's more business to be done on the downside.
CNBC's Mike Santoli. Movie theater chain AMC lost a third of its value yesterday. Shares tanked when it announced a plan to sell more stock. Roku shares were higher on word it's cutting 10% of its staff. Car makers are the worst at data mining their drivers and selling that personal data. A new Mozilla Foundation study found that car owners have little or no control over the data collected about them, where they go, where they shop, where they eat. Most major car brands admit they're selling it. Mortgage demand dropped to a 27-year low last week as the real estate market slows to a crawl. The average rate on a 30-year fixed home loan was 7.21% yesterday, according to Mortgage News Daily. There's just not much out there to buy.
We have mortgage demand down to levels we haven't seen for 20 plus years, but housing prices aren't coming down meaningfully. Why? Because we have a supply problem. We're going to have to acknowledge that the issue facing us is on the supply side. We simply don't have enough supply, and that's why we continue to see prices being so stubborn.
Allianz Chief Economic Advisor Mohammed El-Arian on CNBC. The insurance industry again today watching another storm in the Atlantic. Lee forecast to become a dangerous major hurricane. As it approaches the Caribbean, it's too early to know whether it would impact the U.S.
So, Jessica, what's this about Disney cutting the price of Disney Plus?
Well, kind of. $2 a month sounds pretty good for a streaming service, right? But it's only a 3-month deal, and it's for the one that has commercials.
Disney slashes the price of Disney Plus with ads to $2 a month. That's a 75% discount for new and returning Disney Plus subscribers, and that's a discount for 3 months. It's a promotion that's been in the works for a while. It's part of Disney's big push to get more subscribers to adopt this plan that gives it a dual revenue stream. Disney is pushing its ad option as today Madison and Wall forecasts a 5% increase in U.S. ad revenue this year. That's excluding political ads.
CNBC's Julia Borston. On today's watch list, earnings are coming from DocuSign and designer brands. We find out how many people applied for unemployment benefits last week. Forbes will be out with its annual most valuable sports teams list. And the NFL season kicks off tonight. Chiefs hosting the Lions at Arrowhead.
It's 24 after, and another storm is churning in the Atlantic. We'll have an update on Lee when America in the Morning returns. Stay with us.
Hey, you're up next. Ugh, my throat hurts so bad. There's no way I can sing tonight. Here, try these. Vicks VapoCool Drops.
Yeah, Vicks VapoCool Drops has maximum strength menthol with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Ooh, I can already feel it.
I told you. So, you ready?
I'm ready.
Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks VapoCool Drop.
Reggie was a nurse for 16 years.
I had become very burnt out. I wasn't making good money.
Then it happened.
There was an ad for My Computer Career, and it just spoke to me.
My Computer Career was the best decision he ever made.
I could study anywhere from my laptop, and I was working in the first couple of weeks of me being in class.
Reggie hit a home run.
The field is teeming with jobs.
Become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
The school is amazing.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
Discover the power of radio. If you're a business owner looking to grow, you should know that radio sells with intimacy. When you have something important to communicate, which would you prefer? To show them a picture? To write to them? Or would you talk to them using the emotion of the human voice? Radio sells with intimacy. Discover the power of radio.
Put the power of radio to work for your business. Call KRMS and 93.5 Rocks. We can help. Call 348-2772.
It's 26 minutes after, and in a surprise move, the Biden administration has canceled remaining oil and gas leases in Alaska's Arctic refuge. Lisa Dwyer reports.
In an aggressive move that angered Republicans, the Biden administration has canceled the 7 remaining oil and gas leases in Alaska's Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, overturning sales held in the final days of the Trump administration, and proposed stronger protections against development on 13 million acres in the National Petroleum Reserve, Alaska. The Department of Interior's scrapping of the leases comes after the Biden administration disappointed environmental groups earlier this year by approving the Willow Oil Project in the Petroleum Reserve, a massive project that could produce up to 180,000 barrels of oil a day on Alaska's petroleum-rich North Slope. Litigation over the approval of the Willow Project is still pending. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
In the Atlantic, Lee intensified into a hurricane Wednesday evening with maximum sustained wind speeds around 80 miles per hour, but the storm's quickly expected to strengthen and could grow into an extremely dangerous major hurricane with potential top wind of about 150 miles per hour. Lee still about 1,000 miles east of the Leeward Islands. The National Weather Service reports no direct impacts to South Florida are expected right now. Models, in fact, indicating the massive storm could steer clear of the U.S. altogether. We won't get a true path of the storm for at least a few more days. America in the Morning for Thursday, September 7th, 2023 is produced by Jeff McKay. Senior producer Kevin Delaney. I'm Clayton Neville in for John Trout, and this is Westwood One.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer, and we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case, and they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. That's 800-507-3114.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. Again, that's 800-222-0511.
Have you written a book and want to get it published? Then call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573. Immediately. That's 800-506-3573. Page Publishing is looking for authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Page Publishing will take the time to review each and every book submitted to them and give you their feedback. If they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So if you've written a novel, children's book, cookbook, inspirational work, poetry, or a biography and want to get it published, then you need to call Page Publishing and do it immediately. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-506-3573. That's 800-506-3573. Your road to fame and fortune could very well start with this simple phone call. Call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit.
This is America in the Morning from Westwood One. I'm Clayton Neville in for John Trout. Coming up this half hour.
Trump's Georgia trial could take months. A Mar-a-Lago employee strikes a deal, and a court sides with a Trump sexual accuser. I'm John Stolness.
As the manhunt continues near Philadelphia for a murderer who escaped last Thursday, people there are on edge. I'm Julie Walker.
Russian shelling has killed at least 16 people and wounded dozens at a market. I'm Charles Philadelphia.
A judge has blocked a California school's new policy to notify parents if students are transgender. I'm Sue Aller.
Abortion has been decriminalized nationwide in Mexico. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
The suspected cause of death of a Burning Man attendee has been revealed. I'm Kevin Carr.
We'll be right back.
Hun, we need to stop putting off getting life insurance.
I know. It's just been so busy, and I'm sure the cost is out of our budget.
Well, Jen told me that they got a $500,000 term life insurance policy from Ethos for less than $23 a month. All online with no complicated forms and no medical exam. All they had to do was answer a few health questions.
Wait, no medical exam and all online?
I know, right? It's not easy to think about, but if something happened to you, James and I would be...
Okay, I get it. Let's get a quote from Ethos right now. Wow, you were right. There's no medical exam, and Ethos makes the whole online process fast and easy. And look at these rates and coverage options. It's great protection and totally fits our budget.
Ethos. They've removed all the barriers from getting coverage. Go to checkethos.com to get your free online quote. That's checkethos.com. Quote based on a healthy, non-smoking 30-year-old male with a 20-year term policy. Rates may vary.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings in long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage, Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
KRMS TV joins 93.5 Rocks the Lake as your official homes for Camdenton Laker football. And then the ball pops out and the Lakers are going to have it. Watch every exciting play, home and road, in crystal clear high definition on KRMS TV 32.11. Jabari Stewart ripping that ball out. You can watch the Lakers on our KRMS TV YouTube channel. Connect with Borbet to the pylon. Find the KRMS TV app on your Roku device. Touchdown Lakers! 19 yards! Or watch in the palm of your hand on the LOZ app. Just tap the KRMS icon. Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers! Live radio coverage begins at 6 o'clock with the Summit Natural Gas pregame show on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. And it's Durnin to Durnin for the first time this year. This Friday night, a rivalry is renewed as the Lakers take on the Waynesville Tigers. It's all live on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
Fort Worth Metroplex today in Dallas, temperatures will be close to 105, but because of the humidity, it'll feel like it's closer to 110. There also are some excessive heat watches which have been posted for the desert Southwest. These begin Friday and will last into the upcoming weekend. It's been hot across much of the Northeast and in the Mid-Atlantic states since Labor Day, and today will be no exception. Highs will be mostly in the low and mid-90s. In cities like New York, Philadelphia, and in our nation's capital, which earlier this week peaked around 98 degrees. Well, there could be some thunderstorm activity that flares up later on today across interior parts of the Northeast, especially across upstate New York and in central Pennsylvania. For that reason, the National Severe Storms Forecasting Laboratory has posted a slight risk for severe weather. Most of these storms will initially form over parts of the Ohio Valley and in the eastern Great Lakes, a slow-moving cold front and low-pressure system initiating the development, which could become quite intense as it reaches parts of the central and northern Appalachian Mountains later today. So heat advisories are out for much of the mid-Atlantic states in New England. Some of these in New England run through Friday evening, because tomorrow will be another hot and steamy day with a few thunderstorms around. In the southeast, some widely separated thunderstorms in Florida and along the Carolina coast. All the talk lately has been about Hurricane Lee. It continues to gain strength way out in the Atlantic. It'll miss the Leeward Islands and also the Caribbean altogether, but it will become a major hurricane by Saturday morning. That's the nation's weather. I'm AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski.
It's 23 till. It was a busy day for Donald Trump and his attorneys. Correspondent John Stolness reports the former president's Georgia trial could take months with a ruling made yesterday. A Mar-a-Lago employee strikes a deal with prosecutors, and a court is sided with a Trump sexual accuser.
In the first televised hearing of the Georgia Donald Trump case, Fulton County prosecutor Nathan Wade told Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee the trial could take months, not including jury selection.
4 months is our time estimate. In terms of the number of witnesses, there are in excess of 150 witnesses that the state intends to call.
Wade wants to try two of Trump's former attorneys, Kenneth Chesebro and Sidney Powell, together, saying it would take too long to try them all separately. Chesebro's attorney Scott Grubman disagreed.
To try to tie together charges and defendants that otherwise have nothing to do with each other, then, before we know it, millions of people, literally millions of people could have been charged in this conspiracy.
Judge McAfee ruled in favor of the prosecution, stating he didn't think keeping Chesebro and Powell together hindered their access to a fair trial. Meanwhile, in the Trump classified documents case, the former director of information technology at Mar-a-Lago, Stanley Woodward, has struck a cooperation deal with prosecutors in their case against the former president. Special counsel Jack Smith said in a court filing last month that Woodward had retracted earlier false testimony after switching from a Trump lawyer to a government defender. An indictment last summer accused the Mar-a-Lago property manager of trying to pressure Woodward into deleting surveillance footage. And a judge has ruled in favor of E. Jean Carroll, the former advice columnist who won a civil case against the former president 4 months ago, in which she claimed he sexually abused and defamed her. Trump denied those accusations. A federal judge says more of Trump's comments about her were libelous, meaning a second trial will only be about how much more money Trump must pay her. A court already awarded her $5 million. I'm John Stolness.
6 Colorado voters filed a lawsuit seeking to keep former President Trump off the ballot. The lawsuit cites the 14th Amendment, which says anyone who engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the Constitution after taking an oath to defend it is ineligible to hold office. A similar lawsuit's been filed in New Hampshire, and recently the liberal group Free Speech for People wrote to the secretaries of state of several states like Florida, New Hampshire, New Mexico, Wisconsin, and Ohio, urging them not to include Trump on ballots. These attempts all separate from the current criminal cases Trump's facing, and depending on their outcome, the 14th Amendment cases could eventually reach the U.S. Supreme Court. It's 21 till, and as the manhunt continues near Philadelphia for a murderer who escaped from Chester County Prison last week, correspondent Julie Walker reports local residents there are on edge.
If you remember, Thursday was beautiful. It was 70 degrees out. My windows were open, my doors are unlocked, my garage doors are open, doing yard work, and he could have been in my development for hours before I was even alerted.
I would go to bed at night, leave my garage door open and stuff like that. I now close it. I just put a couple of new bolts on 2 doors. I keep the car locked so that, yes, unfortunately, I have changed my way of thinking about my exposure.
Last evening, we had another sighting of Cavalcante by a resident in the area of Chandler Road, Pennsbury Township. Teams searched the area for hours, but were unable to locate him.
2 school districts remain shut along with Longwood Botanical Gardens after Danilo Cavalcante was seen there on surveillance camera. Kennett Square resident Peter Doring says he's changed his habits.
We're just being extra cautious in terms of where we're going to go. So, for example, I have a developmentally disabled daughter, and she is out with her aide today, and we are going to stay to more populated areas. We're not going to do any walks in parks or any of our volunteering in the local parks. So we're playing it cautious.
Officials say Cavalcante may have stolen a duffel bag, backpack, and hooded sweatshirt while on the run.
At 8:33 a.m., Cavalcante's block entered the exercise yard. At 8:51 a.m., Cavalcante escapes from the prison, having crab walked up a wall, pushed his way through a razor wire, run across a roof, scale another fence, and push his way through more razor wire.
They also say the search parameter for the 34-year-old has widened after he slipped through the previous one.
The Unionville, Chadsford, and Kennett Consolidated School Districts made a decision to close schools. We continue to use hundreds of state, local, and federal law enforcement officers, canines, aviation assets, and various types of technology in an effort to keep the community safe and to bring this to as swift of a conclusion as possible.
Cavalcante was sentenced to life for killing his ex-girlfriend. He escaped while awaiting transfer to state prison. I'm Julie Walker.
Overseas now, and Russian shelling on Wednesday killed at least 16 people and wounded dozens at a market in an eastern Ukrainian city. As correspondent Charles de Ledesma reports, the attack comes as Secretary of State Blinken was with the Ukrainian president to show American support.
Shells explode at a market in Kostiantynivka. Associated Press journalists at the scene saw covered bodies on the ground and emergency workers extinguishing fires in market stalls with blackened, mangled cars nearby. The Prosecutor General's office says at least 20 shops, power lines and the floor of an apartment block were damaged.
We are really thankful to you. We are very thankful to White House, to President Biden. Please best regard to him from me. And we are thankful to bipartisan support to Congress, that you show great unity around Ukraine.
I know you were just on the front lines, and we're all ready to hear your assessment. Certainly, we see the important progress that's being made now in the counteroffensive, and that's very, very encouraging.
The attack comes as Secretary of State Antony Blinken visits Ukraine's capital.
We are determined in the United States to continue to walk side by side with you. And President Biden asked me to come to reaffirm strongly our support.
We are happy that we can count on you, and you know that the society of Ukraine totally understands it and appreciate it.
He was expected to pledge more than $1 billion in new American funding in a display of Washington's unflagging support for Kiev's fight. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
It's 16 minutes till, and Vice President Kamala Harris is calling for accountability. We'll tell you what for when America in the Morning returns. Stick with us.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head, comb it over, wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence, because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, can give you your real hair back permanently. Check them out today, because they're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to anyone that texts BRUSH to 200-300. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad, because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they're ahead of the curve. They use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. And the best part? Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let Bosley show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Text BRUSH to 200-300. That's BRUSH to 200-300.
It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves. If you're not boating, you're thinking about it. Riding the waves until the sun goes down. Learn it all here, all the boats and gear. And Tipsy shares to stay safe out there. It's time for Captain Bob. It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves.
Saturday mornings at 10:06.
Get ready for fall with hot deals at Menards. Save big on hardwood firewood bundles. $3.99 each after 11% off. Fire up the grill. Royal Oak Hickory Charcoal is just $6.99 after rebate. Taco Fall projects with performance work gloves. $2.99 a pair after 11% off. And a 17-pound bag of fall lawn food with weed control is $14.99 after rebate. Good through September 10. Savings are mailing rebates. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
It's 14 minutes till. A California judge on Wednesday ruled the Chino Valley Unified School District must hold off on enforcing its new policy that requires schools notify parents if students indicate they identify as transgender or gender nonconforming. Correspondent Sue Aller has the story.
It's a case pitting parental rights against student privacy rights. Should schools be required to notify parents if their child identifies with a different gender than the one they were born with? A Chino Valley, California school wanted to implement a new policy which would mandate schools to notify parents if students are transgender. The state of California went to court to stop the policy from going into effect, claiming outing children to their parents puts the child at risk and forces them to go underground. Chino Valley Unified President Sonia Shaw supports the policy and spoke with ABC7 Eyewitness News.
A policy that informs parents is not putting anybody in danger. If you have children who have a higher risk of suicide and depression, why would you want to exit out their parents without deeming that the parent's unfit?
Wednesday, a San Bernardino County Superior Court judge temporarily blocked the policy from going through. A hearing is scheduled for October 13th to determine whether Chino Valley's policy violates state civil rights and privacy laws when it comes to students and gender identity. I'm Sue Aller.
Moving south of California and in a move sure to fire up the debate, abortion's now been decriminalized nationwide in Mexico. Lisa Dwyer has more.
Mexico's Supreme Court has decriminalized abortion nationwide 2 years after ruling that abortion was not a crime in one northern state. That earlier ruling set up a grinding process of decriminalizing abortion state by state in Mexico. The sweeping decision comes amid a trend in Latin America, loosening restrictions on abortion, even as access has been limited in the United States. The Information Group for Chosen Reproduction said the decision in Mexico also means that the Federal Public Health Service and any federal health institution must offer abortion to anyone who requests it. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
It's 11 minutes till, and the Justice Department special counsel's warning former President Trump's statements risk tainting a jury pool. Correspondent Ben Thomas reports.
Special counsel Jack Smith refers to Trump's statements, mostly posted on social media, as daily, and the former president weighed in both before and after Smith's warning. He circulated a New York Post story about U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan and openly mocked the idea she could be fair in his case. Later, he attacked Smith, again calling him deranged, with unchecked and insane aggression. Chutkan has explicitly warned Trump against inflammatory remarks that could intimidate witnesses or contaminate potential jurors, and the posts could expose him to sanctions. Trump has faced similar warnings in the other criminal cases against him. Ben Thomas, Washington.
Vice President Kamala Harris says there must be accountability for efforts to overturn the last presidential election. Washington correspondent Sagar Magani reports on the Associated Press interview and Harris's belief that Biden's age shouldn't be an issue for voters.
I see him every day. A substantial amount of time we spend together is in the Oval Office, where I see how his ability to understand issues and weave through complex issues in a way that no one else can to make smart and important decisions on behalf of the American people have played out.
Speaking to the AP during a summit in Indonesia, Harris notes she's a former prosecutor.
I spent the majority of my career as a prosecutor. I believe that people should be held accountable under the law, and when they break the law, there should be accountability.
And Donald Trump should not be an exception.
Everyone has their right to their day in court, but absolutely people should be held accountable, but under our system of law, right? Let the evidence and facts take it where it may.
Officials here have been careful in addressing the criminal charges against Trump to avoid any whiff of political meddling in the legal process.
On the one hand, democracies are very strong when they are intact in terms of the strength they give to their people, protecting their liberties and freedoms and rights. On the other hand, democracies are very fragile. It will only be as strong as our willingness to fight for it.
Sagar Magani at the White House.
It's 9 till. Robert Workman has sports.
At the U.S. Open, Madison Keys sailed past Wimbledon champ Marketa Vondrousova and into the semifinals, where she'll face two-seed Aryna Sabalenka tonight. The first semi features another American, Coco Gauff, against Karolina Mukova, meaning there's a chance for an All-American final. Last time that happened was 2017 when Sloane Stephens beat Madison Keys. Men's draw, straight set wins for number 1 Carlos Alcaraz and 3-seed Daniil Medvedev. They'll square off in the semifinals on Friday after 2-seed Novak Djokovic meets unseeded American Ben Shelton. The NFL regular season begins tonight with the Lions at the Chiefs. The last big player holdout is over. The 49ers and defensive end Nick Bosa agreed on a 5-year extension worth $170 million. That makes him the highest paid defensive player in the NFL. Bosa is the reigning defensive player of the year and is likely to play Sunday against the Steelers. Baseball, the Astros ran roughshod over the Rangers again, 12-3. Jose Abreu with a grand slam and a 3-run homer. Houston outscored Texas 39-10 in the 3-game sweep to take the lead in the AL West for manager Dusty Baker.
It really wasn't about making a statement. It was more about, winning games and trying to get, into first place.
Orioles routed the Angels. Mariners sank the Reds. A's dazed the Blue Jays. Rays dropped the Red Sox. Tyler Glasnow fanned 14. Yankees trimmed the Tigers. Rookie Jason Dominguez hit his first Bronx homer. Guardians tipped the Twins. 5 Cleveland pitchers held Minnesota to 2 hits to avoid the sweep. Cardinals battered the Braves again, hitting 4 homers for the second straight night. They go for the sweep in Atlanta this evening. Cubs completed their sweep of the Giants. Pirates got by the Brewers. Milwaukee's lead over Chicago in the NL Central down to a game and a half. Marlins drubbed the Dodgers for their 6th straight. Phillies, Diamondbacks, Nationals, and White Sox win. That's Thursday Sports.
It's 7 minutes to the top of the hour, and a legendary rock band plans to release a new album. We'll tell you which one when America in the Morning returns. Hang tight.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Get ready for a toll-free hotline. Take advantage of new IRS tax forgiveness programs that may protect you from IRS collection agencies. They have the power to garnish your wages, put liens on your property, and levy your bank account. Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
For free information, call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. Don't wait. Call now. 800-841-0908. That's 800-841-0908.
It's 5 minutes till. Authorities have announced a suspected cause of death for an attendee of Burning Man. Kevin Carr has the latest on the show, which made news after severe rains and knee-deep mud turned the event into a quagmire, stranding tens of thousands after roads closed.
Last week, a man was found dead at the Burning Man Festival in the Nevada desert. Now, the suspected cause of death has been revealed. 32-year-old Leon Reese was found unresponsive on Friday evening after rainfall stranded the festival-goers in mud. Rescue efforts were delayed by the rain, and those on the scene administered CPR. But when sheriff deputies arrived, they were unable to revive him. While the official cause of death is still being investigated, the Washoe County Medical Examiner's Office released a statement Tuesday that they suspected drug intoxication. The extreme weather that hit Burning Man this year resulted from a southwest monsoon, which dumped months' worth of rain in the desert area over just 24 hours. The heavy rain made the roads impassable throughout the weekend. Festival attendees were able to leave starting Monday afternoon, leading to traffic jams that lasted up to 7 hours. By Wednesday morning, the crowd had thinned considerably. I'm Kevin Carr.
For those hoping to see Bruce Springsteen in concert this month, the shows are now on hold. The boss revealed a statement saying he's dealing with a peptic ulcer and will have to postpone upcoming shows in his tour. Springsteen released the statement on social media saying his doctors told him he shouldn't continue performances until the end of the month. Sold-out shows in Philadelphia, in Pittsburgh, upstate New York, D.C., Maryland, Connecticut, and Ohio this month have all been postponed. And the group was formed in London in 1962. And 61 years later, the Rolling Stones will release a new album called Hackney Diamonds next month. Entertainment correspondent Margie Zaraletta has more.
Don't get angry with me. That's the first single, Angry, off the Hackney Diamonds album by the Rolling Stones. Singer Mick Jagger tells reporters it's a reference to the Hackney neighborhood of London.
It's like when you get your windscreen broken on Saturday night in Hackney, all round it. And all the bits go on the street. We had a second idea, which was not to make it about angry every track, but to make them a bit more eclectic and have a few love songs, ballads, and country kind of things. So we've got a mixture.
Guitarist Keith Richards says late drummer Charlie Watts chose drummer Steve Jordan to replace him.
Of course he's missed incredibly, but thanks to Charlie Watts also, we have Steve Jordan, who was Charlie's recommendation for if anything should happen to him, Steve Jordan's your man.
Watts appears on 2 tracks, and former Rolling Stones bassist Bill Wyman plays on 1. I'm Margie Zaraletta.
America in the Morning for Thursday, September 7th, 2023 is produced by Jeff McKay. Senior producer Kevin Delaney. I'm Clayton Neville in for John Trout, and this is Westwood One.
Here's important new information from the Diabetes Solution Center for you, a family member, or a loved one suffering with diabetes. If you have lost your provider, or if you need a provider for diabetic supplies, you may qualify to receive your diabetic testing supplies now with little or no out-of-pocket cost, regardless of your age. All you need is Medicare or private insurance to be potentially eligible. Call the Diabetes Solution Center right now for details. Just takes a couple of minutes. Our friendly, knowledgeable agents will give you free, no-obligation information, handle all the insurance paperwork, and make sure your supplies are delivered directly to your door for free.
Call U.S. Medical Supply 24 hours a day. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. Call right now. 888-303-9136.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A record-breaking heat wave has hit cities across the South and up the East Coast. Alerts or advisories are posted from California to Maine. Hugh Barrett was surprised when he found out there was no AC at his son Luke's kindergarten in Washington, D.C.
I was shocked. I couldn't believe that we didn't have something as basic as air conditioning, especially knowing that there was going to be 95-plus degree heat.
Now the schools put in fans and window units. Some have been sending kids home early. Other schools have closed altogether. Hurricane Lee is gaining strength as it churns through the open waters of the Atlantic on a path that would take it near the Northeast Caribbean. Meteorologist Chris Warren at the Weather Channel.
Hurricane Lee was a tropical storm, now a hurricane, expected to be a major hurricane by the end of the week. And then early next week, high pressure and a dip in the jet stream should keep it away from the East Coast. However, this is next week, and there is still a lot we need to watch.
The special counsel investigating the president's son for gun possession says he plans to seek an indictment by the end of the month. Correspondent Catherine Herridge is in Washington.
The prosecutor's status report is the strongest indication that charges are looming in the Hunter Biden case. In July, a plea agreement for misdemeanor tax charges collapsed, leaving the future of the gun deal in question, and Hunter Biden facing legal jeopardy.
Jail officials near Philadelphia say a convicted killer who escaped from prison a week ago crab walked up a wall and made his way through layers of barbed wire to get out. Police are still searching for Danilo Cavalcante. CBS's Jared Hill.
This morning, hundreds of officers and federal agents are combing through yards, checking cars, even a train, trying to track him down. State police say he was last seen Tuesday night, still within the search area, and there have been 7 confirmed sightings since he broke out.
People in Paden City, West Virginia are in their 4th week with no safe drinking water after a treatment plant malfunctioned, allowing release of a toxic dry cleaning chemical into the Ohio River.
You can't drink it, can't flush your toilets, you can't shower. So, that's pretty serious.
It's for real, Queen fans.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy?
It took just 6 minutes of bidding at Sotheby's in London before the final offer of $2.2 million came in for the Yamaha baby grand piano Freddie Mercury sat at when he composed Bohemian Rhapsody. S&P futures down 15. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. Residents in Camdenton will now dig deeper into their pocketbooks to pay for water and sewer use in the city. On Tuesday night, the Board of Aldermen gave unanimous approval to rate increases, which, according to Mayor John McNabb, is a proactive way to taking care of business now rather than waiting for something to force the issue.
I think it's important for us to stay on top of these so we don't get in a situation where we're forced to make a large raise. I think that's doing a disservice to our patrons.
The rate increases amount to 25 cents per 1,000 gallons used above the initial 2,000 gallons for water, and an increase from $2.70 to $13.50 for the same usage for sewer. The board approved both the first and second readings of the rate increases. The financial blueprint for fiscal 2023-2024 is now set after the Camdenton Board of Aldermen also gave its approval to the city's operating budget. The board this week gave approval to both the first and second readings, setting the budget, which estimates more than $19,195,000 in revenue and a little more than $12,219,000 being spent for a surplus of more than $6.975 million. The operating budget also estimates that the city's ARPA fund balance as of September 2024 will be a little more than $373,000. A presentation on the Missouri Local Government Employees Retirement System and several other items appear on tonight's agenda for the Board of Aldermen in Osage Beach. The board will also consider allocating up to $55,000 for a contract to do a once-over on the Public Works Operational Review and Assessment Project, along with ordinances dealing with sewer and septic services. The Osage Beach Board of Aldermen meeting begins at 6 p.m. this evening in City Hall. If you see news happening, contact the KRMS Newsroom at 317-TALK or email us at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Tonight is the night as the Chiefs begin their Super Bowl title defense. It starts with the Detroit Lions, and the Chiefs may be without their all-pro tight end, Travis Kelce. He suffered a hyperextended knee earlier in the week, listed as questionable for tonight. The Chiefs are also without defensive tackle Chris Jones. He's been a holdout all throughout training camp. Of course, you can hear tonight's game on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. Baseball from last night. Cardinals beat the Braves 11-6. Another big night for the Birds offense, and they do it against Cy Young candidate Spencer Strider. Had one of his worst starts of the year. Paul Goldschmidt, a home run, part of a 4-run first inning, and the Cardinals were unrelenting with the bats. Dakota Hudson, another win. He's been one of the few bright spots for the Cardinals since the trade deadline. He's 6-1, and the Cardinals have now won 3 in a row. Meanwhile, the Royals, they lose to the White Sox by a score of 6-4. Jordan Lyles, my goodness, he is 4-16 on the year, takes the loss last night. Mizzou basketball keying in on another potential dynamite recruit. Chase McCarty out of Huntsville, Alabama, will have a scheduled visit at Mizzou September 15th. He's a 4-star prospect. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
I'm meteorologist Carol Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Staying hazy today, sunshine with our high nearing 83. Clear skies overnight with a low around 61. Sunny and 83 throughout Friday, and clear skies and 59 throughout Friday night. Sunny with a high of 82 by Saturday, and clear skies Saturday night with a low around 58 degrees. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 81 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 60 degrees.
The Star-Spangled Banner is presented each weekday morning by Lori Marine, and you're reminded that freedom isn't free. It's paid for by the sacrifices of brave men and women in our armed forces.
Good morning, Lake of the Ozarks. Good morning, Osage Beach, and good morning to the communities in the counties of Camden, Morgan, Miller, and Benton. Well, pleasant good morning to you. Today is Thursday, September the 7th, and as we'll be discussing, it's the opening day for NFL football and our world champion Kansas City Chiefs. They open up tonight at home, and they'll be hosting the Detroit Lions. A little bit more on that a little bit later. This hour of the Ozarks This Morning is sponsored by Just a Little Store on A Road, just 2 minutes off of 54 in Lynn Creek. It's Just a Little Store with some great Missouri hospitality. Just a Little Store. Don't forget the Just. Well, this morning we've got 64 degrees and winds are out of the west-northwest at 1 mile per hour, and they're going to be light and variable for the rest of the day. Dew point is at 62. Our relative humidity is 92%, so you're going to feel that when you step out the door. Barometer's on the rise from 30.02 inches. Sunrise this morning will occur at 6:46. It will set at 7:32. Window of daylight, 12 hours and 46 minutes. And our averages on this date, 82 and 59. And we're going to be right spot on the pocket here. Plentiful sunshine, a high of 82. So we're going to hit our average today. Tonight, 59 degrees. It's going to be a great night for football. Water temperature, 81. Lake level, 658.30. River level, 551.62. Truman is at 704.31. Well, the pollen count, it's playing havoc with everybody's system right now. And there's a report. Let's do the pollen count first. Asthma, high. Tree pollen is moderate, as is ragweed, mold, and grass are all in the moderate category. Dust and dander is in the high category. Now, there's a report that is out. I got to find the report. That says if you're sick, it's not the cold, it's not the flu, it's COVID. And they are actually coming out with this report saying, well, wait a minute, if you're really sick, it's a COVID thing. They're really trying to push this COVID down our throats here. So they're just saying that, if you're sick, it's COVID. And then Moderna, one of the big pharma companies here, they said there's a spike in COVID cases and hospitalizations lately, dubbed as the summer surge. I thought we had this a couple years ago. Many people are wondering if it's the newest version of the vaccine will have any effect on the latest variant. Moderna says that it released a statement saying that after clinical trials, the updated vaccine will likely be able to protect you against the newest COVID variant. I think we have enough immunities in our system, although there are people sick. The newest shot has not been cleared by the FDA as of yet, and you should be able to get it by October. So with all the other flu shots and insurance companies more than likely pay for this and all, so it's just another way for Big Pharma to get rich. And yes, are there people getting sick? Yes, and there's a report that was like 2,800 people have gotten sick and died from this. Well, there's probably that many with the flu. 2,800 people. What are there, like 380 million people in the United States? And you start to, that's 0.00 on, with the list. So just a word to the wise, you are your own doctor. Wash your hands and do all those things that we need to do. Gas prices, we're starting to see maybe a little bit of an inch up, but pretty much still remaining steady here at the Lake of the Ozarks. In Osage Beach, Murphy is at $3.33, as is Conoco, Senex, and Casey's. $3.59 at the Shell and Hy-Vee, and Phillips. Break time is at $3.54. In Camdenton, we've got $3.35 at Murphy, $3.59 at the Shell, and at Casey's, they're at $3.59. They had to do a double take because they're the only other outlier in Camdenton outside of Shell. $3.35 at the Senex, Gerbs, and Signal. $3.39 at CNN-C&K. Bledsoe's at $3.69. Across the board in Eldon, $3.63. They're in unison. We're talking Shell, Senex, Casey's, Phillips 66, and Sinclair. Lori, $3.59 at the Shell, and the Senex is reporting in at $3.49. Here in the state of Missouri, the average went up 3 cents, so it's now at $3.54. National average remained the same at $3.80. In our brackets this morning, seems like everyone's rushing to the lower bracket, and that's a full one. Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama, Kentucky, Tennessee, Wisconsin's now in this bracket. Mississippi and the Carolinas, $3.27. That dropped 2 pennies to $3.53. Then Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Ohio, Georgia, and Virginia, $3.53 to $3.64. Both Dakotas, Indiana, Michigan, West Virginia, and Florida, $3.64 to $3.75. The outliers this morning, Illinois, as always, 401, Colorado, 392, and then California is at $5.35 a gallon. Well, Governor Parson, he's requested President Joe Biden to approve a major disaster declaration to provide federal assistance for 33 Missouri counties in response to multiple severe weather situations that impacted the state from July the 29th to August the 14th. And he did this yesterday. According to the press release, storm systems that generated tornadoes, straight-line winds, heavy rain, and flooding across the state led to significant damage and to public infrastructure. So he's already, they had damage assessments by SEMA and FEMA and the local emergency managers, $14 million in infrastructure damage. Governor Parsons signed the Executive Order 2308 on August the 5th, which activated the Missouri State Emergency Operations Plan in response to ongoing severe weather instances. So, wow. Okay, the NFL is going to open tonight. Steve Kathan with the report.
The NFL season opens with the Super Bowl champion Chiefs hosting the Detroit Lions in Kansas City tonight. The offseason saw Sean Payton take the coaching reins in Denver and a former MVP on the move.
Rodgers looks.
Aaron Rodgers leaving Green Bay to raise Super Bowl hopes in New York for the Jets. There's a new quarterback-specific helmet this season designed to offer greater protection against concussions. And a one-year rule change says if a kickoff ends up inside the 25-yard line, the receiving team can call for a fair catch, and the ball will be placed at the 25. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
All right, and you'll be able to hear the Kansas City Chiefs on our sister station, 93.5 Rocks the Lake, and that kickoff will be this evening at 7:20, and you can hear it all across the dam. It goes dam to dam. It's the 50,000-watt powerhouse. Well, coming right up in 2 minutes at 6:20, we've got Kara Foster, and then we'll have the CBS Money Watch, the Ag Minute by the USDA, and then we'll have our fishing report with Captain Jack, the Tech Mobility Minute, and the Find Out What's Trending. That's all in this hour on the Ozarks This Morning. Thank you so much for joining us on this Thursday morning. We've got now 64 degrees. Our time is 18 and a half minutes past 6 o'clock.
Americans, I'm Todd Starr. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Take advantage of the warmer weather and come explore Liberty University's campus. Ranked number 4 best college campus in America by Niche.com. Join us for Experience LU, an all-day event that shows off our dorm rooms, classrooms, and award-winning dining hall. Or, if you're short on time, attend a 4-hour student-led campus tour to hit the highlights. To learn more or schedule your visit to Liberty University, text Visit LU to 49596. Again, that's Visit LU to 49596.
From DeSoto County, Mississippi, comes a wild story about a pornographic homework assignment. Tambry Wells tells me her daughter came home from school the other day with an assignment to read a disgusting book. I can't even mention the subject matter on the radio. It's that bad. Mrs. Wells contacted the school, and they took immediate action. It turns out the book had been removed from the curriculum. The school profusely apologized and said the teacher's actions were inexcusable. Now, this is a story about a lot of good people doing the right thing. Tambry's daughter did the right thing by alerting her mom. Tambry did the right thing by alerting the school district. And the school district did the right thing by giving that rogue teacher the heave-ho. I like a story with a happy ending. The lesson here, America, is to be diligent. And be sure to read my book, Culture Jihad. It's available at toddstearns.com.
The voice of Mid-Missouri. News Talk KRMS.
Wake up with the best.
Why would anyone listen to anything else?
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, welcome back to the Ozarks This Morning. On the line, we have, as always, as we do at 6:20 in the morning, Kara Foster. Good morning, Kara.
Good morning.
All right, how are you on this Thursday? Doing okay?
Doing okay. How are you?
All right. Let's just dig into what we have here today. The NFL season, it starts today. National Salami Day, Grateful Patient Day, National Beer Lovers Day, and the start of the New York Fashion Week. Any of those excite you?
I like salami. I don't like beer. So I'd go for, out of all these, probably the salami.
Did you know that pepperoni is salami with paprika?
I did not know that. I did know there was a little bit of a different aspect to it, but I wasn't sure what it was. So that makes sense.
Yeah. And now tomorrow, we're going to have our picks tomorrow, as we always do on our last segment together. And so Minnesota, they're playing Eastern Michigan at home, and that'll be in the Big Ten Network. So we'll talk about that. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
And then on Sunday, Tampa Bay is coming up to Minnesota. So you guys are hosting everything, and Minnesota is favored by 6.
I was going to say, I think you know whom I'm going to be picking already.
I know, but we have to keep the suspense.
Right. Nobody heard that.
That's right. Spoiler alert.
Yes, spoiler alert.
Well, let's get our spoiler alert for the weather. What's up?
All right. Well, unfortunately today, aside from the nice temperatures and sunshine, it's going to be a little bit hazy out there. We're seeing still some haze kind of creep down from Canada just because we've been having these northwest winds for the last several days. So it's going to be hazy out there. Now, for right now, we're not too bad. We're kind of in the oranges and yellows. So if you are more sensitive, like if you have asthma, if you're younger, if you're older, it might be a little bit tough out there, especially if you're doing some like physical activity outdoors. So keep an eye on yourself today. It could get a little bit worse before it does get better. As we head into, for the rest of the day, we're at 83 and sunny. So it's the same as yesterday, actually. Clear skies 61 for tonight. Again, sunny and 83 on Friday. Clear 59 Friday night. And then the same thing over the weekend. Sunny 82 Saturday, sunny 83 Sunday. As we head into next week, temperatures dip a little bit. We'll be in the mid-70s throughout the most part. We'll see a chance for rain Monday, high of 79, 73, some rain Tuesday, and then sunny 74 by Wednesday. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
All right, Kara. Well, we'll catch you next hour.
Catch you then.
All right, Kara Foster out of our weatherology office. Our news time, 23 and a half minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock. We've got CBS Money Watch and the USDA Ag Minute coming right up.
The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Coast to coast. Can the county outlaw puppies and then turn around and fine you if Fido actually has a few? What if they single out your particular breed of dog or cat for special restrictions? Can you stop them? I'm Curtis Howard. Together we'll explore these and other actual court cases and the decisions handed down by the judges. See if you agree.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
Hey, Caden, is it getting hot in here?
Yeah, it's getting hot in here, and I know who to call. Let's call At the Lake Heating and Cooling.
Hi, I'm Nate with At the Lake Heating and Cooling. If you have a problem with your HVAC equipment, heating, cooling, restaurant equipment, and refrigeration, check us out on Facebook or call 573-206-8828. We can fix it all, big and small. I guarantee it. 573-206-8828.
At the Lake Heating and Cooling, 573-206-8828.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, coming up to 25 minutes past the hour, we're going to scoot on over to New York City for CBS Money Watch.
CBS Money Watch.
Today, President Biden heads to India for this weekend's G20 summit, a meeting of the world's 19 biggest economies and the European Union. Leaders are expected to discuss a range of issues, including the World Bank, Russia's war on Ukraine, and combating climate change. The clock is ticking on new contracts between the United Auto Workers and the big three U.S. automakers. The head of the union said members will strike as soon as next week if an agreement is not reached. And WeWork says it's in the process of renegotiating all of its leases. WeWork has hundreds of offices globally. That's your CBS News Money Watch report. For more, log on to cbsmoneywatch.com. I'm Chanel Call.
When it comes to hiring, you don't need to be doing all the searching, screening, and interviewing yourself. What you need is Indeed, the end-to-end solution that makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire quality candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credits.
6:26 the time. It's time now for the USDA Ag Minute. The USDA has a new farm income forecast for this year. Gary Crawford and USDA economist Carrie Litkowski.
After a record-high income year in 2022, farmers this year will see profits declining. USDA's out with its new income forecasts, and for example,
net cash farm income is forecast to fall to about $149 billion. That's about a 27% drop from 2022.
USDA economist Carrie Litkowski says that decline's mostly due to three things:
lower cash receipts, lower government payments, and higher production expenses.
Cash receipts forecast down about 4%, government payments down 19%. On the production expense side, last year, expenses went up 15%, or about $56 billion. Carrie says for this year,
they're forecast to increase another 7%, or almost $30 billion.
But even with farm incomes projected down, Carrie says as far as the health of the farm economy,
the outlook is positive.
Yes, farm debt levels are rising, but the value of farm assets like land growing faster. Gary Crawford for the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep, and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
It's the biggest sale of the year. Save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. Oh, thank you. What does it say? Beware. If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of hospitalization from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
No pressure, low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Cannington. I invite you to come see our incredible selection of pre-owned vehicles here on our lot, starting as low as $4,000, and combined with our friendly no-pressure sales staff. Hewlett's also is proud to offer aggressive subprime rates and options if there is a need. Our prices and photos of all pre-owned inventory is always available to view at shophewlett.com.
Bulletin. Right now, 2023 Silverado light-duty trucks are available for qualified buyers at 3.9% for 60 months.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
Well, we're closing in on the bottom of the hour in our news block, and then we're going to find out what's going on with Captain Jack, and we've got all that hot weather out of our system. And we'll find out if it's a good weekend to be out fishing after the Labor Day weekend. And it's always good information. Tell your neighbors and friends the fishing report coming up at 6:40. Tomorrow at 6:40, it's Movie Talk with Allison Rose and Stephen Leibowitz. Our news time, 6:29.
Ron had a tax problem he just couldn't handle on his own.
I owed the IRS taxes for over 5 years, but I didn't have any money to pay the taxes.
Those years cost him dearly.
Most of it was fees and interest. It was horrible.
Ron finally called in the pros.
I called Optima Tax Relief, and boy, am I happy I did.
The leading tax resolution firm, Optima, is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients. Ron was overjoyed.
They settled my account with the IRS. I was ecstatic. They are a lifesaver. They are. I am so happy.
Take Ron's advice and call Optima now for a free consultation.
Yeah, don't do like I did and wait. Call Optima Tax Relief. Do it now. You'll be ecstatic like me.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Jeff Smith with Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel. We're the Lake's full-service, one-stop printer that can handle all of your printing, custom apparel, and promotional product needs. From business cards to business shirts and bandanas to brochures, we can make you and your business stand out. Our in-house design team can put your imagination on paper, apparel, and or social media. State-of-the-art printing equipment gives you the highest quality finished products with a quick turnaround time. We have the best printing prices in town and can meet all of your printed needs, including rack cards, posters, and full-size banners. Our printed products are produced locally and support the Lake area. Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel is locally owned and operated in Osage Beach at 1140 Industrial Drive. Stop by and see us or give us a call at 348-5900 for a free quote. For all your printing needs, Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel are here to help you increase your reach.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
CBS News Brief. More schools are letting kids out early or closing because of this week's heat wave baking the nation. Mom Erin McDonald in Lowell, Massachusetts.
It's good for the kids. The circumstances, it's hard to concentrate, and they're hot, they're getting sick.
A special counsel investigating Hunter Biden says he's planning on seeking an indictment by the end of the month. CBS's Catherine Herridge.
We could be looking at a very unusual scenario, one where an indictment is sought and brought in Delaware on this felony gun offense, but then separate tax charges are brought in other jurisdictions.
People in Payton City, West Virginia have now gone a month without potable tap water after a malfunction at a treatment plant allowed the release of a toxic dry cleaning solution into the Ohio River. Tanya Schuler is with the city's water crisis group.
This isn't some little water line break. This is a very serious thing that can and will kill people.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. Residents in Camdenton will now dig deeper into their pocketbooks to pay for water and sewer use in the city. On Tuesday night, the Board of Aldermen gave unanimous approval to rate increases, which, according to Mayor John McNabb, is a proactive way to taking care of business now rather than waiting for something to force the issue.
I think it's important for us to stay on top of these so we don't get in a situation where we're forced to make a large raise. I think that's doing a disservice to our patrons.
The rate increases amount to 25 cents per 1,000 gallons used above the initial 2,000 gallons for water, and an increase from $2.70 to $13.50 for the same usage for sewer. The board approved both the first and second readings of the rate increases. The financial blueprint for fiscal 2023-2024 is now set after the Camdenton Board of Aldermen also gave its approval to the city's operating budget. The board this week gave approval to both the first and second readings, setting the budget, which estimates more than $19,195,000 in revenue and a little more than $12,219,000 being spent for a surplus of more than $6.975 million. The operating budget also estimates that the city's ARPA fund balance as of September 2024 will be a little more than $373,000. A presentation on the Missouri Local Government Employees Retirement System and several other items appear on tonight's agenda for the Board of Aldermen in Osage Beach. The board will also consider allocating up to $55,000 for a contract to do a once-over on the Public Works Operational Review and Assessment Project, along with ordinances dealing with sewer and septic services. The Osage Beach Board of Aldermen meeting begins at 6 p.m. this evening in City Hall. If you see news happening, contact the KRMS Newsroom at 317-TALK or email us at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Tonight is the night as the Chiefs begin their Super Bowl title defense. It starts with the Detroit Lions, and the Chiefs may be without their all-pro tight end, Travis Kelce. He suffered a hyperextended knee earlier in the week, listed as questionable for tonight. The Chiefs are also without defensive tackle Chris Jones. he's been a holdout all throughout training camp. Of course, you can hear tonight's game on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. Baseball from last night. Cardinals beat the Braves 11-6. Another big night for the Birds offense, and they do it against Cy Young candidate Spencer Strider. Had one of his worst starts of the year. Paul Goldschmidt, a home run, part of a 4-run first inning, and the Cardinals were unrelenting with the bats. Dakota Hudson, another win. He's been one of the few bright spots for the Cardinals since the trade deadline. He's 6-1, and the Cardinals have now won 3 in a row. Meanwhile, the Royals, they lose to the White Sox by a score of 6-4. Jordan Lyles, my goodness, he is 4-16 on the year, takes the loss last night. Mizzou basketball keying in on another potential dynamite recruit. Chase McCarty out of Huntsville, Alabama, will have a scheduled visit at Mizzou September 15th. He's a 4-star prospect. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
It's here, the first over-the-air television station licensed to the Lake of the Ozarks, with studios right here in Osage Beach. It's KRMS TV, Channel 32. It's a superstation offering 11 channels of programming, 10 national networks with local news and local programs, all originating from our studios. Channel 32.1 is Cozy TV, NBC series from the 80s and 90s. 32.2, Real America's Voice. It's like Fox News. 32.3, OAN, One America's Network, featuring national news and commentary. 32.4, Get TV, 3 decades of series from the big 3 networks. 32.5, The Buzzer Game Show Channel. 32.6, Fun Roads Travel Channel. 32.7, classic reruns, TV series and movies from the 50s and 60s. 32.8, Daystar Religious Channel. 32.9, Weather Nation, 24-hour-a-day weather. 32.10, the Country Music Channel, hit country music videos all day long. 32.11, the local news, weather, and sports channel. Plus, watch local city council meetings. All that television. And it's all free. Want to watch? Just go to the source button on your remote and select antenna, then scan for channels. Your TV requires a small antenna that you can buy at Walmart, Target, Menards, or other stores for very little. Or you can make it easy and call Low Volt Electronics. They'll come to your house and set up your TV for a small fee. Call Low Volt Electronics, 410-9435. Enjoy the first local over-the-air television station for the Lake of the Ozarks with local news almost every hour. It's all digital. It's KRMS TV, Channel 32. Visit our website, krms.tv, for more information. It's another great station from the Viper Communications family of stations, investing in the Lake of the Ozarks. Enjoy.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Staying hazy today, sunshine with our high nearing 83. Clear skies overnight with a low around 61. Sunny and 83 throughout Friday, and clear skies and 59 throughout Friday night. Sunny with a high of 82 by Saturday, and clear skies Saturday night with a low around 58 degrees. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 81 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 60 degrees.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Lake West Excavating is ready to help you with your demolition and excavating projects. Waterline, state-certified septic installations, land clearing, driveways, foundations, footings, and grading is just some of what they do. Owner Jacob Baker will personally oversee your project and offer hands-on supervision. Residential or commercial, Lake West Excavating has the experience and equipment to get your job done right and on time. Visit Lake West Excavating on Facebook and call 573-789-9553.
You should know, when you're not listening to us,
Not listening.
people are judging you. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, we've got the fishing report. We've gone all the way to the bottom of the dam, all the way 150 feet deep, but we have found him in in the Titans down there. Davy Jones Locker, I think is what they call it. The Fishing Report sponsored by Lake West Excavating with Jacob Baker. And residential or commercial, Lake West Excavating. They have experience and equipment to get your job done right and on time. You can check more on their Facebook page, Lake West Excavating, or give them a call at 573-789-9553. How you doing there, Captain?
I'm doing good. It feels good out here this morning. I'm not on the water. I'm just kind of getting things going, and, man, it really feels like fall.
It sure does. And you know what? The decrease in boat traffic is going to help the fishermen locally here, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. We've been really enjoying that the last few days. I mean, it's been very quiet out there on the water. You know, you can just drive with ease. You know, I mean, you know, most fishermen got, 20-foot bass boats or 20-foot something boats or something. And, you know, that's just so small compared to all the other boats nowadays. I mean, 50-foot boats are common on this lake. Ocean-going boats are normal. Boats that you see on, like, the Great Lakes or down in Florida are common around here. And so us fishing boats, in the 20-foot range are just, they're just completely swallowed up by these big waves. And so lately, it's been nice to be able to drive wherever you want without concern for your life.
That's right. They look at you and they go, there's a puddle jumper down there at 20 foot.
Yeah, so it's nice just to be able to drive 4 or 5, 6 miles without, concern. And plus, fishing boats are kind of like little sports cars. They're kind of, a lot of times bass boats in particular, man, they'll go 70 miles an hour and we got some big tournaments coming up. And so, going 70 miles an hour when you got a big wave in front of you is not very good. So, I recommend people not drive that fast unless you're in a fishing competition. But a lot of the guys will do it when they're practicing and when they're doing everything, just getting ready for the competition. So, try to be careful out there. Yeah, it's nice to be able to go fast when you want to go fast. And nice crisp mornings like this. I mean, the last couple of days, like 2 days ago, it was still kind of warm, but we had that wind. And then, yesterday was a really nice day, and we still had some nice wind. And today, I'm not sure what the wind forecast is, but, man, it's 60 degrees right now.
Well, they're saying light and variable for the wind, but I know what you mean, because when you get out there in the early morning hours before the wind really starts to kick up, it's almost like glass, and you feel like you can just scoot right across.
Yes, sir. Yeah, exactly right. The lake's been calm. The boat traffic's been down. Fishing hasn't been bad. I've been helping a guy prepare for some tournaments here the last couple of days. We've been catching some nice quality bass. Flipping baits in and around docks. That's been really a lot of fun. Been doing a lot of catfish trips still. I was really killing the catfish, and then yesterday it kind of changed, but we still caught some. The crappie bite, the crappie are continuing to get more active as I start to lose the catfish, and a lot of times that'll kind of I'll start to lose those guys, but I'll gain the crappie back more and more. So that's kind of how things have been going. Water temperature is down a little bit. Not too long ago, water temperature was in the upper 80s. It was like 88. Well, now it's all the way down to like 79, so it's dropped off quite a bit. And, water level has dropped quite a bit, too. I'm not sure exactly why they dropped the water level so much, but, it's down quite a bit. Anybody that's fishing right now will see that. I don't know what to think about that, but, there's still some bass that are super shallow, even with the water level dropping like it is, and there's bass as far as you can cast back there.
Yeah, it seems like of my reporting, it looks like it's about 2 feet down from when it was up in the summertime. So it's like, I don't know why the decrease, because they can manage that.
Yeah, we've had some rain, but overall, it's still a drought. Trimming level is very, very normal or below normal. We're normal or below normal, and so when we had that really hot weather, 10 days ago. Man, it was like 100 something, for several days. That was really obnoxious, and they pulled a lot of current. They've created electricity, and that kind of made sense. But that's passed, and it's been pretty nice here lately. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on there, but they're not going to pull it down too much more. I can tell you that. Things have got to stabilize, and eventually, they'll pull it down. For like February. March, that kind of thing, but we're a long ways from there. So, They just do different things. Sometimes they're anticipating like a big rain. If they see like a rain event coming where they're expecting like 3 or 4 inches, they'll pull it down in anticipation of that, and then sometimes we don't get it. So that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and right now we would like to see it kind of still on the full side. Now, you said last week that the crappie, they're more like around December, and they really start to be more plentiful then, but you're saying they're starting to become more active now?
Yes. My favorite time to fish for crappie is when it's really cold. I like things to be, you have to wear a lot of layers, and that's when I get really excited. But, there's a lot of people that just want to kind of, they don't want to prepare for that kind of stuff. They don't want to, because, it's cold out there. You got to wear several layers, and you got to be kind of mentally, physically ready to go for that. And a lot of people don't want to do that, and so they just want to go now, even though it's not the best, it's not the prime time, it's still something. It's still crappie, and, you're still, you're going to catch them. It's just not like awesome. That's what I'm saying. In fact, you can catch them year round. It's just, I really just, in the summertime, I just kind of do it. They're kind of soft and smushy, and, as it gets colder, they'll be more firm. And really, you catch them this time of year, a lot of times they're on the skinny side. They're just kind of not as meaty. And as things cool down, they'll get more and more fat. And by December and February, January, and all that kind of stuff, then you're catching a lot of chunks, or every one is a solid, fatty.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, any special lures that people need to be looking at using right now?
For bass fishing wise, it's kind of been the same old stuff, like a shaky head and a jig. We are seeing an increase in topwater activity, primarily because of these cool mornings like this. If I was on the water right now, I'd be throwing a buzzbait for sure. But yeah, it's just 9 times out of 10, it goes back to your basics of your jig and your shaky head, which is a shaky head is a plastic worm, and really it's more about where you're putting it than what it is. It's if you can get in those cool spots, consistently getting underneath the docks, getting around the docks, getting around some brush, that kind of thing. And another thing too is how that lure is entering the water. If your lure is entering the water and it's making a big splash, and that fish is only in a foot of water to begin with, you're not going to catch anything. You got to be paying attention. You got to be making your lures into the water kind of quietly. And so pitching is a style of casting, which is very you got to be pitching. You got to be pitching efficiently now. So it's that's gonna continue on for the next several weeks, probably until about the Big Bass Bash, and then things will start to change in early October. But for the next several weeks, it's going to be a shallow water game, and getting your lure into the cool spots and the hard to reach spots is going to separate you from everybody else trying to do that.
Well, if you're on the political side, you'd say my casting is more nuanced.
There you go. Yeah, and we are going to see a lot of tournaments starting up now too.
Yeah.
In the next few weeks, we've got a BFL, we've got a Toyota Series, we've got a Bassmaster Open, and then we got the Big Bass Bash, all within a month.
Wow.
So that's a big deal. That's going to be the biggest crush we're going to have all year, and I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I mean, it usually makes fishing pretty tough when that happens. Right now, it's pretty darn good.
All right, it's fantastic. Okay, how can people find you, Captain?
My phone number is area code 573-434-2570, and I've got quite a bit of availability. I've got some days booked, but I've got other days where I can take people out, so give me a call.
All right, sounds fantastic. Catch you next week.
All right, tight lines, everyone.
All right, tight lines, Captain. Our news time is coming upon 6:50. We've got 64 degrees.
The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Coast to coast.
Are you heading out to Fort Leonard Wood Recreational Area or McCubbins Point or the Trap Shooter's Paradise on A Road? Don't miss a stop at Just A Little Store. Cold drinks, soft serve ice cream, minnows, pizza to go. Get some fuel. It's Just A Little Store with Missouri hospitality.
Just a little store. Don't forget the dust.
Have you tried the deep dish pizza at Lake Billiards?
It's incredible. So are the wings, sandwiches, and baskets. I bet you thought it was just a pool hall. Lake Billiards does have the best tables at the lake and an 8-ball tournament every Wednesday night with cash prizes. But I'll tell you, the food is great and they serve it late. It's probably the last kitchen open in town every night. I bet you didn't know Lake Billiards offers free pool from 11 to 2 when you stop in for lunch, or that you can find a full menu and order online for pickup or delivery at lakebilliards.com. Come by and find out what else you don't know about Lake Billiards at 4344 Osage Beach Parkway.
Indulge in a luxurious dining experience at Bentley's. Come visit us Tuesday through Saturday for the finest cuisine and custom cuts of prime rib. Savor the fresh seafood and split crab legs, or enjoy a hand-cut steak. Pair your meal with a glass of aged wine from our extensive wine list. Our first-class service will make you feel like royalty. Book your table now by calling Bill at 365-5301. Experience an elegant English atmosphere that will leave you wanting more. Don't miss out on the exquisite dining experience at Bentley's.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand.
You should know, when you're not listening to us,
Not listening.
people are judging you. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Big football weekend here on the Viper Community family of stations. We've got them all here for you, starting with the Super Bowl champions, the world champion Kansas City Chiefs, tonight on KRMS, and that's 93.5 Rocks the Lake, and it's the 50,000-watt powerhouse. That same station, which is your official Kansas City station, will be airing the Lakers tomorrow evening. Their kickoff is at 7 o'clock. Their pregame is at 6. Brendan Matthews, Luke Hagedorn will take you through all the action, and then you'll also be able to see that game on KRMS TV 32.11. And then our family stations continues with 104.9. We're talking classic country where we're banging the twang. And the Osage Indians, they will kick off Friday night at 7 o'clock, pregame 6:30. Myself and Tony Herman will be bringing you all the action there as well. And then this evening on the Cove, actually this afternoon on the Cove at 1:10 is first pitch for the Kansas City Royals on the Cove, 98.7. So we've got all the bases covered. And then right here on KRMS, the Talker, we've got the Kingdom Show every Monday night following the Kansas City games, and so they'll be on Monday night at 6 o'clock. And so we've got you covered in local sports all the way along the way. Right now, time for the Tech Mobility Minute.
It's time for a Tech Mobility Minute.
After years of losses and mismanaged opportunities, Uber Technologies recently posted its first ever operating profit. This milestone follows a long-term effort to stem losses in its businesses, carrying people and delivering food. The first quarterly profit since the company's founding over 14 years ago was driven by strong growth in both of Uber's core businesses, as the number of rides in the United States and Canada have surpassed pre-pandemic levels for the first time, and demand for delivery stayed strong despite restaurant reopenings. According to S&P Global Market Intelligence, Uber has racked up close to $30 billion in operating losses since 2016. Lyft, Uber's chief competitor, was started 3 years after the company and still yet has to post its first operating profit. Wall Street expects Uber to continue recording an operating profit for the rest of the year. It's fitting to note that industry observers had doubts about Uber's ability to ever make a profit. I'm Ken Chester.
This has been a Tech Mobility Minute.
Tech Mobility Minute sponsored by Lake Collision Repair. They're located on Bluff Drive in Osage Beach. Their phone number to contact Barbara and the entire team is 573-302 0229. You can trust their team that pays exceptional attention to detail. Their warranty on paint and workmanship is provided to you as long as you own your vehicle. Their website, lakecollisionrepair.com.
Running a marathon is easy when you call a cab. I'm Jen Clark. Here's what's trending. A third of the runners who ran the Mexico City Marathon last month have been disqualified for cheating. It was found that 11,000 of the 30,000 people did not fully complete the 26.2-mile course. Some took shortcuts, some called taxis, some used bikes, and some used public transportation. Tracking data shows that the cheaters did not hit the checkpoints every 3 miles. Goodwill stores get a lot of weird stuff in their donation boxes, and this one fits in perfect with the Halloween season. A human skull was donated to a Goodwill store in Arizona, and employees called the police. Luckily, it doesn't seem to be connected to any crimes.
It appears to be historic. It does not appear to have any forensic value at all.
Finally, what's up, Nepo baby?
That's not even a word!
Dictionary.com has added more than 500 new words to its database. Words like John, Nepo baby, crypto-fascism, and shower orange are among the additions.
So your wife is telling you all about a new pair of red shoes she wants, and you're like, okay, whatever. But the next day, you're online looking for a new deer stand, and everywhere you go online, you're seeing ads for those red shoes, and you're like, how do they do that? Better yet, how do I do that for my business? Well, that's what we do. We are Titan Digital. Websites, Google Ads, better reviews, increasing your sales at the lake. Titan Digital. See examples of our work at TitanDigitalMO.com. TitanDigitalMO.com.
Let's face it, it's hard for a woman my age to get the wrinkles out. With all the infomercials and guarantees out there, I had to find someone to smooth out my creases, folds, and ridges. My secret? Clearwater Carpet Cleaning. The experts at Clearwater Carpet Cleaning offer a carpet stretching service that eliminates the grooves, ruts, and pleats in your rugs and carpets. Call Clearwater Carpet Cleaning at 348-1212 to get rid of your wrinkles.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Well, that's going to do it for this hour of the Ozarks this morning. Rebecca Rupert, she's coming in with all things Lebanon at 7 o'clock. She'll be about 7:10 will be the time. So it should be a lot of fun. Plus, we think we know who she's going to pick for tonight's game. We'll be back at 2.
Hey, Caden, is it getting hot in here?
Yeah, it's getting hot in here, and I know who to call. Let's call At the Lake Heating and Cooling.
Hi, I'm Nate with At the Lake Heating and Cooling. If you have a problem with your HVAC equipment, heating, cooling, restaurant equipment, and refrigeration, check us out on Facebook or call 573-206-8828. We can fix it all, big and small. I guarantee it. 573-206-8828.
At the Lake Heating and Cooling, 573-206-8828. Picture this, relaxing evenings with your loved ones, hosting gatherings with friends, visiting the lake in a home that's free from pests. With All-American Termite and Pest Control, that dream is a reality. And do you have furry friends who love to explore the great outdoors? Well, say goodbye to fleas, ticks, spiders, and chiggers with a specialized yard spray for your yard and dock. And ask about the mosquito control. Call 346-4830 or visit bugsfearus.com. All-American Termite and Pest Control. They put pests to rest.
What do France's idyllic chateau, Budapest's breathtaking architecture, and Holland's iconic windmills all have in common? You can experience them all with Alma Waterways and Direct Travel while saving 20% on select 2023 and 2024 Europe or Mekong River cruises. Hi, this is Tim Davis. Book your Alma Waterways River Cruise by September 30th and experience a locally sourced cuisine, a variety of enriching shore excursions, a daily sip and sail cocktail hour, complimentary Wi-Fi, and much, much more. In addition, take advantage of transatlantic flights at fixed rates on select 2023 and 2024 European sailings, with rates per person starting at $8.99. For complete details, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin with Hunter Biden. Prosecutors are looking to charge him in a gun possession case this month. Correspondent Catherine Herridge has our top story.
Special counsel David Weiss wrote to the Delaware court the government intends to seek the return of an indictment in this case before September 29th. The president's son previously reached an agreement on the charge of gun possession by a drug user. But in July, the broader plea agreement, which included misdemeanor tax charges, collapsed.
House Republicans want Weiss to testify in their investigations later this month. CBS News has gotten a hold of an internal report that shows embattled Congressman George Santos staffers knew he'd made up details about his life and finances before he was elected. Correspondent Scott McFarland from Washington.
The warning signs in this report were noted inside the Santos campaign. CBS News has learned multiple campaign aides asked Santos to drop out of the race. When he refused to, those aides quit the job. They recognized what they were holding in that internal report.
Vice President Harris has wrapped up work at a summit in Indonesia. Now she's facing questions about next year's election back home. Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Margaret Brennan asked her about the president's chances.
The Wall Street Journal had a poll showing 2/3 of Democrats say Joe Biden is too old to run again. Are you prepared to be commander-in-chief?
Yes, I am, if necessary. But Joe Biden is going to be fine.
Margaret's full interview is this Sunday on Face the Nation. Back to school? It's back to summer for a lot of kids who attend classes in buildings with no air conditioning. More are being sent home early or told not to show up at all amid a nationwide heat wave. Hugh Barrett's son is a kindergartner in the nation's capital.
Can't let something like air conditioning in a 5-year-old's classroom continue to be an issue for anyone.
Schools in at least 9 states have changed schedules because of the weather. Police in Pennsylvania are still searching for a convicted killer who escaped from prison near Philadelphia a week ago. We're just learning how Danilo Cavalcante managed to get out. Acting Chester County Prison Ward Howard Holland.
Cavalcante escapes from the prison, having crab walked up a wall, pushed his way through a razor wire, run across the roof, scale another fence, and push his way through more razor wire.
A tower guard has been suspended. This is sentencing day for Danny Masterson. The That 70s Show star could get up to life in prison for raping 2 women at his home near Hollywood in the early 2000s. First, a judge will rule on a defense motion for a new trial. She is expected to reject it. S&P futures down 20. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The financial blueprint for fiscal 2023-2024 is now set after the Camdenton Board of Aldermen gave its approval to the city's operating budget. The board this week gave approval to both the first and second readings setting the budget, which estimates more than $19,195,000 in revenues, with a little more than $12,219,000 being spent for a surplus of more than $6.975 million. The operating budget also estimates that the city's ARPA fund balance as of September of 2024 will be a little more than $373,000. This year's Sweet Corn Festival in Rocky Mount is being called a big success and a likely record breaker.
We had people standing here ready to eat at about 9:30, and we hadn't planned on opening up till about 10 o'clock, and the people didn't stop coming until probably about 2:30.
Rocky Mount Fire Chief Kevin Hurtubise says this year's event, officially the 13th annual, drew more than 3,000 people. Proceeds from the day go to the Rocky Mount Firefighters Benevolent Association and the Lions Club. The 14th annual Sweet Corn Festival is already on the calendar for 2024, falling on Saturday, August 31st. Net general revenue collections from across Missouri grew by 3.1% for August of this year compared to August of 2022. That's according to State Budget Director Dan Hogg, who released the figures this week, which also showed decreases being reported for individual income tax collections, corporate income and franchise tax collections, and 34.8% for August in the area of refunds. At the same time, overall increases are reported in sales and use tax collections, refunds, and all other collections. The State Budget Office also shows net general revenue collections for fiscal 2023 were down by 2% from $1.98 billion in 2022 down to $1.94 billion this year. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is a service of Jennings Insurance Group.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we provide a holistic approach to retirement. We'll guide you through the 5 risks to your retirement, including healthcare costs, inflation, market risk, and more. At Jennings, we contract with many companies, but we work for our clients. Consultations are always free. At Jennings, we use insurance as a tool to positively impact the lives of the people we serve. Whether you need to visit about your financial future or your healthcare costs, we can help. Check out our Facebook page, Jennings Insurance Group, or call us today, 573-693-9443.
This sports report is sponsored by Spiderlift Boat Covers. Visit SpiderliftBoatCovers.com.
Tonight is the night as the Chiefs begin their Super Bowl title defense. It starts with the Detroit Lions, and the Chiefs may be without their all-pro tight end, Travis Kelce. He suffered a hyperextended knee earlier in the week, listed as questionable for tonight. The Chiefs are also without defensive tackle Chris Jones. He's been a holdout all throughout training camp. Of course, you can hear tonight's game on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. Baseball from last night. Cardinals beat the Braves 11-6. Another big night for the Birds offense, and they do it against Cy Young candidate Spencer Strider. Had one of his worst starts of the year. Paul Goldschmidt, a home run, part of a 4-run first inning, and the Cardinals were unrelenting with the bats. Dakota Hudson, another win. He's been one of the few bright spots for the Cardinals since the trade deadline. He's 6-1, and the Cardinals have now won 3 in a row. Meanwhile, the Royals, they lose to the White Sox by a score of 6-4. Jordan Lyles, my goodness, he is 4-16 on the year, takes the loss last night. Mizzou basketball keying in on another potential dynamite recruit. Chase McCarty out of Huntsville, Alabama, will have a scheduled visit at Mizzou September 15th. He's a 4-star prospect. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake. Lake movers, we're moving the lake. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.
For all of your local and long-distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Staying hazy today, sunshine with our high nearing 83. Clear skies overnight with a low around 61. Sunny and 83 throughout Friday, and clear skies and 59 throughout Friday night. Sunny with a high of 82 by Saturday, and clear skies Saturday night with a low around 58 degrees. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 81 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is, currently it's 57 degrees.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
Oh, welcome back to the second hour of the program. Glad to have you with us. Oh, we're going to have an interesting discussion today with Rebecca Rupert with all things Lebanon. Well, we'll put you on hot mic here, so you can join in. The cans are there if you could care to listen to see what you sound like. Although you know what you sound like.
I don't want to hear me.
You don't?
No. I don't need to hear me.
This hour is sponsored by Reagan Cabinets. RAGAN, ReaganCabinets.com. Go to their website to view cabinets, accessories, various projects. Their showroom, Highway 42 in Osage Beach. Their phone number, 573-234-6830. We've got to do the pollen count for those of many who are suffering.
Okay.
I told you
Wow.
we've already had an interesting discussion. Asthma, high category. Tree, ragweed, mold, and grass in the moderate category. And dust and dander is in the high category as well. Well, it's time now for All Things Lebanon. And she's the tourism director for the city of Lebanon. You can find out more at visitlebanonmo.org. Welcome.
Good morning.
Today is a very special day in the Rupert household.
Should be a holiday, if you ask me.
Raising the flag.
Yes, raising that flag. I got a flag in the mail yesterday, day before. Got my Super
Is it
Bowl
up?
chips. No, I didn't put it up. I have my other one out. I know. I didn't have time, Guy, for the love.
Wait a minute.
Give this
It's
girl
the
a
Kansas City
break.
Chiefs. They're the world
I know,
champions.
I
This is
know.
opening game. They're raising the flag at the stadium. I ordered a flag to get ready, It's not up.
It's not up. The other one is up, but I need to have the other one by
How's
it.
that to make you feel bad?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. This is a hot mic, right?
There's the red light right there.
Can you bleep me? Can you shut it down?
We live on the edge. We don't have
You
that.
do,
They
yeah.
have that technology. We chose not to install it.
Nice. I'm happy for it. Thanks.
Although we have very quick cut.
Yeah.
So we can be
Yeah.
like that. We can cut it.
Right. Right. Well, let's try to do our best not to have to cut our segment out
Or cut ourselves off.
or cut my finger off.
Okay. First things first, all things Lebanon. What is happening in Lebanon?
Lebanon, we have our fall open house event this weekend. Well, actually, Thursday through Saturday. It begins, today is Thursday. My days are completely off. Thank you to Labor
Begins
Day.
this weekend. By the way, it starts today.
And oh, wait, it starts today. It is in downtown Lebanon, so you can check your favorite local businesses, learn about their specials and deals. And we have been down in downtown Lebanon. I went over there on Saturday so that we do a little spiffing and cleaning up and changed out our flowers on our light posts to reflect the fall theme. And things are looking great down there. Lots of new businesses coming in. Boat Town Brewing just opened up down there, which is super exciting. And things just look great. And businesses continue to come in. So what's really nifty is we learned yesterday that the part of the downtown website that receives the most attention is people looking for available space because they want to put their business down there. Yeah, isn't that the coolest?
You mentioned flowers, and my thought went to mums. Because they come in at this time of the year and they have all those different colors of mums, and the people who plan ahead and they have these all over their house.
I know.
Just looks so fall and so cool.
They're beautiful. It's fun. Our Optimist Club in Lebanon actually does a fall mum sale. So I know, right? How could I not throw that in?
Optimists, they plant them hoping they'll bloom because they're optimists.
They are very optimistic. Their sales will be fabulous, and I'm sure I will be a customer. But yeah, they sell mums for every fall as a fundraiser.
And for homecoming.
Yeah, gosh, it's crazy. I saw some pictures of somebody going to a homecoming recently. It was a friend down in Nashville, and I was like,
is mum still the popular color for those?
I don't know. Well, I've been out of school for a little while, guy. I'm just going to go ahead and admit
I've been out longer than you.
Yes, I don't know what they wear now. Probably don't want to know. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking.
Yeah, we can ask Mike. He was just up at the city that Mizzou plays in, Columbia.
Columbia. Oh, okay.
He was just there for their opening game last weekend.
Wow. Okay. Well, it is football season.
He said it's been 100 years since he went to school there, but
well, it feels it. I know that. This morning it's feeling it.
Okay, you have a list.
I do. Just a couple of things. We have the case celebration this Saturday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's at Shepherd Hills Factory Outlets.
Those are the knife
The knife people. Okay, our Shepherd Hills Factory Outlet is the world's largest case knife dealer. They're fantastic. It's a family-owned business. I think they've been in business well over 50 years. And this is their 29th case celebration. So from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., you can go out to Shepherd Hills. They have all sorts of sale tables set up. I actually volunteer and work the event, hang out at a table, talk to people. I've seen where they come from. Probably represented are 26 to 28 states. Wow. That float in for this. They've got a ton of things going on. They've got stuff for kids. They serve what they call, I think, cowboy chili. They have a guy out with a big cauldron that makes fantastic chili.
And there's a lot of those at the Stagecoach thing. That they
yeah, the Wagons for Warriors. Same deal. Some of the same people do that for this celebration.
Big old cast iron pots.
Yep. Right over an open flame. So anyway, I think I heard this morning on the radio, the co-owner Rod Reed, talking about how they serve 150 to 180 gallons of chili for this event. They'll see between 4,000 and 5,000 people. So, and that's not
just
all at once.
Just a few cows gave their best.
Yeah. So anyway, it is really a fantastic event. It's kind of every year when I go, I'm just amazed at the amount of people that flock in, and they always have special knives that they're selling, and the true hardcore collectors are all hyped up about it, and they go stand in line to get the knife of the year. They do.
So they have a commemorative knife of the year that has the year.
Oh yeah, they have knives special made for this event, and then they also put a lot of their other collector knives on sale. So the collectors
So if
go
you
crazy.
miss this event, you can still go to their showroom and pick up this year's or
Well,
not. You don't know.
If not, probably not, because I'm going to tell you, they sell out.
Is it this weekend?
It is this Saturday. It's this Saturday, 9 to 4. Side note, it's kind of cool. My dad was a knife collector, so case knife collector, and he used to come down and stay here with me at the lake and then go over. He came down just for this event, and he would drive over to Lebanon on that Saturday of the event. So he's been to several of those. No longer with us, of course, but it's kind of cool that I'm there now working it, and I kind of get it. I kind of dig it too. It's cool. It brings a lot of people to our area, and that's what we're all about. But it's really neat. It's great family business. They have tents outside, big like circus tents outside that they put all these tables out, and they have like a $2 tent, and they'll get all sorts of things. And I'm talking dishes and decor and all sorts of things. $2. So it's worth the drive.
Yeah.
Just gonna say it. It's worth the drive. It's pretty cool.
Worth the drive. Okay.
What else?
And if do you have anything else?
I think I got that.
Route 66. Anything happening there?
Not yet. We had a meeting we had to cancel this week, but we will meet next month, and we'll actually have access to the funds we've been allotted by the state of Missouri. So we'll start talking about how we're going to spend them and get the ball rolling. And I know the Federal Commission is also rocking and rolling. They've asked the United States Postal Service to make a commemorative stamp to honor the centennials. So things are happening. It doesn't always seem like they happen as fast as we'd like them to, but we need them to start happening because we will blink and it will be 2026. Just going to tell you.
All right. Well, we're going to blink because now.
Let's blink. Let's go.
You are in on the front end of this. Last year you came in about maybe a third of a way through or something. But the picks for this weekend. So tonight, I think we know what it is. Detroit is at Kansas City.
Yeah, they
Kansas
are.
City is favored only by 5. That tells us it's going to be a close game.
Well, that's what this paper tells us. But I don't know if I believe this paper guy.
Okay.
Do I have to go by the paper?
No, but I need to know your pick.
Oh, well, absolutely KC. Every day, all day.
All right.
All right.
And I reserve my pick for the Friday morning with the guys. But you're already on the list.
Great.
All right, here we go. Sunday night, Dallas at the Giants, and Dallas is favored by 3.5.
I was going to go Dallas.
Okay, Dallas.
Going Dallas. Ugh.
All right. Now let's see. Monday night, it's Buffalo at the Jets.
I'm going to go New York.
Okay. That is probably risky.
Yep.
But Aaron Rodgers is there.
I know.
And Buffalo's favored by 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
All right. CBS, the early games, Cincinnati at my Cleveland Browns, and Cincinnati's favored by 2.5. In my heart, I want the Cleveland Browns to win, but Joe Burrow's probably going to take it. But you're probably going to go with who?
Ugh. You know what? I'll take your Browns.
All right. Cleveland is the home. Cleveland is the home game.
Yeah. I'll take the Browns.
Tampa at Minnesota. Minnesota's favored by 6.
I like Minnesota.
All right. You and Kara Foster.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, great minds.
She goes, you know who I'm going to, well, she's up there. So,
well, yeah. There's
right.
that.
Houston at Baltimore. Baltimore, this is the largest spread. They're favored by 10.
Well, then I guess I'm going to go Baltimore.
Yeah. Houston's still suffering there. All right. They took CJ from Ohio State in the draft. Okay, Tennessee at New Orleans. New Orleans is favored by 3.
But I'm going to go Tennessee.
Right. The rabble-rouser that she is.
Wow. Caught me on a day.
All right. Philadelphia at New England. Philly is favored by 4.
Mm-hmm. I was going to go Philly.
All right. Miami at the Chargers. The Chargers are favored by 3.
Ugh, Miami.
Tell us how you feel. Vegas at Denver, and boy, both of those you don't like because they're in our division. Denver favored by 3.5.
Yeah, I'm going to go Denver.
Because the Raiders cause more problems than Denver does. That's for sure. All right, here we go. The Fox early game, San Francisco at Pittsburgh. San Fran is favored by 2.5. And Nick Bosa just signed for $34 million a year. It's a 4-year contract worth $170 million.
You know way too much, Guy. You got way too much going on up in your brain.
I got music, I got sports,
yeah.
I got...
Whew, San Francisco. Let's do it.
All right. Arizona at Washington, and Washington's favored by 7.
Let's go Washington.
Jacksonville at Indy. Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence is Trevor Lawrence, the Lawrence kid.
Joey.
Yeah, Joey Lawrence, favored by 5 is Jacksonville.
Okay, I'll go Jacksonville. That's fine.
All right, Carolina at Atlanta, and I forgot to put the minus or plus.
Nice. Okay, so let's just crapshoot that.
Somebody's favored by 3.5.
Somebody is. Let's think it's Atlanta.
All right. 2 more games.
Okay.
Green Bay at Chicago. Chicago's favored by 1.
The Bears. I'll take Chicago.
Yeah. Because Aaron Rodgers owned Chicago, and now he's gone. So Chicago probably should win. And then finally, the Rams at Seattle, and Seattle is favored by 5.
I'll take Seattle.
All
right.
And then we will find out. We'll get Rick Bryan on the books here next hour, and then after that, all the guys will pick in on Friday, and we start a whole brand new chart going on.
So this is truly a ladies first situation. The ladies get to pick first. Look
you
at
went
that.
there.
I did. Sorry. Well, that's how it's rolling.
That is how it's rolling. Thank you so much for stopping in.
Hey, thanks. Speaking of, roll on over to Lebanon anytime you'd like. We'd love to see you.
And this is sponsored by Lebanon Tourism Department, and the website is?
Visit LebanonMode.org.
We'll be back.
Ron had a tax problem he just couldn't handle on his own.
I owed the IRS taxes for over 5 years, but I didn't have any money to pay the taxes.
Those years cost him dearly.
Most of it was fees and interest. It was horrible.
Ron finally called in the pros.
I called Optima Tax Relief, and boy, am I happy I did.
The leading tax resolution firm, Optima, is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients. Ron was overjoyed.
They settled my account with IRS. I was ecstatic. They are a lifesaver. They are. I am so happy.
Take Ron's advice and call Optima now for a free consultation.
Yeah, don't do like I did and wait. Call Optima Tax Relief. Do it now. You'll be ecstatic like me.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Show Me Taxi welcomes you to the lake. Professional people, tourists like Show Me Taxi. 573-280-5511. Need a ride to dinner, grocery store, pick up your boat, or a car? We are here. Ride the wave at the lake as you enjoy the beautiful scenery and fun at the lake. Call Show Me Taxi 573-280-5511. Show Me Taxi 573-280-5511. Thanks, Cindy Lou. Be safe.
Do you need quality where it counts? Evers & Company CPAs in Osage Beach and Jefferson City will provide a quality experience with accuracy and integrity. Visit everscpas.com for assistance with tax, accounting, business, consultation, and auditing needs. Call Evers & Company CPAs 573-348-4141. Remember, 573-348-4141. Evers & Company. Quality where it counts.
Everyone is invited to a free meet and greet at the Inn at Grand Glaze. Come and hang out with some of your favorite Bassmaster pros on Sunday, September 17th, 6 to 8 p.m. Several tour fishermen will talk about fishing and their Christian walk. The Inn at Grand Glaze will offer free appetizers and giveaways, conveniently located just west of the Grand Glaze Bridge. Don't miss this fun, free event, September 17th. Meet, stay, play at the Inn at Grand Glaze.
7:24 the time. We've got 64 degrees. We're on our way to a high of 82. It's going to be a beautiful day. Plentiful sunshine. Winds will be light and variable. 92% relative humidity. We expect that to decrease considerably. And the barometer's on the rise at 30.02 inches. Winds will be light and variable today, so that's not going to be much of a problem at all. Lake level, 658.30. River level, 551.62. Truman is at 704.31. It's always good to have Rebecca Rupert in studio, and with all things Lebanon, and it's just a lot of fun to just find out what's happening around here at the Lake of the Ozarks. Coming up, we've got Bill Federer with the American Minute, Melinda Myers with Melinda's Garden Moment, and then we also have Peter Greenberg, Eye on Travel, Jim Daly with Focus on the Family, Point of Law, and then we'll check in with Kara Foster for our weather hit. With Weatherology, we'll find out what's happening with the trending, and then we'll end this hour with It's Up to You, as we do each and every day. So thanks so much for joining us on the Ozarks this morning.
Did you know there's a lot to love in Lebanon? Along with friendly people comes a revitalized downtown area and many family-friendly events year-round. Historic Route 66 runs through this friendly place, and outdoor fun awaits at the close-by Bennett Springs State Park. Want to plan your visit? Check out all that Lebanon has to offer at visitlebanonmo.org. And thanks for listening to All Things Lebanon each week with Tourism Director Rebecca Rupart.
At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-626-4910. That's 800-626-4910.
Mortgage rates have dropped 25%, the lowest mortgage rates in years. So maybe you should drop everything and call Zoom Refi. Refinance your home now and slash your mortgage payments. Take cash out and save maybe hundreds of dollars every month. Zoom Refi mortgage rates are super low. Zoom Refi closing costs are super low. And Zoom, we approve you right over the phone. Call Zoom Refi today. 888-913-1825. 888-913-1825.
History was made on today's date. Stay tuned for an American Minute with Bill Federer.
The Journals of the Continental Congress recorded that at 9 o'clock in the morning, this day, September 7th, 1774, in Carpenter's Hall, Philadelphia, the very first act of Congress was to open with prayer. John Adams wrote, Reverend Duché read several prayers in the established form and the 35th Psalm. I never saw a greater effect upon an audience. It seemed as if heaven had ordained that psalm to be read on that morning. After this, Mr. Duché, unexpectedly to everybody, struck out in an extemporary prayer which filled the bosom of every man present. I must confess I never heard a better prayer.
This has been an American Minute with Bill Federer. For a free transcript, call American Minute at 1-888-USA-WORD.
The American Minute with Bill Federer is sponsored by Adair's Animals. Adair's, if you're still hearing those scratching noises in your attic and walls, or you thought you did last fall, well, now's a perfect time for that wildlife inspection, because they'll make sure that it doesn't happen again. Because Adair's, they put the animals back where it belongs and the wildlife where it belongs, back in the wild. They're the Lakes Wildlife Removal Service. They offer affordable solutions for all of your residential and commercial nuisance animal problems. Their website, adairs-animals.com, and their phone number, 573-378-8739.
Can the county outlaw puppies and then turn around and fine you if Fido actually has a few? What if they single out your particular breed of dog or cat for special restrictions? Can you stop them? I'm Curtis Howard. Together we'll explore these and other actual court cases and the decisions handed down by the judges. See if you agree.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
Scales belong on fish.
Ew.
Not your appliances.
Ugh.
Gray is lovely on a rainy day. But not on your whites.
Ugh.
Lip stain is attractive. Tub and sink stain?
Ugh.
Not so much. Life's hard enough. Your water shouldn't be. Soften the flow with us.
Lindy Spring Systems has the water softener that's perfect for your home. Hard water ruins clothes, glassware, your skin, and raises your water costs. Go to LindySpringLakeOfTheOzarks.com and ask about our business and home bottled water delivery.
Fall has different meanings for each of us. Back to school, warm fires, fall color. But anyone with a box elder tree in their neighborhood may be thinking about the box elder bug invasion. Hi, I'm Melinda Myers, horticulturist and gardening expert. These 1/2 inch long bugs are black with orange or red markings. They're most visible and annoying in fall when the adults seek a warm, sunny spot usually the side of your home, to warm themselves. As temperatures cool, they look for a place to hibernate and often find their way indoors through cracks and crevices. Box elder bugs are not harmful to plants and people, but certainly are annoying. Repair and fill any crevices to keep these insects out of the house. Manage high populations by vacuuming as they congregate, or spray them directly with soapy water when they're on the side of your house. Test the siding first to make sure the soapy water solution will not change the color of your siding. Check out our website for this and other gardening tips.
Well, Linda's Garden Moment is sponsored by the Motor Hut. The Motor Hut takes pride in offering only the finest outdoor power equipment available, from lawnmowers to trimmers, chainsaws, leaf blowers. They got you covered. The wide selection ensures that you'll find the perfect tool for any task. You can find them at 13 Chestnut Avenue in Camdenton. Their website, themotorhut.com. Their phone number, 573-346-6110. Let's all putt-putt to the Motor Hut. 731.
Every year we remember 9/11. This year the Ride for Freedom is on September the 10th. The U.S. military and first responders protect and fight for our freedom. So we are providing them with a day on the lake with travels to Truman Dam and back. This free charity event starts at Sir Dykes Port 20 at 9 o'clock. Boats and PWCs all welcome. Visit SirDykeyamaha.com to pre-register or to donate to the local charities. And never forget and never waver.
I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Ion Travel Minute. Many of us are not flying nonstop these days, and many have to make connecting flights. So which U.S. airports have the worst record, meaning on-time performance, for connecting passengers? That would be Orlando, followed by Fort Lauderdale. Newark comes in third, followed by Denver and Dallas. And to make matters worse, which airports have the worst flight cancellation record? Once again, Newark tops the list, followed by another long-standing poor performer, New York's LaGuardia. Also in the top 10, Boston's Logan and JFK. All the more reason to look for alternate airports whenever possible. For more information, visit petergreenberg.com. I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Ion Travel Minute.
Get ready for fall with hot deals at Menards. Save big on hardwood firewood bundles. $3.99 each after 11% off. Fire up the grill. Royal Oak Hickory Charcoal is just $6.99 after rebate. Taco Fall projects with performance work gloves. $2.99 a pair after 11% off. And a 17-pound bag of fall lawn food with weed control is $14.99 after rebate. Good through September 10. Savings are mail-in rebates. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Why would you wander around a warehouse store looking for paint when you could just swing by your local Porter's Ace? Kent Porter here, and in addition to my great staff, we have top-rated paint brands like Benjamin Moore and Magnolia. Plus, our color matching technology allows us to match any color. So stop wondering and start painting. Head to your local Porter's Ace today. Porter's Ace Building Centers in Lorry. Porter's, we're here to help. See acehardware.com for details.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Focus on the Family is sponsored by Bridal Cave. And what do you do on a gorgeous day like today? Well, you pack up the family and head on over to Bridal Cave, Lake of the Ozarks' #1 natural attraction. It's always a perfect 60 degrees. Guided tours daily. Find out more at bridalcave.com. Sponsor of Focus on the Family with Jim Daly.
It was Shakespeare who said, "A rose by any other name would smell as sweet." What he meant was that nature doesn't change just because you rename it. Take the word faith, for example. Faith is often associated with religion, but everyone has the capacity for faith, even atheists. That's right, atheists live by faith just like religious people do. They just call it something else. In general terms, faith is about believing that something exists even though you can't directly observe or measure it. Atheists don't like to admit that they live by faith, but consider this. Scientists believe the universe is held together by an unknown force. They can't observe it, it defies the laws of science, and it doesn't conform to any of their calculations. Yet they still believe something is there. Sounds a lot like the word faith, doesn't it? Except the science community labels it dark energy, which brings us back to Shakespeare's comments about renaming a rose. It's no accident of evolution that we marvel at sunsets or ponder the mysteries of the universe. We are wired for faith. We are more than just physical beings. We are spiritual beings as well, designed for faith and created to place our devotion in things that transcend us. Every single one of us lives by faith. Each of us is born with a beautiful rose of faith in our soul, even atheists. They just call it something different. For Focus on the Family, I'm Jim Daly.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 888-SHARE-19. That's 888-SHARE-19. 888-SHARE-19.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
CBS News Brief. Court papers show the special counsel investigating Hunter Biden intends to seek an indictment this month. Former federal prosecutor Harry Littman.
I think the message is simple. They're going to throw the book at him on a gun charge that they were previously going to let him actually work off in a couple years.
CBS News has obtained internal information showing Congressman George Santos staffers knew he'd lied about his past a year before he was elected. CBS's Scott McFarland.
There are so many parallels in this internal opposition research report to the troubles Santos faces today, including the criminal charges.
Schools in 9 states have now said early dismissals are closed because of stifling heat and lack of AC. Hugh Barrett's son is a kindergartner in Washington, D.C.
I was shocked. I couldn't believe that we didn't have something as basic as air conditioning, especially knowing that there was going to be 95-plus degree heat.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. Residents in Camdenton will now dig deeper into their pocketbooks to pay for water and sewer use in the city. On Tuesday night, the Board of Aldermen gave unanimous approval to rate increases, which, according to Mayor John McNabb, is a proactive way to taking care of business now rather than waiting for something to force the issue.
I think it's important for us to stay on top of these so we don't get in a situation where we're forced to make a large raise. I think that's doing a disservice to our patrons.
The rate increases amount to 25 cents per 1,000 gallons used above the initial 2,000 gallons for water, and an increase from $2.70 to $13.50 for the same usage for sewer. The board approved both the first and second readings of the rate increases. The financial blueprint for fiscal 2023-2024 is now set after the Camdenton Board of Aldermen also gave its approval to the city's operating budget. The board this week gave approval to both the first and second readings, setting the budget, which estimates more than $19,195,000 in revenue and a little more than $12,219,000 being spent for a surplus of more than $6.975 million. The operating budget also estimates that the city's ARPA fund balance as of September 2024 will be a little more than $373,000. A presentation on the Missouri Local Government Employees Retirement System and several other items appear on tonight's agenda for the Board of Aldermen in Osage Beach. The board will also consider allocating up to $55,000 for a contract to do a once-over on the Public Works Operational Review and Assessment Project, along with ordinances dealing with sewer and septic services. The Osage Beach Board of Aldermen meeting begins at 6 p.m. this evening in City Hall. If you see news happening, contact the KRMS Newsroom at 317-TALK or email us at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is a service of Jennings Insurance Group.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we provide a holistic approach to retirement. We'll guide you through the 5 risks to your retirement, including healthcare costs, inflation, market risk, and more. At Jennings, we contract with many companies, but we work for our clients. Consultations are always free. At Jennings, we use insurance as a tool to positively impact the lives of the people we serve. Whether you need to visit about your financial future or your healthcare costs, we can help. Check out our Facebook page, Jennings Insurance Group, or call us today, 573-693-9443.
This sports report is sponsored by Skelton's Key and Lock. Reasonable rates, reliable service, and recommended by everyone.
Tonight is the night as the Chiefs begin their Super Bowl title defense. It starts with the Detroit Lions, and the Chiefs may be without their all-pro tight end, Travis Kelce. He suffered a hyperextended knee earlier in the week, listed as questionable for tonight. The Chiefs are also without defensive tackle Chris Jones. He's been a holdout all throughout training camp. Of course, you can hear tonight's game on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. Baseball from last night. Cardinals beat the Braves 11-6. Another big night for the Birds offense, and they do it against Cy Young candidate Spencer Strider. Had one of his worst starts of the year. Paul Goldschmidt, a home run, part of a 4-run first inning, and the Cardinals were unrelenting with the bats. Dakota Hudson, another win. He's been one of the few bright spots for the Cardinals since the trade deadline. He's 6-1, and the Cardinals have now won 3 in a row. Meanwhile, the Royals, they lose to the White Sox by a score of 6-4. Jordan Lyles, my goodness, he is 4-16 on the year, takes the loss last night. Mizzou basketball keying in on another potential dynamite recruit. Chase McCarty out of Huntsville, Alabama, will have a scheduled visit at Mizzou September 15th. He's a 4-star prospect. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Get up to 60% off list prices on hundreds of items at the huge Labor Day sale at Slumberland Furniture. Incredible deals like a reclining sectional that comes with a free recliner, or a 5-piece dining set for just $3.99. A soft gray sofa with a free matching chair, both for $4.88. How about a Lazy Boy recliner as low as $3.98, plus special financing available up to 60% off at the huge Labor Day sale at Slumberland Furniture. See store for details. Take the KK exit. Go right on Osage Beach Parkway.
The finer things in life are at Bentley's, where every bite is an experience. From Tuesday to Saturday, come enjoy the finest cuisine with custom cuts of prime rib, fresh seafood, and hand-cut steaks that are truly succulent. Pair your meal with an aged wine from our extensive collection and experience first-class service in an English atmosphere. Book your reservation now. Call Bill at 365-5301. Treat yourself to the best at Bentley's, where every meal is a special occasion.
Are you a busy contractor? Let the designers at Reagan Cabinets help assist your customers with their kitchen and bath design. We offer indoor and outdoor cabinetry with lines to fit any budget. I'm Andrea Fisher, one of the designers at Reagan Cabinets in Osage Beach. Let us put our design expertise to work for you. Call Reagan Cabinets today to set up an appointment, 573-234-6830. You can also see us on our website at reagancabinets.com. That is RAGAN cabinets.com.
I'm meteorologist Carol Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Staying hazy today, sunshine with our high nearing 83. Clear skies overnight with a low around 61. Sunny and 83 throughout Friday, and clear skies and 59 throughout Friday night. Sunny with a high of 82 by Saturday, and clear skies Saturday night with a low around 58 degrees. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 81 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is, currently it's 57 degrees.
If you cash a check for someone who is actually a swindler, must you pay the true check owner's loss? The court bounced that question around in the case of the Chancellor's check. I'm Curtis Howard with today's Point of Law.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
Margaret Gale operated a successful downtown restaurant. Margaret handled the cashiering and the business. Her cousin Myra managed the kitchen. This arrangement worked very well. The two young women made a good income from their project. One of their customers was Eldon Thomas. He was chancellor of the American Model and Fashion College nearby. He appeared to be a distinguished and well-mannered gentleman. At his request, Margaret opened a charge account for him. He often brought in guests, and he paid his bill promptly every month. One day, Mr. Thomas asked her to cash a $90 check for him. It was made out to the American Model and Fashion College, and he endorsed it with the name of the college, his employer, and then signed his own name. During the next 3 years, she cashed many more checks for him that were payable to the school. All of them cleared without trouble. Then one day, Myra rushed in the restaurant. She said breathlessly, "Margaret, have you heard about Mr. Thomas? He's in jail. They say he stole $200,000 from the college." Margaret said, "I don't believe it. Not our Mr. Eldon." But it was true. And the checks these two women alone had cashed for him over the 3-year period came to an astonishing $22,000. And the college trustees demanded that they repay that amount to them. Margaret and Myra refused, and the college brought suit. Their attorney told the court, "These young ladies should have known there was something wrong about Eldon cashing all those checks that were payable to the college, but they never so much as asked. It's highly irregular for a manager to cash checks made out to the company and put the money in his pocket. They were therefore negligent and should be made to repay the money." The restaurateur's attorney said, they had known Mr. Thomas almost a year before he cashed his first check with them. He appeared to be a person of excellent character. He had a good reputation in the town. And anyway, the fault is with the college, because they never made a simple audit in all those 3 years. An audit would have quickly shown this and other thefts. Can the restaurant operators be made to make good on the bad checks? We'll return with the court's decision after this.
The law office of Christopher Rohr reminds everyone to be polite and share the road with our motorcycle enthusiasts as they rumble their way around our beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Here in the lake area, we are proud to offer some of the nation's most scenic rides through the rolling hills. Be safe, share the road, drive smart. That's the wish of the law office of Christopher Rohr. If you're in need of an attorney, call the law office of Christopher Rohr for a free consultation. 573-348-3313. Remember, 573-348-3313.
If you cash a check for someone who is actually a swindler, must you pay the true owner's loss? Not in a case like this at a California court, though other courts might disagree. Margaret would have been wise not to cash the checks made out to someone other than the person cashing them, but here Eldon was well known and had a fine reputation. No one doubted his honesty. So while Margaret's actions were unwise, they didn't amount to negligence. She and her partner need not pay back the $22,000. It's a point of law.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
The Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS. 7:48 the time. We've got 64 degrees. We're on our way to a high of 82, which happens to be right in the pocket. Averages on this date 82 and 59. The winds will be light and variable this afternoon. Presently, they're at northwest at 1 mile per hour. Barometer's on the rise from 30.02 inches. Going to be a beautiful day here at the Lake of the Ozarks. Well, there's a couple of things going on, air travel, and we've had a lot of prices going up in air travel if you were trying to travel by air this past summer. But if you took a flight over the Labor Day weekend, well, the government says most of those flights were A-OK. We have more from CBS's Matt Piper.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg tells CBS News Radio the unofficial end of summer in the skies were, for the most part, on time.
Less than 1% of flights were canceled and less than 2% of flights were delayed.
But that does not mean air travel has not seen its fair share of hiccups like all the delays and cancellations last Christmas.
Don't feel like we're out of the woods in terms of things that need to continue changing and improving in the aviation sector.
The DOT last month fined American Airlines $4 million for keeping passengers stuck on planes during long ground delays. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Well, there's a warning to GM, Ford, and Stellantis from the head of the United Auto Workers Union. Their members are ready to strike. Jennifer Kuiper has more.
United Auto Workers President Sean Fain says September 14th is almost here. It's a hard deadline to reach new contracts with Big Three automakers, and he says they're not close to a deal.
We told him, we don't want to see you wait until the last minute. If you're going to do the same thing you've done always and drag things out till the end and expect to get a deal, you're going to have problems. And here we are 8 days away, and we got a long way to go.
The union's demands include 46% across-the-board pay raises, a 32-hour week with 40 hours of pay, and union representation of workers at new battery plants. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
All right, weatherology with Kara Foster coming up in 30 seconds.
Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake. Lake movers, we're moving the lake. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.
For all of your local and long-distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.
Weatherology with Kara Foster is sponsored by B&B Heating and Cooling, home of the Free Filter Friday, which is every Friday. Stop by and get a complimentary 1-inch filter each month. No pre-registration needed. 4177 Osage Beach Parkway is their address. Their phone number, 302-COOL, 302-2665. Their web address, bbhvac.com. A proud sponsor of Weatherology with Kara Foster, who is on the line right now. How you doing, Kara?
I'm doing well. How are you?
All right. And the second hour this morning, and we were talking about salami and pepperoni. And salami, you want a good sub sandwich, don't you?
Yeah, those are always great.
Yeah.
Probably not at 7 in the morning, but...
How about 2 in the morning when we wake up?
True.
Oh, my goodness. The NFL season, we'll get our picks in on this tomorrow. Grateful Patient Day, honoring the medical professionals and caregivers. That's interesting.
Yeah. Very interesting. I mean, definitely need to have grateful patients.
That's right.
Be grateful and patient as well.
It's pretty hard to be, you're in the bed and say, this care I'm getting sucks. That's not a good idea.
Right, exactly, for sure.
It's like, and then you can't lobby for a new doctor at that point. Okay, but I'll tell you what, we don't want to lobby for any better weather because I think based on 620, this is going to be an outstanding day.
Yeah, it's going to be really nice outside. We will see some haze in the atmosphere, so if you do start to feel a little bit off, especially if you're doing like some physical activity outdoors, make sure you're keeping an eye on that. But the day is supposed to be really nice, sunny and 83, clear skies 61 for tonight, sunny 83 again Friday, clear 59 Friday night, and then still sunny and beautiful throughout the weekend, 82 Saturday, 83 Sunday. We will see a chance for some rain starting Monday. It's going to be pretty light as of right now, but temperatures are going to be cooler. 79 Monday, 73 Tuesday, and 74 on Wednesday. So definitely starting to feel a lot like September out there. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
Thanks so much, Kara. We will catch you next hour.
Catch you then.
All right, Kara Foster out of our weatherology office. Now let's find out what's trending.
It's been almost a month without clean water for a West Virginia community. I'm Jen Clark. Here's what's trending. Hayden City, West Virginia is entering its 4th week without clean water. The city issued a do not use order for water back in August after a malfunction at the local plant released a harmful chemical into the water used in dry cleaning.
You can't drink it, can't flush your toilets, you can't shower. That's pretty serious.
The craziest part? The water plant is brand new. It opened in 2020. Incredible body cam video has been released showing a North Carolina police officer rescuing the driver of a burning semi-truck.
I saw you need to get out of the truck!
Lieutenant Corey Brooks can be seen pulling the driver, who was unresponsive, out of the cab of the truck. The driver came to and suffered only minor injuries, and Lieutenant Brooks has been honored by the city council. Finally, a Utah couple has gone viral after finding out that they're cousins after 3 years of marriage.
So you can't touch your cousin.
They didn't say how closely related they are, but they've been told they look alike and have no plans to break up.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh.
Huge congratulations to Papo's. 10 years.
A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11 coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
Do you need quality where it counts? Evers & Company CPAs in Osage Beach and Jefferson City will provide a quality experience with accuracy and integrity. Visit everscpas.com for assistance with tax, accounting, business, consultation, and auditing needs. Call Evers & Company CPAs 573-348-4141. Remember, 573-348-4141. Evers & Company. Quality where it counts.
Little GTO. It's family fun on the Bagnell Dam Strip. It's hot summer nights this Friday night. Rain or shine. See all makes and models of vehicles. There's music and entertainment. Fun for the kids. And free admission. Hot summer nights. Winner of the Missouri Tourism Innovator Award. Stay up to date on Facebook.com at Cruise Hot Summer Nights this Friday night. Sponsored by
Funlake.com, the Encore Lakeside Grill and Sky Bar, Alley Cats, 98.7 The Cove, Classic Country 104.9, KRMS, and 93.5 Rocks.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
Well, we're moving right through the morning. Boy, oh boy, another fast hour right here on the Ozarks This Morning. Glad to have you with us all across the country as well, going to krmsradio.com, and that can be your radio home if you switch on over and click on 93.5 Rocks at 7:20 tonight. You can hear the world champion Kansas City Chiefs play as they open up the season hosting the Detroit Lions. This hour of the Ozarks This Morning sponsored by Reagan Cabinets, RAGAN. ReaganCabinets.com. Go to their website to view cabinets, accessories, various projects. They have a showroom on Highway 42 in Osage Beach, and their phone number 573-234-6830. That's Reagan Cabinets, RAGAN, ReaganCabinets.com. Three minutes before the hour, and it's time for It's Up to You, as we do each and every day at this time. All right, let's get started on this Thursday, September the 7th. Phone starter. What was your most horrifying back-to-school week ever? That experience that, your most horrifying back-to-school week experience that you've ever had. Well, it's up to you. Go back in that memory bank and see what you come up with. All right, the water cooler question, sponsored by Lindy Spring, Lake of the Ozarks. Treat your water, and it will treat you even better. 573-348-5044, Lindy Spring, Lake of the Ozarks.com. All right, this is a good one. Water cooler question, 1 in 9 elementary school students say that they would love to be in charge of this when they grow up. What is it? It's up to you. Think about this. 1 in 9 elementary school students say that they would love to be in charge of this when they grow up. What is it? The zoo. I'm going to be president. Oh, the deep thought question for today. Most of us are just about as happy as we can make up our minds to be. Think about that. Most of us are just about as happy as we make up our minds to be. It's up to you on this Thursday, September the 7th.
Now, the Business Edge Minute. Here's Mitch Graff.
Back before the days of devices in just about every room, we all used to play family games or go for a walk while listening to nature or just talk to each other. Today, it seems like we constantly have to have a device in our face, or we might miss that notification from Facebook telling us that Aunt Betty liked your photo of the baby turtle. All of this time that we spend with our face in our device had to come from somewhere, didn't it? Something had to be given up so you can spend countless hours swiping through news feeds of other people. Here's a few quick pointers on ways you can limit the amount of screen time that you get each day. Number 1, eat your meals without a screen. Number 2, don't watch TV in bed. Number 3, limit your social network time to 1 hour a day. Yes, that means you. Number 4, set a timer. And number 5, exercise prize while you watch. Now there's a novel idea. This will take some self-discipline on your part, but I can guarantee that it will be well worth it. At BusinessEdgeMinute.com, I'm Mitch Graff. You've heard it said before that the best lessons learned are from the School of Hard Knocks. Well, now you can give the gift of a PhD from this prestigious university. This authentic diploma is printed on the same high-quality paper that the top schools in the world use for their diplomas and will become the center of conversation for sure. Visit schoolofhardknocks.net. That's schoolofhardknocks.net, and you'll receive a special discount of 20% at checkout when you enter the code EDGE. Get one for that person in your life who seems to have everything, or heck, get one for yourself. You've earned it.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Back to school? It's back to summer schedules for some children because of a September heat wave. This mom's in Boston.
The kids getting really tired, them feeling fatigued because the weather is so hot.
CBS's Christina Ruffini is in the thick of it in Washington, D.C., where it's expected to get into the upper 90s today.
It's hot, so the schools are hot and the kids are hot. Schools in 9 states have had to alter their schedules because of this heat and because a lot of schools throughout the Northeast don't have adequate cooling systems. Now that means they've either sent kids home early for the day, they've gone to remote learning, or they've had to cancel classes altogether. And a lot of the parents we talked to were frankly shocked that schools in this day and age and with this rising heat don't have air conditioning.
Newly filed court papers show the special counsel investigating Hunter Biden intends to seek an indictment by the end of the month. Correspondent Catherine Herridge.
An attorney for the president's son told CBS News they believe the agreement for the gun offense still stands and prevents any additional charges from being filed against Mr. Biden.
A plea deal involving 2 tax misdemeanors fell apart in court. A 6th inmate has died in custody at Atlanta's Fulton County Jail, which is already being investigated for filthy conditions and potential civil rights violations. 24-year-old Chandre Delmore was being held on a second-degree burglary charge when he was found unresponsive during a routine check. The Justice Department opened a probe after the body of a man who died in the jail last year was found covered in insects. President Biden's rejected several conditions of a plea agreement with some 9/11 conspirators. Pentagon correspondent Cammie McCormick.
The 5 have been held at Guantanamo for decades, including Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the principal architect of the attacks. Their conditions include not serving their life terms in solitary confinement. But the New York Times reports President Biden has concurred with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin's recommendation not to accept the conditions. Many victims' families were angry about the deal.
The new NFL season kicks off tonight, and quarterbacks will be wearing new helmets. Reporter Erica Herskowitz.
Chiefs QB Patrick Mahomes will be one of a handful of signal callers to wear a Vicey's position-specific softshell helmet. And Vicey's co-founder Dave Marver says the helmet provides more than just safety.
Players can see the field. They can locate the ball more quickly. They can see a blocker coming.
Concussions are the most common injuries among football players.
Just in, the number of people applying for unemployment benefits last week fell to the lowest level in 7 months, despite higher interest rates intended to slow hiring. Dow futures down 101. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. Residents in Camdenton will now dig deeper into their pocketbooks to pay for water and sewer use in the city. On Tuesday night, the Board of Aldermen gave unanimous approval to rate increases, which, according to Mayor John McNabb, is a proactive way to taking care of business now rather than waiting for something to force the issue.
I think it's important for us to stay on top of these so we don't get in a situation where we're forced to make a large raise. I think that's doing a disservice to our patrons.
The rate increases amount to 25 cents per 1,000 gallons used above the initial 2,000 gallons for water, and an increase from $2.70 to $13.50 for the same usage for sewer. The board approved both the first and second readings of the rate increases. The The financial blueprint for fiscal 2023-2024 is now set after the Camdenton Board of Aldermen also gave its approval to the city's operating budget. The board this week gave approval to both the first and second readings setting the budget, which estimates more than $19,195,000 in revenue and a little more than $12,219,000 being spent for a surplus of more than $6.975 million. The operating budget also estimates that the city's ARPA fund balance as of September 2024 will be a little more than $373,000. A presentation on the Missouri Local Government Employees Retirement System and several other items appear on tonight's agenda for the Board of Aldermen in Osage Beach. The board will also consider allocating up to $55,000 for a contract to do a once-over on the Public Works Operational Review and Assessment Project, along with ordinances dealing with sewer and septic services. The Osage Beach Board of Aldermen meeting begins at 6 p.m. this evening in City Hall. If you see news happening, contact the KRMS Newsroom at 317-TALK or email us at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your late news now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Tonight is the night as the Chiefs begin their Super Bowl title defense. It starts with the Detroit Lions, and the Chiefs may be without their all-pro tight end, Travis Kelce. He suffered a hyperextended knee earlier in the week, listed as questionable for tonight. The Chiefs are also without defensive tackle Chris Jones. He's been a holdout all throughout training camp. Of course, you can hear tonight's game on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. Baseball from last night. Cardinals beat the Braves 11-6. Another big night for the Birds offense, and they do it against Cy Young candidate Spencer Strider. Had one of his worst starts of the year. Paul Goldschmidt, a home run, part of a 4-run first inning, and the Cardinals were unrelenting with the bats. Dakota Hudson, another win. He's been one of the few bright spots for the Cardinals since the trade deadline. He's 6-1, and the Cardinals have now won 3 in a row. Meanwhile, the Royals, they lose to the White Sox by a score of 6-4. Jordan Lyles, my goodness, he is 4-16 on the year, takes the loss last night. Mizzou basketball keying in on another potential dynamite recruit. Chase McCarty out of Huntsville, Alabama, will have a scheduled visit at Mizzou September 15th. He's a 4-star prospect. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Hey, Caden, is it getting hot in here?
Yeah, it's getting hot in here, and I know who to call. Let's call At the Lake Heating and Cooling.
Hi, I'm Nate with At the Lake Heating and Cooling. If you have a problem with your HVAC equipment, heating, cooling, restaurant equipment, and refrigeration, check us out on Facebook or call 573-206-8828. We can fix it all, big and small. I guarantee it. 573-206-8828.
At the Lake Heating and Cooling, 573-206-8828.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Staying hazy today, sunshine with our high nearing 83. Clear skies overnight with a low around 61. Sunny and 83 throughout Friday and clear skies and 59 throughout Friday night. Sunny with a high of 82 by Saturday and clear skies Saturday night with a low around 58 degrees. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 81 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 61 degrees.
CBS Money Watch.
Today, President Biden heads to India for this weekend's G20 summit, a meeting of the world's 19 biggest economies and the European Union. Leaders are expected to discuss a range of issues, including the World Bank, Russia's war on Ukraine, and combating climate change. The clock is ticking on new contracts between the United Auto Workers and the big three U.S. automakers. The head of the union said members will strike as soon as next week if an agreement is not reached. And WeWork says it's in the process of renegotiating all of its leases. WeWork has hundreds of offices globally. That's your CBS News Money Watch report. For more, log on to cbsmoneywatch.com. I'm Chanel Call.
When it comes to hiring, you don't need to be doing all the searching, screening, and interviewing yourself. What you need is Indeed, the end-to-end solution that makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire quality candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credits.
CBS Money Watch is sponsored by Oakstar Bank. Oakstar Bank is proud to be invested in the communities which they serve. With locations throughout the Lake area, their team members are committed to serving the communities they love. Oakstar Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. News Talk KRMS.
It's the only station that gets me through the day.
The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
And the crowd goes wild.
They're going wild for Rick Bryant, following his paid program by Bryant Auction, because they love the Thursday night auctions with all of the food and the goodies and the man himself, Mr. Rick Bryant. How you doing, Rick Bryant?
Buddy, there's not too many places. I am good, thank you, to answer your question, and I hope that you are too. There's not too many places where you can buy a Goldwing motorcycle, a rat rod, a ribeye steak, and some Snap-on tools all in one night.
No, there's not.
Legally.
Okay, I'm glad you put that little caveat in there.
Well, yeah, it's all good. We are busy, brother. We've got a lot going on tonight. We are loaded inside the building. I would hope that some have the chance to always check out the sneak peek and see what's on it. But nonetheless, our sneak peek is absolutely loaded with we've got a rat rod. I mean, I'm serious. We got a little Chevy rat rod that's just really cool. About, I don't know, probably 60% done. And then we've got an old Ford Dually. We've got a van. We've got a town and country van that pretty much needs everything from the front to the back. We have a trailer out here that's actually can be used for a hunting cabin or construction trailer. It's got air conditioning and heat, lights and whatnot. We've got a 2022 Dodge 2500 heavy duty with the toolbox on the back of it with 11,000 miles. And this truck sold new for almost $70,000. And so a lot of cool stuff. We've got a welder. We've got Snap-on, the three-section, excuse me, Snap-on toolbox and all the goodies inside. So if you're wanting tools tonight, say it's Snap-on air compressor, cutting torch, the gas welder, I mentioned MIG welder, cherry picker motor lift, and the Goldwing bike is really to die for. That bike is actually perfect shape. Tim Caesar just texted me about it. He said, my wife would kill me. That's why I have a convertible. And I said, I haven't answered him yet, but I want to say, Tim, you need to buy this. You're in control. You're in charge. That'll end well. So good sale starts at 5 o'clock. Looking ahead, we've got the sale the 16th. Our auction the 16th is the gun and ammo auction in the fall. Everybody looks forward to. Remington, Sharps, Glock, Winchester, Walther, Kimber, Browning, Smith & Wesson. I could go on and on. There's going to be probably close to 150, 200 guns in this sale easily, Guy. Wow. Consign now so we can get them on the list. I'm going to cut off the consignments for the sake of Angie's mental health. It just gets to be a hassle to keep track of all of the last 2, 3, or 4 days of the sale, and people always like to wait and only give up their babies at the last moment at the gunpoint or ransom, pardon the pun. You've got to get the guns to me now so we can get them on the list. So please come in. We're having them come in every day. But the 16th, Saturday the 16th at 10 o'clock at the auction house. Be here early for biscuits and gravy, and you will not be disappointed in the quality and quantity of guns in this sale. It is a good auction. September 19th, two-bedroom ranch in Camdenton. excellent little home, a little bit of a touch and TLC, paint and whatnot. We're going to mow the yard this week, one of the services we provide. And the home is really in decent shape, great for a rental, great for a starter, great for retirement, and in a nice, beautiful community, Camdenton, and in a nice street in Camdenton, so you couldn't want for more. 26th home and acreage near Lynn Creek. This has got approximately 17 acres. I'll get you more information on that as we move forward. A new house. I was over the other day and looked at it on 47 acres. Excellent opportunity here in a wonderful part of Camden County. Home in 15 acres, 60 building lots in one auction. That's going to take us 2 or 3 hours. And then also, we've got 2 lots that we'll be selling for Camden County. I think that probably ought to have Ike or Skelton or James Gohagan in and talk about these. One of these lots is the one next to the amphitheater, the gravel parking lot on Amphitheater North 5, and then the other one would be 3 lots across from La Flautas and on HH. So this is the first time, guys, kind of a big deal, but this is the first time that I know of that Camden County, at least in my history, 20 years at the lake, that they put property on the block and turned it to cash, got it on the tax rolls, et cetera, and financial prudence, if you will, and taking it and saying, hey, listen, there's no sense setting on these, paying insurance on them and whatnot, and not gaining any tax money. Let's put them back on the roll, let somebody use them, start paying tax on them, and make things better. And so hats off to them for doing that. And vetting the auction companies, doing a good job of vetting the auction companies and choosing us to do it. I'm proud of that as well. So that's kind of it, brother. We've got Community Foundation in St. Louis. It's a unbelievable charity. There'll be Congressional Medal of Honor winners there. I'm going to say Medal of Honor winners. I'm going to leave the congressional part out for right now. Medal of Honor winners, and there's going to be a lot of, actually there will be several World War II vets. Keep in mind, guys, that I seen the other day we lose about 150 a day of our World War II vets, and my heart's out for them. November 4th, Wonderland Camp. November 16th, St. Louis Honor Flight. I meant the Community Foundation, September 30th, is our local charity. Let me get those two confused. And it's just a wonderful organization that does nothing but help this community. And then November 16th is Honor Flight in St. Louis, and what a great time that'll be. December 2nd, Elks Christmas. I always like that. By the time I get there, they've had 2 drinks, and you talk about a blast. It works out really well. Angie is our general manager and real estate broker with United Countries. Proud of her, and we are a federal firearms licensed dealer. So go, Tiger. What do you got for me?
All right, the eggnog was flowing, is what you're saying.
The eggnog, well, yeah, and so was the Coronas and the Jacks, and all those guys were flowing too. They're a good group of people.
Yeah,
they don't care about anything but helping. That's what they care about.
Okay, here we go, and we're back to the season now, and we got a fresh grid now on the pick. So everybody's at 0. So you have a chance to beat Tony Herman this year.
Again?
Yeah. Okay. Detroit at Kansas City tonight. Kansas City. I knew that was going to be. Yep. All right. Dallas at the Giants.
Dallas. I'm going to have to go with Dallas.
Okay. Now, Buffalo at the Jets. The Jets are not favored. Buffalo is by 2.5.
Yeah, well, whatever. I'm going to stick with Joe Namath.
All right. That's the Jets. And Aaron Rodgers is now the quarterback there. Cincinnati at Cleveland.
Cincinnati, baby.
All right. And they're favored by 2.5. Tampa Bay at Minnesota. Minnesota is favored by 6.
Tampa Bay, I think we might drop down there this winter.
All right. That's Baker. He's playing on that one there. So, what's his face? Tom Brady's not there anymore. Okay. Houston at Baltimore. Baltimore, this largest margin, is favored by 10.
Baltimore's favored by 10. That's whatever. I'm taking Houston. I've already picked it.
All right, yep, on the sheet there. Tennessee at New Orleans. New Orleans favored by 3.
Titans.
All right. That could be the best pick of the day. Philly at New England.
The Eagles.
All right. Let's see. And that's Jim Nance. He's doing that one with Romo. Okay. Miami at the Chargers. Chargers are favored by 3.
Miami Stingrays.
The Stingrays. All right. Vegas at Denver, and Denver's favored by 3.5.
I think maybe they got something going on. Maybe they and Dallas could get together and, I don't know, do some electric shock or something.
So you're going Denver?
I picked Denver. I picked Denver an hour ago.
Okay.
The thing is, I haven't been to dinner for a long time, but I was in Las Vegas and I didn't like it this last time, so it's kind of a personal thing. But they're both of those communities are higher than a kite.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, we just have a few more to go. San Francisco at Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh could be the hot hand this year, but San Fran is favored by 2.5, and they just signed Bosa.
Pittsburgh.
All right.
Just steal it.
Arizona at Washington. Washington favored by 7.
I'm never picking Arizona. You can count on that. They're quitters. Washington Redskins all the way.
All right,
and yes, they're the Redskins.
Yes, they are the Redskins. Jacksonville at Indianapolis. Jacksonville favored by 5.
Jacksonville.
Let's see. Carolina at Atlanta, and it's Atlanta favored by 3.5.
Yeah, I'm with Carolina.
All right.
Carolina Panthers.
And I think they had Bryce Young, the top pick of the draft. Okay, Green Bay at Chicago. Chicago favored by 1. No Aaron Rodgers in this game.
Packers all the way.
All right. I think that's going to be Jordan Love quarterbacking there. The Rams at Seattle. Seattle favored by 5.
This is like, who cares? I'm sorry, but I don't really care who wins this game, but I did pick the Rams.
All right. All right, the picks are in.
Both of these cities are about as bad as it gets.
All right, and then we'll find out as the weekend progresses who guessed the best.
So are we winning anything here? I mean, do we get like a pink suitcase to take to where we're going, Punta Cana or whatever? I mean, we get anything? I mean, come on, the station can come up with something.
A pink suitcase? A pink suitcase?
Well, yes, you could use it.
You can get one of those for Barbara Bunch might throw that in for you.
Oh, there you go. We'll hook Barb into it, like a beanie hat or something like that. Or I'm from the Lake of the Ozarks T-shirt to wear in Punta Cana.
I love it. All right. Hey, we'll catch you on Tuesday.
Be safe, buddy.
All right. Rick Bryant, BryantAuction.com. Our news time, 8:20.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starnes. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Liberty University's K-12 online academy is the best of a homeschool, private school, and Bible-based education all rolled into one. With LUOA, you can take charge of your child's learning environment and create a structured yet flexible schedule that works for your family. Our qualified teachers are easily accessible for guidance and support along the way. And with new classes starting every Monday, it's never too late to make the switch to LUOA. To learn more, text LUOA to 88741. That's LUOA to 88741.
There's been a stunning development in a years-long lawsuit between Calvary Chapel Church in San Jose and Santa Clara County. Now, the church is facing more than $1.2 million of fines for violating China virus restrictions. Pastor Mike McClure says they recently discovered the county had been secretly spying on church members, alleging they conducted unconstitutional surveillance and tracked its members on church property using cell phones. Now, according to the lawsuit, the county failed to obtain a warrant when they decided to geofence church members, a practice normally used for tracking bad guys. The pastor rightly asserted they are standing up not just for the rights of the church, but also the rights of religious people across the nation. Attorney Robert Tyler says tracking congregants is something you would expect in China, not California. It's not just un-American, folks, but it's ripped right from the pages of George Orwell's 1984. I'm Todd Stern.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So, while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When you come to the lake, every minute is precious. After all, the boating season is way too short. So when you get out on the water and you want to stay there, giving up time for cleaning up after your fun is not part of the plan. ASAP Concierge gets that. Because we're boaters too. Hi, this is Selena Coble. We'll clean your boat and make it easy for your next trip out on the lake. Check us out on the web at asapconcierge.net and you can book your next cleaning there. That's asapconcierge.net. ASAP. We put the leisure in lake time.
Summer.
Summer. Summer.
Summer.
Summer. Summer.
Summer. Hello, summertime.
It's summer. I got my hat on backwards and it's time to party.
Summertime kicks. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks this morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All the gold in California is in a bank in the middle of Beverly Hills in somebody else's name. So if you're dreaming about California, it don't matter at all where you played before. California's a brand new game.
Larry Gatlin and the Gatlin brothers, all the gold in California, and the 1849 gold rush, and henceforth the 49ers, they got their name from what happened years ago. Well, tonight, and actually kind of this afternoon, 5 and 7:30 over in Eldon, it's the C&M Circus. And they're coming over to Eldon, and it will be at the Miller County Fairgrounds. Tickets can be purchased at a discounted price for adults and children before Circus Day from Central Bank, Citizens Bank, Eldon Chamber of Commerce, Mid-State Signs. You can also buy tickets right there. For adults, it's $13, $8 for children and seniors. And so let's see, no charge for children under the age of 2. So just have a lot of fun. If you want more information, cm-circus.square.site. And that is the website there. And a portion of the proceeds goes to support the Eldon Lions Club. And so it's a 90-minute family-friendly show. Big cats, tightrope, the aerialists, foot juggling, how about that? Horses, daredevils, and so much more. Visit the cmcircus.com website, and a whole lot of fun there. Well, we've got Tony Tantillo with the Fresh Grocer, and it's going to be a mystery fruit because they didn't tell us what it was. And then we also have today's Hot List. Tony Herman will be in, and a whole lot more coming up. 8:26 the time.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand. The community calendar is sponsored by Mills & Sons Insurance, on your side because life happens.
The annual Providence Fellowship Center Chicken Barbecue will be held September the 9th. The center is located northeast of Versailles on Highway E. And that's today's community calendar.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Tantillo, your Fresh Grocer. You know what I tried the other day in the market? Dinosaur kale. Now, dinosaur kale is a very large kale. It's thicker, it's longer than regular kale, and it's less bitter. This kale is fantastic. I made a ribollita soup with this kale. It's an Italian soup. And what I did simply is I bought some nice fresh kale, nice green kale, and I made sure it was free from any yellowing and free from any shriveling whatsoever. And when I brought them home, I stored it in the refrigerator within a day. And then I used it for my soup. And by the way, kale is loaded with nutritional value. So much nutritional value that I could spend 5 minutes on the benefit of the nutritional value of kale. and that's a good thing. Now, for my soup, what I did is I took the kale and I washed it. Then I took the stems off the center of the leaves, and then I put them into the soup. What came out after, it was dense, it was sweet, it was delicious. Dinosaur kale, give them a try. For more on this recipe, just go to TonyTantillo.com.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Tantillo. Have you ever tried Tantillo sauce? Well, let me tell you something. If you have, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't, you got to try it. Go to TantilloFoods.com. That's TantilloFoods.com for the most authentic Italian sauce you have ever had. It's like my mother or my grandmother making you sauce for your pasta at your house every night. That's how good it is. I stand behind it. It's all made in Italy, from the tomato fields of Parma to your house. That's TantilloFoods.com.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, welcome back. Our hot list will be in about 10 minutes or so with Tony Herman. And so he's still working on his show, getting things together. But 59 years ago, a controversial Daisy commercial aired on NBC. The campaign ad for President Lyndon Johnson's election campaign included footage of a little girl in a meadow plucking the petals of a flower overtaken by a countdown, leading to a nuclear explosion.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, 8, 9,
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. These are the stakes. To make a world in which all of God's children can live, or to go into the dark. We must either love each other or we must die.
And then it was 46 years ago, a Washington ceremony. The Panama Canal treaties were signed, and we've got President Jimmy Carter.
We are here to participate in the signing of treaties which will assure a peaceful and prosperous and secure future for an international waterway of great importance to us all.
And then it was 35 years ago, presidential campaign with Vice President George Bush surprised an audience of veterans.
Wonder how many Americans remember. Today is Pearl Harbor Day. 47 years ago to this very day, we were hit and hit hard at Pearl Harbor.
And he did that today, and on September the 7th. I think he kind of messed up on that one a little bit there. It should have been December the 7th. So even a president can have some goofs.
You think? I mean, we're having those, but at least they have people that come out and say, "Oh, that was totally planned."
Yeah. Rapper Tupac Shakur and Death Row Records chairman Suge Knight were shot in Las Vegas 27 years ago.
Suge Knight.
Shakur and Knight group had attended the Tyson fight and were heading for a local nightclub. A late 90s white four-door Cadillac pulled up beside Shakur and Knight, and one of the people in the Cadillac started shooting into the Shakur Knight vehicle.
So that happened 25 years ago.
That's when East versus West was in full swing. And so Tupac, young man, a lot younger than what most people realize, they come out of the fight, and then they were shot up pretty solid.
Yeah. We've got the hot list coming up right after our news block.
So your wife is telling you all about a new pair of red shoes she wants, and you're like, okay, whatever. But the next day, you're online looking for a new deer stand, and everywhere you go online, you're seeing ads for those red shoes, and you're like, how do they do that? Better yet, how do I do that for my business? Well, that's what we do. We are Titan Digital. Websites, Google Ads, better reviews, increasing your sales at the lake. Titan Digital. See examples of our work at TitanDigitalMO.com. TitanDigitalMO.com.
Hey, Katie!
Hayden, is it getting hot in here?
Yeah, it's getting hot in here, and I know who to call. Let's call At the Lake Heating and Cooling.
Hi, I'm Nate with At the Lake Heating and Cooling. If you have a problem with your HVAC equipment, heating, cooling, restaurant equipment, and refrigeration, check us out on Facebook or call 573-206-8828. We can fix it all, big and small. I guarantee it. 573-206-8828.
At the Lake Heating and Cooling, 573-206-8828.
Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.
For all of your local and long distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh.
Huge congratulations to Papo's. 10 years.
A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11, coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
CBS News Brief. Summer break extended for more kids in the eastern U.S. who go to schools with no AC. CBS's Christina Ruffini is in Washington, where it's expected to get into the high 90s today.
D.C. has extended some of their public pools. They're staying open later. Usually they close right after Labor Day. Some kids who are going half days are going straight into the pool to try to cool off, but most people are just trying to stay inside.
A sixth death in 6 weeks at Atlanta's Fulton County Jail. WANF TV's Rebecca Schramm.
The latest we're learning about involved a cardiac arrest, according to his family members, who say he didn't have any known medical conditions.
Jail's already under investigation for possible civil rights violations. NFL season kicks off tonight, and you'll see quarterbacks wearing new helmets to protect against concussions. They're made by Dave Marver's company.
It has a wider field of peripheral view than any helmet on the market, so players can see the field. They can locate the ball more quickly.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The financial blueprint for fiscal 2023-2024 is now set after the Camdenton Board of Aldermen gave its approval to the city's operating budget. The board this week gave approval to both the first and second readings setting the budget, which estimates more than $19,195,000 in revenues, with a little more than $12,219,000 being spent for a surplus of more than $6.975 million. The operating budget also estimates that the city's ARPA fund balance as of September of 2024 will be a little more than $373,000. This year's Sweet Corn Festival in Rocky Mount is being called a big success and a likely record breaker.
We had people standing here ready to eat at about 9:30, and we hadn't planned on opening up till about 10 o'clock, and the people didn't stop coming until probably about 2:30.
Rocky Mount Fire Chief Kevin Hurtubise says this year's event, officially the 13th annual, drew more than 3,000 people. Proceeds from the day go to the Rocky Mount Firefighters Benevolent Association and the Lions Club. The 14th annual Sweet Corn Festival is already on the calendar for 2024, falling on Saturday, August 31st. Net general revenue collections from across Missouri grew by 3.1% for August of this year compared to August of 2022. That's according to State Budget Director Dan Hogg, who released the figures this week, which also showed decreases being reported for individual income tax collections, corporate income and franchise tax collections, and 34.8% for August in the area of refunds. At the same time, overall increases are reported in sales and use tax collections, refunds, and all other collections. The State Budget Office also shows net general revenue collections for fiscal 2023 were down by 2% from $1.98 billion in 2022 down to $1.94 billion this year. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for a massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relaxed. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
Tonight is the night as the Chiefs begin their Super Bowl title defense. It starts with the Detroit Lions, and the Chiefs may be without their all-pro tight end, Travis Kelce. He suffered a hyperextended knee earlier in the week, listed as questionable for tonight. The Chiefs are also without defensive tackle Chris Jones. He's been a holdout all throughout training camp. Of course, you can hear tonight's game on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. Baseball from last night. Cardinals beat the Braves 11-6. Another big night for the Birds offense, and they do it against Cy Young candidate Spencer Strider. Had one of his worst starts of the year. Paul Goldschmidt, a home run, part of a 4-run first inning, and the Cardinals were unrelenting with the bats. Dakota Hudson, another win. He's been one of the few bright spots for the Cardinals since the trade deadline. He's 6-1, and the Cardinals have now won 3 in a row. Meanwhile, the Royals, they lose to the White Sox by a score of 6-4. Jordan Lyles, my goodness, he is 4-16 on the year, takes the loss last night. Mizzou basketball keying in on another potential dynamite recruit. Chase McCarty out of Huntsville, Alabama, will have a scheduled visit at Mizzou September 15th. He's a 4-star prospect. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
There comes a day when every boy
becomes a man, and some men become manly men.
And some men, only very special men, don't just become a man. They become your dependable man. The amazing man with power over the elements, using his incredible water softening and reverse osmosis powers to change.
Hey, whoa, no hard sell. Just soft water.
Lindy Spring Lake of the Ozarks is your home for the dependable waterman. With water filtration and reverse osmosis systems that give you better water for your whole house. Get a free estimate. Visit LindySpringLakeOfTheOzarks.com.
Little GTO. It's family fun on the Bagnell Dam Strip. It's hot summer nights this Friday night. Rain or shine. See all makes and models of vehicles. There's music and entertainment. Fun for the kids. And free admission. Hot summer nights. Winner of the Missouri Tourism Innovator Award. Stay up to date on Facebook.com at Cruise Hot Summer Nights this Friday night. Sponsored by
Funlake.com, the Encore Lakeside Grill and Sky Bar, Alley Cats, 98.7 The Cove, Classic Country 104.9, KRMS, and 93.5 Rocks.
I'm meteorologist Carol Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Staying hazy today, sunshine with our high nearing 83. Clear skies overnight with a low around 61. Sunny and 83 throughout Friday, and clear skies and 59 throughout Friday night. Sunny with a high of 82 by Saturday, and clear skies Saturday night with a low around 58 degrees. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 81 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently it's 61 degrees. For many years, there's been talk that long-term use of the internet by older adults contributes to the risk of dementia. Only now do we have some concrete research. I'm Kim Commando, brought to you by T-Mobile. Their advanced network now goes farther than ever before. Visit T-Mobile.com/55 today. With virtually no past research to guide them, doctors at NYU's School of Global Public Health and researchers at the University of Michigan, they set out to establish the first ever baseline study on what they call the long-term cognitive impact of internet usage among older adults. And what they found is noteworthy. After 17 years following 20,000 older patients, of those who were active internet users, the study places the risk of developing dementia at 1.5%. But with non-internet users, dementia risk soared to a whopping 10.4%. The brain seems to be like most other parts of the human body. As you age, use it or lose it. And get tech smart every single day at getkim.com. Here's why I recently ordered emergency medications for my family from Jace Medical. Supply chain issues have plagued almost every industry over the last few years. And just recently, the FDA declared a global shortage of medication and warned that critical antibiotics are in extreme short supply across the U.S. That's why Barry and I got a Jace case from JaceMedical.com, so our family isn't left without potentially life-saving medications in an emergency. Do you and your family a favor and get your Jace case today. It comes with 5 prescription antibiotics used for common emergencies. Just visit jacemedical.com and fill out a simple form. Your information is reviewed by a board-certified physician, and the medication is dispensed by a licensed pharmacy at a fraction of the regular cost. You'll be glad you have the Jace case. Just go to jacemedical.com and enter code Kim at checkout for a discount on your order. That's promo code Kim at JASEmedical.com.
Mornings sound the same on your smartphone as it does on the radio.
I'm always smiling.
Your digital destination.
Wow, that's awesome.
Got our app? News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, welcome back, and I'll tell you what, it is, you talk about red fever, we've got red everywhere for the Chiefs going all around the station. People are going, go Chiefs! And it's kind of fun to see, isn't it, Tony?
It's going to be a good game tonight. I think I think Detroit is much improved over they have been the last couple of seasons. And what are the Chiefs picked by 5?
Yeah, they are favored by 5 points.
And so that I think
you and I were talking. It's too close.
I think that's what the fellas in Vegas are telling you, that this could be a wild game.
Yeah, the boys in the desert, they're rarely wrong. I mean,
no. It's almost like they know.
Are you saying this is a rigged election?
I'm not saying any more on this subject.
That's right. They probably got your number, don't they?
Yeah, probably.
Right, here we go. All right, here's today's hot list for Thursday, September the 7th. All right, there's a spike in COVID cases and hospitalizations lately, dubbed the summer surge, and many people are wondering if it's the newest version of the vaccine that will have any effect on the latest variant. Moderna has released a statement saying that after clinical trials, the updated vaccine, keyword, will likely be able to protect you against the newest COVID.
Well, I think that's probably one of the most honest things that's been said when you're talking about COVID out there. You know, most likely it will be. It should protect you from whatever variant is out there. I think, just like predicted, I think the COVID shot is going to become much like the flu shot. Yeah. And whatever variant they think is going to happen that year, they put it all in a little bottle, shake it up, and put it in your arm.
National Highway Traffic Safety Administration pushing for the recall of at least 52 million airbags, but the company that makes them is pushing back. The airbags, which are made by ARC Automotive Incorporated, they have caused at least 7 injuries and 2 deaths as the inflators can explode and send metal into the car. Not good.
Well, that's not good. Well, I will tell you, if you've ever talked to anyone or been in a vehicle that the airbag deployed, it's pretty brutal in itself.
All right. Things are heating up, folks. A number of conservative political organizations are prepping for Donald Trump's return as he comes back. And there is a new plan. It's called Project 2025, led by the Heritage Foundation, a well-known think tank, according to the report. Their aim is to have a civic infrastructure in place from day one that would clear away some Republicans called the deep state bureaucracy. So they're going to have this all set up so when Trump returns, he can push the button and boom, deep state gone.
Well, that would be nice. I mean, it's pretty obvious that it does exist out there. Oh. And if not, if you don't see it, then you're not looking very hard. And so it would be nice to see a situation where we went back to thinking about the people. We went back to doing things for everyday Americans.
Republicans in the United States Senate have introduced a resolution that will block implementation of the Biden administration's plan to reduce student loan payments to affordable levels based on income.
Yeah, he's not giving that one up, is he?
Oh, he's pushing.
It's a tough situation. Hopefully for college kids out there, if you want to go to tech school, I hope there's a way for that to happen. And if you want to go to college, I hope there's a way for that to happen. But hopefully this will drive the prices down and make a college education more affordable for everyday people out there.
The Biden administration yesterday announced its plans to prohibit oil and gas drilling in 13 million pristine acres of Alaska wilderness. It also will cancel drilling leases for land in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, which were issued during the Trump administration. They are just relentless on trying to kill fossil fuel.
Well, I think a byproduct of killing fossil fuels is it's killing us, and it's certainly, you see the prices are going back up under the Trump administration. I make things personal. I take things in a real life approach there. $45. Now it's back up to $110 to fill my truck up.
All right. This is interesting. A new automotive ranking has named Kia and Nissan number one when it comes to spying on you having car sex. A new report from the privacy watchdog group says that car companies, just like technology companies, are collecting and storing and selling a wide range of sensitive information about their owners. Funded by the Mozilla Group, said some 24 car manufacturers routinely collect data on the drivers of their vehicles. Cars are a humongous privacy nightmare that nobody seemingly is paying attention to.
Let me write that down. Do not buy a Nissan or a Kia.
And it's interesting. There's a whole lot of other data because they're saying that when you hook up your phone...
Yeah, but I'm worried about that data, though.
Yeah. When you hook up your phone into your car, then they have access to your phone data.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And so there's nothing private then. So what do you do? You don't hook up your phone to your car.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I like to do that.
It's not even a hard line. It might even by Bluetooth too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like to do that though.
Which basically the American public, they're kind of messed up.
I like the phone coming across. Although in the state of Missouri, you're not supposed to be using your phone anyway in the vehicle. So.
But it's hooked up to your car. You
as
can leave
me,
your phone
as
on
a
the
law-abiding citizen.
All right, Freddie Mercury's piano sold for $2.1 million. So here we go. We got to get to the food before Kara comes in. Taco Bell launches cheesy jalapeno Mexican pizzas after a run in Oklahoma. They've announced where they're going to go nationwide with this. Panda Express, my favorite. I love them. They introduced a chili crisp shrimp. I'm not so sure about that. But they recommend trying the entree with chow mein, fried rice, or super green veggies, your favorite.
Yeah, I'm not feeling that one.
Wendy's is offering September deals for football season. Log into the mobile app and visit offers section for the deals on nuggets, free fries, discounts on premium combos, breakfast combos, and more.
They need to. Wendy's is expensive. They don't have a value menu. They have a home loan menu. Like, wow.
Go to Wendy's.com and mortgage your house.
Yes.
All right, Kara Foster, welcome aboard. Oh, there's no Kara Foster. She just said mortgaging the house at Wendy's. Forget it. I'm out.
Who knew she worked Who knew she had a connection to Wendy's?
Oh, maybe she still does have the connection. How you doing, Kara? Kara?
Doing well. How are you?
Oh, all right. Fine. We were talking that Wendy's is too high and that they're going to start offering mortgages for homes.
Takes a loan to buy.
That's what is too high?
Wendy's, their prices are too high. This was an off-the-wall comment. We were just having fun.
Ah, got it.
See, this is Tony Herman in studio. He wasn't on to the salami deal. That it was National Salami Day.
Got to get on the salami talk, I guess, Tony.
No, I keep my menu pretty simple. Steak, chicken, ham.
And bologna. What's our weather going to be like, Kara?
Well, a little hazy today, but sunny at 83. So as we head into tonight, we'll dip down to 61, stay clear. Sunny and 83 again by Friday, clear 59 Friday night, and then same thing over the weekend. Sunny 82 Saturday, sunny 83 Sunday. As we head into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, temperatures are going to be cooler. We're at 79, a chance for some rain Monday, chance for rain Tuesday, high of 73, and then sunny 74 Wednesday. So we'll see how that chance for rain holds out, but as of right now, it seems to be at least a cooler week next week. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
All right, Kara, thank you so much. We will catch you tomorrow, and we'll do our football picks.
Sounds good. Catch you then.
All right. Kara Foster out of our weatherology office. Let's find out what's trending.
Burning Man had more problems than just the mud. I'm Jen Clark. Here's what's trending. One of the mantras of the Burning Man Festival in the Nevada desert is to leave no trace. However, this year, some of the 70,000 attendees seem to have forgotten, as abandoned vehicles and trash have littered the desert.
People have done worse and worse about leaving no trace.
Instead of using outhouses, some people used cat cat litter and peed into barrels. People in Florida who are still cleaning up from Hurricane Idalia are breathing a sigh of relief for now, as Hurricane Lee is not predicted to hit the state. However, it's still forecasted to be a powerful storm that could hit the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, and the Bahamas by the weekend. Finally, are you ready for some football? The Kansas City Chiefs host the Detroit Lions tonight to kick off the regular NFL season, and it will also be the debut of a new helmet for quarterbacks. The 0-2 Matrix quarterback helmet offers more protection for a player's head if it hits the ground. This comes after an 18% rise in concussions last season.
The community calendar is sponsored by our veterinary at the lake. Visit lake.vet.
The Osage Beach Senior Center will host a car show on October the 28th. There will be music, a bake sale, and a raffle. Hamburgers, hot dogs, soda, popcorn, and pretzels will be available. That's today's community calendar.
Do you need quality where it counts? Evers & Company CPAs in Osage Beach and Jefferson City will provide a quality experience with accuracy and integrity. Visit everscpas.com for assistance with tax, accounting, business, consultation, and auditing needs. Call Evers & Company CPAs 573-348-4141. Remember, 573-348-4141. Evers & Company. Quality where it counts.
You've heard your mechanic talk about how your car doesn't run well when the filter's dirty, right? Well, it's the same thing with your home's heating and cooling system. And B&B Heating and Cooling wants to make sure your home feels just right. So every Friday, it's Free Filter Friday at B&B Heating and Cooling. Once you sign up at bbhvac.com or stop by their location, you'll get one free filter once a month. For more info, go to bbhvac.com or freefilterfriday.com.
Just right, never felt so good. B&B Heating and Cooling.
Picture this, relaxing evenings with your loved ones, hosting gatherings with friends, visiting the lake in a home that's free from pests. With All-American Termite and Pest Control, that dream is a reality. And do you have furry friends who love to explore the great outdoors? Well, say goodbye to fleas, ticks, spiders, and chiggers with a specialized yard spray for your yard and dock. And ask about the mosquito control. Call 346-4830 or visit bugsferris.com. All-American Termite and Pest Control. They put pests to rest.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
That's the sound that should have been on the trending. This is the CBS theme for the NFL. She played the Fox theme, and there's ABC's theme. There are a lot of different themes that are out there, but this one with CBS, outside the one with Fox with the big French horns at the beginning, the minute you hear them, you know instantly what this is. Well, we've got all the great games coming up right here for you on Viper Communications. We're going to be back in a couple of minutes to wrap things up with Tony to find out what's coming up on his show.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
Hi, this is Lindsay from Bridal Cave and Thunder Mountain Park. I would like to personally invite you to come explore the lake's premier family attraction. Legendary for its world-famous natural beauty, Bridal Cave is family fun as it should be. Get back to nature with the tour of the caverns. Pan for gemstones, feed the giant fish, take a hike on the nature trail, or pick out your favorite treasure from the rock shop. Bridal Cave is truly the underground adventure you'll never forget. Bridal Cave, where memories are made daily.
Hi, this is Jeff Smith with Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel. We're the Lake's full-service, one-stop printer that can handle all of your printing, custom apparel, and promotional product needs. From business cards to business shirts and bandanas to brochures, we can make you and your business stand out. Our in-house design team can put your imagination on paper, apparel, and or social media. State-of-the-art printing equipment gives you the highest quality finished products with a quick turnaround time. We have the best printing prices in town and can meet all of your printed needs, including rack cards, posters, and full-size banners. Our printed products are produced locally and support the lake area. Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel is locally owned and operated in Osage Beach at 1140 Industrial Drive. Stop by and see us or give us a call at 348-5900 for a free quote. For all your printing needs, Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel are here to help you increase your reach.
Todd Starnes is sponsored by RJ's Family Restaurant, located on Highway 54 west in Camden. You call for carry-out 6 to 2 every day, 573-346-6133. Their daily breakfast and lunch specials can be found on Facebook. Tony Herman, what's coming up on the magazine this morning?
Well, we got a great show, Guy. Right out of the gate, we're going to be talking to Donna Swall and Loa and some of the activities they have going on. And then we'll be talking with Casey Cloak about the big event they're having this weekend. And then at start the 10 o'clock hour, we're going to have Congressman Mark Alford in studio. And we'll be talking about all the things that are occurring in our country.
Wow, a big morning magazine.
I think it is. I think it's going to be a great show.
I love it. Have a good day, everybody. Catch you again tomorrow.
I'm Jeff Davis with Just a Thought. The conversations I've had with people in their 80s and beyond are thoughtful with rich stories they tell. People of advanced years have bodies that have suffered the ravages of age, but still have extremely sharp minds. On the flip side of that weathered coin are those that have trouble functioning. I'm not interested in banging on politicians of advanced age, but there are people who have been elected to office who have long overstayed their ability to function in a job that requires alertness, because so many American lives are affected by their decisions. We have a most extreme problem with the current president, who's showing obvious signs of dementia. It's not a political issue. It's an issue of what's fair to the American people and to the affected people who are serving. GOP Minority Senate Leader Mitch McConnell has exhibited 2 incidents we know of brain freeze, possibly a mini stroke or some other aberration. Meanwhile, Dianne Feinstein is in such bad shape her daughter's making decisions for her. We didn't elect her daughter, and we don't elect people who can't function in such important jobs. Just a thought. I'm Jeff Davis.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We're expected to hear more this hour about the latest death at Atlanta's troubled Fulton County Jail. They are reporting the 6th death there in 6 months. WANF TV's Rebecca Schramm is in Atlanta.
He was found unresponsive in his cell last Thursday. They rushed him to the hospital where he died 3 days later. This jail is under review by the U.S. Justice Department, and the sheriff, since he took office in 2021, has been advocating for the construction of a new jail.
Last year, an inmate's body was found inside a cell covered with insects. It's not just students having a tough time sweating it out in schools with no air conditioning this week. They could set a new record in Phoenix for days above 110 in a single year. Linda Ressler works at the airport there. She's filed an OSHA complaint about working conditions in the extreme heat.
I often feel like I'm going to faint, and I've caught myself briefly dipping in and out of consciousness while working on the airplanes.
Schools in 9 different states continue to let students out early, or they've closed altogether over hot weather concerns. Vice President Harris has wrapped up work at a summit in Indonesia. Now she's facing questions about next year's election back home. Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Margaret Brennan asked her about the president's chances.
The Wall Street Journal had a poll showing 2/3 of Democrats say Joe Biden is too old to run again. Are you prepared to be commander-in-chief?
Yes, I am, if necessary. But Joe Biden is going to be fine.
Margaret's full interview this Sunday on Face the Nation. Question: what's real and what's not on the internet? CBS's Jim Krasula on a growing concern.
Google will soon require that political ads using artificial intelligence include a prominent disclosure if images or sounds have been synthetically altered. While fake imagery, videos, or audio clips aren't new to political advertising, generative AI tools are making it easier to do and more realistic.
As Secretary of State Blinken wraps up a 2-day visit to Ukraine, surveillance video shows yesterday's Russian missile hit on a shopping area that killed 17 people, including a child. CBS's Imtiaz Tayab reports from Ukraine.
The streets of Konstantinivka in the eastern Donetsk region are still in flames as people search for loved ones among the dead. Why did Russia do this, says local resident Nadezhda Nagoda? Because we are Ukrainians? I was born here. What are they trying to liberate us from?
Dow up 3 points. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. Residents in Camdenton will now dig deeper into their pocketbooks to pay for water and sewer use in the city. On Tuesday night, the Board of Aldermen gave unanimous approval to rate increases, which, according to Mayor John McNabb, is a proactive way to taking care of business now rather than waiting for something to force the issue.
I think it's important for us to stay on top of these so we don't get in a situation where we're forced to make a large raise. I think that's doing a disservice to our patrons.
The rate increases amount to 25 cents per 1,000 gallons used above the initial 2,000 gallons for water, and an increase from $2.70 to $13.50 for the same usage for sewer. The board approved both the first and second readings of the rate increases. The financial blueprint for fiscal 2023-2024 is now set after the Camdenton Board of Aldermen also gave its approval to the city's operating budget. The board this week gave approval to both the first and second readings, setting the budget, which estimates more than $19,195,000 in revenue and a little more than $12,219,000 being spent for a surplus of more than $6.975 million. The operating budget also estimates that the city's ARPA fund balance as of September 2024 will be a little more than $373,000. A presentation on the Missouri Local Government Employees Retirement System and several other items appear on tonight's agenda for the Board of Aldermen in Osage Beach. The board will also consider allocating up to $55,000 for a contract to do a once-over on the Public Works Operational Review and Assessment Project, along with ordinances dealing with sewer and septic services. The Osage Beach Board of Aldermen meeting begins at 6 p.m. this evening in City Hall. If you see news happening, contact the KRMS Newsroom at 317-TALK or email us at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your late news now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Staying hazy today, sunshine with our high nearing 83. Clear skies overnight with a low around 61. Sunny and 83 throughout Friday, and clear skies and 59 throughout Friday night. Sunny with a high of 82 by Saturday, and clear skies Saturday night with a low around 58 degrees. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 81 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 64 degrees.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh.
Huge congratulations to Papo's, 10 years.
A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11 coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.
For all of your local and long distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, moving the lake.
Can the county outlaw puppies and then turn around and fine you if Fido actually has a few?
single out your particular breed of dog or cat for special restrictions. Can you stop them? I'm Curtis Howard. Together we'll explore these and other actual court cases and the decisions handed down by the judges. See if you agree.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
The views expressed during this program are not necessarily those of the staff and management of Viper Broadcasting. Please limit your calls to 1 per hour. Live from Studio C, it's the KRMS Morning Magazine. Your phone calls are welcome at 573-302-7000 or call toll-free 1-866-372-1270. Now, here's hour number one, the KRMS Morning Magazine on News Talk 1150, KRMS, and 97.5 KRMS FM.
And this is Morning Magazine. I'm Tony Herman, and I want to thank you for listening today. We've got a great show for you. We're going to be speaking with Casey Cloak about the Walk Run for the Fallen and a Cruise In, an event that they're having this weekend. And then Mark Alford, our congressman for the 4th District, he is in town, and he's going to be in studio after the 10 o'clock break. Then Luke Hagedorn will be in at 10:30, and we'll talk about everything out there. But we're going to start off with Donna Swall from Lowa and see what's happening on the water. Busy summer for Lake of the Ozarks and the water, and I'm sure that's taken a little effect as well. But it is the day that we have waited for, and it's opening day for the Kansas City Chiefs. And join us on 93.5 Rocks for all the Kansas City Chiefs action this season. And we are your exclusive radio station in the entire Lake of the Ozarks area, bringing you the Chiefs games. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Anna Marie Hopkins with Smarter Move Real Estate, powered by Ozark Realty, Ozark Touchless Covers, Quaker Windows, Kalo Program, Steve's Pest Control, Stogie's Liquor and Tavern, Magic Dragon U-Haul and Backyard Portable Buildings, Polylift, Papo's Pizza, The Butcher Shop, MJ's Mini Mart, Porter's Building Center, and then Rough Water Docks. And it's exciting. And if you've got to, Thursday night across the state of Missouri, that's junior high football night, and then plenty of other activities going on in school. So if you're attending one of those, just put the old AirPods in and the old headphones and listen to all the actions once again, as you know, on 93.5 Rocks. And so that will start tonight, and looking forward to this big game with Detroit. Looks like it could be a good game. Chiefs only a 5-point pick to be successful tonight. And so Detroit vastly improved from previous seasons. So it's going to be a game. And but those Chiefs will make it out. We've got Donna on the line. Let's bring her in. Donna, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How's things in your world? After summer, the old lake gets a little wear and tear on it.
Yes, it's calming down a little bit. But we're going to have a very exciting event. It's going to be our last kayak meetup of the year, Saturday, and it's free to the public. We want to invite everyone to come out and have a good time. It's going to be at the Hahatonka Spring. We have wonderful master gardeners, master naturalists that actually assist all of our folks. We provide the kayaks, the paddles, the life jackets. We get you comfortably in the kayak, and you paddle around out there in that no-wake cove at Hahatonka, which is so beautiful. And then when you decide to come back in, we'll assist you in getting out, and maybe the only thing that will get wet is your feet. So yes. It's a wonderful experience. And, our lake is so beautiful. The water, it looks good, it feels good, and you just can't get closer to the water other than swimming than in a kayak. So we encourage folks to come out. And then at the last kayak meetup, which is this Saturday from 8:30 till noon, we finish it off with a potluck. So even if you don't want a kayak, you're still welcome to come to our potluck, Chris that the butcher shop's going to donate a bunch of great pulled pork and his sandwich buns with some barbecue sauce. And your ticket to come is come and meet people, have fun, and bring a dish or dessert, and join us and have fun with us. We also have Barbara Fredholm coming down from Kansas City that actually helped us start the kayak meetups many years ago, over a decade ago. So she's going to join us. So any of those folks out there that haven't seen Barbara in a few years, she'd love to also invite you to come.
Now, Donna, how many of those do you have in the summer?
We have them every second Saturday of the month, starting in May. And May's a little slow because the water is a little, a little cooler. But, it starts picking up in June. July's really busy. August is really busy. So, and it's amazing. People, we have tourists that come that have never been on the water, never been in a kayak. And so it's really, really a wonderful experience. And they're so appreciative. And we're so happy to have folks come. We do the kayak meetups because we wanted to have something that would bring people to a demonstration area that we've put in with riprap to share how important riprap is to protect our shoreline and to keep the sediment out of the lake, which is the world's number one pollutant in any waterway is sediment.
Yes.
And that can get in the lake, and after a rain or with constant wave action, that riprap does such a wonderful job. So it shows people how they can protect their property and keep the lake healthy. And we write grants to assist in that. Right now we have one that will pay 40% of the first $5,000. So that's a pretty healthy chunk.
That, yes.
Riprap is not inexpensive by any means, but to help out with that first $2,000 isn't bad either. So anyone interested in that, they can get a hold of me, and we'll see if we can help them out.
Tell us, Donna, on going back to the kayak, about how many people attend those events?
Well, it varies, and it's kind of nice. We have enough kayaks that we don't have to have people waiting too long, and then we have a partnership with State Park. Ryan's so nice to work with that if we do have an overload, we can get, use some of the state kayaks as well. But, we'll have, from 15 to 30 to 40, we'll probably have 50 people maybe or more Saturday. We're hopeful. And, again, it's free to the public. And, the larger the crowd, you probably don't get to spend quite as much time on the water. But, again, it varies. But then we have a lot of repeat people. And but a lot of people buy their own kayak. They get so excited about it. And so they join us and bring their own kayak, which, excuse me, you're welcome to do. You can bring your own kayak and join us.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's taken over. You can buy a kayak in just about every store here at the lake, and people seem to find it very peaceful to get away from, everybody loves the big boats, everybody loves the speed on the water, but it is nice every once in a while to get back, especially in the park like you guys are doing, and just get close with nature.
And again, Carolyn Solomon is the LOA official kayak meetup chair. And so really a huge thank you to her. But the master naturalists that show up every month without fail have just been wonderful. And so, and they'll be there on Saturday again to help us get all the folks in and all the folks out of the kayak. And again, it couldn't happen without the partnership that we have with the master naturalists.
And so talk a little bit about sediment. Let's jump back ahead here and talk about the riprap grant. And you guys have some other grants that we can cover as well. Talk about the riprap grant, because if you don't have a seawall in your home and you don't have the bedrock sediment there, you're probably going to need something there.
Well, absolutely. Unprotected shoreline, even if you have the bedrock. I mean, on my property, I was told I would never need a seawall because it was bedrock all the way across. But I've been at the lake a lot of years, and I'll tell you what, with the wave action, it has broken off. And after that solid bedrock breaking off, after it got back about 4 feet of my lakefront foot that I'd lost, I thought, it's time to do something. So I did put in a seawall. But we will help even if you have a failing seawall. Normally the grant, we were only allowed for the first few years to work with unprotected shoreline, but we kind of stayed strong with DNR to help us, to really convince them that, hey, if this is an older seawall, we need to riprap it as well. So we've been able to do that. I'm most proud of a grant that we got, and Brett at Horseshoe Bend, Dock and Riprap, implemented this grant. And at the end of F-Road, we received a $50,000 grant, and we were able to shore that road up. I mean, it was really caving in. So MoDOT came to the rescue. Everybody came on board that needed to. The folks that live in that area, the Kellys from next door, everybody that needed to partnership up and agree to do this has done it. And we just finished it this week. So if you're out on the lake around the 30-mile marker, you'll see a beautiful shored-up area of riprap, just a gorgeous job. And it is protecting the safety of the folks as well as keeping the sediment out of the lake. And again, sediment is important, whether you can do what we call a LIL, which is a low-impact landscape in your yard. We have Joanne Billington that will come out as a trained volunteer evaluator, master gardener, to give you all kinds of tips of what you can do in your yard to keep sediment when it rains, keep stormwater out of the lake. And we have native plant sales in the spring to help with that, as well as if you have landscaping that you need to have done, like terracing, that can be recommended as well. And our grant will kick in that same 40% of the first $5,000 to help with the low LIL on the land. So we have both those. And then, of course, we have our septic tank pump out grant.
That's what I want to talk about that one, if I can get you to hold on after a break here. I want to talk about that because that is something that we're going to need to move to, is those septic areas and those what we commonly call city sewers. And let's talk about that when we come back for this break. I know you're in a meeting, but can you give me one more?
I certainly will.
Absolutely. Thank you, Donna. How hard is it to get those grants?
All you have to do is go to our website, lowatershed.org, and click on application, or call me, or send us an email, and it's very simple.
And that's a deal. We'll be right back.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Ty Burrell, actor and small business owner. I'm going to show you my steps for making the perfect radio ad. This one's about innovation refunds and the ERC. First step, be relatable. I like pizza and puppies. 2, cold hard info. The ERC is a tax credit for eligible businesses that kept employees on payroll in 2020 and 2021. So if you qualify, Innovation Refunds Network of Independent Tax Attorneys could help you claim it. 3, go to innovationrefunds.com or call 1-843-REFUNDS.
Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. We work with an independent network of tax professionals. Terms and conditions apply. Ty is a paid spokesman.
Everyone is invited to a free meet and greet at the Inn at Grand Glaze. Come and hang out with some of your favorite Bassmaster pros on Sunday, September 17th, 6 to 8 p.m. Several tour fishermen will talk about fishing and their Christian walk. The Inn at Grand Glaze will offer free appetizers and giveaways, conveniently located just west of the Grand Glaze Bridge. Don't miss this fun, free event, September 17th. Meet, stay, play at the Inn at Grand Glaze.
Picture this. You're lounging on a pristine beach in Mexico. The soft sand beneath your feet, the sun kissing your skin, and the gentle sound of waves lulling you into a state of pure relaxation. No more icy winds, no more snow shoveling, just endless sunshine and serenity. Say goodbye to the winter blues and hello to the ultimate getaway. You're on the KRMS Beat the Winter Blues trip, Part 2 to Costa Mujeres, one of the most exclusive areas of the Mexican Caribbean side. just a few minutes north of Cancun. We'll stay at the Rio Latino. It's an all-adult, all-inclusive 5-star luxury resort. We'll fly nonstop out of St. Louis to Cancun January 13th and return the 20th. It's a short bus ride from the airport to the resort, where you'll enjoy 5 incredible outdoor pools, 4 gourmet restaurants, endless white sand beaches, and turquoise water. All for just $17.99 per person. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall. 309-205-5749. That's 309-205-5749. You can get more information and sign up for this trip by going to one of our radio station websites and clicking on Beat the Winter Blues. This winter, trade in your snow boots for flip-flops and your scarves for swimsuits. It's time to experience the magic of Mexico with KRMS Radio and TV.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents a moment of hope. Hope Lutheran Chapel is located 2 miles west of the Grand Glaze Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
This is the Morning Magazine on News Talk KRMS.
We're talking with Donna Swall from LOA about our lake's health and some of the programs that they have available. Donna, before we jump too far here, let's go back over this again. So if you're looking for a home at Lake of the Ozarks or have a home at Lake of the Ozarks on the water and you need some riprap out there to stop erosion, you guys, basically, that money's going to come.
Yes, we'll be very happy to help. So just, and it is a very simple process, a very, very simple application. And we get you approved up front. And you pick the contractor that you wish, and we'll get her voted on, and you'll be on your way.
I mean, what a great assistance out there that provides for people that a lot of times didn't know they were going to have to do that to their property, and just a great program out there that you guys do.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can see behind an older seawall many times. When that sediment comes underneath the seawall, you get that breach. And it just sucks the soil right from behind your seawall. Then the seawall starts to crack and fail, and it will fail. But this riprap will stop all of that. And not only that, but it breaks up those waves. If you're out there on your dock and you have waves hitting a flat seawall and then coming back out into the water, you're going to feel it on your dock double. Where the riprap actually breaks up that and makes it safer to be on the dock in a busy weekend.
Sure does. Now let's switch to septic. You guys were actively involved in the septic systems going across the lake.
Mm-hmm. Well, what we've identified, I've worked with the soils people in the state of Missouri, and they've provided a map to tell me and let us know, to educate us. Do we have soil that is good for laterals, that works with laterals around the shoreline? And so they colored the map, and they said if it's red, that means these soils are not good for working and functioning with septics. And lo and behold, they brought the map back to me, and the entire lake is circled with soil in red. Huh. So I thought, okay, this was some years back. So we decided it was very important to maintain those septic tanks. So we'd have a grant and we'd have a workshop teaching people septic tank maintenance. And then if you attended, you would get a discount on pumping. If you learn about septic maintenance, we'd provide lunch and we'd provide a discount for getting your tank pumped out. We still have that kind of information. I'll be doing workshops next year. And we've increased the discount from $50. We now have $100 that we'll give out toward pumping out a tank. And a tank can cost anywhere from $150 to $250. It depends upon the type of tank you've got and the company you hire. So that will help. But we're also looking at what would it take to have a 4-county sewer district? Is it really possible? And I know I'm really reaching on that, but, I've talked to some engineers and some folks on how this could possibly be accomplished. So we're in the middle of writing a watershed plan we're updating our existing plan, we have to have an approved plan by EPA to receive the grant money we get. So it's been 10 years since we've updated it, so we're up doing that now. We're expanding the area we can help up the Gravois, up Indian Creek, and up the main channel to the 42-mile marker. And so there's going to be a lot more area that we're going to be able to help with our grants. But we also want to explore this 4-county sewer district situation to see if it is possible. So this winter, in the plan that we're submitting now to EPA, there's information about that, and then we will be studying that, and then hopefully next summer we'll start having meetings to see if the public around the lake is interested. And we'll just see. It's going to be a very long-term process. And then in the meantime, we will continue with our septic tank pump-out program and our workshops. It is very important to maintain the septic tank. There's no doubt about it.
Now, the last time we spoke, you put together a study. You were out, we were pumping for people to log in and fill out the survey as to what they thought was important here at Lake of the Ozarks. What did you find from that survey?
The number one was sewers around the lake, wastewater in the lake. Folks were very concerned also about stormwater and sediment, and concerned about septic tanks functioning and septic tanks failing. And the different counties, of course, have different requirements, but the state of Missouri has a basic requirement. And because we have the volume, and I want to share this, is so important, Lake of the Ozarks is a healthy lake, period. We've studied it from dam to dam. Lowest been around 17 years. I've still got a study going right now. We do a sample at the dam, a sample around the 19-mile marker, and a sample around the 42-mile marker every Wednesday. And we've done this now for 3 years, and we're going to continue sampling the water to make sure we stay on top of it. It's always better to catch something before it really gets into a situation and see what you can do to correct it. Our economy in our mission statement, and I think it's real important, everything we do is on a voluntary basis. Nothing's required. And, in our mission statement, it's Lake of the Ozarks and watershed, it's waters and natural resources, we'll protect them and improve them while maintaining our social, economic, and environmental health. So the economic piece is so important, and that's my background is business. Very important to keep science and business working in harmony at the table, and we have done that. And so, again, it'll be the people's decision. It'll be the people of the lake will decide, do they want to embark on this long-term plan? Can we pay for it? How can it be done? And I'm researching that now, as well as, how do we do it? I mean, do we blast up the hill? Do we burn and make energy out of the waste? There's all kinds of ways to have a no-discharge system into the lake. Right now, our condominiums, and they function because they're managed for the most part. Most of them are discharge systems in the lake. And so there's ways to not discharge in the lake. So as we grow, and it's okay to grow, I believe in growth. We just need to grow smart. And so we're going to work our hearts out to make sure that we find as many ways as possible to keep the lake healthy, that's reasonable, viable, and protect the asset and protect our investments.
We've got about 30 seconds to go here. Let's go over the event on Saturday again.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Tony, for having me on. Saturday, 8:30 to noon. Come and paddle and enjoy. We furnish everything. You might want to wear shoes that can get wet. Then bring a dish or bring a dessert and join us for an awesome potluck right there at the shelter house at Hahatonka Spring. We're going to have a wonderful time. The weather's going to be great, and it's just kind of a nice way to meet new friends and say goodbye for the summer, and we'll be back on the water next May.
Thank you so much, Donna. Good to hear from you again. That's Donna Swall. She is from LOA. All the great things that they do out there. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Bye now. And we're going to go ahead and take a break. We're going to be right back with Casey Cloak right after this.
If you're tired of looking through stained, scratched, or cracked glass, call Camden Glass. You'll see clearly again with their quality glass for residential, commercial, and auto needs. Camden Glass does construction, decking, siding, screen repairs, custom mirrors, and much more. Service is offered in Camden, Osage Beach, Lebanon, and the entire lake area. Located on Highway 54 in Camden, visit CamdenGlass.com or call 573-346-3404. Camden Glass, local Pella certified contractor.
AOK RVs has American Landmaster utility vehicles in stock and ready to go. These workhorse utility vehicles are built in the USA and are designed to haul, tow, and transport everything you need to get the job done. Choose from 2, 4, and 6 seaters with power steering, 4-wheel drive, winches, dump beds, and more. American Landmaster. It's better when it's American made. Get yours today at AOK RVs in Laurie.
At the Lake of the Ozarks. AOKRVs.com.
We are still fighting fires tonight on the Hawaiian island of
The tragic wildfires continue to burn in Hawaii. Thousands of Maui residents and tourists are being forced to evacuate. The American Red Cross is there. If you need assistance locating a missing loved one due to the current disaster, please call 1-800-RED-CROSS. If you can help the people affected, you can make a gift to the Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund. Text the word Red Cross to 90999 to make a $10 donation.
Let's face it, it's hard for a woman my age to get the wrinkles out. With all the infomercials and guarantees out there, I had to find someone to smooth out my creases, folds, and ridges. My secret? Clearwater Carpet Cleaning. The experts at Clearwater Carpet Cleaning offer a carpet stretching service that eliminates the grooves, ruts, and pleats in your rugs and carpets. Call Clearwater Carpet Cleaning at 348-1212 to get rid of your wrinkles.
What do France's idyllic chateau, Budapest's breathtaking architecture, and Holland's iconic windmills all have in common? You can experience them all with AMA Waterways and Direct Travel while saving 20% on select 2023 and 2024 Europe or Mekong River cruises. Hi, this is Tim Davis. Book your AMA Waterways River Cruise by September 30th and experience a locally sourced cuisine, a variety of enriching shore excursions, a daily sip-and-sail cocktail hour, complimentary Wi-Fi, and much, much more. In addition, take advantage of transatlantic flights at fixed rates on select 2023 and 2024 European sailings, with rates per person starting at $8.99. For complete details, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
This is the Morning Magazine on News Talk KRMS.
And this is the Thursday edition of Morning Magazine. It's 67 degrees. We're going to get to a high of 83 today. Looks like it's going to be sunny. Last time I said that, the next thing you know, it rained, just to make me look bad. But as I look out the window here, it looks good. And we can expect a great day here at Lake of the Ozarks, and a great day for the Eldon Circus. It started last night. It's got its closing night tonight. And they are C&M Circus is coming to Eldon Mo, and they have 2 shows, and it's going to be at 5 and 7:30, and they at the Miller County Fairgrounds. You know, it's sponsored by the Eldon Lions Club. You know, you can get the tickets, can be purchased at a discount price. That's $13 for adults and $8 for kids and seniors before Circus Day from Central Bank, Citizens Bank, Eldon Chamber of Commerce, Mid-State Banks, or Mid-State Signs, I'm sorry. And I saw some pictures on Facebook. Looked like some people were having a great time out there last night. And once again, that's the Eldon Circus. It's going to be at the Miller County Fairgrounds tonight. 5 and 7:30 are the two shows, sponsored by the Eldon's Lions Club as well. And so on the line, we've got Casey Cloak. She is with the Camdenton Area Chamber of Commerce, and they've got a great event this weekend. And so I asked Casey if she could give us a talk about it. And so she has called in. Let's bring Casey on the line. Casey, thank you for calling in today.
Hey, good morning, Tony. How are you doing?
Well, so far so good. It's there's no letter on the keyboard when I come out of the studio, so I guess I get to come back
early,
tomorrow.
right, though?
Still early. I have plenty of time to screw it up.
That's right.
And it's but you guys have a great event, and before we get to all the other good things that are out there, I want to talk about this walk run for the fallen and the cruise in.
Yes. So, this particular event originated back in 2009 and has existed each and every fall since then. And it was developed to honor our Missouri service members who died in action while serving active duty since September 11, 2001. And so with that, and since then, we have lost 160 brave Missouri soldiers. And so with this particular event, we do pay a special tribute to those individuals, and we ask our participants to either walk or run 1 mile. So there's a total of 160 miles walked to honor each of those particular fallen soldiers. And participants are given a runner bib that actually has the name of a soldier. We do have a ceremony that's held prior to the walk kicking off that kind of honors those particular members and just some additional information. And so we're asking everybody, this event's kind of moved around the lake area, but we have since kind of transitioned over to the Camden Memorial Lake Regional Airport. We do this event in conjunction with the air show every even year when that air show takes place, but we do host this event every year, and so it has worked out really wonderfully over there. It's, we put the event on the taxiway, so it's flat, so it's great for all of the family members to come out and participate in, strollers and everything welcome. And, it's continued to grow. So this year, you mentioned the cruising. This particular year, the Lake of the Ozarks Corvette Club reached out and wanted to get involved. I guess they've been talking with the city about hosting some type of cruise-in, and it was identified that this could be a great collaborative event. And they also like to fundraise, and so their goal is to bring in participants to park their vehicles and participate in this car cruise-in. It's a $10 participation fee, but all of that money collected is going to go back to the Camden Area Chamber of Commerce and supports the 2024 Lake of the Ozarks Air Show. So we're really excited to be adding that edition this year. Our participants will all meet on Saturday, September 9th. That's this Saturday. We ask everybody to be ready at 9 a.m. for the ceremony, and that's going to take place in the hangar D. And then about 10 o'clock, we will send everybody on their way to go complete their 1 mile. And while they're completing that 1 mile on the taxiway, there's going to be all sorts of gobs of vehicles lined up, so you'll have some really nice, cool items to check out while you're walking that 1 mile. And but that car cruise-in, obviously the 1 mile doesn't last multiple hours to complete. So this is an event
that's what you think.
Well, that's true. I guess
that 1 mile. That 1 mile.
Here, all right.
It's on the 9th. I should probably start on the 8th.
I love it. Yeah, but the cruise-in's going to last from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m., but the actual walk-run will kick off at 9, like I mentioned, with that ceremony, and then at 10 o'clock we'll complete that 1 mile. We're really excited, too. We've got Shuby Snacks food truck. She's going to be out there. She'll have coffee available and some breakfast items as well as lunch as we transition to the lunchtime. She'll have some lunch menued items, too, and you can kind of make a whole morning of it, morning and early afternoon. We're really appreciative to the Corvette Club. Not only is coordinating all the vehicles, and it's not just Corvettes. I mean, we have the Jeep Club participating. There is a Route 66 Club coming in from Laclede County. So there's going to be all sorts of awesome vehicles to check out. But not only are they coordinating the cruise-in, they're also doing a 50-50 raffle. And so for any attendees, you will need to be present. So maybe you come out to do the walk run, but you hang around, have lunch, and check out these vehicles, because we will be doing that drawing at 12 o'clock sharp. And so, again, all of the funds raised for the 50/50, as well as that cruise-in participation fee, is all going to go towards the 2024 Lake of the Ozarks Air Show, which not only is a free event that we offer to our community, but it's also a great opportunity that we honor our military. We do B-25 flights, veteran flights, and it's just all sorts of give back. So that contribution is really going to help us, extend what we can offer our veterans even further.
Casey, this week I interviewed Mark Schmitz. That's the father of Jared Schmitz, the Missouri soldier that was killed, one of the 13 out of the Afghanistan pullout. We've all talked to people who have lost people, maybe in the Vietnam War or somewhere along that line. But to talk to someone that the death of his son is so recent, you feel the emotion and you just feel the rawness of this loss for people like this.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, I will say, this year we have a lot of folks that have been coming to this event since its inception in 2009. We have tried to secure some of those Gold Star families to participate, but we've learned also, while actually planning this year's event, although some of them are more recent than others, while other families, they have lost that loved one almost 20 years ago. And so we're actually, just like the National Run for the Fallen organization, we are going to be merging over the next course of the year to merge this event to honor all of our fallen heroes. And our attendees are going to learn more about that. We're kind of doing a soft transition this year, but it's going to be regardless of war or conflict, the branch of service, or method of death. We're ultimately going to be walking and running for them all, honoring their service and sacrifice, and remembering that they each gave up a future so that we can have our own. And so it's a wonderful event. We also have a great partnership with the Truman VA Hospital, and they are going to be on site. We actually will have a guest speaker attend on Saturday's ceremony. As many might be aware, or maybe some aren't, that September is actually Suicide Prevention Month. And so the VA has got some wonderful programs to assist our veterans because, unfortunately, suicide is the 7th ranking death cause for our veterans, and most particularly takes place on U.S. ground, so on U.S. soil. So it's definitely a challenge that we would like to bring more awareness on. And so we felt this particular event, it's the perfect opportunity to kind of transition to help support their efforts, but also still pay that special tribute to our soldiers.
I mean, it's just a great event. I mean, it's the cruise-in. It's going to be September 9th. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Give the schedule one more time for those people listening.
Yes. So for those wanting to actually walk or run that 1 mile in honor of each of those soldiers, we're going to do the ceremony at 9 a.m. And again, this is all happening at the Camdenton Memorial Lake Regional Airport on South 5 in Camdenton. But the 9 a.m. will be our ceremony in Hangar D, and we've got lots of volunteers. You'll be able to find us, no worries. Then at 10 o'clock, we'll start that walk run. And for those that maybe can't participate in that walk run, but they would have come out and check out all of the vehicles, you're welcome to do so. And the cruise-in is going to last from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. And for those folks that want to participate with their vehicle, if they've got a cruise-in worthy vehicle, we encourage you to arrive between 7:30 and 9:30 at the airport, and we've got volunteers that'll get you all lined up on that taxiway. And for anybody else that's not participating in the cruise-in itself, like our spectators and our walk-run attendees, you'll see we'll have designated signage at the entrances on which entrance to take, and we'll have volunteers parking you near that Hangar D in the field. So just follow the signs and follow our volunteers, and we hope to get a huge turnout of our community to help support us in this event.
Great event. But what else have you guys got going on in the chamber?
Oh, my goodness. We have got gobs. We've got lots of ribbon cuttings coming up, which is always exciting. In fact, we're kicking off one today at 11:30 for LOZ app. And then we've got another one next week for the Amazon Hub, and then the following week we'll have one at LM Foursquare Church. So there's lots of ribbon cuttings. We've got a social coming up in October. Oh goodness, even more. I'm looking at my calendar. There's lots. There is, and so I would love to take this opportunity. If you're not aware of what's happening, or maybe even what business resources are currently available to support our small businesses in our community, I encourage encourage you to sign up to get our weekly e-blast. We've got lots of content that goes out once a week on Thursday morning at 10 a.m. It highlights the upcoming chamber events and how you can network with your fellow business peers. It also has some business support resources included in there, as well as other community events. You know, we've got a lot of nonprofits around this community,
Yes,
which is
do.
one great thing I always share. What's that? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
go
broke
ahead.
up.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. And so, so if you go to our website, CamdentonChamber.com, we've got a big purple button in the top right-hand corner. It says sign up now. Be sure to just add your email to that. You'll start getting those communications, and you'll be in the know of everything that's happening.
You know, it's and you made a great point there where you talk about all the businesses we have here in the lake. I think one of the things that makes us economically successful at the lake, and there's a lot of factors out there, but our businesses work so well together, and they recognize that the survival of one is a result of the survival of all.
You're absolutely right, Tony. Actually, and I'm glad you pointed that out. You know, there has been challenges over the years of, you know, if you got to cross a bridge, that's a whole different community, a whole different silo. But I sit on other various boards and organizations, committees that are all, you know, focused on economic development and future enhancements. And I will say it's amazing to see everyone that's sitting around that table from all the various communities all working together to represent the Lake of the Ozarks, you know, one community, we're one region. And by having that bigger voice, it really does allow us additional opportunities for enhancement and growth, for sure.
You know, I think it's exactly right. And I think it's whether it's the socials, whether it's businesses working together, I think they just join together. And, you know, you see like 10 businesses of the same business will get together and have that, I guess, I don't know what you call it, but, you know, when you do
I call it a referral partner. You know,
Yes.
if you're too busy to take on that client, if you refer them to another, maybe it's a competitor, but you know that's a trustworthy business, you're still going to look good to that client, and you're not necessarily losing that client. It's still an enhancement of your brand, and that's what I always have that conversation. You know, when some have that mentality of all their competitors and not wanting to play in the same sandbox, I say,
yes,
I don't think they realize how much of a negative impact that is. You know, if you broaden your horizons and really do collaborate with others, there's so much more positive opportunities. There really is.
I mean, I think so. I mean, I think I see the network that is going on out there. I see the different activities. I see the ribbon cuttings where other people show up to help other people open up their business and celebrate the opening.
That's exactly right. Those ribbon cuttings, I don't think people realize how great of a networking opportunity that is. You don't have to wait for our quarterly social to show up and pass business cards. You know, come to the ribbon cutting events. You're not only connecting and networking with your local business peers, but maybe it's a new business that just opened up. That could be the cause of that ribbon cutting. You know, you're able to get your name and your face in front of that ownership and management right away to start building that relationships. Because even though, you know, we grow to a huge community on those holiday weekends and stuff, we're still a small, tight-knit community, and it's first and foremost all about the relationships.
We still have a secret handshake. And that's Casey Cloak from the Camdenton Lake Area Chamber. Big event, September the 9th. And we're going to be right back.
Running a marathon is easy when you call a cab. I'm Jen Clark. Here's what's trending. A third of the runners who ran the Mexico City Marathon last month have been disqualified for cheating. It was found that 11,000 of the 30,000 people did not fully complete the 26.2-mile course. Some took shortcuts, some called taxis, some used bikes, and some used public transportation. Tracking data shows that the cheaters did not hit the checkpoints every 3 miles. Goodwill stores get a lot of weird stuff in their donation boxes, and this one fits in perfect with the Halloween season. A human skull was donated to a Goodwill store in Arizona, and employees called the police. Luckily, it doesn't seem to be connected to any crimes.
It appears to be historic. It does not appear to have any forensic value at all.
Finally, what's up, Nepo baby?
That's not even a word!
Dictionary.com has added more than 500 new words to its database. Words like John, Nepo baby, crypto-fascism, and shower orange are among the additions.
And that's when she turned around and said, "That's what he said." Oh.
I'm so sorry.
Are you okay? That joke wasn't that funny.
No, it wasn't that. The water tastes awful.
What? Oh, that is bad.
I I think you did that on purpose.
At Lindy Spring Systems, we purify your water so it tastes and acts, well, heavenly. With state-of-the-art equipment, we can filter out your bad water. Call 573-348-5044. Ask about our bottled water delivery.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
Can the county outlaw puppies and then turn around and fine you if Fido actually has a few? What if they single out your particular breed of dog or cat for special restrictions? Can you stop them? I'm Curtis Howard. Together we'll explore these and other actual court cases and the decisions handed down by the judges. See if you agree.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
You've heard your mechanic talk about how your car doesn't run well when the filter's dirty, right? Well, it's the same thing with your home's heating and cooling system. And B&B Heating and Cooling wants to make sure your home feels just right. So every Friday, it's Free Filter Friday at B&B Heating and Cooling. Once you sign up at bbhvac.com or stop by their location, you'll get one free filter once a month. For more info, go to bbhvac.com or freefilterfriday.com.
Just right, never felt so good. B&B Heating and Cooling.
Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand.
Talk with local lake area newsmakers on the Morning Magazine. Starting at 9. News Talk KRMS.
I'd like to thank Donna Swall and Casey Cloak for calling in today and talking about their programs here at Lake of the Ozarks. We got to see there just a few minutes ago how sometimes things can happen, as you got to hear me sneeze a few times there, so I certainly apologize for that as well. I've got a call. I'm going to bring him in. Caller, go ahead. You're on Morning Magazine.
Well, I just wanted to say God bless you.
Yes. Isn't that embarrassing? that happens everywhere.
Especially after the third one.
Somebody help that poor guy. He's got sinuses or something going on.
Show him where that sneeze button is.
Yes, exactly. It's thank God I work cheap. It's it's one of those things out there, and I looked over and I went, I saw the button still live. I went, I wonder if anybody heard, and everybody heard.
Yeah, we did.
Thank you, my brother.
All right.
And it's it's better to admit you made a mistake and move on. And it's but Biden screwed up. Biden screwed up the mask, the new mask wave coming across at the ceremony the other day. KGP asked about it, and this was her response.
I'm going to share a couple of things with all of you here, and just start with what the ceremony was all about, because it's incredibly important. The president took off his mask, as I said he would, to deliver incredibly powerful remarks about this Captain Taylor, and what he did in service to our nation, and he wanted to honor the captain. And for a brief time afterwards, he also didn't have his mask on, as you just laid out, and he left as planned, as it was planned. He left when there was a pause in the program in order to minimize his close contact with attendees who are about to participate in a reception. And you all reported that and noticed that he left when there was a pause in the program, because again he wanted to minimize certainly his impact on folks who were there.
Who's buying that story? As the president gets up there, and I will tell you, Captain Larry Taylor is one tough person. As if you haven't heard his story, you need to go hear that. And don't let the events that happened that day take away from what this man did in the Vietnam War, rescuing 4 pinned down soldiers with his helicopter. But, he planned to do that. First of all, he walked in with his mask in the hand, made the joke about it that certainly they need to tell him, Mr. President, stop with the jokes. It's not having the effect that you want. He put it on, then he took it off, and when he put the medal on the 81-year-old soldier, he did not have his mask on. And then when he was finished with that part, and KGP calls it a break in the ceremony, it was. The president did the ultimate mic drop, and he headed on up, straight up the middle of the hallway, and proceeded to leave the function. You just go, and there was still quite a bit of the ceremony left to remain there. And the president said, "I'm out of here. I'm done for the day." And I remembered looking at the reporters and the guests just looking at him as he walked down the center aisle there. Right between people, and everything was planned. As Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary for the president, said, nobody's buying that. Nobody's buying that. And it's we're going to take a quick break. We're going to wrap up this 9 o'clock hour of Morning Magazine. And this is KRMS 1150, 97.5 FM, 103.3 FM as well. And we're going to be right back after this. Thanks for listening today. Sneeze and all.
KRMS TV joins 93.5 Rocks the Lake as your official homes for Camdenton Laker football. And then the ball pops out, the Lakers are going to have it. Watch every exciting play, home and road, in crystal clear, high definition on KRMS TV 32.11.
Jabari Stewart ripping that ball out.
You can watch the Lakers on our KRMS TV YouTube channel.
Connects with Borbet to the pylon.
Find the KRMS TV app on your Roku device.
Touchdown Lakers, 19 yards.
Or watch in the palm of your hand on the LOZ app. Just tap the KRMS icon.
Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers.
Live radio coverage begins at 6 o'clock with the Summit Natural Gas pregame show on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
And it's Durnin to Durnin for the first time this year.
This Friday night, a rivalry is renewed as the Lakers take on the Waynesville Tigers. It's all live on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
And that's going to do it for this 9 o'clock hour of Morning Magazine. It's sponsored by Camdenton Glass. They're located on Highway 54 in Camdenton. Visit CamdentonGlass.com or call 573-346-3404. Camdenton Glass, they are your local Pella certified contractor for residential and commercial glass services, shower doors, screen porches, flat boat glass, windows, window cleaning services, windshield repair, and auto glass services. Camdenton Glass has you covered. Let's take a look at what's over at the Osage Beach Senior Center for lunch today. It is the NFL kickoff party, and they're having pizza, chicken wings, salad, fruit, garlic, bread with margarine, and brownies and milk. They start serving at 11 o'clock. They go until 12:30, and they're open until 4 o'clock, Monday through Friday. Great place to be over there, right next door to the station. And they always seem like they're having a good time over there as well. That's going to do it for this 9 o'clock hour on this Thursday edition of Morning Magazine. After the break, we're going to be right back with Congressman Mark Alford.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Steve Kathan. No school today in Lowell, Massachusetts, one of many places in the East in the throes of a heat wave. This parent says good call.
It's good for the kids. The circumstances, it's hard to concentrate, and They're hot, they're getting sick.
Odyssey, New York meteorologist Craig Allen on the sweltering conditions that have temperatures in the mid-90s.
The heat will likely subside a bit as we get into the upcoming weekend. It looks like 80s, but the humidity is not going away all that quickly. So it's going to be a very steamy weekend as well. Showers and thunderstorms will be around that 95 corridor once again.
And this weekend, Phoenix is due to shatter the 3-year-old record for the number of days above 110. One more to hit 53 for the year. At the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta, an inmate death is being investigated. It's the 6th in 6 weeks. Devin Franklin is an attorney with a civil rights group.
Make no mistake about it, the death of Chandra Delmore is the very harm that those of us at the Southern Center for Human Rights warned elected officials in Atlanta city government of what would happen when jail space was expanded.
A federal civil rights investigation was launched at the jail in July. A new court filing from the special counsel in the Hunter Biden case indicates an indictment likely will be sought against the president's son before the end of the month. CBS's Catherine Herridge.
He's seeking to bring a lot of pressure on the president's son, and we could be looking at a very unusual scenario, one where an indictment is sought and brought in Delaware on this felony gun offense, but then separate tax charges are brought in other jurisdictions.
In a one-on-one with CBS's Margaret Brennan, Vice President Harris commented on the planned Putin-Kim meeting with North Korea reported ready to send weaponry to Russia for the war in Ukraine.
The idea that they would be supplying ammunition to that end would be a huge mistake. I also believe very strongly that for both Russia and North Korea, this will further isolate them.
Lainey Wilson leads the way with 9 CMA nominations. It's the second year in a row she's got the most. Luke Combs has 4. He was Entertainer of the Year last year. Bruce Springsteen's called off his shows the rest of this month. The word is he'll be treated for symptoms of peptic ulcer disease. And checking Wall Street right now, the Dow is up 44 points. The S&P is down 18, and the Nasdaq is down 143. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late news now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. With the second anniversary of the botched evacuation efforts of U.S. civilians and military personnel from Afghanistan now about 2 weeks in the past, one parent of a 20-year-old Marine from the St. Louis area who was killed in the attack spoke out on the KRMS Morning Magazine.
This was a humanitarian effort and certainly wasn't supposed to be a complex attack or any kind of combat situation whatsoever. And unfortunately, that's what exactly it turned out to be.
Mark Schmitz, father of Jared Schmitz, also says from the day his son was killed, along with 12 other service members on August 26, 2021, it's just been one story after another coming from the federal government and the current administration.
More importantly, now I'm finding out the Pentagon is tripling down and saying that they had no knowledge of what this bomber looked like, which is just another lie, part of their cover-up.
Mr. Schmitz was one of 10 other Gold Star families who were represented last week testifying in front of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. The other 2 families chose not to be present in protest of the way President Biden and the administration has responded since that fateful day back in 2021. The financial blueprint for fiscal 2023-24 is now set after the Camdenton Board of Aldermen gave its approval to the city's operating budget. The board this week gave approval to both the first and second readings, setting the budget, which estimates more than $19,195,000 in revenue, with a little more than $12,219,000 being spent, for a surplus of in excess of $6,975,000. The operating budget also estimates the city's ARPA funds balance as of September 2024 will be a little more than $373,000. For breaking news anytime, visit us on social media at KRMS Radio on Twitter and Facebook.com/KRMS News. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is a service of Jennings Insurance Group.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we provide a holistic approach to retirement. We'll guide you through the 5 risks to your retirement, including healthcare costs, inflation, market risk, and more. At Jennings, we contract with many companies, but we work for our clients. Consultations are always free. At Jennings, we use insurance as a tool to positively impact the lives of the people we serve. Whether you need a visit about your financial future or your healthcare costs, we can help. Check out our Facebook page, Jennings Insurance Group, or call us today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Staying hazy today, sunshine with our high nearing 83. Clear skies overnight with a low around 61. Sunny and 83 throughout Friday, and clear skies and 59 throughout Friday night. Sunny with a high of 82 by Saturday, and clear skies Saturday night with a low around 58 degrees. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 81 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 68 degrees.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starnes. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute, does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for a $5 bonus.
Zion Brown's mother deserves to be named Mother of the Year. The other day, Chicago TV stations broadcast video of a terrible crime. A masked man held a train conductor at gunpoint demanding cash. Mrs. Brown saw the video and her jaw dropped. She knew the eyes peering behind the mask. It was her 18-year-old son, Zion, a sophomore at Loyola University. Her motherly instinct kicked in, but instead of protecting her son, she grabbed him by the ear and dragged him to the local police station. Zion's attorney said his client was hungry and wanted something to eat, so he pulled out his gun, took cash from the train conductor, got some food, and went back to class. The judge says that was not a reasonable defense and ordered him held without bail. No doubt a terrible moment for Mrs. Brown, but a reminder that sometimes the most effective kind of love is tough love. Be sure to download a copy of my new book, Our Daily Biscuit, Devotions with a Drawl. It's available at your favorite bookstore or online at toddstarnes.com.
KRMS TV joins 93.5 Rocks the Lake as your official homes for Camdenton Laker football.
And then the ball pops out and the Lakers are going to have it.
Watch every exciting play, home and road, in crystal clear, high definition on KRMS TV 32.11.
Jabari Stewart ripping that ball out.
You can watch the Lakers on our KRMS TV YouTube channel.
Connect with Borbay to the pylon.
Find the KRMS TV app on your Roku device.
Touchdown Lakers, 19 yards.
Or watch in the palm of your hand on the LOZ app. Just tap the KRMS icon.
Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers.
Live radio coverage begins at 6 o'clock with the Summit Natural Gas pregame show on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
And it's Durnin to Durnin for the first time this year.
This Friday night, a rivalry is renewed as the Lakers take on the Waynesville Tigers. It's all live on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
The views expressed during this program are not necessarily those of the staff and management of Viper Broadcasting. Please limit your calls to 1 per hour. You've had all morning to think it over. Now let's talk about it. Your phone calls are welcome at 573-302-7000 or toll free at 1-866-372-1270. It's hour number 2 of the KRMS Morning Magazine on News Talk 1150, KRMS and 97.5 KRMS FM.
And this is the 10 o'clock hour of Morning Magazine. It's sponsored by Central Ozarks Medical Center. That's COMC. Visit centralozarks.org, 877-406-COMC. Your health is their mission. You know, they've got a location close to you. They have them in Laurie, Osage Beach, Camdenton, Eldon, and Richland. COMC opened the hub. That's a facility to provide assistance for recovery support meetings, educational groups, plus assistance with food and homeless resources. Benefits include social bonding, community participation, and healthy lifestyle awareness. The hub is located in Luby's Plaza on the Bagnell Dam Strip, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And so we thank them for being a part of this show. And we have our Congressman, Mark Alford. He is in studio today as Congressman. You are making a tour of Missouri.
I sure am. Good morning, Tony. How you doing?
It's great to have you. Great to see you in person. We've talked several times, but first time we've met in person.
Hey, good to see you. Yeah, we are finishing up. Today is the last day of our 12-stop town hall tour. We started last week at the University of Central Missouri. Had a big turnout there. We've been traveling many counties in our 24-county district, just listening to people, kind of telling our story of what we've done over the last 7 months, but also listening to them, what's important to them, answering some of their questions about some of the big concerns happening in our world and in our country and in our state. And so it's been very interesting. We've had some small meet and greet crowds where we've had maybe 20, 30 people, and we've had some larger crowds as well. Just finished up one at the Pancake House.
Great place.
About 20 people there, and we had a lively discussion. A lot of people fired up about what's going on in America and what I could possibly do to help.
You know, it's one of the things that you and I talked, and then with your Austin as well. I said, you know, our people are dialed in.
Yeah, they are.
They know what they're talking about, and
I like that. Though, don't you?
They'll call in and let you know if you are misrepresented something, and it's a good. And if you have a question for the congressman, give us a call 573-302-7000. You know, one of the things that just popped up as I looked down my list of about 17 things I have here. National debt.
Yeah.
Sir,
it's serious.
We're broke.
We are broke. And Tony, from 1942 until 2013, we acquired $17 trillion worth of debt. Not good. From 2013 until now, we've acquired another $7 trillion. That's why earlier this spring, I voted against the debt ceiling raise. The deal with the Speaker McCarthy came back from the White House was not the deal that I voted on going into the negotiations for the budget. I was disappointed that we did not eliminate the 87,000 IRS agents that are going to be sick on the American people. The deal that was struck rolled them back for 1 year, but that was not good enough. And to come back with a deal that raised our debt ceiling by $4.5 trillion was not right. I didn't think it was right to saddle our children and grandchildren with another $4.5 trillion with debt. And I went against the leadership and most of our Republican conference and voted against that.
Why does this have to be a party issue? Everyone can see out here in
the Democrats
America.
love to spend.
Yeah.
I mean, just before we left, Joe Biden said he wants another $20.6 billion for the war in Ukraine. He hasn't spent the money we authorized. We authorized the previous Congress did $113 billion. $67 billion of that is in direct military assistance to Ukraine. He hasn't spent half of that, and yet he wants us to spend another $20.6 billion. And now, get this, Tony, he's trying to tie that. He wants us to vote on a package and tie that to funding to help the victims in Maui, who've been devastated by that fire, the wildfire fighters, to help them out as well, and to the devastation in Florida from the recent hurricane. I think that is sick. It is sad.
How do you vote against that? No?
I vote against no. I'm a no on that. Spend the money that we have already given you before you ask for more, and don't tie it to a national tragedy and try to pull on the heartstrings of the American people. But that's what this administration does. They gaslight, they lie, they obfuscate, and with tricks, I think, try to get things done. And I'm not falling for it. I'm not voting out of fear, and I'm not voting out of misrepresentation on the administration's part.
You know, the one thing they do well is just what you talked about. Everything they pass, that becomes law. They put prescription drugs. Well, who's against cheaper prescription drugs? But you put billions and billions for electricity and cars and eliminating fossil fuels. This is another example of how they do things.
And that's wrong.
And if you vote no, sir, they will say you're voting against Americans.
And your opponents will use it in the next election. But I don't care. Here's one thing I am very proud that what the Republicans have done this session. Kevin McCarthy made sure of this. We have regular order now, and what that means is everything has to come up through committee. We're not having these huge omnibus bills like we had under Nancy Pelosi, where right before Christmas you're forced to vote on this huge package that you can't read. She doesn't give you time to read it. We have 72 hours to read something. but it also has to have germaneness. Now, what does germaneness mean? You cannot have a bill that passes through committee and then tack something on the floor in an amendment that has nothing to do with the bill. So you can't have these, they're called riders. You can't have a rider for something onto a bill, and then if you don't vote for that, get blamed for throwing grandma off the cliff. We've got to get the emotion out of our votes. We've got to get back to reasonable, rational thought in the Congress, where we are voting on singular bills with singular purposes, where we're not lying to the American people.
And talking about that national debt that continues to increase because we still spend money every day. You mentioned the war in Ukraine. We need peace. We need peace because we can't afford to continue to finance this war.
No, we can't. And just yesterday, Secretary Blinken went over there with another check for $1 billion. Now, that money was already authorized by Congress, the last Congress. I am not in favor of authorizing any more money until we get two things. So, number one, he spends the money we've already authorized. Number two is till we get a clear picture that's unclassified, that I can tell the American people and the people of our district, here's what victory looks like. Does it mean reclaiming all the land that Russia took? Does it mean giving back Crimea? What does victory look like? I don't want to end up in another quagmire like Vietnam. It is going to be devastating. We are hurting here at home because of the inflation that Joe Biden has brought about since his first day in office, when he demonized the fossil fuel industry. He targeted that industry, but he put the crosshairs on the backs of the American farmer and the American people, and we have seen a dramatic increase in food, fertilizer, and fuel, and people are hurting in our district, in our state, and I say enough is enough.
And whether you're for or against the war in Ukraine, it doesn't seem to be that Zelensky is real interested in peace at this point, while we're financing the war.
Well, I've never met the guy. He has been to Congress. He spoke to Congress before I got there. I don't know what the end game is. We get some classified briefings and we hear some bits and pieces, but I want an unclassified, informational. I want them to come out and say, here's the strategy. Here's what the end game looks like. And then we can make a determination, the American people can, and we can make intelligent votes on it. As to how we want to vote to continue the prosecution of this. But, Tony, here's the flip side of that, too. Russia cannot win this. If they defeat Ukraine, Moldova's going to be next, the Balkans, possibly Poland, and then Poland is a NATO state, and due to our treaty in NATO, Article 5 says that we must defend them. I believe Vladimir Putin is a madman. He has said publicly that he wants to restore basically the USSR. That is the end game for him. We can't let that happen. They have capabilities which are very scary, and we do not need this aggression to continue. So we have to keep them at bay. We have to keep them from spreading that aggression. At the same time, we have to keep Xi Jinping at bay. But here's the deal, Tony. And I think most of your listeners would agree with this. This never would have happened had President Trump still been in office. I guarantee you. Bullies like Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin thrive on weakness. And they see weakness in the White House from Joe Biden, a feckless, flailing president who can barely make it down the aisle to give the Medal of Honor to an 81-year-old recipient.
And we're talking with Congressman Mark Alford. And we're going to be right back after this break. We're talking about, I want to address the border, sir. We're out helping others, and yet we cannot defend our own border as well. We're going to take a break. We're going to be right back with the congressman.
Oh, the dreamy life where I hop in the car and we pull up to this magical place. It's called Susan's Pet Grooming. They have smooches for pooches.
What a good boy.
Oh, I love it there. hair. You never know how great a grooming feels to us pups. We get our nails done, our fur is all clean and trim, even our ears too. Heck, Susan's pet grooming might as well be dog heaven. If you're gonna be gone for a day, drop your pooch off and get them back cleaned and fluffed. Why don't you call Susan at Susan's Pet Grooming? Your best friend will love it here.
Call Susan's Pet Grooming for boarding, for bathing, for grooming and fluffing, and of course, for lots of love. 1 mile down D Road behind Hy-Vee. Call Susan's Pet Grooming, 552-6301. Susan's Pet Grooming, voted best groomer at the lake. And be sure to ask about doggy daycare, 552-6301.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Little GTO. It's family fun on the Bagnell Dam Strip. It's hot summer nights this Friday night. Rain or shine. See all makes and models of vehicles. There's music and entertainment. Fun for the kids. And free admission. Hot summer nights. Winner of the Missouri Tourism Innovator Award. Stay up to date on Facebook.com at Cruise Hot Summer Nights this Friday night. Sponsored by
Funlake.com, the Encore Lakeside Grill and Sky Bar, Alley Cats, 98.7 The Cove, Classic Country 104.9, KRMS, and 93.5 Rocks.
Dock safety is your responsibility. Electrical problems in or near the house and lines feeding the dock can be hazardous. To make sure your dock is in safe working condition, inspect your dock's wiring frequently. Test your power circuits. Install GFCI outlets and circuit breakers. Ensure your dock is properly bonded and grounded at the power source. If you have questions, contact a qualified electrician or your local fire district to make sure you're doing everything possible to keep your family and friends safe at the lake. Learn more at AmerinMissouri.com/lake.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
Talk with local Lake area newsmakers on the Morning Magazine. Starting at 9. News Talk KRMS.
And we're talking with Congressman Mark Alford. He's from the 4th District. That's us. And he is on a tour of the state of Missouri in his district. And he is in town at Lake of the Ozarks today. Just finished a couple of meet and greets out there as well. And graciously came into the studio today.
We're finishing up our tour, by the way, at the Chiefs game tonight. We're having a first ever town hall tour at a tailgate.
Well, that's convenient.
Yeah.
What happened to that, Austin? Where's my media invite to that?
So if you want to come by a lot, J34, if you're going to be at the Chiefs game, that's where we're finishing it up tonight.
You know, we don't have a lot of time left.
All right.
I want to talk about the border.
Sure.
Another issue right there that affects us economically, that affects our security, that affects the crime that we're seeing in our cities right now.
Look, I lay this squarely at the feet of Joe Biden. With a wink and a nod before he even took the oath of office, he started welcoming in people to our nation and giving them indications that it was all right to come here. And I think that's because he hated President Trump. He did not like the policies that President Trump had put into play the Remain in Mexico policy, where if you're applying for asylum under 3 certain conditions, one of those being political persecution, then you should be able to come to our country. The problem is people are coming from these nations for better economic future for their children and themselves, and that is not a legitimate claim of asylum. And yet the president welcomed these people into our country to have their asylum claims heard here while they're on U.S. soil. That is wrong. And we're seeing the effects of it now. But with that also comes people from all over, terrorists who have been caught, people on the terrorist watch list, foreign nationals from all different countries, including China, who have come into our country, adversarial nations, illegal aliens, some 5.8 million illegal aliens who have come up into Missouri and other parts of our nation, bringing with them human sex trafficking, children and women, which is it's just deplorable. I don't think the American public really wants to realize the true impact of that and really how pervasive that is in our communities, especially in Missouri with the convergence of I-70 and I-49, the heart of Missouri and the heart of America, just how bad human trafficking is. But also the issue of fentanyl. You know, Tony, we have had last year 107,000 fellow Americans die from fentanyl poisoning, most of it brought up through Mexico, manufactured in China, and brought up through the drug cartels and illegals that have come into our country and killed our fellow citizens. That is an equivalent of a plane load of Americans a day crashing in America. And I guarantee you that if a plane crashed every day in America, the airports would be shut down, air travel would be shut down, and we figured out what's going on. Joe Biden needs to close the border now. We must finish the wall. Our Secure Border Act that we passed, H.R. 2, back in February, is going to be, I hope, attached to this appropriation bills that we're going to start voting on next week. And we've got to finish the wall that Trump started.
I mean, it's got to stop, sir.
It does.
I mean, this is a no-brainer. This is a situation where we don't need additional laws. Name me another.
The laws are there.
Another time in history that we had this invasion coming in. They've been given the signal that it's okay.
And here's the reason why, and I don't think Americans generally want to admit this either. The more people that they can come into our country illegally and eventually become citizens and eventually become voters, guess who they're going to vote for? They're going to vote for the Democrats, the people who have given them a Christmas tree of goodies, let them into our country without vaccinations, in a lot of times without jobs or ability to have a job. And so they're going to be basically wards of the state. And when you get a lot of goodies, you're going to vote for the people who give you those goodies. It is wrong. It is wrong that this president is destroying America from the inside out.
And when the states attempt to do something, as an order came out from a federal judge yesterday, Texas is to remove the buoys out of the river. Ducey, the former governor of Arizona, built a container wall. He was immediately sued by the federal government to remove that as well. Those things work.
Greg Abbott, the Texas governor, has shown a lot of courage and discernment, I think, in his policies and busing a lot of these illegal immigrants up to these sanctuary cities. Hey, if you're a sanctuary state or sanctuary city like New York City, then you need to take part in the illegal alien crisis that we have in America. There are 140,000 illegals right now in New York City, and they are getting a full dose, as they deserve, of the crisis. Texas should not bear the burden alone.
And pay for it yourself.
And pay for it.
Stop.
Now they want more money, federal money. No, it's not going to happen. You ask for it, you deal with it.
We're going to take a call. We've got, this is a long-time listener. Russ, go ahead. You're on with the congressman.
Good morning, Congressman. I have 2 questions for you.
All righty.
You're up there in the middle of all that. Who's really running this country? And the second question, the Republicans control, or the House and the Senate control the purse strings, and Republicans keep voting to give them the money. Hang up and listen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Good questions.
Who's controlling the government? Well, you know, the Republicans control 1/2 of the government, as I see it, the three branches of government, we control the House, but just by a slim majority. And it's not easy with a 5-seat majority. Let me tell you that. It's a balancing act every day. And the Democrats control the Senate and the White House. I think if he was really asking who is running the White House, it is not Joe Biden. I think it's Obama, Susan Rice, and others. They didn't leave town. Susan Rice just left her office there in the White House earlier this year. And Joe Biden does not have the competency or mental acuity to be president of the United States, and I think he's merely a marionette. Someone else is pulling the strings. He was voted in, and a lot of people said it before, and I felt it before he even was elected. If he gets into this office, he was going to be a Trojan horse loaded with all these Green New Deal concepts and what AOC wants and the really wacky, progressive, woke, broke part of this country. That is what came out of that Trojan horse once he got into the White House.
Absolutely. And it is a situation. Only two presidents have ever stayed in Washington. Woodrow Wilson, who was on his deathbed.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Barack Obama.
Barack Obama.
And we are talking with Congressman Mark Alford. I only got about 2 of my 17 things in. And great conversation.
Let's come back.
Great conversation with you, sir. We appreciate you coming in today. We're going to be right back after this break. This is Morning Magazine on KRMS 1150, 97.5, 103.3 FM. And as always, download that app. Take us with you.
Are still fighting fires tonight on the Hawaiian island of
The tragic wildfires continue to burn in Hawaii. Thousands of Maui residents and tourists are being forced to evacuate. The American Red Cross is there. If you need assistance locating a missing loved one due to the current disaster, please call 1-800-RED-CROSS. If you can help the people affected, you can make a gift to the Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund. Text the word Red Cross to 90999 to make a $10 donation.
You'd be pretty hard-pressed to find someone who doesn't rave about the food served at RJ's Family Restaurant. Repeat and new customers savor the menu items. From skillet creations, eggs Benedict, lunch specials, enough sides to make it hard to decide, and the menu goes on and on. Try RJ's for their great desserts. Open Tuesday through Sunday till 2 p.m. Located on Highway 54 West in Camdenton with plenty of convenient parking. RJ's Family Restaurant. Close to home, yet far from ordinary.
So your wife is telling you all about a new pair of red shoes she wants, and you're like, okay, whatever. But the next day, you're online looking for a new deer stand, and everywhere you go online, you're seeing ads for those red shoes, and you're like, how do they do that? Better yet, how do I do that for my business? Well, that's what we do. We are Titan Digital. Websites, Google Ads, better reviews, increasing your sales at the lake. Titan Digital. See examples of our work at TitanDigitalMO.com. TitanDigitalMO.com.
Lori Marine wants you to start thinking about boat winterization. Give them a call for your boat servicing or winterization needs. Lori Marine has been family owned and operated for over 40 years. Message them directly on Facebook at Lori Marine. 4th generation, same great service, any job, big or small. Give Lori Marine a call, 573-374-6027.
Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.
For all of your local and long distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.
Your health, their mission. When visiting your provider is more than just an appointment, they listen. They care. Central Ozarks Medical Center believes everyone deserves access to high-quality health care. They accept patients with Medicaid managed care and Medicare Advantage, also known as Medicare Part C. If you're an existing patient of COMC, their team can help you complete paperwork and answer questions. Central Ozarks Medical Center has locations in Laurie, Osage Beach, Camdenton, Eldon, and Richland. Visit centralozarks.org.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
Local news and issues. The Morning Magazine 9 to 11 on News Talk KRMS.
.35 on this Thursday edition of Morning Magazine. 71 degrees. We're going to get to 83 today, hopefully. And looks like we've got a sunny day scheduled ahead. I got Luke Hagedorn in studio. Just finished up talking with Congressman Mark Alford. Great to speak with him in person.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great that we have great representation in D.C., folks who care about us and are involved in the community. You know, it's great he's going around to all these town hall meetings and really getting direct information from the people, you know, because it's a two-way street when it comes to your representation, whether it's in Jefferson City or in Washington, D.C. You know, there's the information that they bring back to us, bring home to us, but then there's also the information they get from us as the citizens, as their constituents, as the voters. And it's always good to see someone who obviously has a great communication background and understands talking to the people and listening to the people is just as important as you know, what you do in Jeff City.
Yeah,
in DC.
In DC, and good. It's good to know that his votes are in line with the state of Missouri, because as you know, Luke, you can go around and do all these shows you want. You can say whatever you want. It comes down to how you vote, and Mark Alford has proven that he votes the way he says he's going to.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why I have an interest in politics as well as sports. You know, obviously I'm kind of known as a sports guy around here. It's kind of how I got my foot in the door with this radio station. I was just telling that story last night at the social over at Red's Barbecue. With sports and with politics, both, there's a scoreboard, right? There, you know, not only when it comes down to elections, there's a winner and a loser. There's that part of it. So sometimes when I'm watching politics, I watch it like I watch sports. Depends on who I'm rooting for in any particular contest, as it were. But also when it comes down to policy and what they vote on in session, there's a scoreboard, and there's a definitive line when it comes down to it. A politician can say things all day long. They can come back to their home district. They can say one thing, but when they get back to the Capitol and they press that button and they make that vote,
yes, sir,
that's there in black and white, and it's there forever, and it's very. There's no really getting around that. You can try to explain your way out of a vote and explain your rationale here and there, but hey, buddy, it's right there in front of you. It's a black and white issue, just like a scoreboard at the end of a ball game. There's a winner and there's a loser. There's a yes/no vote or there's a no vote.
You know, we haven't seen Kamala Harris for about a month now. I don't know if
have you been looking for her?
Well, but she did an interview the other day. They have released the new and improved version of her. No laughing, no everybody loves a school bus, no astronaut stories, anything along those lines.
Did she go to media training school?
Yes, I really do think she did. I believe they have went there.
That's a smart move.
She was much more serious, much more profound. And this is when she was asked, "Are you ready to be the president of the United States?"
Issue for voters in the upcoming election is President Biden's age. An AP poll recently showed that 77% of Americans and 69% of Democrats believe he's too old for a second term. Do you think he's ready to serve as president until he's 86? As somebody who works with him, have you seen changes in recent years?
First of all, let me say that our president has been an extraordinary leader who has accomplished things that previous presidents hoped and dreamed and promised they would do and did not achieve. Remember that whole thing about Infrastructure Week? Joe Biden, under his leadership and because of his leadership, passed the most substantial infrastructure law in recent American history, which is transformative in terms of what it is currently in the process of doing to build back up America's infrastructure, whether it be roads and bridges, or ensuring that all families have access to affordable high-speed internet, to what we must do to make sure that people have the ability to just get where they need to go, and we will create the jobs in the process. We have created, under Joe Biden's leadership, over 800,000 manufacturing jobs right here in the United States. We have created 13 million new jobs under Joe Biden's leadership. So yes, I see him every day. A substantial amount of time we spend together is in the Oval Office, where I see how his ability to understand issues and weave through complex issues in a way that no one else can to make smart and important decisions on behalf of the American people have played out. And so I will say to you that I think the American people ultimately want to know that their president delivers and Joe Biden delivers.
Questions about the president's age often go hand in hand with questions about how he would step in the role, if necessary. Do you feel prepared for that possibility? And serving as vice president prepared you for that job?
Yes.
And how would you, describe that process?
Well, first of all, I'm answering your hypothetical. But Joe Biden's going to be fine. So that is not going to come to fruition. But let us also understand that every vice president understands that when they take the oath, that they must be very clear about the responsibility they may have to take over the job of being president. I am no different.
Much smoother.
Yeah, but it's pretty telling, just the question itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that she's being asked this question. Not a lot of vice presidents. Now, obviously, in like a vice presidential debate leading up to it, those questions have to be asked. It's like, are you prepared to be the president if you had to? And those are hypothetical questions. But this is a question, the way it was framed in the beginning, the very first question he asked, is a question not a lot of vice presidents get asked in the middle of a
2.5 years in.
Right. It's not a question you get asked a lot, especially when there's an upcoming election for this administration in the future, in the near future. So that part was telling. Two, she didn't really answer it. Of course, she didn't answer it. She did what she needed to do by supporting the president and supporting her boss and all those things, but she didn't really answer the question until she was absolutely forced to, and then she made it really simple. She said, yes, I am prepared, and she pointed out that it was a hypothetical question. She pointed out that she believed that Joe Biden would be perfectly capable of fulfilling his duties as president throughout another term, but yeah, that she said what she had to say.
I thought when she gave the answer yes, I thought that was a practiced answer, a canned answer. What they weren't expecting was the pause of the interviewer to go, I need a little more.
Yeah.
And now that's where she got a little rattled. Now we're going to take a call from a caller that does believe the vice president is ready to be president. Good morning, sir.
Well, I don't even know that it's necessary that she has to worry about it that much. If you look at the health tables, if you're 80 years old, you have a 12-year life expectancy. So I don't know that it'll be a problem. And if you look at Murdoch, who's running Fox, he's 93. He's running both Fox News and Fox
yes.
Sports and so on. I don't have any problem. When you do as well as you do, you should be reelected. I've got a comment today that's going to blow your little mind.
Oh, no.
Are you ready for it?
Go ahead.
If you look in the Wall Street Journal and you look at Forbes, you will now see that the U.S. has exported a record amount of oil. We're pumping more oil, processing more oil, all except for a few months in one particular year, and we're also selling gas. We're becoming the energy country of the world. We're behind Canada, Saudi Arabia, and some Central American country. We moved up 7 or 8 ranks. This is only in the last 9 months. So that's one more thing that Joe Biden's administration has given us that he won't even tell you about it because they're not for putting all that oil out there.
Why are we selling it? Why is gas so high then?
It's all in the market throughout the world. We buy a ton of gas, And, we worry about being independent. I'm not sure why we have to worry about being independent, because we're right next to a neighbor, Canada, that's the second biggest exporter. And if we run into trouble in a war or something of that order, we have huge reserves, and Canada has huge reserves. We're sitting right where we need to be as far as oil independence. And why do we buy it? There's different grades of oil, different refinery capacity. We're not refining very much oil for trucks. That's what I'm thinking.
Actually, American oil is one of the cleaner oils out there in the world.
Right.
I mean,
but anyhow, I was just amazed by that, and this has just happened in the last 6 months. And it's one more thing that, 30, 40, 50 years, we have never had that much export. And now we have 2 ships at a time are going through the Panama Canal because they made a different set of locks, and they're LNG ships, liquid natural gas.
Why the backlog at the canal then? The canal's a disaster. They've got over 100 ships backlogged out there.
I don't know about that right now because I guess
Look it up.
They're selling a lot of oil, a lot of natural gas.
You'll spend an incredible amount of time there if you are a ship. Either that or you can add another 14 days. I believe it's 14, 12 or 14. Don't hold me to that. Or you can go around
What's
the
that have
coast.
to do with Joe Biden or the administration?
Well, you brought up the Panama Canal. You brought up the canal and said the canal was wonderful and things were coming in and out of there. And so so the question I have is,
I hope the canal backs up the natural gas because it just raises the prices in the United States because they sell our natural gas to Japan and Taiwan. Personally, that's what I hope. But if it's backed up, it's backed up.
so do you think they're keeping gas high because in selling our fuel, they're selling our oil to other countries? Do you think that is an attempt to keep us on the green path? Because if gas is cheap, nobody's going to the green path.
The oil companies are the ones. No, the market is doing it, plus Saudi Arabia, which is a big friend of you-know-who. And
gas prices were cheap then, too.
They are.
Gas prices were cheap when you-know-who was in office.
They weren't particularly cheap, but they went way down. Everybody got excited.
Yes, I did.
Gas prices were going to nothing during the pandemic, and then they went up so much it seemed a lot. Right now, gas prices, we still have the best gas prices of most countries in the world. And there's a world market, and our oil companies sell our gas away to them. If we wanted to be independent, we can just sell it here.
I want to be independent. I want to be independent. I want to control Russia by deflating their economy, by them not being able to sell their oil. There was a time recently where the Russians could not afford to go to war, and you saw that as in the early parts of the invasion, as their machinery was not where they thought it would be, and not where the rest of the world thought it was at, because they were financially hurting and could not upgrade. That's all they got. That's all they got is war and oil. That's all they got.
Yes, and it's great that we're degrading it. This is so great that it's so cheap. We're spending 1/3 of the amount of money we spend in Afghanistan, and we're toasting the Russians. That's my thought on that.
But we could have done it. We could have done it without the loss of life, and and you're talking about the war in Ukraine. That's a war we need to get settled because we can't afford to keep supporting that as well. What it looks like, I don't know.
Cheaper rate than we did Afghanistan, and so Afghanistan went into the trillions. We're into 150 billion and not 2 trillion, and I think that's cheap to do Russia over for being the world's worst country. Maybe China take over next. But
yeah, this is going to be the day where we disagree. I don't think. I think if we are pumping all that oil out, I don't see how we are doing that. But I've got to take a break. Good to hear from you.
Look it up the Wall Street
I will.
Journal.
I will. That I will. And we'll talk about that tomorrow. Good to hear from you. I've got a call waiting there, Russ. I'll get to you right after this break.
Your favorite politicians' ads may contain AI. I'm Jen Clark. Here's what's trending. Google will start to require that political ads that include artificial intelligence have a notification attached to them, and the company plans to roll it out in November, about 1 year before the next presidential election. Some of next year's candidates are already using AI in their ads. The company's new political content policy will require any ad that uses AI to alter images to have a clear disclosure attached to it. International travel can be fun, but overcoming jet lag can be a bummer. Now, a new study finds that a big breakfast may be the answer. Scientists have found that eating a large meal in the early morning hours in the new time zone can help to get rid of jet lag symptoms, including fatigue, headaches, and an upset stomach. Finally, actor Gary Busey may be in trouble again.
I'm seriously impressed.
He reportedly rear-ended a car in Malibu and drove off. The driver followed him to a parking lot and caught him on cell phone video refusing to provide insurance information. Police are investigating.
Scales belong on fish.
Ew.
Not your appliances.
Ugh.
Gray is lovely on a rainy day. But not on your whites.
Ugh.
Lip stain is attractive. Tub and sink stain? Ugh, not so much. Life's hard enough. Your water shouldn't be. Soften the flow with us.
Lindy Spring Systems has the water softener that's perfect for your home. Hard water ruins clothes, glassware, your skin, and raises your water costs. Go to LindySpringLakeOfTheOzarks.com and ask about our business and home bottled water delivery.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best at the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS. Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand.
Local news and issues. The Morning Magazine 9 to 11 on News Talk KRMS.
This is Morning Magazine. We've got a call. I want to get straight to that. Let's see if the caller held over the break. Russ, you on there?
Yes, sir.
Give me a point.
I would like to give you an example of Joe Biden, the vice president, all the Democrats, the liberal Democrats, if that's what they are. I think they're communists. Mm-hmm. But they get up on TV and speak, and not one of them make any sense. And that's the previous caller is just like all of those people. Mm-hmm. There's not one of them. Stop and think about this. They lie. The congressman from California that lies, all the shifty shift. They all lie. They're misinformed. They don't know what they're talking about. So think about that. Chew on that. Thanks.
Yep. They look at you. They look at you and say the sky is green, and say it with a straight face. I mean, they said, don't believe what you see. Here's what is really happening.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to be a little bit more of an optimist on these things. And yes, lying, of course, occurs in politics. It happens on both sides of the aisle. It's part of the deal. Neither side is pristine when it comes to that, for sure. Is there more on one side than the other? Probably. And especially for folks, when you don't when you don't believe the same things that the other side believes, you tend to frame things more as lies. But the thing is, to me, it's actually scarier when the opposition are true believers, when they actually believe what they're saying, and when they actually believe these things that they're saying. Because it's one thing if they're lying and they understand that they're lying, then you can maybe convince them differently. But if they're a true believer and they actually believe the things that they're saying, it's a lot harder of a road to climb to try to prove them wrong.
And I will tell you what they do well. I will tell you what the Democrats do well right now. They tack on Medicare, cheaper drugs, prescription drugs. You can get cheap insulin. They give you a small part of the bill, and then they spent billions on green energy. And then if you disagree with it, they go, well, you're against old people and the drugs.
Well, and didn't the cheaper insulin, didn't that whole concept and everything start during the Trump administration? Didn't that come out of the Trump administration? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. The Democrats do a great job of taking credit for work that other folks do.
But they do a great job of saying, if you want to protect your children, if you don't want them exposed to drag shows and sexuality, let's just lay it out there. I didn't want my kids exposed to that. You're homophobic.
Yeah,
we're not against that. We're not against that.
They frame the issue really well.
Excellent term right there. If you don't believe in the whole enchilada, as they say, you're a racist.
But
you're homophobic.
And the same thing can happen on the right side as well. Oftentimes, and especially amongst themselves, amongst Republicans, oftentimes when you have the more conservative Republicans accusing the other Republicans of being rhinos and things like that. And it's like, well, if you don't believe in this one particular part of it, we're going to throw the whole baby out with the bathwater. Mm-hmm. It happens on both sides. It's more highlighted, I think, on the Democratic side because it's just more apparent from time to time. And oftentimes, in the Republican side, it's not necessarily going against the Democrats; it's going against themselves the way they frame the argument.
Absolutely, and then they stick together. There are no Dinos. There are no Democrats in name only on the Republican side of it, and so it is an interesting deal. And so we've got a couple of things going on in here. Russ, I'm not going to be able to get to you because we're going about 13 seconds before we break here, and then we'll be back for a quick out as well. And we've got Luke Hagedorn in studio. I'm Tony Herman. We're going to be right back after this break. This is Morning Magazine on KRMS, 1150 AM, 97.5 FM, 103.3 FM as well. Download the app. Take us with you. We'd like to go for the ride as well. And if you want to watch, LOZ app. You can see all that's going on, or on KRMS TV 32.
Exciting news. The LOZ app just got bigger and better. Introducing 3 new buttons: local charities, Lake Real Estate, and the West Side. Discover local charities. Register yours for free. Explore the latest real estate listings with an interactive map featuring open houses, highlighted homes, and great information on local realtors. Plus, check out everything the West Side has to offer: dining, attractions, and more. Search LOZ app on your app store. It's totally free. Experience everything the lake has to offer in the palm of your hand. Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best to the lake: hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
My old friend walked in here today, getting ready to move on. That's Chris Barnes. Hey, thanks for stopping in, brother.
Tony, yeah, it was sort of a spontaneous thing. I so loved being here, and then, grabbed another opportunity. But before I left the area here, I had to come by and say goodbye to y'all and kind of see this studio again, because it's a chapter in my life.
Good to have you. Good to have you here. I appreciate you stopping in, and I enjoyed getting to know you. Enjoyed the help that you gave me because, You're a legend, and I'm clueless.
No, well, I think I must have. I'll take credit for apparently teaching you a lot of stuff, because I listen every day, and I'm like, wow, I love this show. I love this show more than when I did it. What better praise can you get than that?
Well, I thank you, my brother. I hope everything is very successful for you in your new journey. Philadelphia?
Just north of it, Reading, PA. It's a little station, but the general manager is a guy that I worked for and with for, well, I didn't work with him that long, but it was 20 years ago, and he wants to have me.
And that's Chris Barnes, and that's going to do it today for Morning Magazine. We'll see you tomorrow.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Steve Kathan. Heat advisories up once again from the southwest into New England. CBS's Jim Krasula says the September sizzle still packs a dangerous punch.
The excitement is there.
Happy birthday to school!
So is the heat. Countless schools have already had to cancel classes. Many are without air conditioning. These parents are in Milwaukee.
No, I did understand better safe than sorry.
I get it, though. They're looking out for the welfare of the kids.
Parent Elgin Harris.
They definitely need to throw some funding into the schools.
In the South, canceled classes because of the heat are already cutting into snow days built into the school schedule.
For the sixth time in 6 weeks, an inmate death has been reported at the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta. Lowy Davis is a family attorney for the family of the 24-year-old man who was found unresponsive.
Lives remain in danger in the Fulton County Jail in ways that none of us could have possibly imagined over the last 2 to 3 years.
The Justice Department opened a civil rights investigation there earlier this summer. There's a new federal health advisory about a deadly flesh-eating bacteria.
The CDC issued the alert after receiving reports of an uptick in Vibrio infections, including 8 deaths, 5 of which were in Florida. Andrea Garcia is with the American Medical Association.
Most people with Vibrio infection have diarrhea. Some might also have stomach cramping, nausea, vomiting, fever, and chills. However, the species that is the subject of this particular alert is known to cause life-threatening infections.
CDC urging healthcare professionals to be on the lookout for this as a possible cause of infected wounds that were exposed to coastal waters, especially near the Gulf of Mexico or East Coast. And if you have cuts or open wounds, stay out of the water. Sabrina Cupid for CBS News, Atlanta.
A federal judge in Boston has sentenced a wealthy Russian businessman with ties to the Kremlin to 9 years in prison. It's for his role in a nearly $100 million insider trading scheme that relied on stolen company earnings information. CBS's Cammie McCormick tells us medical manpower is stretched so thin in war-torn Ukraine, some women could soon get the call.
The government in Ukraine is now requiring women with medical or pharmaceutical degrees to register with the military service, and their travel abroad will be restricted. The government says this does not mean they'll be on the front lines, but their eligibility for military service will be determined to make sure Ukraine has enough medical workers if needed.
More accolades today for a country music superstar.
I got a heart like a truck.
Lainey Wilson topping the field with 9 CMA nominations. Wall Street, the Dow is up 64 points. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The financial blueprint for fiscal 2023-2024 is now set after the Camdenton Board of Aldermen gave its approval to the city's operating budget. The board this week gave approval to both the first and second readings setting the budget, which estimates more than $19,195,000 in revenues, with a little more than $12,219,000 being spent for a surplus of more than $6.975 million. The operating budget also estimates that the city's ARPA fund balance as of September of 2024 will be a little more than $373,000. This year's Sweet Corn Festival in Rocky Mount is being called a big success and a likely record breaker.
We had people standing here ready to eat at about 9:30, and we hadn't planned on opening up till about 10 o'clock, and the people didn't stop coming until probably about 2:30.
Rocky Mount Fire Chief Kevin Hurtubise says this year's event, officially the 13th annual, drew more than 3,000 people. Proceeds from the day go to the Rocky Mount Firefighters Benevolent Association and the Lions Club. Club. The 14th annual Sweet Corn Festival is already on the calendar for 2024, falling on Saturday, August 31st. Net general revenue collections from across Missouri grew by 3.1% for August of this year compared to August of 2022. That's according to State Budget Director Dan Hogg, who released the figures this week, which also showed decreases being reported for individual income tax collections, corporate income and franchise tax collections, and 34.8% for August in the area of refunds. At the same time, overall increases are reported in sales and use tax collections, refunds, and all other collections. The State Budget Office also shows net general revenue collections for fiscal 2023 were down by 2% from $1.98 billion in 2022 down to $1.94 billion this year. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation and engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom-molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki with you on News Talk KRMS Weatherology Forecast. Areas of haze at times this afternoon, otherwise sunny skies, a high in the mid-80s. Winds out of the north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. And for tonight, we'll see increasing clouds, a low near 61. By Friday, skies become mostly sunny, a high around 83. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 81.1. And the temperature at the studios is
currently it's 68.
Live from everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, there it is. Here we go. Coming to you live from the greatest country in the world. Broadcasting from the tippy top of the world-famous Fox News headquarters in New York City. It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon, a man who is not beating Joe Biden in the polls, but check it out. A new one hot off the presses shows Nikki Haley opening up a 6-point lead over the president.
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
I don't know if it's technically the president, but the guy they claim is running the country right now.
Come on, don't bullshit me.
Biden facing more fallout after walking out of a White House medal presentation ceremony early, but is now being met with speculation that he may exit the presidential race early due to his sagging approval numbers and the onslaught at the polls from folks like Nikki Haley. It's a mess out there.
Biden is such a disaster.
Really is. 888-788-9910 is the phone number, whether you agree with my sentiments or not. I am not an activist. I am a talk show host. You're welcome to disagree.
I don't care where you come from. I don't care what color you are. I don't care how smart you are. I don't care how dumb you are.
No, ma'am. You could be a Republican. You could be a Democrat. You could be a Libertarian. You could be an Independent. All we ever ask is that you don't be a... There it is. Happy Thursday. Big Thursday. A lot going on. Florida Congresswoman Kat Cammack is going to be here. She's going to get us an update on the hurricane relief down in her district and the fact that some Democrats continue to blame it on climate change.
Democrats are so full of crap.
I mean, really, when it comes to that. But, you know, that's another story for another time. If you're watching the Failavision, we were on Fox and Friends First this morning. That is posted on the Fox Across America website. Fox Across America website, also where you can get all that fancy Fox Across America merchandise that you keep reading about in my climate feeds on social media, my climate feeds, my comment feeds on social media. They released a merch line to support this show, which, you got to be honest, is very flattering. I don't know that any of these clothes actually fit me.
That boy is a P-I-G pig.
But they'll probably fit you. So if you want to check it out, go to foxacrossamerica.com and give it a go. But as we get underway right now on the show, I am with you for the next 3 hours, and then I will be on the Sean Hannity Show tonight, live at 9 p.m. in front of a live studio audience. It is going to be a banger. A good time is going to be had by all, especially if you happen to be in the audience rooting for Nikki Haley, because, man, this is a fascinating one. And I want to start here Because if you were listening last week, Nikki Haley was on the show. She's been on the show a few times. I always enjoy talking to her. She's funny, you know, in the moment. She can joke about music, and she makes fun of me and my outfits and everything in between. But she's gaining a lot of ground in the polls because she had a very strong performance at the first debate. She articulated a winning message for the Republican Party on abortion. She gave Vivek a little summer school about foreign policy. And along the way, she looked, you know, to be honest with you, like, you know, a breakout star from the standpoint of, I don't think anyone went into that debate thinking she was going to walk away with this thing. I think most people went into it thinking she was running to be Trump's VP, you know, and if anything, you know, she'd wind up on the ticket if he got the nomination. But now as we sit here right now, okay, to be clear, Trump's still holding about a 50-point edge over Nikki Haley in the polls. But we're starting to read reports, number one, that donors are shifting, major donors, from DeSantis to Haley. But the bigger polling that matters is about the general election. So polls show everybody pretty much beating Joe Biden. I mean, Joe Biden is a terrible president.
Tell him like it is.
Okay, there's polling out that shows Trump tied with him or beating him. Okay, and there's a poll out today, and this is a CNN poll. Okay, you understand, CNN, you know, they've been going out of their way to look impartial.
People aren't buying it, CNN, you dumb bastards.
For sure. But when it comes to their polling, CNN has a storied history of either oversampling Democrats or misrepresenting national polls. But one way or the other, okay, they do not release polls. You need to know this. This is why Trump always gets screwed in the polls. Very important. Okay. When you were a little kid, when I was a little kid, polls used to come out to reflect public opinion. Hey, this is how people feel. But nowadays, polls actually come out in an effort to shape public opinion.
I'm telling you, that boy's a genius.
And what I mean by that is they use polls now to create narratives. Okay, they'd tell you, like, Trump's down 20 points in Wisconsin. Don't even bother voting. The guy's down so much. No chance at 20 points.
It was made up by these sick people.
And that poll wound up being off by 20 points. Trump lost Wisconsin by less than a point. But the polls that were driven to discourage turnout told a different story. Oh, it's a blowout. Don't even worry about it, okay? So you understand, when these polls come out, they're usually trying to shape a narrative that's favorable to the Democrat. But this poll that is out today is not favorable to the Democrat, not even a little bit.
Come on, man.
Here it is. Okay, according to a CNN poll released today, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, the only GOP presidential candidate who is leading in a hypothetical matchup with President Biden. Poll finds that Haley leads Biden by 49% to 43%, while every other Republican candidate is either neck and neck with him or right behind him. Okay, Trump and Biden, it's a 1-point race. This poll says Trump actually has a 1-point lead, which, again, very, very significant. But what you're seeing here, you know, when you hear two out of 3 Democrats don't want Biden running, 70% of the country think we're headed in the wrong direction. What you're seeing here, for real, is the beginning of the end for Joe Biden. Okay, he could stand his ground. He could stay on the ballot. But I'm telling you because I care. Okay, if you look at the election, like a restaurant, okay? Look at the restaurant. It's any business you want, okay? 70% of the ratings say it sucks. Do you understand? 70% of the ratings on this presidency say not again. You know, we live in an era where everything in the world gets a sequel. According to the polling, not even the Democrats want a sequel when it comes to Joe Biden.
Get him out of here. Get him out.
Okay, 67% of Democrats said they'd like to see the party nominate someone other than Biden. Okay, in March, it was 54%, which, again, is significant. It's your own party saying no. Okay, for whatever you think of Trump, understand that at his least popular moment, 90% of his party still approved of him. Okay, Donald Trump, on the way out the door, held the support. After a January 6th, which we were told was worse than Vietnam, World War II, and September 11th combined, Donald Trump still left office with an approval rating within his own party that was in the high 80s. So you understand, okay, where Joe Biden finds himself is in a very unprecedented situation. Only 33% of his party wants him to stick around. 33%. The rest of them are done with the guy. Okay, so that's, it's troubling. Whether he stays on the ticket and gets his ass handed to him, or they've just greased the skids to get him out the door. Okay, you're watching the beginning of the end of Biden. Like, what I'm saying to you is there won't be a second Biden term. And that's a good thing for him because he's in no capacity to do it. Okay, we all saw the video this week. It's kind of like, listen, it's kind of heartbreaking because you feel bad for him given the position he's in. But it's heartbreaking for the country that this is what we're being led by. We have a president now who is putting the Medal of Honor on a recipient, gets the medal around his neck. And to be clear, everybody's just thankful Biden put the medal around the guy's neck and not his own because we don't know how it's going to go.
We have a president that is clearly not all there.
But then mid-ceremony, he just leaves. That is a Biden thing, and it's not new. Okay, we've seen this out of Biden before. He's the only guy we know who quits talking in the middle of a sentence because he's finished.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
Okay, that's not normal. Okay, this isn't normal either.
You know, the rapidly rising I don't know.
I mean, listen, it's heartbreaking. And the fact that we're even having these conversations, you understand, this is the part that drives me nuts. It was on Fox and Friends First this morning, okay? The story we were talking about was Biden wandering out of the medal ceremony. So he puts the Medal of Honor around the gentleman's neck and just leaves. Like he's got somewhere he's got to be. And I don't doubt, you might have heard an ice cream truck. You don't know, but he's gone, okay? With a straight face, Karine Jean-Pierre asked about this at the podium yesterday. And with a straight face, she says it was planned.
Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here.
Do you remember that scene in Pee-wee's Big Adventure where he's riding his bike and he tumbles over the handlebars, does like 3 barrel rolls and lands in front of a couple of kids and he goes, I meant to do that. No, we meant to do that. Here's Karine Jean-Pierre, okay, saying this meant to happen. We wanted this to happen. No, time was when you have an event at the White House, mid-moment, mid-event, the president just leaves. That's what he does. I mean, who could ever forget? When FDR said, the only thing we have to fear, and then he just left. It was weird. He didn't complete the sentence, right? Do you remember when? This is crazy. When JFK was like, ask not what your country can do for you, and then gotta go. And he just left. Okay, the reality is, okay, when we're having these conversations, okay, that's already a problem. It's not normal for us to be looking at the president of the United States and having arguments over whether or not he meandered out of a meeting early on purpose or not on purpose. The point is he's not supposed to do it either way. Okay, then the argument becomes he wasn't shaking hands with invisible people. He was pointing. Oh, but the issue is not the hand gesture. The issue is the fact that there's nobody there. I don't care if you're fist bumping an invisible person. I don't care if you're shaking hands with an invisible person. It doesn't matter if you're doing a soul shake, a bro hug. The point is there's nobody there. That's the issue.
This man needs a retirement home and a warm bowl of soup.
Here is KJP trying to make the case. This is all part of the plan. Clip 9.
And he left as planned, as it was planned. He left when there was a pause in the program in order to minimize his close contact with attendees who are about to participate in a reception. And you all reported that, noticed that he left when there was a pause in the program because, again, he wanted to minimize certainly his impact on folks who were there.
Oh, shut up, woman.
I mean, that is, to be clear.
That was embarrassing.
Okay, understand this. Let's just deconstruct what you just said. So KJP says, no, he left. It was planned. It was planned that he would leave because he didn't want to expose anyone else to COVID, given that Jill had gotten COVID, like you do. After you've been vaxxed and boosted 2 times, 4 COVID shots gets you COVID. That's the goal. When you get a vaccine. Like, I know when I got the polio vaccine as a little kid, I was like, now promise me I'm going to get polio at least twice, Doc. Like, what is going on? There's so much insanity in our world right now, and we're embracing this as if it's normal. You know the old adage about the frog doesn't actually feel the water boiling until it's so hot it's about to kill him? Like, that's our country right now. Okay, we're debating this stuff as if it's normal. It's not normal to have a debate about whether the president left early, okay, because presidents didn't leave early in the middle of a Medal of Honor ceremony while a guy was crying. Okay, it's not normal for a president to get lost leaving the stage. It's not normal for a president to quit talking in the middle of a sentence because he's done. It's not normal for a president to say God save the Queen a year after she died. It's not normal for him to say we cured cancer this year. It's not normal for him to talk to Jackie Walorski, the late, great Indiana congresswoman who died a year before he called out to her to bill signing. This is not normal. And the fact that we're even having a debate shows you how far gone we are. It's like you can defend whether you think he left on purpose or not, but the fact remains we're having this conversation because we're in an uncharted water, okay? The engine is running, but there's nobody behind the wheel. So you dig when she says, well, you got to understand, he left early because he didn't want to expose people to COVID. Dude, he was there without his mask on, so he had already exposed them all to COVID. There's no world where this was, defense wins championships. We'll get up there. We'll throw the mask on the whole time. We'll take it off for a quick second, do the get the hell out of there. We don't want anybody to get COVID, okay? First of all, the mask doesn't work, so you shouldn't be wearing it. But second of all, okay, he had already walked around with the mask off, coughed into his hand, wiped his face. Not to mention the fact that the Medal of Honor recipient is sitting there with his own mask on, while Biden is unmasked as the guy who's supposedly been exposed to COVID.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
Okay, I mean, listen, man, here's a little more KJP. She explains why the mask was off. It's clip 8.
The president took off his mask, as I said he would, to deliver incredibly powerful remarks about this captain, Captain Taylor, and what he did in service to our nation. And he wanted to honor the captain. And for a brief time afterwards, he also didn't have his mask on, as you just laid out.
You are so full of shit.
Now, the president took his mask off, number one, because he never should have had it on, okay? But number two, he took his mask off for the same reason he left early. He can't follow directions because he doesn't know what state he's in.
Introducing Dementia by Calvin Klein. A fragrance that treats everybody like royalty.
God save the Queen, man.
Dementia is bottled exclusively at the White House, but how they do it is anybody's guess.
The best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to. Anyway.
One whiff, and all the ladies will want you, dead or alive.
Jackie, are you here? Where's Jackie? I didn't think she was going to be here.
Bold.
We're changing people's lives.
Affordable. Confusing.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to excuse me.
Dementia by Calvin Klein. Now selling at the White House and coming soon to
Nash County, excuse me.
This is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
I listen on my smart speaker.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat.
It's always on. I'm always connected.
At your service since 1951. We're News Talk KRMS.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Consumer Cellular's award-winning customer support is 100% based in the U.S., and you are 100% based in the U.S. That's something you have in common with Consumer Cellular's customer service. Consumer Cellular's customer service likes pizza, and you like pizza. You want a free month of service, and we want to give you one. We obviously can't wait to hear from you. Visit consumercellular.com/free month and enter code free month to get your second month free. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Promotion is subject to terms and conditions.
All right, team. Apps on the table by 7:30 sharp.
Jalen and his catering company have a lot on their plate.
Really particular.
He needs a bigger team to continue climbing up the food chain.
About this event. Hey, Mitch, was that contract for 200 or 250 people?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Attention taxpayers, ready for some bad news? With $80 billion in new funding from Congress, the IRS has launched their most aggressive hiring campaign ever to ramp up enforcement. If you're ignoring your taxes, don't delay another minute because your paycheck, your bank account, even your home or business could already be at risk. Now, here's the good news. Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm, can get to work immediately, helping to protect you from the IRS. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their tax attorneys and licensed professionals are experts at resolving tax problems. Let them help determine if you qualify for the Fresh Start Initiative or other powerful IRS tax assistance programs. Take control. Call Optima Tax Relief now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents A Moment of Hope. Hope Lutheran Chapel is located 2 miles west of the Grand Glaze Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
Get up to 60% off list prices on hundreds of items at the huge Labor Day sale at Slumberland Furniture. Incredible deals like a reclining sectional that comes with a free recliner or a 5-piece dining set for just $3.99. A soft gray sofa with a free matching chair, both for $4.88. How about a Lazy Boy recliner as low as $3.98? Plus special financing available up to 60% off at the huge Labor Day sale at Slumberland Furniture. See store for details. Take the KK exit. Go right on Osage Beach Parkway.
Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Reachable to you, the listener, at 888-788-9910. Talking about Nikki Haley. She got a shout out from Joe Biden yesterday for the first time. Biden, of course, was speaking at the White House.
I don't remember that ever happening.
But it did, and he started to call out Nikki Haley's education policy for sticking up for kids. Here she is clapping back, clip 31.
I don't think that this should be Republican or Democrat. And the reason why I bring that up is Joe Biden just attacked me, saying that I was being a MAGA extremist for doing an event with Moms for Liberty. And if Joe Biden thinks I'm being a MAGA extremist for being a mom for liberty, then count me as one of them. Because we have to be extreme when it comes to our kids.
Whoa, there you go. And she's not wrong. But the reason I play the clip, the reason I highlight the exchange, is you understand Biden hasn't mentioned her once in any of his events up until yesterday. The reason that is significant is you understand every word that comes out of Joe Biden's mouth is scripted, okay? Doesn't always go the way they scripted it for him, you know, that...
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
But Joe Biden, when he gets out there to speak to the public, is reading off a teleprompter in the largest font allowable by law. And everything that comes out of his mouth is focus grouped by political strategists. So if he's talking about you, it's because the political strategists have noticed you've become a significant threat. A month ago, he was mentioning DeSantis and Trump in every speech. And I'm going to beat him both. Wrong. Okay, but now, okay, you don't really get much mention of DeSantis, but you're starting to get mention of Nikki Haley. And it's not an honest mention either when he calls her a MAGA extremist for supporting moms, which can only mean one thing.
Oh, Lordy Lord, he's desperate.
He sure is.
My station. We love it. It's number one.
When I listen to you, life feels normal.
Listen live on our smartphone app, Alexa, Google Play, and KRMSradio.com.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
The Home Service Club sponsors this paid advertisement. Attention homeowners. Broken AC, $4,600. Water heater, $1,500. Fridge on the fritz, $1,000. You need home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club. For around $1 a day, if any of your covered appliances and systems break down, HSC will either do the repair or replace them. HSC has over 15,000 pre-screened, highly rated technicians with the fastest response time in the industry. HSC provides coverage for up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home. Call for a free, no-obligation quote from a trusted HSC service specialist about a home warranty for your entire home, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-926-1595, plus $75 off your first year. 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595. That's 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152.
If you're struggling to keep up with conversations, avoiding restaurants because you can't understand the waiter, if you've got the TV volume way up, then you really need these. These tiny but powerful little hearing aids are the Nano CIC Rechargeable, priced at only $297 for a full pair. And no, these are not simply amplifiers. These are ultra high quality, ultra reliable hearing aids, priced thousands less than other hearing aids. They fit right in your ear, nothing shows on the back of your ear, and at only $297 for a full pair. When you order today, Nano will give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and Nano will give you a free portable charging case and even ship them to you for free. Here's the number. Call now.
800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. That's 800-984-7197.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-466-8813. 800-466-8813. That's 800-466-8813.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. You can meet with an InventHelp representative who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. Take action and get the help you need from InventHelp.
Call 1-800-215-7345. That's 1-800-215-7345. Again, 1-800-215-7345.
He's an old guy, has dementia, can't lead us, and the country is screwed. Tells some big lies, barely speaks English, sniffs children, and their mom's hair too goes the wrong way. When he leaves his speeches, gets lost each day in the White House yard. All the Dems say that we should re-elect him. How can he run when walking is hard? And Joe keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling, keeps falling, keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling, and Joe keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling, keeps falling, falling, yeah, he keeps falling.
There it is, Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Reachable to you, the listener, 888-788-9910. We're singing about Joe Biden because, man, oh man, I know that's a, tongue-in-cheek song parody about him tripping on stage and falling off his bicycle and everything in between. But he is also falling in the polls, and this is crazy stuff. The poll out today has Nikki Haley beating him by 6 points. And this coincides with a poll that says nobody wants him running. That was a Wall Street Journal poll. Here is Peter Doocy asking Karine Jean-Pierre about it. Clip 34.
Why do you think it is that in a Wall Street Journal poll, 2/3 of Democrats think President Biden is too old to run again?
Look, here's what I know. Here's what I can speak to. I can speak to that a president who has wisdom. I can speak to a president who has experience. I can speak to a president who has done has taken historic action and has delivered in historic pieces of legislation. And that's important.
Man, oh boy, oh man.
You were lying your ass off.
You really are. Why? Okay. Because there's nothing he said. That the man has experience. Yeah. So did the captain of the Titanic. He definitely had experience by the time he reached the bottom of the ocean. Give me a break. If 70% of the country thinks we're headed in the wrong direction, 70% of the country thinks the guy's too old to run, and we're debating what the reason was for him absent-mindedly wandering out of a medal presentation ceremony, which is, I don't know, just the 100th debate we've had this year about whether or not he's all there.
The man is insane. He's not responsible for himself.
This is not a thing. This is the problem, okay, if you follow politics day in and day out, okay? Things kind of get normalized to you. Okay, and I don't like the phrase normalize because it came around in the era of social pressure and cancel culture and all of that ridiculousness where they could be like, we can't have this person on TV. We're normalizing hate. Like that was the big knock on Jimmy Fallon. Jimmy Fallon, who at the time was the king of late night. He was kicking Colbert's ass. No surprise. I mean, Stephen Colbert, about as funny as an orphanage on fire on Christmas Day. But Jimmy Fallon, who was then the reigning king of late night, had Donald Trump on and messed it up on TV in the run-up to the 2020 election. And everybody on the left was like, he's normalizing Donald Trump by having him on his NBC show and playing with his hair. You can't normalize hate like that. Hello? Donald Trump had been on NBC for 15 straight seasons leading up to that appearance.
I think he's got a point.
He had already been normalized, is the point.
Correctamundo.
But it was just a term they brought out because every time they reconfigure the language, it gives them a new lane of attack. That's what it is. You can't be normalizing. You're normalizing this thing. It was already normal. Okay, if a guy's on NBC, a legacy media network for 15 years, he's not exactly some fringe outlier broadcasting out of a shed. But that's how they treat it. So I don't love terms like normalize, but I guess a better way to say it in terms of politics is get used to, okay? We have gotten used to these debates surrounding Joe Biden. But if you venture outside the world of politics, people who are in regular talk, sports coverage, entertainment, it's not lost on them either. Like, it's starting to pop up on the radar of other people. Here's Stephen A. Smith. Okay, and I'll tell you a funny story about Stephen A. Smith. You've probably heard me mention it before. I met him a few times doing a Hannity, and we've enjoyed talking sports in the green room at Hannity and, kind of talking about current events. But Lincoln and I, at home, we impersonate Stephen A. Smith constantly. He sends me his videos, and we just talk to each other like Stephen A. Smith. It's like a thing. Like, Lincoln will call me up and be like, Jimmy Buckets is coming for you. The man's coming to take you out. What you gonna do, brother? What you gonna do? We do that. And we just laugh at each other because we find Stephen A. Smith to be hilarious. But here he is talking about Joe Biden and whether or not it would be hilarious to run him again. I don't believe he thinks so. Clip 36.
In the case of Biden, clearly he doesn't seem to be as cogent and as lucid as we would like him to be. My bigger point was this. It is a disgrace for the Democratic Party to call themselves progressives when they're virtually begging an 82-year-old man at election time to run for re-election. That is the point that I was making. You're supposed to be progressive, right? You're supposed to be moving forward. You're supposed to be thinking forward. You're supposed to be being innovative and younger and all of this other stuff. And you're leaning on the hopes and the prayers of an 82-year-old who would be Joe Biden. He's 80 right now. He'd be going 81. He'll be 82 at the time of re-election if that were to happen. To depend on him is an indictment against the Democratic Party.
I admire your honesty.
Good for him, because that is not a popular thing to say over in the woke-topia that is ESPN. Are you kidding? Half the staff heard that and was like,
he should be behind bars.
Lock him up, Stephen A. You can't say that stuff, but you can if you're Stephen A. Okay, because his thing is he doesn't give a and he doesn't have to. Okay, good for him. But the point is, he's right. The idea that the Democrats, we're the party of the youth. They're the ones telling us, the country always needs new blood. Okay, they literally mean new blood. I'm not even kidding. No, we need new blood. Can we get a couple of pints for the president? He's 106. It's embarrassing. And it's like you can pretend in the world of politics this is no big deal. Because on the left, you're like, no, stop it. It's just Republicans trying to get you mad at Biden. And on the right, you can be like, no, this guy actually has like some kind of dementia and is not good for the country. But regardless of what side of the spectrum you fall on, okay, the people who want to harm this place, like, China that's now encroaching around Taiwan, Russia that's invaded Ukraine, okay, all of the people in the Taliban who are now selling our weapons. We left $85 billion worth of our own weapons behind enemy lines when we fled and handed Afghanistan back to the Taliban 20 years after we went there to take them out of power. How's that for a victory? Understand, none of those people are forming an opinion of Joe Biden based on anything we say. Okay? They're forming an opinion based on their own assessments. They watch the same videos you do. Karine Jean-Pierre can get on TV and she can say, no, he meant to leave the meeting early. But they know we didn't mean to leave the meeting early because they watched everybody in the room look at him and go, what the hell is he doing? Because they watched the closing song play 10 minutes after he left. They know he wasn't there to minimize the spread of COVID, so he left early because he was there with no mask on to begin with, okay, touching his face, breathing all over himself, and standing nose to nose with everybody in the room. So he had already exposed everybody to COVID. You understand? So people form their own assessments. And that's also one of the reasons why we're starting to get this chit-chat about things like a President Kamala Harris.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No! No!
But I'm telling you the truth. One of the reasons Nikki Haley is surging. Okay, obviously, she came on the show. She did good twice. That's obviously a huge deal for anybody who's going to be in the presidential campaign.
That is a fact check false.
All right, fair. Tried it. I gave it a shot. I gave it a shot. But one of the reasons Nikki Haley is surging for real, though, is because she's telling the truth. She's cutting to the heart of something the other Republican candidates aren't, which is that a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for a President Kamala Harris.
Kamala's awful with her weird laugh.
Here it is. Okay. Here's Nikki talking about it, clip 30.
Look, you should be worried. I would stomp all over Joe Biden. I would call Kamala Harris out like I've been calling Kamala Harris out. But everybody needs to know this is really me running against Kamala Harris for president. That's who we're looking at. That should send a chill up everyone's spine. That's why Americans need to care about what happens in this primary.
Okay, she's not wrong. Okay, statistically, I'm not wishing anything bad on the president. They're already doing the bad stuff to him by making him be president. Are you watching this poor guy? But understand, okay, statistically, there's a 1 in 4 chance that he won't live to the end of his term, okay, let alone serve in a cognitive position, okay? He's not in a position of cognitive function right now as we speak, okay, as you look at him right now.
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone.
Okay, the guy's a mess. Okay, and I don't begrudge him that. I wish him the best of luck in his retirement, but his retirement's coming. But one of the reasons Nikki is surging is she's speaking to these realities head on, okay? All the other Republicans are out. This is exactly what they're doing, just so we're clear, okay, in the Republican primary right now. Everybody that's on the ticket, everybody, Vivek, Pence, DeSantis, Christie, Asa Hutchinson, everybody in the race, I'm telling you this because I care, okay, they're all hoping Trump goes to jail.
He knows what he's talking about.
All of them. They want him to go to jail. They want him to be found at the very least guilty and incapacitated legally from running again. They do. I'm telling you because I care.
You have a good eye, my man.
I have a great eye because this is what's going on. They all want Trump's support, but they don't want to criticize him head on because they can't hope to keep his base right now. If you step out right now, you're like, Trump should be in jail. He's the worst. Screw him. Okay. Every single Trump voter is going to declare a fatwa on you and hate you and never vote for you. And it's going to crush turnout in the general, and it's going to be impossible for you to win the general. Okay. Everyone running knows that. So they don't want to step out and criticize Trump. Not that they agree with what's happening to them. They all think it's a political persecution, but they're hoping he'll go away so they don't have to try to make him go away. They want to hold on. They want to retain his support. Unfortunately, if their true goal is to win the nomination, they're never going to get a chance to win this thing. You need to step out and carve out a lane for yourself that confronts what you're up against head on. And I don't even necessarily mean Trump. Okay, but when it comes to Biden, and they talk about the bad job Biden's doing or running, their plan to fix it is just every one of Trump's policies, which, again, doesn't really distinguish you from what you're competing against. So where Nikki Haley has found a legit niche, okay, is in speaking a hard, honest truth about Biden and the fact that he probably won't serve out his term, ergo, they're all running against Kamala. Nobody else had the mind to think of that as a strategist. And to be honest with you, It's the truth for every single person who's running. Okay, it's just whether no matter who you are, if you're DeSantis, doesn't matter. Okay, you're running against Kamala because for all intents and purposes, if Biden wins re-election, there's about a 90% chance Kamala's going to step in at some point. Okay, just given what we know about actuary tables. But the fact that no one had the presence of mind to thread that needle is what's also helping her make a surge. She's being able to tell blunt force truths that other people have just managed to, I don't know, not recognize, not assess, not say. So whoever the political strategists are in these other campaigns, like a lot of them deserve to be fired because this should be an obvious lane of attack. It's like when you're writing a joke about something, okay? Say we're going to write a joke about something. You write down the topic, and then you write down every single angle about the topic that we know that could potentially be funny. Okay, you're making fun of a person. How do they dress? How do they speak? What's their hair look like? What future projects are they working on? What did they work on? Okay, what are they known for? What's something they've said to me in the past? That's how you write jokes. Okay, when you're running against somebody, it's the same thing. You write them down, and then you focus group all the angles of attack. Okay, what are his past policies? What will it look like if he wins again? What's he doing now? How's he talk? How's he, all that stuff. So for whatever reason, when they mapped out Joe Biden, all of these high-paid D.C. political strategists that are making millions of dollars, none of them managed to focus on the reality that a vote for Joe is a vote for Kamala.
Step into my office. Why? Because you're fired.
They all should be. Okay, because she's not lying. She's not fear-mongering. She's telling you the truth. Okay, it's not lost on Michael. He's in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Michael!
Mike, hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy? Great to talk to you.
Better now. Carlisle, Pennsylvania. You trading auto parts at the old Carlisle swap meet?
I'm hauling some chemicals up there, but, let's not get into that.
Yeah, I was going to say. But I know you're hauling chemicals, but what are you doing for work?
Hey, your buddy, Nikki Haley, let me tell you, I love what she said. She has said one of the most quotes that stands out in my head recently, and I know you know it. She said the Senate is the most privileged nursing home in the country. Now, let me tell you, that takes some cojones to say that, Jimmy. Don't you agree?
Oh, no, big time, because you need the support of those people, because a lot of the people in that nursing home are the ones that control the fundraising. Yeah. The McConnells, the Pelosi's of the world. Yes. No, she has.
And just like you were saying, she's just saying some plain truths that we're all going, yeah, that's right.
Yep.
But she's willing to say it.
Yep.
That's gutsy.
I'm telling you, and the fact that she's a woman makes her very dangerous in the general election, because a lot of the tricks the Democrats run about race and women, you can't really run. So
exactly.
I think people are starting to realize like she's a better option than anybody gave her credit for. And it'll be interesting to see where this goes. I mean, I know there's a lot of campaign left to run and there's early voting and all of that stuff, but she's got guts. I guess you said cojones. I can't say cojones on the air, but she's got some pair of balls, doesn't she? Good stuff, Michael.
Hey, great to talk to you, Jimmy. God bless.
Have a great day, my man. There he goes. There we go. Back after this.
The show that solves problems the old-fashioned way.
You and me are gonna fight when that bell rings at 3 o'clock.
This is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Gets me through my workday. I always have my radio on at work.
Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
The U.S. dollar is under attack, and it's becoming less and less valuable by the day. Hyperinflation and speculation is killing your retirement. Don't leave your money sitting in cash. It's time you diversified and protected your future with physical precious metals. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 and get your free digital dollar survival kit and learn how you could get up to $1,000 in free silver today. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 to get your free digital dollar survival kit. And you may qualify for $1,000 in free silver. Advantage Gold is the #1 rated gold and silver company in America. Your future is precious. Protect it today when you call Advantage Gold. Call 800-900-8000 now.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Check with your financial advisor before investing.
That's 800-900-8000.
Ad paid for by the tax resolvers. COVID-19 was tough on businesses. If you experienced a negative impact to your business during the pandemic, then you need to pay attention. There are some new powerful incentives that have been created specifically for businesses impacted by COVID-19. One such program is the Employee Retention Credit. Its tax incentive could bring you some serious cash back to your business. Even if you received a PPP loan in 2020 or 2021, you were still permitted to receive this credit. There are many ways to be eligible, and taking advantage of this tax credit doesn't need to be complicated. We made it easy for you by doing the legwork to maximize the amount of your refund due. Call us today at 800-611-7172, and we'll set your business up to take full advantage of the Employee Retention Tax Credit. That's 800-611-7172. Again, 800-611-7172. We'll get the ball rolling on getting you and your business some much-needed relief, but time is limited to file a claim. So call 800-611-7172.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best of the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS. The community calendar is sponsored by RJ's Family Restaurant in Camdenton. Close to home, yet far from ordinary.
The Osage Beach Senior Center is looking for holiday crafter vendors for their holiday bazaar on November the 12th. Call the center for details. That's today's community calendar.
Christian Faith Publishing is looking for Christian authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Christian Faith Publishing reviews each and every book submitted to them, and they give you their feedback. And if they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So whether you've written an inspirational work, a novel, a children's book, poetry, or a biography, and want to get it published, you need to call Christian Faith Publishing and do it immediately.
Call 800-615-7736 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-615-7736. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-615-7736. That's 800-615-7736. Work with a publisher who shares your core Christian values of integrity and honesty. Call Christian Faith Publishing at 800-615-7736 for your free author submission kit.
Fox Across America. Listen to this Joe Scarborough clip. Just a weapons-grade jackass. This is him complaining that the Republicans bash the elections that they lose and destroy democracy. Hello, 2016, anyone?
As I've been telling candidates who have come to see me, you can run the best campaign, you can even become the nominee, and you can have the election stolen from you.
Here it is. Listen to this, clip 32.
This is not just conservatism versus radicalism. This is democracy versus anti-democracy. I don't think we've had as clear a cut difference between the parties. Well, certainly not in my lifetime, and I would suggest would probably have to go back to the Civil War to find two parties so at odds as these two parties right now, because one literally wants to end the democratic experiment if you look at the person who's running.
Oh, man.
You are so full of shit.
Is anyone saying we can't vote?
The answer would be no.
We're ending the democratic experiment?
The answer would be no.
No, and never mind, this is all based on what? Trump saying the election was rigged? I can play you an 8-hour montage of Democrats saying the election is rigged. So when you see Joe Scarborough out there making these performative points, it's like, fine if you're going to make them. It's America. We have free speech. But at least put on a pair of size 28 shoes if you're going to be a clown like that. Hey, Hey, it's your radio buddy Jimmy Fallon, and once again, the U.S. government is bailing out failing banks that made bad investments or had poor management. Come on, man. They never bail out you and me, so don't make the same investing mistakes. Buy gold from one of the top precious metals companies in the country. I am talking about Universal Coin and Bullion, and I am always talking about Universal Coin and Bullion. Why? Because their president, Dr. Mike Fulgens, the only professional in the precious metals industry recognized as America's gold expert. He's a sound money advocate. He knows genuine gold. So call Universal Coin and Bullion now at 800-UCB-GOLD. You'll get Mike's national award-winning gold buying guide for free. That is 800-UCB-GOLD. Other guys get on the radio. They talk a big game. Only Mike was voted the 2021 Dealer of the Year by the American Numismatic Association. So find out how you can invest with a gold expert. It is 800-UCB-GOLD. That is 800-822-4653. And tell them Jimmy sent you. Individuals also may vary. Consult with an expert professional before making an investment decision.
This is Fox News Talk.
Headline Rewind.
1974.
Hank Aaron breaks Babe Ruth's record.
There is a contradiction when the executive branch is both investigatory and the subject of investigation. It is these events that forced the House, by a vote of 410 to 4, to set in motion this impeachment inquiry.
Greatness comes not when things go always good for you, but the greatness comes and you're really tested when you take some knocks, some disappointments.
I, Gerald R. Ford, President of the United States, have granted, and by these presents do grant, a full, free, and absolute pardon unto Richard Nixon.
News as it happened then, news as it happens now.
This is Fox News Talk.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Steve Kathan. A notorious Georgia jail, already the subject of a federal investigation, is in the spotlight once again.
24-year-old Chandre Delmore is now the sixth inmate to die in Fulton County custody since the end of July. He was found unresponsive in a jail cell. Devin Franklin is with the Southern Center for Human Rights.
Until we address those systemic harms that have led to the death of so many in custody, we will continue to see these problems.
17 inmates have died while in the custody of the Fulton County Sheriff's Department in the past year. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Heat advisories are up in states stretching from the Southwest to New England. It's still hot in Phoenix, where Linda Ressler works outside at the airport.
I often feel like I'm going to faint, and I've caught myself briefly dipping in and out of consciousness while working on the airplanes.
And this weekend, Phoenix is expected to top 110 at some point for a record 53rd time this year. Out in the Atlantic, Hurricane Lee is now a Category 2 storm. Overseas, on his second day in Ukraine, Secretary of State Blinken saw some of the deep scars of war.
We saw the bombing of a market. 17 people or more killed, many others injured. A market. For what? This is what Ukrainians are living with every day.
Not so fast on a plea deal for 5 9/11 conspirators, as we hear from CBS's Cammie McCormick.
The 5 have been held at Guantanamo for decades, including Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the principal architect of the attacks. Their conditions include not serving their life terms in solitary confinement. But the New York Times reports President Biden has concurred with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin's recommendation not to accept the conditions. Many victims' families were angry about the deal.
After an overseas trip, Vice President Harris was asked a key question by CBS's Margaret Brennan.
Are you prepared to be commander-in-chief?
Yes, I am, if necessary. But Joe Biden is going to be fine. And let me tell you something. I work with Joe Biden every day. The work that, under Joe Biden's leadership, our administration has accomplished is transformative.
Correspondent Deborah Rodriguez now on some new entries in a popular online dictionary.
No, a Nepo baby? What's that John, anyway? The two terms are among 566 new words and 348 new definitions in dictionary.com. John, by the way, an all-purpose noun that can take the place of the word thing, and Nepo baby, someone whose path to stardom begins at birth because of their famous parents.
Wall Street, the Dow is up 70 points. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. Residents in Camdenton will now dig deeper into their pocketbooks to pay for water and sewer use in the city. On Tuesday night, the Board of Aldermen gave unanimous approval to rate increases, which, according to Mayor John McNabb, is a proactive way to taking care of business now rather than waiting for something to force the issue.
I think it's important for us to stay on top of these so we don't get in a situation where we're forced to make a large raise. I think that's doing a disservice to our patrons.
The rate increases amount to 25 cents per 1,000 gallons used above the initial 2,000 gallons for water, and an increase from $2.70 to $13.50 for the same usage for sewer. The board approved both the first and second readings of the rate increases. The financial blueprint for fiscal 2023-2024 is now set after the Camdenton Board of Aldermen also gave its approval to the city's operating budget. The board this week gave approval to both the first and second readings, setting the budget, which estimates more than $19,195,000 in revenue and a little more than $12,219,000 being spent for a surplus of more than $6.975 million. The operating budget also estimates that the city's ARPA fund balance as of September 2024 will be a little more than $373,000. A presentation on the Missouri Local Government Employees Retirement System and several other items appear on tonight's agenda for the Board of Aldermen in Osage Beach. The board will also consider allocating up to $55,000 for a contract to do a once-over on the Public Works Operational Review and Assessment Project, along with ordinances dealing with sewer and septic services. The Osage Beach Board of Aldermen meeting begins at 6 p.m. this evening in City Hall. If you see news happening, contact the KRMS Newsroom at 317-TALK or email us at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your late news now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for a massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki with you on News Talk KRMS Weatherology Forecast. Areas of haze at times this afternoon, otherwise sunny skies, a high in the mid-80s. Winds out of the north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. And for tonight, we'll see increasing clouds, a low near 61. By Friday, skies become mostly sunny, a high around 83. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 81.1. And the temperature at the studios is currently it's 68.
Live from everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, you bet your sweet behind it is. And we are back in action. It's a big Thursday episode of Fox Across America with your radio buddy Jimmy Fallon. One of my buddies, Kat Kamek, superstar congressman from the great state of Congresswoman from the great state of Florida, coming by to join us in this hour. And we'll get in some you and me time at 888-788-9910. If you want to be a part of this audio safe space for cool people. I say this all the time. It's what we've done. It's what we've created here on this show. Okay? It's a good old-fashioned. It's like the year is 1987. You can agree to disagree. Do you remember the good old days? You say, I don't know. Well, we'll agree to disagree. We can't settle this. But you could, still be friends. It's Miller time. Nowadays, for guys who agree to disagree.
Somebody ought to belt you in the mouth.
People, are you kidding me? We've become a bunch of fat, screaming children. Mom! That guy doesn't vote the way I do. I want him out of here. Cancel him. Ban his sponsors. We're not doing that here. This is a good old-fashioned talk. We just talk. Okay, nobody's trying to hurt you. Nobody cares. It's America. You live in the greatest country in the world. You have American privilege. Just shut up and enjoy it. You hit the lottery. If you're listening to this show, you have hit the lottery by virtue of the fact that you were born here. Freedom! That's it. So that's all we do every day on the show. We take the issues seriously. We do not take ourselves seriously at all.
Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Can you dig it?
it is. So I'll tell you, wait, hold on a second. I'll piggyback off that soundbite. Okay. You know what I can't dig for real, though? I cannot dig the climate crowd right now.
They're crazy.
Okay, but it's bigger than that. It's not that they're crazy. It's that a lot of them are full of... Okay, anytime there's a movement out there, okay, that's trying to get you to support it by pressuring you, okay, it's because they don't have the facts on their side. You know the old adage, when you have the facts, pound the facts. If you have nothing, pound the table. Okay, when it comes to climate change, okay, all they ever do is pound the table.
Put up or shut up.
They'll never shut up because it pays really well. So what they do instead is they get out there and scream and yell at you. You know, you got to do this. You're destroying the earth, my future, the grandkids, all that jazz. Okay. And then what do? They pass around the collection plate at the end of the gloom and doom sermon.
Please give us money.
That's all the climate crowd is. They're doomsday preachers that are making money hand over fist.
Money, 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 money.
Listen to this one. They played this on the 5 yesterday, and it just caught my eye. I was writing. It's in a notebook, working on some stand-up stuff. I had the 5 on in the background. I always feel better about my old comedy chops after watching a few minutes of Gutfeld. I'm like, phew, at least I'm better than that. But stick with me. Here we are, okay, on the 5 yesterday. This is Democrats just discussing climate change. I just want you to hear it. Okay, just hear it. Form your own reaction, form your own opinion to it. I don't want to tell you how to feel about it, but I'll tell you what I think when it's over.
The world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate change.
It is clear the clock is not just ticking, it is banging.
That's what's boiling the oceans, creating these atmospheric rivers and the rain bombs.
Climate change is the crisis of our lifetime. We have an obligation to future generations.
Just as the climate crisis is man-made, it's a scientific accepted fact around the world.
John Kerry at the end is the greatest because he's like, yeah, just as climate change is man-made, it's a fact accepted around the world. But it's not. Do you understand? So we're running with social pressure and we're running with guilt. We're all going to die. The clock's not ticking, it's pounding. Yet every single one of them want you to believe we're in a climate emergency. Yet none of them, nobody you heard in that montage, follows their own guidance. Al Gore, who say you got to cut down on your emissions, you know, it's an inconvenient truth, the world's ending, the polar bears are going to drown. Okay, his Tennessee mansion has an electric bill that makes the Las Vegas Strip look Amish. Okay, John Kerry flying everywhere in a private jet. Now in his defense, he can't fly commercial. You see him in person, you think it's the horse from Mr. Ed. But every one of them, the Kamalas of the world, all of them. The world's going to end. AOC gets in there. We're all going to die.
AOC is a dope.
World's going to be fine. Okay. But I bring this up today. Why? Because Kat Kamek, who's going to join us, is dealing with a hurricane down in Florida. Now, here's a news flash. You might not know this if you watch mainstream media, but they've been having hurricanes in Florida for quite some time. They actually have something called hurricane season because it is that common for hurricanes to strike that region of the country, unfortunately. And while we're in the aftermath of this hurricane, similar to the aftermath of the Maui disaster, we're being told by Democrats that these disasters were caused by climate change.
That is a lie.
Now, do we have any facts to support climate change causing any of this?
The answer would be no.
Of course not. And we now know in Maui, it was human error that exacerbated the fires that broke out there and made them exponentially worse and had nothing to do with climate change. In Florida, nothing to do with climate change. The storm that hit Idalia down in Florida, thankfully, did not turn out to be half as bad as we thought it was going to be. Now, we were told in the moments before it struck land, climate change, this is why we're bracing. See everybody evacuating? Get used to these images because of climate change. That's what's going on, I'm telling you.
Shut up! Will you shut up?
But let me ask you a question. When the storm didn't amount to what they said it would, did they then turn around and say, the climate change must have saved them? Of course not. Okay, all they're doing with climate change is they're piggybacking on emotion. That's how it works. That's the grift. They're appealing to a group of people, many of whom are decent people. I don't doubt there are left-wing people who believe in climate change that genuinely want to help the world. I don't doubt that, and I commend that. Okay, but they're being preyed upon by these doomsday prophets who keep telling them the world's going to end unless we act now. You got to protest, go throw a can of soup on a painting, glue your hand to the runway. I think they were doing on the other side of the world. Go bottle up traffic, get their attention, no more fossil fuels. And then give me a bunch of money, and I'm going to fly out of here in a jet powered by fossil fuels.
Pay up, suckers.
But the reason I bring all of this up is this grift is going on, and they're trying to weaponize emotion in those immediate moments preceding and following a natural disaster. Okay, it's called a natural disaster, not called a man-made disaster. Tornado is a natural disaster. Hurricane is a natural disaster. And it's been called a natural disaster forever because here's a news flash. They're not being caused by humans.
Oh, wow!
If humans could cause hurricanes, humans would be able to stop hurricanes.
Bingo.
Can humans stop hurricanes?
The answer would be no.
How about tornadoes?
The answer would be no.
I don't know. Any luck on earthquakes? No, none at all. Okay.
The answer would be no.
It's a little slow on that one. I think he's getting tired of this routine. I get Obama. He's not used to working very hard.
Don't be thick, all right?
But the point is, okay, it's a grift. And it's a grift designed to prey on two things. One, emotional people. It's two, a manufactured scientific consensus, like the vaccine consensus. Do you remember when they were like, you got to get the vaccine because the vaccine stops transmission, and that's why you got to get the vaccine, because if you get the vaccine, you can't get COVID. The science agrees, they said. And then everyone who got the vaccine got COVID. Dude, thousands of vaccinated people died. Okay, did that happen with the polio vaccine, the measles, the mumps? No, that's the point. Jill Biden's sitting here right now. She's had 4 COVID vaccines and 2 cases of COVID. Trust me, that is not the definition of a working vaccine. Nobody went in to get a polio vaccine and was like, now you promise I'm going to get polio at least 2 times after I get this vaccine, right? You promise? Yet the Democrats are out there after someone who's been vaccinated 4 times and gotten COVID twice, and they're like, it's working. Straight clown stuff. But they manufacture consensus. How? By getting scientists to endorse these narratives. This is a breaking story. This is why they were talking about climate change on the 5 yesterday, and we're talking about it today. A climate scientist admitted to editing a climate paper so it would fit the pre-approved narrative of the publisher. And what that means is they said, we're not going to publish your piece unless it reflects one very specific opinion on climate change.
I'm sick and tired of all this bullshit.
But that's what they do. And why? Why does the publication want that sensibility? Because that is the sensibility that belongs to the donors that bankroll the publication.
Money, 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 money.
Okay, when people are funding a publication, okay, from the outside, it's a scientific publication, okay, they're funding it because they want it to arrive at certain conclusions. It's not, hey, we're a bunch of climate people, do us a favor, here's a $500 million, just go study climate change, publish whatever the hell you want. No, that's not how it works. It's, hey, here's a $500 million. Make sure you do everything you can to advance the narrative that men are complicating the climate and destroying the planet, so then we can make back our $500 billion plus, okay, off re-engineering economies around the world to accommodate the climate narrative.
Bingo, man, bingo.
So let me read this to you, because this is what went on. This is real stuff. This is the world you live in, if you're a climate person, okay? I love you, boo. You're not my enemy. I'm not mad at you. I don't care if you disagree with me. If you want to call in right now and kick my butt up and down the block on this one, I don't need to be right. I'm just a talk show host. I'm just leading the conversation, okay? So happy to be wrong. If you got the facts, bring them on, man. Shoot them out of a T-shirt gun. Pow! Hit me right in the arm. I'm bruised. Look at me. Okay, so here it is. Following the publication of his paper studying the impact of climate change on wildfires in nature, Dr. Patrick T. Brown said he left out the full results of his studies to ensure its place in the prestigious journal. The paper I just published, Climate Warming Increases Extreme Daily Wildfire Growth Risk in California, focuses exclusively on how climate change has affected extreme wildfire behavior. I knew not to try to quantify key aspects other than climate change in my research, because it would dilute the story that prestigious journals like Nature and its rival, Science, want to tell. This is what he wrote for the Free Press. He continues, this matters because it is critically important for scientists to be published in high-profile journals. In many ways, they are the gatekeepers for career success in academia. And the editors of these journals have made it abundantly clear, both by what they publish and what they reject, that they want climate papers that support certain pre-approved narratives, even when those narratives come at the expense of broader knowledge for society. Okay? So what he's saying is they don't want comprehensive studies, even if those studies are going to get us to the truth, because it contradicts their narrative.
That's not right.
No. Okay? He also noted that scientists looking to publish in journals are discouraged from recommending practical solutions, such as employing practical adaptation measures like stronger, more resilient infrastructure, better zoning and building codes, more air conditioning, or in the case of wildfires, better forest management or undergrounding power lines, in favor of policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions. To put it bluntly, climate science has become less about understanding the complexities of the world and more about serving as a kind of Cassandra, urgently warning the public about the dangers of climate change. However understandable this instinct may be, it distorts a great deal of climate science research, misinforms the public, and most importantly, makes practical solutions more difficult to achieve. I mean, dude. Do you understand? I mean, this guy should hire a food taster, to be honest, because he's upending the, the whole entire gazillion-dollar grift. But what is he telling you? He's telling you the people that are publishing the climate scientists are actually getting in the way of improving the climate, because there's only one specific way they want to go about doing it, and it's the way that makes them the most cash.
Money, 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 money.
No one wants to talk to you about nuclear. Nobody wants to talk to you, which is, by the way, safer and cleaner than any type of wind or solar, not to mention that in order to implement it, we don't have to sell out our entire domestic energy production to China. We don't have to become dependent on places like Saudi Arabia. Okay, we're sitting, when it comes to fossil fuel consumption, on actual liquid gold in our country. We used to be energy independent before this administration came in and outsourced it in the name of curbing pollution.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
And why is it stupid? Because we produce energy cleaner here in America than we do anywhere else in the world. Okay, 42% cleaner than a place like Venezuela where we import it from. So when we outsource the production of Venezuela, okay, they're burning it filthier, and then it requires even more fuel just to get that filthily produced fuel back into the country.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
Okay, but it's not stupid if you're just running a grift, which is what they're doing. They're manufacturing a consensus on science by saying you won't get published. You won't succeed as a scientist if you don't agree with our assessments. Okay, that's a scam. But you understand the bigger scam is the environment itself, because none of them care. It's not about COVID. Okay, people who claim they want to control the climate want to control you. And the reason they want to control you is because it pays really, really well.
And I'm out here in the real world, and I know what's right or wrong or bullshit.
Call in now. We're excited to hear from you.
Who the is this?
This is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
More connected than ever before.
Couldn't live without it.
Everyone's listening. KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
The U.S. dollar is under attack, and it's becoming less and less valuable by the day. Hyperinflation and speculation is killing your retirement. Don't leave your money sitting in cash. It's time you diversified and protected your future with physical precious metals. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 and get your free digital dollar survival kit and learn how you could get up to $1,000 in free silver today. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 to get your free digital dollar survival kit, and you may qualify for $1,000 in free silver. Advantage Gold is the #1 rated gold and silver company in America. Your future is precious. Protect it today when you call Advantage Gold. Call 800-900-8000 now.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Check with your financial advisor before investing.
That's 800-900-8000.
Consumer Cellular's award-winning customer support is 100% based in the U.S., and you are 100% based in the U.S. That's something you have in common with Consumer Cellular's customer service. Consumer Cellular's customer service likes pizza, and you like pizza. You want a free month of service, and we want to give you one. We obviously can't wait to hear from you. Visit consumercellular.com/free month and enter code FREE MONTH to get your second month free. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Promotion is subject to terms and conditions.
Can I get a weight reading on the cat in exam 3?
Zuri needs a new vet tech after their current one literally moved to a farm.
Detailed checkup is waiting.
But finding an ideal replacement takes some training.
This is like herding cats.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Schedule virtual interviews and talk to candidates right from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Clearwater Carpet Cleaning is tried and true. For 37 years now, we've been there for you. As in all business, our success depends on our loyal customers, associates, and friends. We have cleaned your carpet, your tile, and grout, done carpet repairs, and cleaned air ducts out. Serving you has been our pleasure. We appreciate your trust with your home and treasures. So, when second best will not do, call 348-1212. Clearwater Carpet Cleaning. We're here for you.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
When you come to the lake, every minute is precious. After all, the boating season is way too short. So when you get out on the water and you want to stay there, giving up time for cleaning up after your fun is not part of the plan. ASAP Concierge gets that. Because we're boaters too. Hi, this is Selena Coble. We'll clean your boat and make it easy for your next trip out on the lake. Check us out on the web at asapconcierge.net and you can book your next cleaning there. That's asapconcierge.net. ASAP. We put the leisure in lake time.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-557-7920. 800-557-7920. That's 800-557-7920. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Kat Kamek is coming up on this show. She's a superstar congresswoman from the great state of Florida, but joining us right now, her opening act is in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Daniel's on the phone. Daniel.
Hey, Jimmy.
My man.
Hey, first of all, yesterday you had that senator from Oklahoma. That man he's on it. Yep. He's quick. He's smart. He needs to run for president.
Mullen?
Anyways.
Yeah, hold on. We gotta dial Mullen back a notch because he's getting excited on the show. He's taking a lot of shots at me for being fat, and that's not the kind of thing you do unless you're getting a little, you're getting a little big. We gotta dial him back. I'm striking what you just said from the record, but I get it. I agree with you.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Bleep that part out. All right. Anyways, on your climate change, Jimmy, listen, I'm gonna drop some knowledge on you.
Give it to me.
I'm not a scholar, but I have read the Bible. Did the Bible ever say anything about ice caps or Eskimos or anything like that? As far as I know, no. The Bible says the planet was a tropical, lush place to live. We're headed that way again. It's a continuous cycle. It's going to happen. No big deal, all right? We can't stop it. Everybody can quit driving. It's still going to happen. The second thing I want you to do, Jimmy, here's a little experiment. They say follow the science. Here's a little bit of science. Fill a glass full of ice cubes. That's going to represent your ice caps, your icebergs, whatever you want it to. Fill it with water. That represents the ocean that the icebergs are sitting in. When that ice melts, tell me if that glass is going to overflow. It's not.
Listen.
The water level is going to remain the same because the ice is already taking up space. The Democrats, we're going to lose our coastal cities, our coastlines. The map is going to change. No, it's not.
Well, listen, okay. They're building a lot of oceanfront mansions in the Democratic Party. Biden has one. Obama has one. Is it possible that they believe it's going to flood and they're just taking the bullet for the rest of us because they love us so much?
Well, they want the insurance money.
They're just trying to cash out on that too. Is that what you're telling me? They got Biden's got a Ukrainian insurance policy to go with everything else.
Yeah, and the polar bears. Okay, is there not one polar bear that lives in a southern zoo? Is that polar bear dying?
No, I know. Listen, it's whenever they start telling you things like we're all going to die, like that's a pressure campaign. That's not fact. That's emotion. You know what I'm saying? And when you're leading from emotion, it's because you don't have the facts. So I'm with you, and I appreciate you. Go ahead.
But, Jimmy, what bothers me, Jimmy, is there's still people out there that believe it. I'm tired of the hypocrisy and to think that I live in a world where I got a superpower. I can think for myself, and I see through the crap. You have that same superpower.
Well, don't tell anybody. They're going to put us on an FBI watch list. Daniel, I love talking to you, and thank you for the fine scientific analysis. We're back with Kat Kamek after this.
Makes me forget about work for a second.
Couldn't live without it.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh. Huge congratulations to Papo's. 10 years.
A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11 coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
Hi, this is Lindsay from Bridal Cave and Thunder Mountain Park. I would like to personally invite you to come explore the lake's premier family attraction. Legendary for its world-famous natural beauty, Bridal Cave is family fun as it should be. Get back to nature with the tour of the caverns. Pan for gemstones, feed the giant fish, take a hike on the nature trail, or pick out your favorite treasure from the rock shop. Bridal Cave is truly the underground adventure you'll never forget. Bridal Cave, where memories are made daily.
Every year we remember 9/11. This year, the Ride for Freedom is on September the 10th. The U.S. military and first responders protect and fight for our freedom. So we are providing them with a day on the lake with travels to Truman Dam and back. This free charity event starts at Surdykes Port 20 at 9 o'clock. Boats and PWCs all welcome. Visit SurdykYamaha.com to pre-register or to donate to the local charities. And never forget and never waver.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates, on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? How do you get in front of companies or get a patent? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors just like you for 35 years.
And thousands of people contact them every month.
With 65 offices, you can meet with an InventHelp representative near you who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. And they offer 3D animations and prototyping services.
Has your heater or air conditioner busted? Appliance broken? Computer crashed? Then you need an ARW home warranty. Home system and appliance repairs and replacements can cause stress and cost you thousands of dollars per year. With an A-plus BBB rating and a top-rated home warranty company on Consumer Affairs and Trustpilot, ARW Home provides superior service, featuring the industry's lowest service call fee. ARW Home has warranty plans that cover your kitchen and laundry appliances, heating and air conditioning systems, electrical and plumbing systems, and much more. Call 800-941-4085 to customize your plan. Plus, ARW has partnered with Azurian to protect your new and used tablets, laptops, TVs, and other home tech from accidental damage and wear and tear. All plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-941-4085 for your free quote. That's 800-941-4085. Hey, airline travelers, let's say you have a problem and you need to change or cancel an existing airline reservation. What do? Well, Skywatch is a free service that can help anyone with any airline reservation fix it. Whether you want to cancel it, change your dates, or add passengers, we can help fix your airline reservations so you get exactly what you need. We've updated our computer database and now have access to every airline around the globe. So now you can make one phone call regardless of who booked your airline tickets, and we'll change it, cancel it, and fix it for you. We know the insider secrets to fixing reservations that the airlines don't want you to know about. So if you need to cancel, change, or modify an existing airline reservation, call Skywatch right now. It's a free call, so let us fix it for you. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. That's 800-930-9129.
Letting Biz Marquee roll for a minute here. Everything's better with a little Biz Marquee, is it not? We're at a watershed point on the show here. About to bring on a guest who is a congresswoman by day, but she was forced to take on some actual adult responsibilities after a hurricane hit Florida. And joining us now to talk about that recovery and so much more, Superstar Representative from the 3rd Congressional District, Kat Cammack, back in the house. Hello, hello.
And here I was, just jamming along till you say he's just a friend, you know?
Just a friend. Don't ever talk to a girl who says he's just... I mean, first of all, it's now don't ever talk to a them who says they is just a friend. It's a new song now. It's 2023.
Circa 2023.
Yeah.
But now, Jimmy, do you want to tell us all about how many times you've been placed in the friend zone?
No, Kat Cammack, my pimp game. If you want to go there, if you want to have this conversation, I am a legend. Like, it's so funny. Like, because this is the problem. You need to know this. Very important. Whatever conversational acumen that I possess as like a radio host, as a TV guy, as a comic, I've had since I was 5. So what you're watching is not the ascendancy of like a showbiz talent. You're actually watching the downward spiral of a former childhood prodigy. You dig? Like this is not a rise. This is a fall. A lot of people are confused by this. I'm not on the way up. I'm actually falling. I peaked around age 8, and this is the other side of that.
The trials and tribulations of childhood stars.
Thank
and
you.
This is where it gets you.
Thank you. How you guys doing down there? You're recovering.
We are strong. We're resilient. But it is tough, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my district took a really, really good direct smack. And when you're talking with folks who've lost their livelihoods, their homes, I mean, it's some of the most heartbreaking things to stand there and try to make sense of, you know, families, multi-generation families who have raised their kids and their grandkids are out there, and just looks like a freshly poured concrete foundation, and the entire home is gone on top of it. And even though they had done everything right, homes up on the stilts to make sure that they're not subject to the flooding and whatnot. But I mean, we in addition to the hurricane had terrible tornadoes that ripped through, and no one's really talked about that. So even inland in the center of the state, we've had horrible tornadoes rip through and just destroy agricultural operations, homes, businesses. It's been really heartbreaking. So about half my district is really in a big mess, and it's been really hard. But I will say, in this part of the world, this is where you see the best of the best. I mean, neighbors helping neighbors. People keep saying, oh, is it the feds? Is it the state? Is it, everyone's come together, but by and large, it's been locals.
Yep.
Locals are out there on tractors, moving debris, helping people clean up their homes and their businesses. It has really been a shining example of what independent folks do in times of need. And so it's been great to see that element of it, but we've got a long way to go.
No, listen, I know, and obviously, you've been on our mind. We talked about you guys a lot last week, and we will continue to keep an eye and offer any type of help we can. Did you console any of the locals by telling them about the time a fire almost destroyed your cat and your Corvette?
No, can't say that I did.
Is that not the most insane thing in the world? The only reason I wanted to ask you about this is, again, because you're dealing with this real adversity face-to-face head-on. And I don't want to get sidetracked with a Biden talk only for one answer, okay? Knowing that you were just there speaking to people who have, in fact, lost everything. Can you think of anything more mind-blowingly stupid than telling them about a made-up hypothetical story where you almost suffered a loss comparable to theirs, but you didn't?
No, there is nothing worse that you could possibly say.
It's like the most offensive thing in the world. It would almost be like being like, I saw this house. It wasn't that night. Like, I mean, the most offensive thing you could ever say.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
No, I mean, but that's what we've grown to expect. I know. I mean, that's really truly the sad part about it, is that we have grown to expect these types of asinine comments out of Biden's mouth in some of the most heartbreaking situations. Just anticipate that he's going to do something that is completely inappropriate, like sniff people and minors, or he is going to say something that is wildly offensive to the group of people that he is supposedly trying to connect with.
Yeah.
That is what we have grown to expect, and that's, I mean, really, the bar has been set so low.
Yeah, these aren't supposed to be normal conversations. Like, he walked out on the Medal of Honor recipient the other day, and now we're having a debate over whether it was intentional or not. I'm like, the point is he did. It's like the invisible people thing. One of the defenses was, Republicans are being disingenuous by saying he shook hands with an invisible person because he was actually pointing. I'm like, no. The point is there was no person. It doesn't matter what the hand gesture is. If there's no person there, we got a problem on our hands. That's all I'm saying, Kat Kamek. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. And Jimmy, this has implications beyond just the news of the day, right? Our adversaries around the world are watching this.
Yes.
People around the globe watch this and say, what the heck happened to America? And some people cheer and some people get real scared. And so that's why
crazy
24 cannot come soon enough.
Kat Kamek is on the line. Looking forward to 2024. How has the government response been? People, for the most part, seem to be giving DeSantis pretty high grades. Is that fair?
Yeah. Okay. I think this is really where you see Ron DeSantis at his best. He has been incredibly focused, disciplined. It has been, without question, hey, we need this here, and it's done. He has a fantastic team around him. Kevin Guthrie, the Florida Emergency Management Director, he and I have talked every single day, and any need has been met. And that is really remarkable when you're dealing with such a big loss. I mean, it's not like one area got hit. It just in my district alone, 6 counties. So you're looking at not just a coast, but further inland. And it's everything from the power lines. And, we had at one point over 100,000 people, several hundred thousands of people without power. And it was restored all within a week. Wow. You've got, of course, major structural damages, and then bringing in places for people to take a shower, have a hot meal, the medical attention, the fuel logistics, everything from clearing the roads to getting the power back on. The state of Florida has been phenomenal, and Ron has been really, really focused and I appreciate that about him.
Awesome
And
to
very communicative about what they're doing and where they're going and what needs are outstanding. And it's not every day that you get a very good federal state dynamic. FEMA, the regional people who have been boots on the ground have been good. Our local county folks have been great. But like I said, it's really the locals. The locals have stepped up in ways that you don't really see very often. And I think that right there is America in a nutshell.
Oh, I'll give you that. I was going to tell you, there are these triumphs of the human spirit that you witness whenever a community is facing a time of great adversity. And one that winds up being funny. Okay, it's certainly not funny. Okay, but I lived in New York for September 11th. And as you would imagine, in the aftermath of that moment, everybody pitched in and did everything they could to help each other and lift up the city. And, and there was this real sense of purpose. But what's funny about that is not the tragedy. It's that for about a month, everybody had an American flag on their antenna. And then on about October the 15th, we just went right back to giving each other the finger and cutting each other off in traffic. But there was this month, Kat, there was this month in New York. I've never seen it. I saw a guy in New York on about September 18th of 2001. He put on his blinker before he changed lanes. I had never seen that in 20 years of driving in New York. I saw a cop put on a blink. Cops give you the finger here. It's New York.
Let's not pretend you knew what a blinker was. Come on now. You grew up driving in New York. You didn't even know what that was. You had to stop and think about that for a minute.
Kat, people get mad if you use the blinker. It's like you spoiled the end of the movie. It's a spoiler alert. They don't want the blinker. They're like, that's the whole point of driving in New York is, you're just cheating the process here. But it is.
Exactly. Is it a real New York experience if you're not getting cussed at and someone hanging out the window yelling at you?
You weren't really there. It was like you were watching like an R-rated film on basic cable and all the good parts were beeped out. You missed all the fun, Oh, Kamek. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad people are hanging in. It matters, and that's a really cool thing. Is like when you get beyond politics and you're just asking humans to be human towards each other. Okay, you realize what we're capable of as a country. So all I ever hope is that one of these moments inspires everybody to just grow up a little bit. It's that I say this a lot when I'm doing stand-up. It's like we don't need a call to arms. We need a call to chill the F out. If people could just chill out. Like, we have it good. We're in America. If we just play just a little team ball, we all hit the lottery, Kamek.
Exactly. I mean, I say this often. No matter where I go in the world, I always say, I hit the damn lottery. I was born in America. I mean, that's just and what people do to get to our country is unbelievable. Yep. And so we lose perspective, and we get caught up in some ways I feel like we manufacture problems because in so many ways we have it good, It's like all this crazy
anything
dysphoria stuff that, is now like
Kat,
the nation.
We cancel
it's ridiculous.
We cancel sports mascots. Like, do you think anyone cares about the consequence? Like, we canceled dead presidents. Like, guy's been elected twice, been dead 50 years. Let's get Woodrow Wilson off the library.
Exactly.
Like, what are we doing here? It's like we have it so good. We're now going back in time and canceling dead stuff. That's the point. It's perspective. Like, you know what I realized? It's funny. I realized I was the vet once. And the guy told me I needed to put my dog on a diet. And I was like, how good are we doing as a country that our pets are going on diets? You know what I'm saying? People around the world aren't putting their pets on diets. In fact, some of them are resorting to eating their pets. Okay, but again, perspective. Kamek, it's why we love you, man. Okay, for real. You spit truth, as they say in the rap game. You are spitting truth, so thank you.
Hey, and Jimmy, I meant to ask you, what's my rap name again?
Oh, we haven't. Do we have a rap name for you? Did we talk about this? I'm trying to think.
I thought so.
What was it? Do you know what it is? I mean, I just know you as DeBrat, but it's not because of rap. Hey, pow!
Oh.
Take that. What was it? Did we say no? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Did I text you a rap name? Where did we arrive at this conclusion? How did this work?
We have talked about this before.
What was it?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
Well, apparently you liked it so much. I will look, but it's off the top of my head. I don't know because listen, I always talk highly of you, like even when your colleagues are on the show. But I don't know in my records that we gave you a rap game. I'm going to look for it now. You know what I'm saying? It's
okay. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT what your rap name is.
I don't know if you put me into ChatGPT, but if it comes up with one, and I will text you back your own because I'm going to check my files. I owe you this. We owe it to the 3rd Congressional District. If something's going to pick up their spirits, it's knowing what rap name I gave you on this show. So, Kat Kamek, we'll talk.
Thank you, Jimmy.
You're the best, girlfriend.
Fellow 3.
For sure. We'll see you soon. There she goes. Kat Kamek, who we love.
Get her out. Get her out of here.
Stop it. She's the best. Because she tells you the truth. You know, when you're dealing with like the aftermath of a hurricane or a tornado or something like that, you know, good people just get together and help people, save people, you know, whether it's a crumbling structure and someone needs to be evacuated or you're searching for whatever the hell it is, you know, the guys come in the boats and you find out who the real people are, you know, because there are these sad moments. Like we were here for 9/11 and where, you know, the town's morale is just reduced to nothing, you know, because you're faced with such an overwhelming negative, you know, human experience. And people really do in those moments have a collective survival instinct that gets them to band together and show you the best of what we're capable of as a country. And it's very inspiring. You know, it's unfortunate because you encounter it usually in a time of great adversity. You know, it never really happens when things are going good. But, you know, the goal here, as I say all the time, is if people get perspective, it wouldn't take a tragedy to bring people together. You just get out of bed and go, oh, yeah, we're really lucky, by the way. We live in America. Like, this is amazing. Again, I was at the vet. He's like, we got to put your dog on a diet. You know, your dog's got to lose 5 pounds. I'm like, how good are we doing as a country that our pets are going on diets? You realize that? Like, our pets are going on diet. Our pets. You work the dog out. Okay, really think about it. There are parts of the world where they don't have enough to eat. Okay, really think about that. They don't go on a diet, okay? Like, they're not losing weight intentionally. They're losing weight unintentionally. So much so that they may have to eat the dog instead of putting him on a treadmill.
The show that's not afraid to tell you the truth.
Not only are you not a very nice person, you're also a slob.
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
I always have my radio on at work.
News, talk, sports, entertainment. Total Radio. News Talk KRMS.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Ad paid for by the tax resolvers. COVID-19 was tough on businesses. If you experienced a negative impact to your business during the pandemic, then you need to pay attention. There are some new powerful incentives that have been created specifically for businesses impacted by COVID-19. One such program is the Employee Retention Credit. Its tax incentive could bring you some serious cash back to your business. Even if you received a PPP loan in 2020 or 2021, you were still permitted to receive this credit. There are many ways to be eligible, and taking advantage of this tax credit doesn't need to be complicated. We made it easy for you by doing the legwork to maximize the amount of your refund due. Call us today at 800-611-7172, and we'll set your business up to take full advantage of the Employee Retention Tax Credit. That's 800-611-7172. Again, 800-611-7172. We'll get the ball rolling on getting you and your business some much-needed relief, but time is limited to file a claim. So call
Get up to 60% off list prices on hundreds of items at the huge Labor Day sale at Slumberland Furniture. Incredible deals like a reclining sectional that comes with a free recliner, or a 5-piece dining set for just $3.99. A soft gray sofa with a free matching chair, both for $4.88. How about a Lazy Boy recliner as low as $3.98? Plus special financing available up to 60% off at the huge Labor Day sale at Slumberland Furniture. See store for details. Take the KK exit. Go right on Osage Beach Parkway.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Do you have a car sitting around you want to get rid of? Then here's a great idea. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Yes, one fast call to the Veteran Car Donation Program and we'll come and remove your car for free. Fast, free towing, and 24-hour response. You can donate most cars, trucks, or SUVs in most conditions. The proceeds raised goes to help active military, veterans, and their families, and you get a tax deduction. All you need to do is make this free call. Get rid of that old car and help the vets. We make it easy. Make this free call now and book your fast and easy pickup. Call the Veteran Donation Program now. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Operators are standing by. Here's the number.
800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. That's 800-540-8816.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. That's 800-426-0557.
Across America with your main man, Jimmy Fallon, talking about the climate racket. As the Democrats are telling us the world's about to end.
That is a lie.
It's a well-paying lie. Not lost on my man, Rodney, who's in Tyler, Texas, KTBB territory. Rodney.
Hey, Jimmy, how's it going, man?
My man. I'm good, man. Go ahead. You know things.
I wanted to say real quick that I'm concerned for your safety. About a week or so ago, you had a call from a lady by the name of Lucy. I hope you don't run out to her on the street anywhere. She might throat punch you.
But listen, I normally pay a lot of money to get beat up by women, so it's fine. It's cool.
Well, Lucy was upset. I'm telling you.
Not a fan.
Hey, so real quick, climate change. I think everybody's missing the point. So let me try to go over this real fast. What is the goal, the ultimate goal of the Democratic Party? It's centralized government, right? The more power they can bring into the centralize it, and that's through taxes and other means, right? Mm-hmm. So how much power will the federal government have if they can tax carbon emissions?
Yep. I mean,
so what do we as humans produce? We produce carbon dioxide, right?
Yep.
What do they claim that has a big, huge impact on greenhouse gases and the greenhouse effect?
Yep. Carbon
dioxide, right? Mm-hmm. So if Bernie Sanders also, this goes in line with health care. So Bernie Sanders wants to have universal health care. So you're mandated, you have to have physical every year. Mm-hmm. You go in, you're determined that you're out of shape, you're out of weight, you're producing more carbon dioxide than someone else. Mm-hmm. And people may say, well, that's a little far-fetched. Do not put it past them.
Listen,
if you're overweight, you're producing more carbon dioxide than someone else. Do not think that you won't be taxed.
You tell me I'm going to pay a fat tax? Isn't that body shaming, though?
No, I didn't say that, Jimmy. I didn't say that.
Well, they'll frame it better than that, but it's a fat tax. I've heard of a flat tax. I've never heard of a fat tax. Man, I'm in trouble.
Well, hey, listen. I've just been thinking about that, and it's all about centralized power. And if the federal government can start taxing carbon emissions, they can, if you own a farm, you own more cows than, say, another farmer does, they can tax that farm more. Don't think they won't do it.
No, I mean, I wouldn't put nothing past them, like when it comes to taxing them. I'm pretty sure I owe $82 just for this phone call to you. There's a surcharge. Go ahead.
I just really think that the whole thing with the whole entire climate change is not about the environment. It's all about power and centralized power.
Oh, that's 100%, because the way they're forcing the consensus actually gets in the way of them doing anything to actually confront the emissions problem. And bigger than that is the 100%. Fact, and they know this, they're not stupid. Nothing we do matters because China is out polluting us by about 27-1. So it doesn't even matter what we do, you know?